the first look inside one of those areas attacked by Hamas at the weekend, Kfar Aza, a community where journalists were allowed in to see IDF soldiers searching still for gunmen, searching door to door, and finding more dead after that gruesome assault at the weekend. One IDF soldier telling journalists before entering, it's not a battlefield, it's a massacre. This just one of those areas that was attacked, including a musical festival near the Gaza border. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel speaking for the third time since this massacre started on Saturday to President Biden, and he had this to say to the president.
We had hundreds massacred, families wiped out in their beds in their homes. They mowed down these youngsters who came to a nature festival and just, like put 5 Jeeps around a depression in the soil, and like Babi Yar, they mowed them down, making sure that they killed everybody. We've never seen such savagery in the history of the state, and they're even worse than ISIS. They're even worse than ISIS, and we need to treat them as such.
Now, President Biden, as you heard, defending Israel's right to defend themselves and showing his support as a strike carrier group, moves closer to the region as a show of support, and munitions arrive in Israel from the United States to help with their fight. But the United States has also called on a humanitarian corridor to be discussed to help with those civilian casualties and preventing them in Gaza. We've seen more than 2,000 killed on both sides, but many more thousands injured, and they're trying to prevent this from happening as we see a potential ground invasion starting the first since 2014. So we'll just have to see how this all continues to play out, Francis.
Meantime, along with the fear and anxiety in unimaginable proportions, Chapman, thank you.
And meanwhile, demonstrations have been growing here in the United States, with supporters of both the Israelis and the Palestinians taking to the streets to voice their support and their frustrations. Here's NBC's Sam Brock.
The wounds of a war half a world away felt here at home. Supporters of Israelis and Palestinians rallying in cities across the country, even as confrontations ratchet up while the unrest rages on.
This isn't about territory. This isn't about politics. This isn't about any of that. This is about terrorism. This is about children being murdered. This is about women being raped. This is about Americans and Israelis being kidnapped.
Where are our politicians when thousands and thousands and thousands of Palestinians continue to die?
Dueling protests held in the New York metropolitan area for a third straight night. New York's Governor Kathy Hochul and New York City Mayor Eric Adams joining Israeli advocates for a rally in Manhattan.
I stand here to tell you that New Yorkers will never tolerate evil, whether it's committed here in our homeland or in Israel. We will never, ever tolerate evil.
And in nearby Newark, New Jersey, pro-Palestinian groups gathering outside of Senator Cory Booker's office after his trip to the Holy Land.
We demand that the entire context be acknowledged. 75 years of settler colonialism, a 15-year plus blockade on Gaza is not a way to achieve justice.
God bless the state of Israel.
In Aventura, a Jewish community just north of Miami, loved ones and strangers standing shoulder to shoulder, united in grief.
We never like to have war or fight. We like peace. We're people of peace, but we have to fight because they're forcing us to fight to defend ourselves.
Our thanks to Sam for that report.
In Moscow, detained Wall Street Journal reporter Evan Gershkovich lost his appeal to be released from jail. He will now remain in Russian custody until at least November 30th. The American embassy in Moscow said it was deeply disappointed in that decision and that Gershkovich should be released. He was arrested by Russian authorities in March and charged with espionage. Both Gershkovich and the Wall Street Journal deny the charges, and Russia has provided no evidence.
New fraud charges this morning against embattled Congressman George Santos. A new federal indictment accuses the New York Republican of stealing the identities of campaign donors and using their credit cards to make contributions to his campaign worth tens of thousands of dollars, and then transferring some of that money to his personal bank account. Santos declined to comment on those charges.
Utah is the latest state to take on TikTok. In a new lawsuit, Utah accuses the app of knowingly getting children hooked on content that is often harmful. The suit refers to research that suggests TikTok can put children at a higher risk of anxiety and depression. Arkansas and Indiana filed similar lawsuits. TikTok says it has industry-leading safeguards for young people.
All right, if you're in the Gulf Coast today, you might want to grab your umbrella, maybe your rain boots before you head out the door today. NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman is tracking the system for us. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. We do indeed have some rain to track across parts of the south today here as we get through your day today, and even into tomorrow we could see some of those impacts. Notice we're already seeing that rain across that same region, and we've got plenty of moisture to tap into with the system that's going to work a little closer to the coast here through the day today. So expect the heavy rainfall for the southeast, not just today, but even into tomorrow. We'll still see some of those lingering showers across parts of Florida. Heads up there, about 1 to 3 inches is what we're expecting when this is all said and done through Thursday. So an FYI on that. We've also got some cold temperatures out there. 18 million people are under these frost advisories right now, stretching from basically Minnesota all the way down to Virginia. We've got some chilly conditions as we get started this morning with temperatures into the 40s in Detroit, 50 for State College, Indianapolis sitting at 44 degrees. So it's a jacket kind of morning across that region. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Temperatures into the 60s in Pittsburgh today with a whole lot of sunshine. We'll end up at 68 degrees in Columbus with some partly cloudy skies, and tracking the rain across parts of the southeast. From Atlanta down to New Orleans, we'll see the unsettled weather with showers and thunderstorms this afternoon. And that's a look at the forecast. Guys, back over to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. The last time somebody won this was about the time where you left us. Yeah, it's been that long. Wow. And the Powerball jackpot still has no lucky winner after Monday night's drawing. The jackpot has now soared to an estimated $1.7 billion with a cash value of $756 million bucks. That makes it the second largest prize in lottery history. And there's still a chance to grab a ticket and win big. The next drawing will take place tonight at 11 p.m. Eastern Time.
On to Daydream. Early today is back in 60 seconds with a walkout at Walgreens. Pharmacy staff there say they are going on strike over safety concerns. We'll tell you more about that next.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the Andrew Delivery.
All right, it just
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Pharmacy staff at many Walgreens across the U.S. are walking off the job this week, citing safety concerns.
Now, the move comes just weeks after a similar protest by CVS workers. NBC's Stephanie Gosk has more.
At multiple Walgreens stores nationwide, pharmacists walking off the job. Not for higher pay, they say, but for health and safety reasons.
We're so busy running ourselves ragged, it's like a marathon. And seeing
customer safety be at risk as well as our own.
Tammy, who asked us not to use her full name, works as a pharmacist technician at a busy Walgreens in Minnesota. She says she joined at least 10 of her colleagues who did not report for work on Monday.
It's very scary, and we're actually getting to the point where it looks like I don't know, like how much farther we can push ourselves.
In addition to filling and verifying prescriptions, Tammy and other Walgreens employees say pharmacists and support staff are also managing a high volume of calls, working with insurance companies, and administering a growing number of vaccines. In a statement, Walgreens acknowledges that the last few years have required an unprecedented effort from our team members, and that it has been a very challenging time. The second largest retail pharmacy also says it's engaged and listening to the concerns raised by some of its team members and is committed to ensuring that the entire pharmacy team has the support and resources necessary. Last month, CVS pharmacy customers in Kansas City were impacted when workers there also walked off the job to protest over similar staffing concerns.
They understand the risks that are being posed to the community that with these demands on them, so they don't want to make a mistake.
According to USA Today, CVS corporate staff flew to Kansas City to meet with organizers and agreed to improve working conditions and patient safety.
I don't think a lot of customers understand that we are trying to do our best for them.
Walgreens organizers say they don't want to disrupt patient care, but need to take a stand, a sentiment some customers can appreciate.
I support workers' rights, and, a little inconvenience for me is worth it.
Our thanks to Stephanie Gosk for that report.
Still to come, the puck dropped on the NHL season, how the reigning champs are celebrating their title.
And in baseball, the top-seeded Orioles trying to keep their season alive in the ALDS.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
We're coming this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn.
Oh.
Okay. Well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks.
This has been fantastic. Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand deliberations.
All right, it just me too.
Here's Corey Seager, who walked 5 times on Sunday in Baltimore. Golf swung, right field. Forget about it. Rangers strike first.
We are back to break down the biggest stories in sports, starting with an elimination game in the ALDS. Corey Seager and Adolis Garcia homered in the first 2 innings to blow the game wide open. Bust out the brooms. The Rangers sweep the Orioles with a 7-1 win. And in Minnesota, Jose Abreu got the hit parade going for the Astros early. This was the first of his 2 home runs on the day. Houston sent 4 of them out of the park. They take the series lead from the Twins with a 9-1 rout. I cannot believe that we are in October yet again, and the Astros are yet again on the verge of making their 7th straight ALCS. As an Astros fan my whole life, this never happened, and now they're just good now for quite a bit.
I missed the MLB talk with you. I'm glad you made it back in time to get the end of the season here, the postseason, and the enthusiasm. I
can see, look, you got the Stros colors on right now.
Just for you.
I dig it. Thank you.
Welcome back. All right, from the field to the ice, and a championship celebration for the Vegas Golden Knights. The team raised their Stanley Cup championship banner out of a giant slot machine before their opening night game against the Kraken. Chandler Stevenson got the party started with the field goal of the season as Vegas skated past Seattle 4-1. So the Golden Knights got the win, the banner, and these championship rings, which feature a miniature version of their home ice and 12-karat diamonds. So congrats to them to keep the celebration going. A lot of action in Vegas, too. You got the Aces playing tonight, Game 2 of the WNBA Finals.
Vegas is popping more than ever. Right now to some somber news. The daughter of Mary Lou Retton has said that her mother is fighting for her life in the ICU. She's unable to breathe on her own. Retton's daughter added that the Olympic champion is battling a rare type of pneumonia. Retton became the first American woman to win gold in all-around gymnastics in the 1984 Games in Los Angeles. Our thoughts are with Mary Lou Retton and her family.
Yeah, we're hoping she pulls through. At one point, her daughter was saying that she couldn't even breathe on her own. It was that serious. All right, coming up on Early Today, you won't have to remember your Google password much longer.
And if you shop at Family Dollar, you might want to stay tuned for a massive recall alert.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the hand of the elections.
All right, it just me too.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just me too.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
All right, nice to see you.
California is enacting a new alert system for missing black youth, and Google is moving away from passwords. Here's what you need to know early today. Family Dollar is recalling dozens of over-the-counter drugs and medical devices after they were stored at improper temperatures. To find a full list of affected products and states where they were sold, you can go to the FDA's recall website or call Family Dollar customer service.
California Governor Gavin Newsom just signed the Ebony Alert Bill. The law created by Senator Stephen Bradford creates an alert notification system to address the crisis of missing black children and young women. It goes into effect on January 1st.
Google is making passkeys the default option for signing into accounts. The tech giant says they're a safer and easier alternative to passwords. When we come back, we've got this. Show you the amazing video here of bystanders jumping into action after a car broke down in the path of an oncoming train.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. By the mail delivery system.
All right, it just me too.
In just one more day, the North Carolina State Fair in Raleigh will kick off. But before the fun can begin, inspection crews are there to check on and ensure everyone's safety on those rides. Shelley Jackson from our Raleigh, North Carolina affiliate tells us more.
Before you can do this, inspectors have to do this.
Check our snap rings here, D-clips here for the pin.
North Carolina inspects rides every time they are set up.
We inspect a ride every time it's set up. A lot of these rides, we just looked at them in Pitt County and Wayne County and Wilson. We've seen all these rides over the last couple of months, several times.
Dennis Brown is an inspector with the North Carolina Department of Labor. He says most damage happens in tear down and transit, so they look at rides before they are even taken off the truck.
Everything is we can look at while it's down low, and as the ride goes up, we'll come back and inspect again.
Most injuries on rides are a result of human error. The Consumer Product Safety Commission estimates nearly 39,000 people a year are injured on amusement rides. Most of those injuries are minor and don't require emergency medical help. Clifford Lowe has been operating rides for more than 4 decades, and he says things go wrong when people don't respect the rules.
Not behaving, not paying attention to the safety signage, just not having common sense.
There you go. Hope you feel better now. Our thanks to Shelley Jackson for that report.
Caught on camera at an intersection in Kentucky, it was a nerve-wracking scene as a woman's car broke down in the middle of the road right near railroad tracks where this oncoming train moved closer by the second. You can see the driver get out and attempt to push the car right before some Good Samaritans jumped into action one by one, pushing the SUV out just in time. Well, the conductor was able to make a full stop without anyone being harmed. That is just horrifying to think just, seconds away from getting hit. But everybody jumped right in.
That poor lady, too, she was having car trouble probably leading up to it, and the last place you ever want to break down, I'd imagine, is on a train track. So when it happened, worst nightmare, but gladly those people were right there for her. Wow, it looks like a little one, too, running back and forth. All right, today it's a very important day for the LGBTQ plus community, a day to remember and honor when they became their true selves in the public eye. It's National Coming Out Day, and this process, it looks different for everybody. The goal of this holiday is pretty simple. It's just to be proud of who you are and sharing your authentic self. It's been recognized since 1988, and while we are here celebrating those who have come out, we're also here to encourage those who are still on that journey to be proud of who they are becoming. That's for any community that goes.
It's just all about acceptance of yourself and others.
There it is. Truer words have never been spoken. See you tomorrow.
American lives at risk. 14 U.S. citizens now confirmed dead amidst the attacks on Israel, with more taken hostage by Hamas. We're live from Washington with the latest from President Biden on the American response.
The horrors of war as the death toll continues to climb in the Middle East. Our Richard Engel is in Israel to take us inside the aftermath of one of the deadliest incidents from the earliest days of this conflict.
Who will speak for the Congress? As matters both at home and abroad continue to pile up, lawmakers hope to elect a new Speaker of the House. Find out what will be on the agenda after today's vote.
For international companies, it's no longer business as usual. CNBC's Arabella Gumede joins us from London on how some of the world's most prominent companies are dealing with the fallout from the Israel-Hamas war.
And self-love on top. Beyonce's backup dancers are striking out on their own as they look to spread the power of dance across the country. It's Wednesday, October 11th. Early Today starts right now.
Good morning. Good to be back with you. I'm Philip Mena.
And I'm Francis Rivera. We begin in Israel, a nation shell-shocked after Hamas in Gaza launched a large-scale invasion this past weekend, overrunning towns and villages and slaughtering civilians. One of the worst-hit places is the kibbutz called Kfar Aza. You can see it's very close to the Gaza Strip, just 3 miles. Our Richard Engel starts us off this morning, taking us inside the site of a horrifying massacre. And we should warn you, some of the images are disturbing.
Israeli troops are still trying to secure the country 4 days after the worst terror attack in Israel's history, and moved into the village of Kfar Aza on the border with Gaza. Hamas massacred dozens of Israeli civilians here. The area is not yet secure. This is the first time journalists have been allowed in.
Israeli troops are still clearing this kibbutz. They fear that there might still be Hamas fighters hidden in some of these buildings.
It's a slow and dangerous mission as the soldiers go through every room, double and triple checking. All the residents are gone, either evacuated, killed, or kidnapped. There are still bodies everywhere. The Israelis in body bags. Hamas gunmen were left rotting where they fell, next to the flags they brought to declare victory.
And these were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in. It was like each one suffered a home invasion and kidnapping.
As the troops kept searching, they discovered the remains of an elderly woman. They wrapped her in a plastic tarp, adding one more to the death toll. Sergeant Dov Shishe-Portish is a civil engineer, now on an open-ended combat mission.
What is it like for you to see this?
It's horrible. Actually, I live 10 minutes from here. By mistake, I didn't do the weekend here.
What do you think needs to happen now?
We need to, I don't know, to change this reality. We live like this for years.
Kfar Aza is only one Israeli community where Hamas went on a killing spree. We saw new images from the nearby village of Be'eri, where more than 100 men, women, and children were executed. Hamas says it trained for over a year for all of this and released new footage, which the group edited and blurred, of the militants streaming through holes in the border fence and flying over it. And Hamas isn't finished yet. The militants launched hundreds of rockets into Israel. We took cover in a shelter. This is happening in Israel every single day. Israel's Iron Dome defense system intercepted nearly all of the rockets. But a few did get through. Israel has declared war on Hamas, and these may only be the first days of it.
Our thanks to Richard for that report.
President Biden delivered his first remarks about the war, making it clear that the U.S. will continue to stand with Israel, and also condemning the terrorist attacks by Hamas, comparing them to the worst rampages by ISIS. NBC's Alice Barr joins us now from Washington. Alice, good morning. The president also shared some more information about the American victims of this war.
Well, that's right. Sadly, Philip, President Biden confirmed that at least 14 Americans are now among the dead killed in Israel. And for the first time, President Biden confirmed that Americans are among the victims being held hostage by Hamas militants. A national security official has said 20 Americans are unaccounted for. The president did not give an exact number, but he said getting them to safety is a top priority.
There's still so many families desperately waiting to hear the fate of their loved ones, not knowing if they're alive or dead or hostages. Infants in their mother's arms, grandparents in wheelchairs, Holocaust survivors abducted. I've directed my team to share intelligence and deploy additional experts from across the United States government to consult with and advise Israeli counterparts on hostage recovery efforts. Because as president, I have no higher priority than the safety of Americans being held hostage around the world.
Before that speech, families of Americans believed to have been taken hostage held a press conference in Tel Aviv. They called on the U.S. to take a more active role in their recovery. Some of the families said they felt left in the dark, with little information coming from officials. The State Department did not respond to a request for comment. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is expected to depart for Israel today. A spokesperson says Blinken will engage with Israeli partners directly about the situation on the ground. And the State Department has said it is talking to airlines about setting up flights in order to get out Americans who want to leave. Philip.
All right, Alice Barr reporting from Washington this morning. Alice, thank you.
The U.S. government is looking into whether Iran helped Hamas conduct the murderous attacks. In a rare speech, Iran's supreme leader denied involvement while praising Hamas for the invasion. Secretary of State Blinken has also said there is no evidence yet that Iran played a part. But Tehran has long been a benefactor of Hamas, funneling around $100 million a year to the extremist group, according to a 2020 State Department report.
The conflict in the Middle East has sparked a new urgency in the race to select the next Speaker of the House. Any potential aid packages and even a bipartisan resolution affirming U.S. support for Israel are unable to pass while that office is empty. The speakership remains vacant over a week after Kevin McCarthy was ousted from his position by his fellow lawmakers. Republicans are set to vote on who to nominate for that job at 10 a.m. today. On Tuesday night, the House GOP held a candidate forum where declared contenders Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan took questions from their colleagues.
Speaker Scalise, on day one, we will, number one, be passing a resolution to express our strong support for Israel. We're putting a strong coalition together. We're going to go get this done tomorrow, and the House is going to get back to work.
While Jordan has the support of GOP frontrunner, former President Trump, it's not clear whether either candidate has an advantage among their conference. Any future aid to Israel could hit a roadblock in the House, though, due to Republican opposition over potentially linking support packages for both Israel and Ukraine.
Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders is facing backlash over a pricey purchase made by her administration. According to an invoice made public last month, the Arkansas GOP reimbursed the state on September 14th for the purchase of a $19,000 lectern made in June. But records released this week show the note that reads "to be reimbursed" were not included on the original invoice. Lawmakers are now raising questions over the timeline of the reimbursement, with a panel set to vote this week on an audit of the purchase. A spokesperson for Sanders' office called this a manufactured controversy and that the reimbursement was made with the governor's private funds.
The Coast Guard has recovered more wreckage from the Titan submersible. That's the sub that imploded on its way to explore the ruins of the Titanic. The Coast Guard was able to recover more debris from that vessel, as well as what they believe are human remains. The evidence will now be analyzed to try to learn more about what led to that catastrophic implosion that claimed all 5 lives on board.
An extremely dangerous storm is pounding Mexico. Tropical storm Lydia made landfall as a Category 4 storm Tuesday night near the resort town of Puerto Vallarta on the country's Pacific coast. Lydia clocked 140 miles an hour winds, with the National Hurricane Center warning of flash flooding and mudslides.
And here, it'll be another rainy fall day for millions of Americans. NBC meteorologist Angie Lassman is here with us, and she's got our early morning forecast. Good morning, Angie.
Good morning, guys. We definitely need that umbrella across parts of the South today and potentially into tomorrow. You can see already raining across parts of the Gulf Coast, stretching through portions of southern Texas all the way to the Florida Panhandle and points south of that. These are the areas that we're going to see the best chance to see some rain through, not just today, but into tomorrow, too. When it's all said and done, as we get through your Thursday, maybe an inch or 2, even up to 3 inches are possible. We're expecting that to be focused mainly towards portions of Florida along the west coast. Places like Tampa could see a good amount of rain between the next 48 hours or so. As we look to the west, we've got a coast-to-coast storm that we're going to track. It's going to, through the day today, bring some kind of rain to parts of the northwest and maybe some snow to parts of the Rockies. It'll eventually start to work its way a little farther to the east as we get into tomorrow, and there will be a chance for some strong storms. So heads up for that. We'll see the potential for some severe storms with this system as it works across the plains. And look at that. 'Tis the season. Snow already on the map. We're going to see that for likely higher portions of, or higher elevations, I should say, of the Rockies. So as we get into Friday, that starts to work into portions of the Midwest. We see the heavy rain working through the Great Lakes. And then eventually, yes, it does move into portions of the Northeast, leaving us for an unsettled weekend ahead as we get into Saturday and Sunday in the region. Let's look at the weather across the country. Let's see what's happening in your neighborhood. Temperatures into the upper 60s in Columbus. We hit 68 degrees for Indianapolis. Plenty of sunshine expected across parts of that region, but the showers and thunderstorms are on tap from Atlanta down through Montgomery. We'll see some thunderstorm activity for Tampa and Miami today, which will hit 90 degrees. And that's a look at the forecast, guys. Back over to you.
Okay, Angie, thank you. Early today is back in 60 seconds with why analysts are pouring cold water over the red-hot AI industry.
And CNBC's Arabila Gumede is live with how big businesses are reacting to Israel's war with Hamas.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Top story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
We're coming this early, right? I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn.
Oh.
Okay. Well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We're back now with a reality check for artificial intelligence. A new report from the analyst firm CCS Insight predicts that generative AI will get a, quote, cold shower in 2024. They say they do think AI will have a huge impact on the economy, but there are still a lot of obstacles to bring it to market. They feel the technology was just overhyped this year.
Middle East wars usually hurt global oil markets, but OPEC has a better rainy day fund than usual. Bloomberg reports that Saudi Arabia and the UAE have more than 4 million barrels a day of idle capacity in both 2023 and 2024. That's about 4% of global supplies and twice the cushion they had during crises in the Middle East during the past decade.
Big companies are proceeding with caution amid the war between Israel and Hamas. CNBC's Arabila Gumede joins us now with a look at what businesses are doing to protect their workers and their customers. Good morning, Arabila.
Yeah, good morning, Philip. Look, it's certainly a harrowing situation, right? The devastating situation happening out in Gaza between Israel and Hamas has certainly not helped entities and businesses alike, who have certainly tried to find different ways of coping with what is happening down there. A lot of them actually closing. If you'll allow me to actually run through a few of them. For example, Delta Airlines has suspended all of its operations until at least the end of October, saying that they're still monitoring the situation. A lot of these entities are going to exactly say the same thing, that they're monitoring the situation and will determine the future of operations there post around October, the end of October, at the very least, to give the first clear assessment. A number of cruise lines have also rerouted their sails this month. IHG, which obviously operates Intercontinental, has increased security in and around its hotels. Of course, there are still people in those hotels, so a lot more security, but still open. Chevron, the world's #2 oil producer there as well, has been instructed by Israel's Ministry of Oil then to shut down the Tamar natural gas field off the country's northern coast there. You've got JP Morgan Chase, Morgan Stanley, as well as Goldman Sachs also being asked by more than 200 employees, or asking its more than 200 employees to actually stay at home. Work from home, rather. Bank of America's Tel Aviv office, that will remain closed. FedEx, UPS, all of them not delivering. NVIDIA even had planned an AI summit in Tel Aviv next week. That has now been cancelled. So H&M, Zara, closing their stores temporarily. It really is wide-ranging here as entities try to deal with the fallout from Israel and Hamas's war.
Major impact, and that ripple effect just being felt all over. All right, Arabila, thank you.
Still to come, a new Barbie movie is coming to Netflix.
And your favorite sitcom may be getting a reboot.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
So we all know Barbie has been a box office blockbuster, and amid all the buzz, a new doll-inspired film is coming to Netflix. Both Shondaland and Netflix have acquired worldwide rights to the documentary Black Barbie. The film tells the story of how 3 black women advocated for the creation of the first ever black Barbie doll created by Mattel. The film is directed by LaGaria Davis and executive produced by Shonda Rhimes. We noted this day, Barbie has gone such a long way of being all-inclusive for so many people, and now just to know the backstory and the history of this, that's so important.
Yeah, I mean, the popularity is obviously peaking right now because of the movie, so when that pops up on Netflix on my account, I'm definitely going to watch it. I'm just so fascinated by the evolution of the doll and what it means to people all over. R&B singer Mary J. Blige has partnered with PepsiCo to offer a college scholarship to a lucky student attending Hampton University. The Strength of a Woman scholarship will award $30,000, and eligible students must identify as female. They got to be a current college sophomore, as well as be pursuing a degree in business, marketing arts, finance, or creative design. The deadline to apply for this is October 16th. Cool to see Mary J. out there doing that for the kids.
You've got to get on that. That's 5 days away. But if you fit the bill, and that's for you, good luck. All right, if you're a fan of the popular 90s sitcom Seinfeld, you may be in for a surprise, and a big one. While doing a Q&A, co-creator and star Jerry Seinfeld hinted at a possible redo of the cliffhanger finale, stating, quote, "I have a little secret. Something's going to happen that has to do with the ending. It hasn't happened yet." That finale aired on NBC 25 years ago, and Philip and I were just talking about how it ended. And for something that was so popular and so many people watched that finale, it probably got criticized for being one of the worst finales ever.
I mean, it's not The Sopranos, it's not Game of Thrones, I'll tell you that right now, but I didn't mind it at the time. I remember it was just they went to jail for being just generally bad people, if I remember correctly. All right, still to come here in early today, there's a hot new pickle product hitting store shelves. What
you need to know about the last spicy collab right after this.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
We're coming this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show. We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn. Okay, well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving. Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now in this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
We're coming this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show. We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn. Okay, well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving. Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies. Yes. That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Here's what you need to know early today. The NHL is barring sticks and warm-up jerseys that teams used for Pride Nights last year won't be making a return.
Vlasic is heating up store shelves, collaborating with Frank's Red Hot for a spicy line of pickles. The new product will be available in stores and online later this month.
About 50 swans that stemmed from a gift from Queen Elizabeth got their annual physicals in Florida. Officials there have been weighing and checking on them for over 40 years.
Right up next, Beyonce's backup dancers breaking the mold.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get a hint.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names. Only on Today.
Worth coming this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show. We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn.
Oh.
Okay. Well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving. Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Beyonce just wrapped up her Renaissance World Tour. Today, contributor Donna Farzan caught up with 2 of her backup dancers about how they're making a difference.
They're among the most famous twins in the world. Laurent and Larry Bourgeois, better known as Les Twins, have undeniably got the moves. Most recently, dancing alongside Beyonce on her Renaissance World Tour. I caught up with the identical twins at the Gramercy Theater in New York City.
You two just finished the Renaissance Tour. How are you feeling?
I miss her. Yeah, already. I call her Monster, Beyonce. But
why?
It's because she's a monster. She do one thing and it works.
For 56 shows in 39 cities, on stage, they were Beyonce's left and right.
He's the left arm and the right arm. That's it. It's just how it is. No, the right is the left one. No, the right one, Larry. I always do right. You forget Break My Soul? Break My Soul. I'm on the right side.
And as I witnessed, the backup dancers still bicker like brothers. The dancing duo grew up in Paris. The youngest of 9, they took an early interest in dance. And even with no formal training, they found major success. And in time, their relationship with Beyonce has blossomed and even consider the Carters family.
Laurent, you posted a photo of the two of you with Beyonce and Blue Ivy, and you said the only people I trust in life.
Yes.
Why?
There's nobody I can trust more than Jay-Z, Beyonce, and Blue Ivy in my life, like the whole family.
Now the twins are harnessing the power of dance into helping students across the country. Partnering with several organizations, they're embarking on the Rise for Mental Health tour. 42% of students report feeling so depressed it's difficult to function. It's a statistic Les Twins are hoping to change by drawing from their own experiences.
He did go through things I would never go through. I did go through things that he probably still don't know. Not like it's easy to talk about. It's just that sometimes you would tell me something and I'm like, I can't believe you did that. I can't believe you didn't tell me this. I can't believe you did go through this and I didn't know where I was.
On the tour, sessions begin with a classroom portion, then a dance workshop led by the twins.
How do you help these kids with mental health through movement?
When we speak to those kids, we let them share issues that they have personally that they never said to anybody, to our ear, and we don't share this to the room. And we let them express their feelings through bodies, wherever the body goes.
They're feeling. Music, conversation, and dance can universally heal.
Our thanks to Donna Farazan for that report. Double impressed.
That's right. Thanks for waking up with us here on this Wednesday. We'll see you tomorrow.
Developing right now on Morning News Now, Israel striking back this morning. More explosions in Gaza as Israeli Defense Forces launch an aggressive counterattack against Hamas. As you can see there, rocket fire forcing our NBC News crew to run for cover. Thankfully, they are safe, but so many others were not. Overnight, the death toll rising again to more than 2,000 people, including at least 14 Americans, with several others still missing.
We are in hell right now. That's where we are.
It's either they're dead or we're kidnapped.
Now, frustration and fear as families plead for help in finding their loved ones. All this as President Biden shares his support in a call with Israel's prime minister.
This is an act of sheer evil. So in this moment, we must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel.
Now, the first shipments of U.S. weapons are arriving in Israel, and today, Secretary of State Antony Blinken set to visit Israel in a show of U.S. support.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Let's get right to our team coverage on the Israel-Hamas war.
We have a crew covering it all from the Middle East to Washington. Let's begin with foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez, who joins us from southern Israel. Raf, tell us where you are right now, what you're seeing.
Well, Joe, good morning. We are 5 days into this war, and Israel is in a sense of stunned national unity after this horrific attack that's killed more than 1,000 people. And Israelis are looking for moments of hope, moments of inspiration, and they're drawing it partly from stories like what happened in the house behind me. This is the home of Rachel and David. They are grandparents in their 60s. On Saturday morning, 5 Hamas gunmen burst into this house. They held this elderly couple hostage for 20 hours. But Rachel, this grandmother, fed the gunmen. She sang to them. She bandaged one of their wounds. And the whole time she was secretly signaling to her son, who is a police officer, how many of the terrorists were inside. She basically bought time. And if my camera operator, Dave Copeland, is able to zoom in, she bought time for Israeli police commandos to storm in through that window. They were able to kill the 5 gunmen inside of the house. This elderly couple were unharmed, and it is one of the very, very rare moments of good news that Israelis are trying to draw strength from this morning. Guys.
Oh, wow. What an account there, Raf. We know it's been another night of relentless aerial bombing on Gaza. We understand Gaza's only power station could run out of fuel today. This is after gas, food, water are being cut off to Gaza. Tell us about that and how the full-on siege is impacting Palestinian civilians right now.
Yeah, Savannah, it really appears that things are reaching a complete breaking point inside of Gaza. Israel's defense minister imposed a state of siege. As you said, no food, no fuel, no electricity getting into the Strip. That meant people in Gaza had what they had to get by on, but those supplies are running out. And crucially, the diesel fuel that powers the electricity station, according to Palestinian officials, is now about to run out. If that happens, we truly could see the entire Gaza Strip plunged into darkness. The 2 million Palestinian civilians there without electricity. You can just imagine the implications of that. Off the top of my head, dialysis machines, other medical equipment turning off. Potentially, you have people dying in hospitals in their beds because there is no electricity. We spoke to a young mother inside Gaza last night. Today is her daughter Sophia's 2nd birthday, and Jumana, this mother, told us she feels deeply guilty that her daughter, turning 2 today, is growing up in a world with this much violence. She has moved her family twice so far, trying to get out of neighborhoods where Israel is striking, but she really, really does not know how she's going to keep her daughter safe. Yes.
And Raf, on top of everything that's happening in Gaza, in southern Israel, we understand there have been new clashes on Israel's northern border with Lebanon. What's the latest there?
Yeah, that's right. So the Hezbollah militant group, which is aligned with Hamas, backed by Iran, says that it fired a missile at an Israeli position earlier in response to Israeli strikes into Lebanon. That is really raising concerns that what is already a full-scale war in the south could spread to another front in the north. Israel says it has been striking back with fighter aircraft and artillery. People keeping a very, very close eye on the developing situation in the north. Guys.
All right, Raf, continue to stay safe. Thank you for your reporting.
Thank you, Raf. Well, Israeli troops are now fighting on the ground, trying to secure towns near the border like this one. It's only 3 miles from the Gaza Strip, as you can see on your screen here, and it was the site of a horrific massacre. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel takes us inside as troops try to clear the village of Hamas fighters, and we should warn you, many of these images are disturbing.
Israeli troops are still trying to secure the country 4 days after the worst terror attack in Israel's history, and moved into the village of Kfar Aza on the border with Gaza. Hamas massacred dozens of Israeli civilians here. The area is not yet secure. This is the first time journalists have been allowed in.
Israeli troops are still clearing this kibbutz. They fear that there might still be Hamas fighters hidden in some of these buildings.
It's a slow and dangerous mission as the soldiers go through every room, double and triple checking. All the residents are gone, either evacuated, killed, or kidnapped. There are still bodies everywhere. The Israelis in body bags. Hamas gunmen were left rotting where they fell, next to the flags they brought to declare victory.
And these were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in. It was like each one suffered a home invasion and kidnapping.
As the troops kept searching, they discovered the remains of an elderly woman. They wrapped her in a plastic tarp, adding one more to the death toll. Sergeant Dov Shisheportish is a civil engineer, now on an open-ended combat mission.
What is it like for you to see this?
It's horrible. Actually, I live 10 minutes from here. By mistake, I didn't do the weekend here.
What do you think needs to happen now?
We need to, I don't know, to change this reality. We live like this for years.
Kfar Aza is only one Israeli community where Hamas went on a killing spree. We saw new images from the nearby village of Be'eri, where more than 100 men, women, and children were executed. Hamas says it trained for over a year for all of this and released new footage, which the group edited and blurred, of the militants streaming through holes in the border fence and flying over it. And Hamas isn't finished yet. The militants launched hundreds of rockets into Israel. We took cover in a shelter. This is happening in Israel every single day. Israel's Iron Dome defense system intercepted nearly all of the rockets. But a few did get through. Israel has declared war on Hamas, and these may only be the first days of it.
Israel has put out a readout of the call between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Biden. And according to the readout, the Israeli Prime Minister told President Biden that Hamas is worse than ISIS, that they have beheaded Israeli soldiers and executed dozens of children. These are claims we have not independently been able to verify, but it is the messaging that the Israeli Prime Minister is delivering to President Biden. He also said that what is required now is, quote, a prolonged campaign, which he said Israel will win.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much.
Many families are still anxiously waiting to hear from loved ones who remain missing. 21-year-old Adi Mizell was at a music festival where Hamas killed at least 260 people and took several others hostage. Adi's mother, Ahuva Mizell, joins us now. I know this has been just an incredibly difficult time for you and your family. Tell us how you've been managing. I understand you just recently got an update on a close friend of your daughter's.
Her best friend that went with her to this festival, her name is Libby, and last night her mother noted that she recognized her body, and today we're going to her funeral. And also it means that Adi is probably, I'm going to be informed in a few hours, the same message, because they were together all the time.
I know this just must be the worst imaginable pain and the worst few days of your life. If you don't mind just telling us a little bit about the last time you spoke to Adi. I know it was as this was unfolding from this music festival. She called you. Tell us about that phone call.
It's true. She called me the last time, Saturday, 7:40. And she said there's a lot of mess and a lot of shooting and screaming, and that she's in the car with her friend. She was driving. And today I received a phone call from a girl that rescued these last hours. And she called me and she said that my daughter drove 5 people with her, and she was so cool and in control. And they left them when they saw the other friends, and my daughter kept on with the car. And since then, I don't know what happened to her. I'm really having a hard time to express myself and our feelings, because there are no words that can describe this situation, these actions that are being taken by Hamas. And I want to remind a few things to my people, to the Israeli people, please, if I may, and to my girl, Adi, if she is still alive. I want to remind you that Israel is a very, very strong people, and I don't mean military. Okay, this is not mine. I'm not a politician, and it's not my to deal with. I just wanted to remind everybody the resilience of our people, okay? Because many people and many times along history, they tried to wipe us down, and they couldn't, because whenever we reunite, whenever we are united, nothing can break our resilience. So yes, it took us a few days. It's true, you took us by surprise. But once we understand where we are, and from day to day, we can see that the worst nightmare of our worst imagination is becoming reality right now. And I think that the whole world should see and to understand that we are dealing with people that have no respect to and they don't worship life itself. They don't respect others' life. They believe they can take other lives and gain their own goals and their own needs. And this must be stopped. I want to say that from day to day, it reminds more and more the Holocaust. We receive pictures of glasses, and it reminds us really Holocaust pictures. So I think every mother in the world now should be afraid, should be shocked, should be alert.
Ahuva, we are holding out hope that your daughter, Adi, can hear this message right now. And I know mothers all across the world feel what you're saying and feel your pain right now. If Adi can hear you, what's the message you want to relay right now?
Adi, I want to say again, ילדה יפה שלי, if you're alive, please hold on. And remember that everyone, the whole world is behind you now. The whole world behind you and behind all the young people, old people, babies, sick people that are being captive, been abducted, and or dead. If you are dead, you're dead. Your death will have meaning. You will see. I'm going to take care of this, that your death is not going to be in vain, okay? This is really, really a tipping point that I think everybody should wake up, okay? If we don't protect our kids, if we can't protect our own kids in our own country, I think something is really, really wrong here. And today it's me, and tomorrow it's going to be a mother, and it was, you know, in the US, in Britain, in France, in Europe, everywhere, okay? Today it's me, but my Adi is everybody's daughter now. Every children, every baby that is now with Hamas in Gaza, they are everybody's children and everybody's uncle and everybody's grandma and mom and father and a brother and a sister.
And
this is what I want to tell you. And if my daughter is dead, I'm going to make sure with everybody that her death and the others, there are 1,200 victims, murdered people that died for nothing. They were innocent people. They were harmless. They could not defend themselves. And this is a human crime. And we must stop here and look and think over what are we doing with this. This cannot go on. We cannot let this happen in 2023.
Ahuva, we appreciate you taking the time this morning. We know this is very painful for you. Please, we are thinking of your family. Keep us updated on everything you learn, all right?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, in the wake of the fighting, President Biden is vowing American support for Israel and blasting the carnage unleashed by Hamas.
This is an act of sheer evil. More than 1,000 civilians slaughtered, not just killed, slaughtered in Israel. Among them, at least 14 American citizens killed. This is terrorism. But sadly, for the Jewish people, it's not new. There's no justification for terrorism. There's no excuse.
For more, we are joined by NBC News White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Hey, Gabe, so I want to start with one of the things that President Biden touched on, the Americans being held in Gaza, confirming that some of those hostages are Americans, and then also committing some resources to try to help with the recovery. What is the administration saying at this point about plans to get them out?
That's right, Savannah and Joe. Good morning. Yes, as you said, American hostages confirmed for the first time, although it's unclear exactly how many. Later on in the day, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said that it's believed more than 20 Americans are missing at this point, although it is unclear how many of those were taken hostage by Hamas. I want to play some more of what the president had to say yesterday here at the White House in some very emotional remarks. Take a listen.
We now know that American citizens are among those being held by Hamas. I've directed my team to share intelligence and deploy additional experts from across the United States government to consult with and advise Israeli counterparts on hostage recovery efforts. Because as president, I have no higher priority than the safety of Americans being held hostage around the world.
And later today, the president is now expected to stop by a roundtable at the White House of Jewish community leaders and deliver more remarks reiterating the U.S.'s support for Israel. Savannah.
Meanwhile, Gabe, Secretary of State Antony Blinken traveling to Israel later today. What should we know about that visit?
That's right. That visit was just announced yesterday. The Secretary of State is planning to head to the region later today and meet with top Israeli officials. Now, as you said, Joe and Savannah, the administration is sending more resources to Israel. And overnight, the first weaponry arrived in the country. And this all comes after the U.S. already sent that carrier strike group, which was on the way to the eastern Mediterranean, not just as a show of power, but also a potential deterrence to try and prevent this conflict from escalating across the wider Middle East. Joe and Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you very much.
Let's continue our conversation with Youssef Munir. He is the head of the Palestine-Israel program at the Arab Center in Washington. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I do want to talk about what we're seeing in Gaza right now. The Palestinian enclave has been relentlessly bombed from the skies. There's this full-on siege happening right now, and it's looking likely that Israel will launch a ground assault. As we reported, this is a densely populated area, typically with a population of some 2 million people. What are you going to be keeping an eye on now in the coming hours and coming days?
Well, I think first, one of the things that's important to point out is the Gaza Strip, of course, is a tiny space, not much bigger than Washington, D.C., with about 2 million people living in it who have been under siege for a decade and a half and under, of course, military occupation for much, much longer than that. Half the population there is children, and the living conditions the United Nations has called unlivable for a long period of time now. And it is in this space that bombs are raining down left and right. Electricity has been cut off by Israel. Fuel for backup generators has been cut off by Israel. 1,000 Palestinians have already been killed. 5,000 are wounded in hospitals that are overwhelmed and are not going to be able to function. I am gravely concerned that what we are watching unfold now in Gaza will amount to a genocide that will make many of the horrific scenes that we've seen in the last several days pale in comparison to the death we are about to watch take place in the Gaza Strip. And I am very concerned that the U.S. government is sending a signal to Israel that it can do whatever it wants, regardless to concern for civilians on the ground in Gaza. And it should be mentioned here that, and I know you are doing a very difficult job in trying to report this story. But you and many other networks don't have people in Gaza right now. And with electricity being cut off, it's harder and harder for people to report the reality out from Gaza. We are talking about a black box where the world does not see what is taking place on the ground day in and day out. These are conditions in which mass atrocities can take place. And I think the rush to send this signal of unwavering support to Israel, even as all of these people are being killed by this bombardment, is extremely dangerous.
Let's talk a little bit, though, about how we got here, both in the sense that this is, of course, this long-standing conflict spanned decades, very complicated, but then also that something that has never happened before within the borders of Israel unfolded over the weekend. Walk us through some of that to understand getting to this point today and what you're discussing, this humanitarian crisis unfolding in Gaza that is also a result of that.
I mean, this is first and foremost the lack of a political solution to the Palestinian struggle for freedom, which has been going on for decades. This did not start this past week, of course. Israel has been at war against the Palestinian people since the ethnic cleansing of Palestine in 1948. Unfortunately, we have seen so many rounds of this in Gaza. In particular. And each time the Israeli military launches an operation, does just tremendous damage, killing many people, most of them civilians. Each time they say that they're going to degrade the capabilities of Palestinian fighters in Gaza, and each time this happens. And there have been 16 Israeli military operations in Gaza in the last 20 years. Each time this happens, the fighters come back with not just greater capabilities and resilience, but also Palestinians are increasingly supportive of fighting back. And so this whole policy is bankrupt. And it has led us to the situation which we are in today. There is no military solution to this. And, there are mothers in Gaza and elsewhere in Palestine who've been crying over their butchered children for years. And we have refused to hear their cries. We have refused to address their grievances. And that has brought us to the moment that we are at today. And if this moment is going to be any different, if we genuinely care about the people on the ground on all sides of this, there needs to be a commitment to actually resolve the political issue here. Or else we are condemning everybody involved to just repeated rounds of this. We are condemning more and more mothers to crying over their dead children. And I think we owe them more than that. We have a responsibility to do much more than that.
Youssef Menayer, thank you for your time this morning. We appreciate you joining us.
Well, as the war in Israel intensifies, law enforcement agencies across the country are shifting focus to security here at home in the U.S., with cities throughout the country now on high alert for potential anti-Semitic attacks. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now from Temple Emmanuel with more. Stephanie, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. There's a member of the NYPD's counterterrorism unit who's walking the perimeter of this synagogue. And it's not just here in New York City. As you mentioned, police departments nationwide are on high alert for possible violence here in this country. The mayor also here in New York City calling on places of worship to consider hiring their own security.
With the war raging in the Middle East, this morning the mayor of New York has the city on notice.
We have to be high alert. We cannot let our guards down.
With the threat of violence and possible lone wolf attacks, the NYPD has increased patrols and added shifts to secure Jewish places of worship.
New York stands with Israel.
At a pro-Israel rally Tuesday with speakers including New York Governor Kathy Hochul, the NYPD was taking no chances.
This is one of the largest pro-Israel rallies since the Hamas attacks. There are thousands of people here, but before they even showed up, police were here doing security sweeps.
The increased security measures spread across the country.
The Department of Homeland Security and the Federal Bureau of Investigation are working closely with state and local law enforcement and Jewish community partners.
The president adding there is no place in the United States for hate against anybody, Jews or Muslims. Pittsburgh, where a mass shooter killed 11 people at a synagogue in 2018, has also added patrols and beefed up its intelligence gathering, while Jewish leaders are calling on people to be vigilant.
Historically, it is known that anti-Israel violence
equates to a huge increase in anti-Semitic actions in other areas.
Competing rallies can be flashpoints for confrontation, which is also playing out as a war of words on college campuses. Students at multiple universities across the country are being criticized for organizing protests against Israel in the wake of the attacks. At Harvard, a coalition of 34 student organizations released a letter Saturday that said they hold the Israeli regime entirely responsible for the unfolding violence. Under pressure for not responding, the university's president issued a statement Tuesday condemning Hamas and saying no student group speaks for Harvard.
New York City's mayor is calling on the public to help as well. In his words, this is not a time to be on your phone. Look up and pay attention to your surroundings. Savannah?
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you very much. Well, stay with us for continuing coverage on the Israel-Hamas war throughout the hour.
Yeah, we're also following other major news this morning, including new developments in the fraud trial of former crypto CEO Sam Bankman-Fried as his ex-girlfriend turned key witness takes the stand. Her testimony in just a few minutes.
First, though, after the break, a House divided. We'll take you to Capitol Hill, where Republicans are set to vote on their new House Speaker. You are watching Morning News Now.
Welcome back. Today on Capitol Hill, House Republicans will come together to vote privately on a new Speaker of the House. The vote's scheduled to begin this morning at 10 a.m. Eastern.
The two candidates so far for the job, that's House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan, made their cases yesterday to fellow Republicans during a candidate forum. It's unclear if either, though, has enough support to get the 218 votes needed to be elected House Speaker.
NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now with more on what we can expect today. Julie, good morning. So give us the breakdown on how today's vote could go. Are we going to be in for another long, dragged-out process to elect a new speaker like we saw at the beginning of the year?
Well, lawmakers are trying to avoid that. That's because when they get into the room at 10 a.m., they're going to try to pass first a resolution, a rules change, a House rules change to basically make sure that the person who wins behind closed doors has the overwhelming votes to win on the floor. Right now, there's only a simple majority needed out of House Republicans to get out of that closed door vote, a secret ballot vote behind the scenes, and get onto the floor for that 217 number. Well, now you have a group of lawmakers led by Chip Roy, the congressman from Texas, who are trying to make this rules change to avoid those 15 rounds of voting we saw back in January before Kevin McCarthy was able to get the gavel. Here's what Steve Scalise had to say yesterday, though, pitching himself as a candidate to all of his colleagues.
I've worked for a long time building coalitions and unifying our conference to get things done, advance our conservative principles, and We need that more than ever right now, and a speaker. We need to do this. Day one, we need to get this done.
Of course, Scalise is running against Jordan. Those are the two frontrunners here. But to your point, it's really not clear if any of them have the vote. If this rules change passes, that, of course, changes the dynamic for the day. It'll probably move faster than we expected it to. But right now, colleagues are really divided among these two men. And it's not clear we're going to have a speaker anytime soon.
And we are hearing from Kevin McCarthy here, of course, the person who was voted out of this very role. What have we heard?
Well, he's been approaching this very interestingly. You know, over the weekend when the attacks happened against Israel, he was very out in front on it. He was loud. He was still acting as speaker. Then Monday night, he sort of floated that maybe he's interested in running again. We heard from some of his colleagues. They potentially wanted to renominate him. Yesterday, he said, don't do it. I don't want to run for speaker, and that he'll throw his support behind one of the two men that his conference chooses. But again, this just adds to how complicated the situation is. You really have a number of Republicans in the House who only want to elect McCarthy again. They still believe that his ouster, the 8 Republicans who ousted him, was wrong. They think McCarthy should be reinstated. McCarthy not coming out and supporting one of these candidates openly and publicly, either Scalise, who's a member of his leadership team, or Jordan, who is the chair of the Judiciary Committee that he's worked with over the last couple of years and secured a closer bond with, sort of this flame-throwing Republican who has stood in the face of speakers in the past. This is going to be really hard for his colleagues, many of them who support him, to coalesce around one of them if he's not being public with his support here and still maybe leaving the door open to be speaker himself.
All right, Julie, thank you so much.
All right, grab your umbrellas. We are expecting some rainy weather for parts of the country.
Meteorologist Angie Lassman's here with the latest forecast. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Good advice there. The umbrellas are going to be needed across parts of the south. You can already see quite a soggy morning from really southern Texas all the way into the panhandle of Florida. We've got more moisture that's going to work through in that same region through the day today. And here's why. We've got a system that's working out of the Gulf of Mexico, and we've just got a whole lot of tropical moisture to tap into. So that is going to work its way across parts of the southeast. We're going to be left with some heavy rain, potential flood concerns in some of those spots that maybe already have really saturated ground. So a heads up about that. As we look into tomorrow, the storm kind of accelerates off into the western Atlantic, but we'll be left over with some of these showers that kind of linger over the state of Florida. So you'll have more on the way for tomorrow for folks in that region. Here's the total amounts that you can expect through Thursday. 1 to 3 inches is a good bet of just about where we'll end up by the time we end Thursday. Now to the west coast, where we have our next system that's going to work across the country. And this is eventually going to get to the East Coast by the time the weekend rolls around and bring us some really unsettled weather. So here's where it starts. This system is going to bring some rain to parts of the northwest through the day today, and then some snow and some potentially strong to severe storms across parts of the plains. We'll see the snow across the Rockies, most likely those higher elevations, but even still the heavy rain and the potential for some strong storms tomorrow will be in the plains before it moves its way even further east. We're talking parts of the Great Lakes, the Midwest. We'll see that rain as we get into Friday, and by Saturday, guys, unfortunately, another soggy Saturday.
Just in time for the weekend.
Right. The Northeast.
All right, thanks, Angie.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Some more international headlines now, starting in Afghanistan, struck by its second earthquake in less than a week.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. A new 6.3 magnitude earthquake struck Afghanistan literally days after a similar quake killed more than 1,000 people there. Now, the new earthquake struck in the early hours of this morning in the same area where the other tremors were felt in the past few days, near the city of Herat. According to health officials, more than 100 people were injured and sent to hospital. In the past few days, aid agencies said there was a shortage of blankets, food, and supplies, and the new earthquake is likely to worsen this humanitarian crisis. Now let's go to Finland, where Prime Minister Petteri Orpo said the extensive damage to an undersea gas pipeline and communication cable connecting Finland to Estonia could not have occurred by accident. On Tuesday, the pipeline and cable had to be shut down following an unusual drop in pressure. The Finnish president said the damage is likely to result of external activity. Local media claim Russian sabotage is suspected, but authorities said it's important not to jump to conclusions. And let's end this short tour of the world in the Amazon forest, where 24 ancient earthworks have been detected. Experts say they are remnants of settlements of indigenous people who lived in the area around 500 to 1,500 years ago. They have been hidden in the deep and dense forest for centuries. To find them, scientists analyzed 3D digital scans of the terrain and say 10,000 such constructs may still be waiting to be discovered.
Wow.
Joe, Savannah.
Very interesting. Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up, continuing coverage on the Israel-Hamas war after the break, a new threat, why some fear the fighting could soon spread to neighboring countries.
And the rush to help. We'll check in with a group of doctors on the front lines in Israel. This is Morning News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it is
Back now with the latest on the Israel-Hamas war. Later today, Secretary of State Antony Blinken will head to Israel. His visit comes after President Biden slammed the carnage that was unleashed in the Hamas terror attack. The White House announcing just moments ago that Mr. Biden will make remarks on the war this afternoon around 4 o'clock. This as the death toll has grown to a staggering number. Now more than 2,000 people have lost their lives in the war, including at least 14 Americans. During a speech Tuesday, President Biden reaffirmed America's support for Israel, noting that the U.S. is sending more military assistance to the embattled country. President Biden also confirmed Tuesday that Americans are being held hostage by Hamas. It's not clear exactly how many were taken captive, but the White House says at least 20 Americans are missing. The ongoing fight between Israel and Hamas could be spreading beyond their borders. Militant groups in Lebanon have launched missiles toward northern Israel, threatening a war on two fronts. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley explains how neighboring nations are responding.
This is a cry for vengeance. Here in southern Lebanon, the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah is burying 2 men among the 3 who died fighting Israel. There are fears here that Hezbollah will launch a full-scale war with Israel, opening a second front in the fighting and internationalizing an already horrific war. The cross-border violence here escalated dramatically over the weekend. A day after Hamas's brazen attack on Israel, Hezbollah fired missiles on disputed territory along Israel's northern border, calling it solidarity with Hamas. Israel fired back with airstrikes and artillery. 6 fighters were killed, including a senior Israeli general. The tit-for-tat combat sparked fires in the hills along the border and rage in southern Lebanon.
The anger here is palpable, but is it enough to push Hezbollah into the war and the region into an even deeper crisis?
Whether that happens may be up to yet a third nation, Iran. Like Hamas, Iran is Hezbollah's patron state. But leaders here in southern Lebanon tell us the decision to enter the war will be entirely up to Hezbollah's revered leader, Hassan Nasrallah. I asked this local imam if Nasrallah was waiting for the go-ahead from Tehran. He said not at all. Nasrallah doesn't wait for a signal from anyone. But when I asked if the Lebanese people feared a war, he said no, telling me Lebanon has hundreds, even thousands of martyrs prepared to sacrifice themselves against Israel. That's why on the other side of the border in Israel, there's anxiety. This isn't the best feeling in the world, said this Israeli. We've experienced rockets here. We've been through a lot, but this time we feel there will be chaos. Many still remember the last time Israel and Hezbollah waged a full-scale war in 2006. That month of fighting killed nearly 1,500 Lebanese people, most of them civilians. And it destroyed huge swaths of southern Lebanon. But for now, the fighting here is still mostly contained, even as Israel rushes more troops toward Lebanon's border. As I speak to you now, there are no incidents at the northern border, but we're ready, in high readiness, said this IDF spokesman. If Hezbollah does throw itself into war, it'll bring to bear weapons and training that could dwarf even Hamas's capabilities and heap even more bloodshed on a region that's already bleeding.
All right, thanks to Matt Bradley for that report. According to current and former U.S. officials, American warships and fighter jets deployed near Israel this week are meant to send a message to both Iran and Hezbollah to stand down.
Well, as we've discussed, thousands have been injured in both Israel and Gaza since the fighting began on Saturday, and the number of injuries is expected to continue to rise. It is a dire situation, and doctors from across the region have been rushing to the front lines to help. Let's bring in Dr. Shlomo Gensler for more on the ground. He is an emergency field doctor for United Hatzalah, working as a volunteer. He's also an ICU doctor and anesthesia department head. Dr. Gensler, good morning. It is good to speak with you again. I spoke with you just a couple days ago where you outlined for us what you saw on the ground at that music festival that we've talked so much about, and you rushed to help really while the fighting was still going on around. Walk us through what you have been seeing and just the magnitude of injuries and of injured people that you've seen.
Okay, thank you, Savannah and Joe. So basically, I've been, as we said in the last interview, I've seen a lot of the injured at the front lines, and I've also gotten to experience now in the ICU. Many of the injured have come to our hospital, which is a large university hospital with a lot of capabilities to help individuals. So I can tell you on the other side, after watching the carnage and brutality on the front lines, I've gotten to see the subsequent treatment here in the hospital. And I can give you like a few examples of things that I saw. There was one 75-year-old male who was from the village of Magen. He's a 75-year-old male who lost his leg. It was in CPR at that time, and they managed to, after complex surgery, able to resuscitate him and thank God save his life. Another, just as I'm part of the anesthesia department here at Hadassah University Hospital. So last night I was in a case where there was one of the soldiers, she donated her kidney, and at like post-mortem, she donated her kidney to any individual, giving it to any individual to help save lives. And as I was leaving, and something that was very, very, touching to see, as I was leaving the OR, I saw one of the soldiers who was not going to make it, donating all his organs as the wish of the family in order to save more lives. So to see the contrast between what I saw down there, the brutality and the lack of caring for life, to see that even in the face of all this brutality, people still want to help to continue to save lives. And even when it's even at the most difficult situations. And even as I left the OR, I encountered the friends of this soldier who were all sitting there crying. And I couldn't help but break down with them and hug them and share in their grief as they see their best friend passing on.
And doctor, I want to ask you more about that. You are a doctor. You are used to dealing with trauma, but what you've seen in the last few days is unlike anything we have ever seen before. How are you able to do your job to help people, but deal with these just incredible emotions?
So I will be honest, it's very, very difficult. It's not easy, but we have a very good team around me of both Arabs and Jews working together side by side, which gives me tremendous, tremendous hope to see that we're able to work together, Jews and Arabs, and be able to save lives together, irrespective of what race or nationality. It's just very heartwarming. So as much as I see the tremendous pain and the tremendous suffering, I'm able to see how we're able to unify, even as two different types of people, two different races, able to come together and really try to help save lives. And that part gives me hope for the future. I know we have some very difficult days ahead of things that we're going to encounter, and I'm definitely ready, and we're trying to get emotionally ready for it. But I'm hopeful that through the hope that we have here in medicine, where we're able to treat people and no matter what, and help save lives and be together in some unified sense of different types of people, I think that gives me tremendous hope, and I'm hoping for, the best outcome possible.
Do you have the resources you need right now? What do you need most when you're seeing these things in these hospitals?
It's extremely heartwarming. I've had lots of people reach out from all over the globe, particularly from the United States as well, of people wanting to send, and I know of many emergency charter flights filled with emergency medical equipment. And I can give you like the numerous companies like Stat Packs from the United States, who's a generous donation, and which is emergency medical bags to help, and people trying to donate ventilators and donate things to help for airway management. And it's just such an outpouring. So there's definitely, I could tell in the emergency medical organization that I work in, that I was down at the front lines with, they were short. They literally used up an entire year's worth of equipment in those few short days. And there's been a huge outpouring of people sending things, and it's definitely very appreciated and very heartwarming.
Dr. Shlomo Gensler, thank you for continuing to join us here on NBC News Now, and we will continue to check in with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Joe and Savannah.
Coming up on the witness stand.
When we come back, emotional testimony from the star witness in the fraud trial of former crypto CEO Sam Bankman-Fried, what his former girlfriend had to say. This is Morning News Now.
Welcome back. The trial against FTX co-founder Sam Bankman-Fried is underway in New York, with the prosecution's star witness testifying against the former crypto king.
Yeah, that's Caroline Ellison, the former hedge fund executive who also dated Bankman-Fried. She took the stand yesterday to shed light on how he allegedly stole billions from FTX customers and investors. Ellison served as the head of Alameda. That's the hedge fund created by Bankman-Fried. According to her testimony, the crypto boss directed her to move funds from FTX accounts to repay the companies that lent money to Alameda Research.
NBC News legal analyst Angela Senadella joined us now with more. So what were the biggest takeaways from Ellison's testimony?
Well, first of all, that he directed her, and that's really the crux of the entire trial. So she, in a lot of regards, is somewhat of a pawn, even though she pled guilty. She was the CEO, but she was only paid $200,000 a year. So this entire trial is not about whether or not this fraud happened. It's really about whether or not he was the mastermind. And it's different from other criminal trials where you walk in innocent until proven guilty. Here, he walked in knowing that fraud happened, and being the top dog, it's a question of, did he really not know? The assumption is, frankly, that he did.
Right. So both Caroline Ellison, who we're talking about here, as well as FTX co-founder Gary Wang, they testified in this trial as part of a cooperation deal with prosecutors. How does that influence things here?
So it can go either way. And here, that's why the cross-examination that's going to happen today will be pivotal. So either these cooperating witnesses will show to be very honest because they were willing to plead guilty earlier and they were willing to just come forth and tell the truth. But it can also go the other way because, as you mentioned, they did date. So I expect in cross there's going to be a lot of questions of, are you the scorned ex? Do you have any vendetta? If there were any lies in Caroline Ellison's past regarding trying to get revenge or anything just that an ex-girlfriend might possibly do, that's going to come up.
So the defense is facing some scrutiny from the judge here, who's warned about repeated questions, sustaining objections from the prosecution. Should we read anything into that? What does that tell us?
Well, we should read that the defense strategy is very weak. They don't have many options at this point, so they're trying everything they can. We have seen a bit of this advice from counsel strategy where they might claim it's just the lawyers who approved and okayed what Sam Bankman-Fried did, but he just doesn't have a lot of options. He's up against the wall.
All right, Angela Sendadella, thank you so much for helping us break it down. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, coming up inside the Iron Dome.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the key defense system that's being used to protect Israel against rocket attacks. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
We're coming this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn.
Oh.
Okay.
Second.
Well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
We are back now with more on how Congress is planning to help Israel bolster its defense systems.
On Tuesday, Congress introduced new legislation that includes a $2 billion bill to help expand the Iron Dome. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has more on the Iron Dome and its role in defending Israel against rocket attacks.
Up in the sky today, that's a rocket arcing over the southern Israeli city of Ashkelon. And see that explosion? That's the Iron Dome missile defense system in action, intercepting and eliminating the projectile. It might seem like not much more than a blip in the sky, but take a look at the view at night. Each of those explosions right here, a thwarted rocket attack. The Israeli company that developed the Iron Dome system says the system has destroyed thousands of unguided rockets fired from Gaza and Lebanon into Israel since 2011. But the Iron Dome isn't really a dome, though it's meant to create a force field effect. They're movable batteries. It's attached to missile launchers that look like this. And here's how it works. So first, its radar senses a rocket when it's getting close, anywhere from 2.5 to 43 miles away, according to Raytheon, a U.S. defense contractor that helps produce them. Then the Iron Dome's control center kicks into gear, quickly analyzes whether a rocket will hit populated areas. If it determines the rocket will hit a town or city, the system will tell a launcher to shoot off a missile that will intercept and destroy it midair. The fragments of metal and debris then fall to the ground. But if a rocket is headed for an unpopulated area, the Iron Dome will let it land in the desert or sea. Officials say the system is extremely effective. The Israeli Defense Forces reported that it intercepted more than 95% of rockets during an operation last May. Over the last few days, the Israeli military says 4,500 rockets were fired from Gaza, and the Iron Dome has intercepted many.
Now we're hearing it again. Now you'll start to see the Iron Dome system taking them off. Again, many rockets, many interceptions, not much damage.
But it doesn't catch every single one. The U.S. has given Israel nearly $2 billion for the Iron Dome since 2011. And that's in addition to the $3.3 billion annually that it sends to Israel for general security assistance. And today, President Biden pledging even more support.
We're surging additional military assistance, including ammunition and interceptors, to replenish Iron Dome. We're going to make sure that Israel does not run out of these critical assets.
Making sure Israel can continue to save lives up in the air. Molly Hunter, NBC News.
That'll do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us.
Top of the hour, and we are continuing our coverage of the Israel-Hamas war. NBC News is learning that we could soon see Israeli boots on the ground in Gaza as the IDF amasses troops at the border. For some context, within the past 24 hours alone, Israeli jets have struck 450 targets in that territory. It's all part of a sweeping counteroffensive that's been steadily ramping up since Saturday's surprise attack by the militant group Hamas. The death toll from the war also rising this morning. More than 2,000 people are now dead across the region. President Biden speaking yesterday, reiterating America's support for Israel after a private conversation with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
I just got off the phone with the third call with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and I told him the United States experience what Israel is experiencing, our response would be swift, decisive, and overwhelming.
We'll have much more on that phone call as President Biden confirms American lives have been lost and taken hostage by Hamas. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken is sent to the region largely reduced to rubble. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to begin our coverage this hour with NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel, who reports from southern Israel and a warning some of the images you are about to see are disturbing.
The death toll here continues to rise after the worst terrorist attacks in this country's history. According to Israeli officials, more than 1,200 Israelis were killed by Hamas gunmen, and this is only the first phase. Israeli officials are now vowing to invade the Gaza Strip. Israel is bombing the Gaza Strip relentlessly, targeting Hamas leaders, a university, and the port. Hitting the border crossing with Egypt, where Palestinians are trying desperately to get out. Power and water supplies have been cut. The people of Gaza have no choice who rules them and are already suffering. This man doing all he can to comfort his daughters. Don't be scared, he tells them. Don't be scared. Around 1,000 Palestinians have been killed so far, and this is just the opening phase. Israel is now preparing to send in tanks and troops. Israel's defense minister promising a war that will change Gaza forever. We started the offensive from the air. Later on, we will also come from the ground, he said, adding, it will only intensify. The United States, Israel's closest ally, is fully behind it on this one. The Pentagon has deployed warships to the eastern Mediterranean. U.S. officials tell NBC News they are actively trying to prevent this war from spreading across the Middle East by signaling to Hamas's allies, Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon, not to get involved and to sit this one out. Israel remains in a state of shock as the scale and brutality of Hamas's massacres last weekend are still being uncovered. Israeli troops entered the kibbutz of Kfar Aza to find families murdered in their homes.
It's something that I never saw in my life. It's something that we used to imagine as our grandfather and grandmother in the pogrom in Europe and other places.
Dozens of civilians were killed here as Hamas gunmen went house to house, killing men, women, and children, and kidnapping whoever could be carried back into Gaza.
Absolute pure hell that broke loose and destroyed everything that we know. One of the most beautiful places in the world, as far as I know, is completely destroyed.
Tensions are also increasing along Israel's northern border with Lebanon, and that is of particular concern to U.S. officials because if this does become a wider regional war, it will likely escalate there.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much.
Let's focus on the hostage situation now. Nightly news anchor Lester Holt has been speaking with the relatives of those who are believed to have been abducted by Hamas. And a warning, some viewers may find some of the scenes in this report distressing.
This morning, a looming threat by Hamas terrorists to kill a hostage and broadcast their executions every time an Israeli airstrike hits Gazans in their homes without warning.
That's your mom?
Nahar Netta's mother, 66-year-old nurse Adrian Netta, one of the missing, and presumed to have been abducted by Hamas.
My mom was born and raised in California.
Nahar's siblings were on the phone with her when they say terrorists barged into her home and they heard screaming. That was their last contact with her.
But notably, there were no shots heard.
There were no shots heard, yeah.
So you take some hope in that?
Of course, yeah. I'm quite confident that if those animals didn't kill her on the first go, that she survived and she's kept hostage in Gaza.
And he has a message for his mother.
We're waiting for you. We love you.
The victims of the weekend attack were overwhelmingly civilians, many taken in the streets from their homes and at an outdoor music festival. Din Tesler and his friend Bar Cooperstein, friends since the 7th grade, were at that music festival, working unarmed security when the attack happened early Saturday morning.
They meant to kill people.
Yeah, they're looking for people to kill.
The friends tried to get festival goers to safety. Bar, who is also a paramedic, stayed behind to help the injured.
When did you learn that he had been kidnapped?
His brother called me and asked me if I know what happened to Bar, and he told me that he kidnapped him.
And then you saw the video.
Yeah, and then I saw the video.
Propaganda video released by Hamas appears to show Bar hands tied on the floor with other captives.
It's not just a friend for me. His family is like my second family, and I love him like my brother.
Friends and families in agony, not knowing whether their relatives are alive or if there is a plan to rescue them and bring them home.
And our thanks to Lester Holt for that report.
Yeah, and the attempts to rescue those hostages held by Hamas are being complicated by rockets that are now being fired at the country from inside both Syria and Lebanon. For more on this, let's bring in Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus. He is the international spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us again. I want to start there with those hostages. As we just heard, Hamas still holding roughly 150 hostages or so. Of course, as I just mentioned, as Israel is defending its itself against shelling coming out of places other than just Gaza, Syria, Lebanon. First, just tell us if that number is firm, if you know anything different about that 150, and how the ongoing rocket fire is impacting rescue efforts.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having me. The number has not changed, I can tell you that. It is the same number of Israelis that are being held, high number of dozens, unfortunately, sadly. And of course, it is the topic of concern in Israel for the higher chain of command and the government planning and trying to find ways to facilitate their release. As combat operations continue, as rockets continue to be fired at Israel, as we continue to retaliate against the Gaza Strip, and as we continue to defend along two additional borders, the Lebanese front and the Golan Heights with Syria.
Are you concerned this conflict will expand beyond Israel and the Gaza Strip?
Well, we understand that is definitely a possibility that for sure would mean significant conflict and casualties. We are prepared, and we have mobilized troops up to the north, significant numbers, and we have responded swiftly to all of the different attacks that we have sustained from the north, both rockets and missiles fired by Hezbollah along the Lebanese border and rockets fired by militants from the Syrian border. So the deployment is there, the intelligence is there, and I think that at this time it is very tense. We are vigilant, and we are looking at one active front and possibly two very active fronts. An unprecedented situation for us in Israel.
Lieutenant Colonel, it's highly expected that Israel will eventually begin a ground incursion into Gaza. What are the factors that will go into making that decision? Is that inevitable at this point?
I wouldn't say that it's inevitable. Let's speak in terms of what we want to achieve. From the very early hours of Saturday, October 7th, when the numbers started to become clear and when we started to understand that this is something totally different, like we have never, ever experienced before, it became apparent that our response to this atrocity would have to be different from anything else that we have done before. So we are very focused on our aims. The pictures that are now on the screen of the interim results in Gaza are the preliminary stage of our operations. And of course, our troops are getting ready. The aim will be to strip Hamas of any military capabilities to conduct operations against Israel in the future.
And let's talk about the people also, though, who are trapped in the Gaza Strip, who are not part of Hamas, just Palestinian civilians. Any plan there to open a humanitarian corridor so that people can get basic necessities or leave, as Israel had warned civilians to do at one point if they want to?
Yes, I'm aware of talks. I've heard reports about it. I don't have additional details on the military level about it. And I'm sure that the political echelon in Israel, the government is dealing with that as well. We are aware of the complexity of the situation and how dense the Gaza Strip is, how many people live there, how much Hamas uses the civilian infrastructure for its military purposes and makes it virtually impossible to strike only military targets without affecting the civilian population. This is the sad reality that Hamas has brought upon the Gaza Strip. And when the war started, we immediately said, an Israeli general said, and I think this is important to remember, Hamas opened the floodgates of hell on Gaza, and they are responsible for what's happening. And as every day goes by, every hour goes by, we find additional bodies of butchered Israeli civilians inside communities. Yesterday, the carnage in Kibbutz Kfar Aza was exposed to the world, and today there will be additional exposures of other Israeli communities that were infiltrated, ransacked, and all of its citizens either killed, abducted, or wounded. So it's a very, very gruesome situation here in Israel.
Lieutenant Colonel, it is gruesome. I saw a video that you were in. I saw that earlier this morning where you talk about the effort by Israel will be legal. Talk about what you mean by that and what that's going to look like in your mind going forward.
That is unequivocal. The IDF is committed and it fights according to the laws of armed conflict. Full stop. We are at war. We are at war with the most ruthless and bloodthirsty enemy that we have faced in recent years, as has been shown by their attacks on Israeli civilians and society. And that's the war that we are fighting. I don't think that we can be expected to be gentle, to be caressing, and to be extra careful when it comes to attacking Hamas when this is the situation that we're facing. We are not targeting the civilian population. We are not trying to inflict damage on them. All of our strikes are intelligence-based and they are focused on Hamas infrastructure. And that is what we will continue to do as this unfolds. This is only the first stage of operations in Gaza. There will be other stages, and I fear that the images coming out of the Gaza Strip will be even more difficult. But as that continues, I want everybody to remember how this horrible war started. It was forced upon us, and we are now defending ourselves, and we will continue to do so.
Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, thank you very much for joining us again, and we will continue to check in with you.
Thank you and good morning.
In Washington, President Biden spoke at length about the situation in Israel, condemning the Hamas attack as terrorism and making it clear that the United States stands with Israel.
Let there be no doubt, the United States has Israel's back. We will make sure the Jewish and democratic state of Israel can defend itself today, tomorrow, as we always have. It's as simple as that. These atrocities have been sickening. We're with Israel. Let's make no mistake.
For more, let's bring in NBC's chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. So, Peter, the president obviously sending a strong message there. The White House also announcing Mr. Biden will make remarks on the war later this afternoon when he meets with leaders here in America. Secretary of State Antony Blinken flying to Israel. What can you tell us about his trip and what the White House hopes to accomplish?
Well, first, let's just talk about the president. We are expecting to see him again today when he's going to be visiting a gathering of Jewish community leaders here at the White House to reiterate his unwavering commitment to Israel, to its right to defend itself, and also to what he has done to combat anti-Semitism. As it relates to the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, we expect to hear from him again today before he heads overseas. And his effort is, according to State Department officials, a critical one where, among other things, his top priority is trying to secure the release of those American hostages. Again, at this time, we don't know exactly how many Americans are in captivity in Gaza right now, but as the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told us yesterday, at least 20 Americans right now are missing as a result of this awful war that's taken place, that massacre by Hamas terrorists inside Israel. Blinken is also going to be communicating directly with some of those other countries who have direct means to communicate with Hamas to try to secure their assistance in helping recover those Americans, those hostages being held in Gaza right now. But the priority really in this visit, Joe and Savannah, is to demonstrate solidarity going forward and really to engage directly with those partners, U.S. partners, and Israeli officials themselves who the U.S. has been speaking to by phone long distance for the last several days.
Peter, exactly. President Biden spoke with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That's the third phone call, I believe, and I understand that Netanyahu shared some more of the brutal details than he had before. Tell us about this conversation between the two leaders.
Yeah, that's right. As you heard from the president, he compared the unadulterated evil of Hamas's attacks to that of ISIS. And that is the language that Netanyahu used when he described these rampages, this massacre by Hamas. He talked about the awful brutality and the terror as it rampaged through southern Israel, some of those kibbutzes and elsewhere, that music festival that took place. But the president, in addition to vowing to send additional military aid to Israel, and we should note the the first batch has already arrived there. Also urged Netanyahu to try to limit the number of civilian casualties inside Gaza right now, in effect saying that's what differentiates democracies from the actions of Hamas. And we have also learned today, Savannah and Joe, that the U.S. right now is in conversations, in discussions, trying to find cooperation in an effort to open up the southern border of Gaza, which leads into Egypt, to allow Palestinian civilians, including Palestinian Americans, to be able to find safe passage out so that they don't become harmed in this war.
Peter, quickly, I want to ask you about the fears of a widening war with rocket exchanges across the northern Israeli border. How concerned is the White House about that?
Well, you're right. The northern Israeli border obviously is a real concern, not just for the Israelis, but for the Americans as well. Obviously, Iran-backed Hezbollah controls so much of that area, and they are a far greater power in that region in terms of terror than is Hamas right now. It's one of the main reasons why the U.S., at the president's direction, has sent the USS Gerald Ford carrier strike group, including 4 guided missile destroyers, to the eastern Mediterranean near Cyprus there, not as a deterrent to Hamas, we are told by national security officials here, but really as a way to send a message to Hezbollah and to Iran and to other proxies of Iran throughout the region, not to try to take advantage of this situation to try to escalate the war. Joe and Savannah.
All right. Peter Alexander, thank you so much, Peter.
Well, we have been sharing stories of families desperately trying to locate their loved ones who went missing after Hamas militants launched their surprise attack.
18-year-old Leah Hasday is anxiously waiting on word from her father, Avi. He was fishing Saturday morning when Hamas struck. She lost contact with him soon after that.
Leah joins us now. Leah, thank you very much for talking to us during what I know must be such a difficult time for you and your family. First, we'd just love to hear what you want us to know about your dad, just the kind of person he is.
My dad was a wonderful person. He always take care of everyone, and he always take care of us. And it was very, very difficult when I found out he was I didn't find him, and no one knows when he is right now. I don't know what to say. I never imagined that it will happen to us.
Well, I do want to ask you a little bit about what happened on Saturday morning. Your father was fishing when everything unfolded. You lost contact with him soon after that. Now, I know, like so many, you've been able to piece together a little bit of what happened using the internet and witnesses and what you've heard from friends. What do you know right now about his disappearance? Do you have any idea where he could be?
All I know is that my father he was at the Camp Beach, and he told us over the phone that he has a lot of missiles about on his head, and we lost contact with him 15 minutes later, and then all the contact with him was cut off, and I didn't hear from him. And what I know is that there was a horrible massacre. And my father was in the bedroom with one of his friends, and a lot of people was there with him. And the terrorists came and murdered people there in the bedroom. And then I know my father ran away to hide in the shelter, and the terrorists came there too and killed all the people. All the people was there, and I don't know what about my father. I don't know where he is, or what he's feeling right now. I don't know what about him. I know that he's still missing. That's all I know, and I hope he's okay and safe.
Leah, have you heard at all from the Israeli government, or has anyone been able to help your family understand what might have happened to him or what went on in the area?
We tried to talk with the police, but no one has an answer. No one knows where he is. Nothing.
We know right now we're seeing rocket strikes on Gaza. There's the possibility that there'll be a ground incursion into Gaza soon, with the possibility that hostages, anyone who's been held captive, could be there. What do you want to see moving forward? What do you hope happens as you deal with just all this uncertainty right now?
All I hope is my father will come back home and all the hostages that are in Gaza right now. And I hope this war will end and everyone will be safe. And all we want is our family back. I can't imagine this home without my dad. I can't see it happen.
Leah Hasday, thank you so much for joining us. These are beautiful pictures of you and your family. We are thinking of you, and we'd love to check in with you, and we really appreciate you talking to us about this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're thinking of you. The United States is investigating whether Iran gave advanced training to Hamas militants in the lead up to that attack on Israel.
And that's according to current and former U.S. officials speaking to NBC News. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby has been following all of this for us and joins us now. Hi, Courtney. So what exactly is this investigation looking into, and what do we know at this point?
So this is one part of a larger look at whether the U.S. may have had some shred of intelligence that may have indicated that Hamas was planning anything like this massive deadly assault that they unleashed on Israel on Saturday morning. The U.S. and other governments, intelligence agencies around the world are literally looking back at past threads to see if there was something that they missed that may have shown that they were planning this massive, large-scale attack. Now, as part of that, one of the things that the U.S. is looking at is whether any of these fighters who crossed across the border in that really that unbelievable, unprecedented breach in multiple locations of the border fence, whether any of those terrorists may have received any advanced training from Iran, specifically from Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps or their elite Quds force. Now, I have to say, it is for decades now. Iran has funded and trained Hamas. It would not be surprising. The link that still does not exist, according to multiple U.S. officials, is a link between any kind of training, any kind of funding by Iran, and any direct knowledge of the attack that unfolded on Saturday. That's something that people have been asking about, intelligence agencies are looking into, but at this point, we still don't have any direct evidence of that.
Yeah, and Courtney, I know National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan talked about Iran's potential involvement yesterday. What are we hearing from him?
Yeah, that's right. So again, this has been a question since Saturday, is how did this intelligence failure happen? What was missed here? And so as part of that, people are asking whether Iran may have played some role in, again, the training, the equipping, the funding, and maybe even in some sort of way keeping this assault and this operation as covert as it was. Jake Sullivan and other officials have been asked directly. Jake acknowledged that, yes, there has been training and equipping for years, but they still don't have that direct link. Here's what he had to say.
Look, we've said since the beginning that Iran is complicit in this attack in a broad sense because they have provided the lion's share of the funding for the military wing of Hamas. They have provided training. They have provided capabilities. They have provided support. As to the question of whether Iran knew about this attack in advance or helped plan or direct this attack, we do not, as of the moment I'm standing here at the podium, have confirmation of that.
So, again, you can hear no direct link between this specific assault. But the question is, was there any kind of training that Iran, or specifically the Revolutionary Guard Corps, may have provided to some of these fighters and that may have been used specifically in this assault? Again, this is something that I think for weeks and months, intelligence agencies are going to look into.
Yeah, and so, Courtney, tell us at this point, though, any other details that they've learned about how it was that Hamas carried out this attack, both in the planning and the training, but then to take Israel by surprise, and us, frankly.
Yeah, so, I mean, one of the big questions is just the physical breach, right? So the border fence between Gaza and between Israel, it's it's almost known for historically for being this impenetrable fence. So it's extremely high. There are cameras, there are sensors, there are supposed to be massive numbers of Israeli forces that are patrolling, that are watching. So the notion that these fighters were not only able to get across in one place, but at multiple places has been another big line of questioning. What we learned is one element may have been that back in September, there were a number of protests and rallies along the border fence by Palestinians. They occurred for several weeks, and according to U.S. officials, they're looking into whether Hamas may have used those rallies and those crowds as cover to plant explosives that were then used to breach the fence. We do know that at least in one or two locations, explosives were used for the terrorists to get through, Savannah.
All right. Courtney Kube, thank you so much. Appreciate your reporting.
Thank you.
Coming up on Morning News Now, inside the Biden administration's proposed crackdown on those pesky junk fees that seem to be showing up in more and more places.
Plus, on Capitol Hill, the race for the next House Speaker comes to a head today as Republicans begin voting to fill Kevin McCarthy's empty seat amid a crisis in the Middle East. We will take you to Washington next. We are back now with the battle for Speaker of the House of Representatives.
House Republicans are set to begin voting behind closed doors today on who will replace Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. House Majority Leaders Steve Scalise and Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan are vying for the vacant leadership role. They'll need a simple majority to come out on top. Republicans hold that slim 4-vote majority in the chamber.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with the latest on this and a preview of what's ahead. Hey, Ryan, so the big question here is, would either of these candidates have enough support from Republicans to win the speakership, or is this going to be drawn out like it was last time? What's the latest?
So, Savannah, the feeling right now is that neither Steve Scalise of Louisiana or Jim Jordan of Ohio has emerged as the clear favorite in this race for Speaker. And there's a lot of questions as to how this is going to play out today. Under normal circumstances, there would be an internal vote amongst the members of the Republican Party. Whoever received the most votes in that situation would then be nominated as Speaker. They would take it to the floor, and then all of the Republicans would coalesce around that candidate. Obviously, we're not in normal times, and there's a real concern that those 8 members who voted to oust Kevin McCarthy, they're among that group that made it difficult for him to win this speakership originally, won't be a guaranteed vote once they take it to the floor. So part of what they're going to hash out today is whether or not they don't emerge from this room without a guarantee of 217 votes for the leading candidate for the speakership. And if they agree that that's the path that they have to take, it could be some time until they settle on on who the actual nominee will be for the Speaker of the House.
So, Ryan, let's travel to fantasy land for a moment and imagine that in a short period of time they figure it out who's going to be the Speaker. Whoever this person is, talk to us about the pressure, the challenges they're going to face right off the bat.
First of all, Joe, we're not already there. Sometimes it feels like it. But yes, you're exactly right. I mean, winning the speakership will just be the first step in what will be many difficult steps for whoever emerges as the next leader of the Republican Party. You know, we are barreling down on the possibility of another government shutdown. There is the fight over additional funding for Ukraine, fixes to the border situation, and then, of course, the enormous amount of pressure that will be on the next leader in terms of what's going to happen in terms of U.S. support for the Israel-Hamas war. So this speaker is going to inherit a whole host of challenges, not the least of which will be trying to keep in line this Republican caucus, which has demonstrated from the get-go that there are enough rabble-rousers within the group to really derail any significant progress. So it is not going to be an easy task by any stretch of the imagination.
Ryan, quickly before we let you go, if we could switch gears, New York Congressman George Santos, he's facing new charges just 5 months after he pleaded not guilty to fraud and money laundering charges. What is he accused of?
Yeah, the charges keep mounting. 23 additional charges. These ones are serious. Are campaign finance violations. He's accused of credit card fraud and wire fraud. Essentially, the core of the allegations is that Santos was faking loans to his campaign to try and entice donors to be a part of his campaign, to donate money, and also that he was using the credit card number of a campaign donor to buy lavish gifts for himself and designer goods. These are all serious charges. Santos last night said that he is not going to resign, but that he hadn't gotten the full read on the indictment because he was in that closed-door meeting and didn't have access to his phone when the indictment was handed down.
All right, Ryan Nobles, we know you will stay on that one for us. Thank you so much.
Parts of the country are in store for some chilly weather. Let's check in with meteorologist Angie Lastman.
Hello, Angie. Good morning.
Hello, guys. You asked for the fall weather, and we gave you a little taste of, I don't know, winter with some spots waking up with these frost advisories. We've got 16 million people included in that. It goes from Minnesota all the way down to West Virginia, including places like Columbus, Rockford, La Crosse. So those are the spots that we're watching for a chilly start. And you see these temperatures sitting into the low 40s in places like Columbus and Indianapolis. Chicago, you're out the door this morning into the low 40s as well. Detroit, 47 degrees. These temperatures, of course, are going to warm up a little bit, but not quite as much as what we're going to see across parts of the Central Plains. Look at these numbers just a little farther to the south and west this afternoon. We'll see Wichita hit 86 degrees. Amarillo will head to the low 90s. We'll end up with 86 tomorrow for Oklahoma City, Little Rock into the upper 70s, St. Louis into the low 80s. So you get the picture. It's mild for now in that section of the country. And then it kind of starts to moderate out, turns a little cooler for those afternoon temperatures in places like Nashville as we round out the week and head into the weekend. We'll get back to the 60s, low 60s by Sunday in Nashville. And then Cincinnati ends up into the low 50s by Sunday. So some roller coaster ride, if you will, of these temperatures. Meanwhile, we've got some rain, of course, that we're tracking along the Gulf Coast, guys, and that's going to be a soggy kind of couple of days for folks there with the potential for some flooding concerns.
All right. Thank you, Angie.
We did
Appreciate
ask
it.
for the fall weather. You are
did.
right. Thank
Yeah.
you. International headlines now. Hurricane Lydia has made landfall along Mexico's western coast.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Last night, a Category 4 hurricane has landed on Mexico's Pacific coast and has been described by authorities as extremely dangerous. Hurricane Lydia brought winds of up to 140 miles per hour, but downgraded to Category 2 status after moving inland. Mexico's President Andrés Obrador deployed 6,000 members of the armed forces to help residents and warned them to stay away from low-lying areas, rivers, and slopes. Authorities in the state of Nayarit said a man was killed when a tree fell on the van he was driving. And let's go to Niger now, where the recent military takeover has been officially declared a coup by the U.S. State Department. Last July, a military junta put the president of Niger under house arrests and took over the government. The decision by the State Department to consider it a coup also means that the U.S. aid to the country will be cut back, including a $300 million economic grant announced last year. And let's end this tour of the world in France, where 2 rugby fans made their own touchdown after flying across the channel from Wales in a light aircraft to watch their national team play in the World Cup there. If that doesn't sound impressive to you, just consider this. Their 2,000-pound aircraft is lighter than the Welsh rugby pack. This means that turbulence across the channel in that tin can must have felt like being hit by a bone-crunching tackle by a whole rugby team. But they made it without a scratch and promised that if Wales beats Argentina on Saturday, they will fly again, this time to Paris, to watch the semi-finals.
Oh.
Savannah, Joe.
All right.
We wish them the best.
Yes,
All right.
certainly.
Thanks, Claudia. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Coming up, a legendary American gymnast hospitalized inside Mary Lou Retton's shocking reported diagnosis that has her fighting for her life. That's next.
Plus, a White House crackdown on those so-called junk fees. We've got more on the proposed measures to potentially save Americans billions. Next.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Gymnastics legend Mary Lou Retton is in the hospital fighting for her life. Her daughter says the gold medal winner is battling a rare form of pneumonia. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is here with the details. Kristen, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Mary Lou Retton's daughter posted about her mother's condition on social media, but did not want to talk about it, asking for privacy. So we don't know the specific medical issues that her mother is facing. But this morning, fans who so vividly remember Mary Lou's broad smile and powerful athleticism are hoping for her full recovery.
Nearly 40 years ago, at the 1984 Olympics in L.A., Mary Lou Retton vaulted her way into America's heart. The then 16-year-old becoming the first U.S. woman to win gold in the all-around, catapulting her to superstardom with commercials and sponsorship deals, even playing Tiny Tim in the big screen film Scrooged, and more recently competing on Dancing with the Stars. But this morning, the legendary gymnast is reportedly hospitalized with a very rare form of pneumonia, according to a crowdfunding post by her daughter, McKenna Kelly, who writes in part, Mary Lou is fighting for her life. She is not able to breathe on her own. She's been in the ICU for over a week now. Kelly asking the public for donations, writing that her mother is not insured.
When we talk about rare forms of pneumonia, it could be these inflammatory type pneumonias in individuals with underlying medical conditions, or it could be a rare form of infection that we don't often talk about.
The gymnast appeared to be in good spirits earlier this year as she and McKenna hosted a gymnastics tour called For Mothers and Daughters, Forever Our Legacy. The two speaking out on the importance of mental health for girls and young women in the sport.
Mental health wasn't even a thing. It wasn't allowed. It was suck it up, be tough.
Retton and her daughter also sat down with Craig and Savannah in 2019 after McKenna's LSU team won second place at the NCAA championships, with Mary Lou cheering her every move.
There she was.
in the stands, screaming her heart out.
I promise her every year. It's like, McKenna, I'm going to sit like every other normal parent, and I just can't do it.
The U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee, which says Mary Lou attended its annual assembly just 2 weeks ago, is working to provide assistance to Retton's family through its relief fund, writing, "Please know that our hearts are with Mary Lou," as are ours, guys.
And no kidding. All right, Kristen, thank you so much.
And now let's get to new information about a plan by the Biden administration to put an end to those so-called unexpected junk fees. For example, those are charges that are often added to hotel bills just as you're checking out. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now from Washington with the details on this. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Does it ever feel like we're being nickeled and dimed to death, you guys? Every time you turn around, these are fees that are often for services that we might assume are already included. Hotels, restaurants, concerts, you name it. And there's often no opting out, even if we don't want to pay them. The Federal Trade Commission says they're deceptive, they're prohibited. Now it's moving forward to ban junk fees and, listen to this, impose penalties on companies that charge those hidden fees. How often has it happened to you? You book online or check out of your hotel only to find unexpected resort, convenience, service, or amenity fees added to your bill. And there's no opting out. When Candace and Babak Aladusti left their Las Vegas hotel, the surprise $50 per night resort fees took a bite.
So it's like we've paid $150 in just resort fees, which just adds on top of everything else. It's just become a lot more expensive than we were anticipating.
Convention organizer Bob Krause was charged a $20 per night mandatory daily destination fee for each of the 50 rooms he reserved over a weekend in D.C.
So I said, what am I getting that I'm not otherwise getting? And there were crickets, nothing. I'm getting nothing extra for paying $20 mandatory destination charge.
Americans are tired of being. We're tired of being played for suckers.
In February, President Biden announced the White House would soon come down hard on junk fees.
Those hidden surcharges too many companies use to make you pay more.
It's not just hotels and resorts. Junk fee charges show up for sporting events, concerts, apartment rentals, utilities. Some restaurants now add house, courtesy, or compliance fees so they can pay their staff minimum wage, even slipping a gratuity in the fine print before you add your own. 12,000 Americans have already complained to the Federal Trade Commission. Now, the FTC's new proposed ban on junk fees would require companies to be transparent, disclose all fees upfront and in writing, potentially saving Americans billions of dollars.
This is real money. It really adds up for people, and we believe that the proposed rule that the FTC is putting forward is going to make the market much fairer for Americans and ultimately mean they're paying less.
A California law banning junk fees takes effect next year. But in the meantime, frequent traveler Robert Krause says if you're hit with a junk fee, just say no. Is there any way to fight back?
Absolutely. You better believe it. I refuse. I just said I refuse to pay a daily mandatory destination charge.
Okay, well, it helps that he has elite status, right? But all the more reason to read the fine print before you make the reservation online and before you sign the credit card. I usually just, I'm checking out. I don't even check the bill, right? Check the bill. By the way, if approved, the new FTC junk fees would take effect, banning them next year. And companies that violate the rule and continue to push out junk fees, they could be forced to refund that money back to you and me, you guys. That'd be nice, right?
Wow, that would be nice. I don't know if I would have the strength to be like, I refuse to pay, even if I did check it out. I don't see that happening for me.
But if you did and it worked, you'd use that all the time.
It would take so much out of me to get to the point to say that. All right, Tom, thank you so much.
Coming up, another major cybersecurity hack that has affected one popular genetic testing company.
What millions of 23andMe customers should know this morning about their data. That is next on Morning News Now.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We are back with some financial headlines for you. A major cybersecurity breach is impacting one biotech company.
CNBC's Savannah Henao joins us with that and other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Yeah, so 23andMe says some customer profiles were accessed in a cybersecurity breach. The genetics company says there's no indication of a security incident with its systems. It believes a third party was able to access accounts because some customers' usernames and passwords were the same as those on other websites that have been hacked. 23andMe says it's working to mitigate the impact of the incident. Walgreens taps a healthcare veteran to be its new CEO. Tim Wentworth is the former head of pharmacy benefit manager Express Scripts. He replaces Roz Brewer, who unexpectedly stepped down recently. Walgreens' core business is under pressure because pharmacy benefit managers are seeking to push down drug costs by negotiating with manufacturers and pharmacies. The company must also deal with staffing challenges. Just this week, some pharmacists and technicians walked out to protest their pay and scheduling. And Sony officially unveiling a new PlayStation 5 model with a detachable disc drive. The PS5 Slim is slightly thinner and shorter than the existing console, but will replace both the PS5 and PS5 Digital Edition. It will cost $499.99 with the drive included and $449 without. The new PS5 model will be available at select retailers starting next month.
That's one of those things you see the lines for on Black Friday where people are like ready
Exactly.
to get that.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much. And by the way,
you.
you're going to want to stay tuned for this next story. She is one half of one of the most powerful couples in Hollywood. Now, Jada Pinkett Smith has written an uncompromising new memoir. She sat down with Today co-host Hoda Kotb for an exclusive interview where she discussed a bombshell about her relationship with Will Smith.
There are so many surprising things in the book, but the thing that surprised me the most, that I actually had to reread it because I said, is this true? Was that in 2016, you and Will decided that you were going to live completely separate lives. It was not a divorce on paper, but it was a divorce. So from the year 2016, which is 7 years ago now. Y'all have been apart.
But in public, the couple, who married in 1997, denied the gossip about their marriage. This interview on Bravo's Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen was taped a year after Will and Jada separated.
So how long have you guys been together?
23 years.
Wow. That's amazing. How do you keep it hot?
How do I keep it hot? You know, maybe I don't know. I mean, I'm baffled, really.
Yeah, right.
Over the next several years, Jada and Will kept up the appearance of a committed married couple. They even faced a scandal when Jada had what she called an entanglement with a family friend. Neither let the public know they had already split.
So I guess my question is, I feel like you're a straight talker.
I am.
Except you're not sometimes. So why do that? Like, what was the reason?
I think just not being ready yet. Still trying to figure out between the two of us how to be in partnership, right? And in regards to how do we present that to people, you know? And we hadn't figured that out.
During our walk in Baltimore, Jada reflected on their breakup.
Why did the relationship fracture?
Oh, why it fractured, that's a lot of things. And I think by the time we got to 2016, we were just exhausted with trying. I think we were both kind of still stuck in our fantasy of what we thought the other person should be.
Jada says she considered a legal divorce, but could never go through with it.
I made a promise that there will never be a reason for us to get a divorce. We will work through whatever. And I just haven't been able to break that promise.
But you still live separately.
We live separately.
And you can see much more of that interview in a 1-hour NBC News special, Jada's Story. It's Friday night on NBC, also streaming on Peacock.
Wow.
I will be watching.
Absolutely. What an incredible interview. All right, well, coming up, we're going to take a walk on the lighter side of the headlines this week.
Yeah, no Powerball winner from Monday's drawing means that $1.7 billion jackpot now up for grabs. What are your odds this time? Well, the odds are always the same, but we've got more on what you need to know.
They are not
coming up
good.
next.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
We're coming this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn?
Oh.
Okay,
second.
well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back. If you haven't bought a ticket for tonight's Powerball drawing, you might want to reconsider when you hear this. The jackpot now $1.7 billion. It's the second largest lottery prize ever.
Yeah, the cash value for the massive jackpot payout is estimated to be $756 million if you choose to take that option. The last time someone took home $1 billion Powerball prize was last November when a lucky winner in California won the world record $2.04 billion.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Sam Brock. He's in Miami, in a state with a pretty good track record when it comes to lottery winners.
Yeah.
Sam, good morning. So, you know, this is the first time we're seeing these back-to-back jackpot cycles reach $1 billion. There's a reason for that. Explain why we keep seeing these big jackpots.
Yeah, there's several reasons for it, Joe. And let me just say, how is $1.72 billion not the all-time record? That's only the second highest one, just so you know I'm not making this up. It definitely is $1.72 billion. To your question, Joe, about what's driving up these more frequent billion-dollar jackpots, there's a few factors that are going on right now. These organizers have added balls over the years, in recent years, which of course makes the odds a little bit harder. They've also pumped up the ticket prices from $1 to $2, so it's generating more money. That happened about a decade ago. And you also have the main purchase money, more of it going into the primary jackpot. All of those factors together, guys, has driven jackpots that are now eye-popping figures and apparently legitimate.
So, Sam, remind us, though, how we're just, like, not going to win. What are the chances here? What is the stat?
I thought I was the good news guy. I don't like how you're framing this at all, Savannah. But yeah,
Every
let's talk
time
about
we're
the
like,
odds for
what
a
are our
second. So
chances? It's like none.
Yeah. Allow me to depress you, please. It's 1 in 292 million, give or take. Now, there are certain states that are luckier than others. We talked to the Multi-State Lottery Association. The state of Indiana, the Hoosiers, have the most all-time Powerball winners, 39 since its inception in that state in 1992. So it's been around almost the longest of any state. After that, you have Missouri, Minnesota. Where I am in Florida, there's been 16 winners, but that's only since 2009. So the ratio is about the same as the all-time high Indiana. And then California, I know both of you have some experience there. California, for the last $3 billion jackpots for Powerball, has had at least one ticket in the Golden State. So keep that in mind. Where are you buying it? Also, apparently, can make a difference.
Yeah. So, Sam, what are ticket sales looking like right now? Are they even higher because people want to win this one?
Yes, they are. So more people, like myself, are meeting our friends. Buenos dias. We have Brenda right here. She is going to get us, in fact, I'm going to do one more quick pick. Just give me that one right back. Good morning. Good morning. More people are coming in, guys. They've said an increase of 90% week over week in sales. So you know something? People are definitely thinking, all right, strike, thank you so much, while the iron is hot. That said, a Canadian professor did crunch the numbers on this. If you bought a ticket every single day for an entire year, for 400,000 years, you would have a 50% chance of winning the lottery.
We did a segment like that.
Yeah, we did a math segment that
the math wasn't mathin'.
Yeah,
Let's put it that way.
Like, okay, so you can't win was basically the final thing. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I have to admit, every time I walk by a bodega the last week, I've gone in and bought a few tickets.
You have?
So, yeah, I have.
Wow.
I really have.
It's making me want to do it.
I won
my
$4.
favorite thing we learned recently was from Jesse Kirsch, who said you have a better chance with just the quick pick, where it does it for you. Because I sit there and toil over, like, what are my lucky numbers? Whose birthdays should I include?
I'm already wasting my money. I don't need to waste my time. All right, Sam.
Best of luck with all the tickets you'll rack up
Appreciate
today.
Maybe he's the winner right here.
There you go.
There
There
you
he is. All right. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Developing right now on Morning News Now, Israel striking back this morning. More explosions in Gaza as Israeli Defense Forces launch an aggressive counterattack against Hamas. As you can see there, rocket fire forcing our NBC News crew to run for cover. Thankfully, they are safe, but so many others were not. Overnight, the death toll rising again to more than 2,000 people, including at least 14 Americans, with several others still missing.
We are in hell right now. That's where we are.
It's either they're dead or we're keeping them.
Now, frustration and fear as families plead for help in finding their loved ones. All this as President Biden shares his support in a call with Israel's prime minister.
This is an act of sheer evil. So in this moment, we must be crystal clear. We stand with Israel.
Now, the first shipments of U.S. weapons are arriving in Israel, and today, Secretary of State Antony Blinken set to visit Israel in a show of U.S. support.
Good morning. Thanks for joining us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Let's get right to our team coverage on the Israel-Hamas war.
We have a crew covering it all from the Middle East to Washington. Let's begin with foreign correspondent Raf Sanchez, who joins us from southern Israel. Raf, tell us where you are right now, what you're seeing.
Well, Joe, good morning. We are 5 days into this war, and Israel is in a sense of stunned national unity after this horrific attack that's killed more than 1,000 people. And Israelis are looking for moments of hope, moments of inspiration, and they're drawing it partly from stories like what happened in the house behind me. This is the home of Rachel and David, their grandparents in their 60s. On Saturday morning, 5 Hamas gunmen burst into this house. They held this elderly couple hostage for 20 hours. But Rachel, this grandmother, fed the gunmen. She sang to them. She bandaged one of their wounds. And the whole time she was secretly signaling to her son, who is a police officer, how many of the terrorists were inside. She basically bought time. And if my camera operator, Dave Copeland, is able to zoom in, she bought time for Israeli police commandos to storm in through that window. They were able to kill the 5 gunmen inside of the house. This elderly couple were unharmed, and it is one of the very, very rare moments of good news that Israelis are trying to draw strength from this morning. Guys.
Oh, wow. What an account there, Raf. We know it's been another night of relentless aerial bombing on Gaza. We understand Gaza's only power station could run out of fuel today. This is after gas, food, water are being cut off to Gaza. Tell us about that and how the full-on siege is impacting Palestinian civilians right now.
Yeah, Savannah, it really appears that things are reaching a complete breaking point inside of Gaza. Israel's defense minister imposed a state of siege. As you said, no food, no fuel, no electricity getting into the Strip. That meant people in Gaza had what they had to get by on, but those supplies are running out. And crucially, the diesel fuel that powers the electricity station, according to Palestinian officials, is now about to run out. If that happens, we truly could see the entire Gaza Strip plunged into darkness. The 2 million Palestinian civilians there without electricity. You can just imagine the implications of that. Off the top of my head, dialysis machines, other medical equipment turning off. Potentially, you have people dying in hospitals in their beds because there is no electricity. We spoke to a young mother inside Gaza last night. Today is her daughter Sophia's second birthday, and Jumana, this mother, told us she feels deeply guilty that her daughter, turning 2 today, is growing up in a world with this much violence. She has moved her family twice so far, trying to get out of neighborhoods where Israel is striking, but she really, really does not know how she's going to keep her daughter safe. Yes.
And Raf, on top of everything that's happening in Gaza, in southern Israel, we understand there have been new clashes on Israel's northern border with Lebanon. What's the latest there?
Yeah, that's right. So the Hezbollah militant group, which is aligned with Hamas, backed by Iran, says that it fired a missile at an Israeli position earlier in response to Israeli strikes into Lebanon. That is really raising concerns that what is already a full-scale war in the south could spread to another front in the north. Israel says it has been striking back with fighter aircraft and artillery. People keeping a very, very close eye on the developing situation in the north. Guys.
All right, Raf, continue to stay safe. Thank you for your reporting.
Thank you, Raf. Well, Israeli troops are now fighting on the ground, trying to secure towns near the border like this one. It's only 3 miles from the Gaza Strip, as you can see on your screen here, and it was the site of a horrific massacre. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel takes us inside as troops try to clear the village of Hamas fighters, and we should warn you, many of these images are disturbing.
Israeli troops are still trying to secure the country 4 days after the worst terror attack in Israel's history, and moved into the village of Kfar Aza on the border with Gaza. Hamas massacred dozens of Israeli civilians here. The area is not yet secure. This is the first time journalists have been allowed in.
Israeli troops are still clearing this kibbutz. They fear that there might still be Hamas fighters hidden in some of these buildings.
It's a slow and dangerous mission as the soldiers go through every room, double and triple checking. All the residents are gone, either evacuated, killed, or kidnapped. There are still bodies everywhere. The Israelis in body bags. Hamas gunmen were left rotting where they fell, next to the flags they brought to declare victory.
And these were the homes that the Hamas militants were going through. You can see all the doors and windows are broken in. It was like each one suffered a home invasion and kidnapping.
As the troops kept searching, they discovered the remains of an elderly woman. They wrapped her in a plastic tarp, adding one more to the death toll. Sergeant Dov Shisheportish is a civil engineer, now on an open-ended combat mission.
What is it like for you to see this?
It's horrible. Actually, I live 10 minutes from here. By mistake, I didn't do the weekend here.
What do you think needs to happen now?
We need to, I don't know, to change this reality. We live like this for years.
Kfar Aza is only one Israeli community where Hamas went on a killing spree. We saw new images from the nearby village of Be'eri, where more than 100 men, women, and children were executed. Hamas says it trained for over a year for all of this and released new footage, which the group edited and blurred, of the militants streaming through holes in the border fence and flying over it. And Hamas isn't finished yet. The militants launched hundreds of rockets into Israel. We took cover in a shelter. This is happening in Israel every single day. Israel's Iron Dome defense system intercepted nearly all of the rockets. But a few did get through. Israel has declared war on Hamas, and these may only be the first days of it.
Israel has put out a readout of the call between Prime Minister Netanyahu and President Biden. And according to the readout, the Israeli Prime Minister told President Biden that Hamas is worse than ISIS, that they have beheaded Israeli soldiers and executed dozens of children. These are claims we have not independently been able to verify, but it is the messaging that the Israeli Prime Minister is delivering to President Biden. He also said that what is required now is, quote, a prolonged campaign, which he said Israel will win.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much.
Many families are still anxiously waiting to hear from loved ones who remain missing. 21-year-old Adi Mizell was at a music festival where Hamas killed at least 260 people and took several others hostage. Adi's mother, Ahuva Mizell, joins us now. I know this has been just an incredibly difficult time for you and your family. Tell us how you've been managing. I understand you just recently got an update on a close friend of your daughter's.
Her best friend that went with her to this festival, her name is Libby, and last night her mother noted that she recognized her body, and today we're going to her funeral. And also it means that Adi is probably, I'm going to be informed in a few hours, the same message, because they were together all the time.
I know this just must be the worst imaginable pain and the worst few days of your life. If you don't mind just telling us a little bit about the last time you spoke to Adi. I know it was as this was unfolding from this music festival. She called you. Tell us about that phone call.
It's true. She called me the last time, Saturday, 7:40. And she said there's a lot of mess and a lot of shooting and screaming, and that she's in the car with her friend. She was driving. And today I received a phone call from a girl that rescued these last hours. And she called me and she said that my daughter drove 5 people with her, and she was so cool and in control. And they left them when they saw the other friends, and my daughter kept on with the car. And since then, I don't know what happened to her. I'm really having a hard time to express myself and our feelings, because there are no words that can describe this situation, these actions that are being taken by Hamas. And I want to remind a few things to my people, to the Israeli people, please, if I may, and to my girl, Adi, if she is still alive. I want to remind you that Israel is a very, very strong people, and I don't mean military. Okay, this is not mine. I'm not a politician, and it's not my to deal with. I just wanted to remind everybody the resilience of our people, okay? Because many people and many times along history, they tried to wipe us down, and they couldn't, because whenever we reunite, whenever we are united, nothing can break our resilience. So yes, it took us a few days. It's true, you took us by surprise. But once we understand where we are. And from day to day, we can see that the worst nightmare of our worst imagination is becoming reality right now. And I think that the whole world should see and to understand that we are dealing with people that have no respect to, and they don't worship life itself. They don't respect others' life. They believe they can take other lives and gain their own goals and their own needs. And this must be stopped. I want to say that from day to day, it reminds more and more the Holocaust. We receive pictures of glasses, and it reminds us really Holocaust pictures. So I think every mother in the world now should be afraid, should be shocked, should be alert.
Ahuva, we are holding out hope that your daughter, Adi, can hear this message right now. And I know mothers all across the world feel what you're saying and feel your pain right now. If Adi can hear you, what's the message you want to relay right now?
Adi, I want to say again, ילדה יפה שלי, if you're alive, please hold on. And remember that everyone, the whole world is behind you now. The whole world behind you and behind all the young people, old people, babies, sick people that are being captive, been abducted, and or dead. If you are dead, you're dead. Your death will have meaning. You will see. I'm going to take care of this, that your death is not going to be in vain, okay? This is really, really a tipping point that I think everybody should wake up, okay? If we don't protect our kids, if we can't protect our own kids in our own country, I think something is really, really wrong here. And today it's me, and tomorrow it's going to be a mother, and it was, you know, in the US, in Britain, in France, in Europe, everywhere, okay? Today it's me, but my Adi is everybody's daughter now. Every children, every baby that is now with Hamas in Gaza, they are everybody's children and everybody's uncle and everybody's grandma and mom and father and a brother and a sister.
And Ahuva,
this is what I want to tell you. And
yes.
If my daughter is dead, I'm going to make sure with everybody that her death and the others, there are 1,200 victims, murdered people that died for nothing. They were innocent people. They were harmless. They could not defend themselves. And this is a human crime. And we must stop here and look and think over what are we doing with this. This cannot go on. We cannot let this happen in 2023.
Ahuva, we appreciate you taking the time this morning. We know this is very painful for you. Please, we are thinking of your family. Keep us updated on everything you learn, all right?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, in the wake of the fighting, President Biden is vowing American support for Israel and blasting the carnage unleashed by Hamas.
This is an act of sheer evil. More than 1,000 civilians slaughtered, not just killed, slaughtered in Israel. Among them, at least 14 American citizens killed. This is terrorism. But sadly, for the Jewish people, it's not new. There's no justification for terrorism. There's no excuse.
For more, we are joined by NBC News White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez. Hey, Gabe, so I want to start with one of the things that President Biden touched on, the Americans being held in Gaza, confirming that some of those hostages are Americans, and then also committing some resources to try to help with the recovery. What is the administration saying at this point about plans to get them out?
That's right, Savannah and Joe. Good morning. Yes, as you said, American hostages confirmed for the first time, although it's unclear exactly how many. Later on in the day, National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan said that it's believed more than 20 Americans are missing at this point, although it is unclear how many of those were taken hostage by Hamas. I want to play some more of what the president had to say yesterday here at the White House in some very emotional remarks. Take a listen.
We now know that American citizens are among those being held by Hamas. I've directed my team to share intelligence and deploy additional experts from across the United States government to consult with and advise Israeli counterparts on hostage recovery efforts. Because as president, I have no higher priority than the safety of Americans being held hostage around the world.
And later today, the president is now expected to stop by a roundtable at the White House of Jewish community leaders and deliver more remarks reiterating the U.S.'s support for Israel. Savannah.
Meanwhile, Gabe, Secretary of State Antony Blinken traveling to Israel later today. What should we know about that visit?
That's right. That visit was just announced yesterday. The Secretary of State is planning to head to the region later today and meet with top Israeli officials. Now, as you said, Joe and Savannah, the administration is sending more resources to Israel. And overnight, the first weaponry arrived in the country. And this all comes after the U.S. already sent that carrier strike group, which was on the way to the eastern Mediterranean, not just as a show of power, but also a potential deterrence to try and prevent this conflict from escalating across the wider Middle East. Joan, Savannah.
All right, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you very much.
Let's continue our conversation with Youssef Munir. He is the head of the Palestine-Israel program at the Arab Center in Washington. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. I do want to talk about what we're seeing in Gaza right now. The Palestinian enclave has been relentlessly bombed from the skies. There's this full-on siege happening right now, and it's looking likely that Israel will launch a ground assault. As we reported, this is a densely populated area, typically with a population of some 2 million people. What are you going to be keeping an eye on now in the coming hours and coming days?
Well, I think first, one of the things that's important to point out is the Gaza Strip, of course, is a tiny space, not much bigger than Washington, D.C., with about 2 million people living in it who have been under siege for a decade and a half and under, of course, military occupation for much, much longer than that. Half the population there is children, and the living conditions the United Nations has called unlivable for a long period of time now. And it is in this space that bombs are raining down left and right. Electricity has been cut off by Israel. Fuel for backup generators has been cut off by Israel. 1,000 Palestinians have already been killed. 5,000 are wounded in hospitals that are overwhelmed and are not going to be able to function. I am gravely concerned that what we are watching unfold now in Gaza will amount to a genocide that will make many of the horrific scenes that we've seen in the last several days pale in comparison to the death we are about to watch take place in the Gaza Strip. And I am very concerned that the U.S. government is sending a signal to Israel that it can do whatever it wants, regardless to concern for civilians on the ground in Gaza. And it should be mentioned here that, and I know you are doing a very difficult job in trying to report this story. But you and many other networks don't have people in Gaza right now. And with electricity being cut off, it's harder and harder for people to report the reality out from Gaza. We are talking about a black box where the world does not see what is taking place on the ground day in and day out. These are conditions in which mass atrocities can take place. And I think the rush to send this signal of unwavering support to Israel, even as all of these people are being killed by this bombardment, is extremely dangerous.
Let's talk a little bit, though, about how we got here, both in the sense that this is, of course, this long-standing conflict spanned decades, very complicated, but then also that something that has never happened before within the borders of Israel unfolded over the weekend. Walk us through some of that to understand getting to this point today and what you're discussing, this humanitarian crisis unfolding in Gaza that is also a result of that.
I mean, this is first and foremost the lack of a political solution to the Palestinian struggle for freedom, which has been going on for decades. You know, this did not start this past week, of course. Israel has been at war against the Palestinian people since the ethnic cleansing of Palestine in 1948. Unfortunately, we have seen so many rounds of this in Gaza. In particular. And each time the Israeli military launches an operation, does just tremendous damage, killing many people, most of them civilians. Each time they say that they're going to degrade the capabilities of Palestinian fighters in Gaza, and each time this happens. And there have been 16 Israeli military operations in Gaza in the last 20 years. Each time this happens, the fighters come back with not just greater capabilities and resilience, but also Palestinians are increasingly supportive of fighting back. And so this whole policy is bankrupt. And it has led us to the situation which we are in today. There is no military solution to this. And, you know, there are mothers in Gaza and elsewhere in Palestine who've been crying over their butchered children for years. And we have refused to hear their cries. We have refused to address their grievances. And that has brought us to the moment that we are at today. And if this moment is going to be any different, if we genuinely care about the people on the ground, on all sides of this, there needs to be a commitment to actually resolve the political issue here. Or else we are condemning everybody involved to just repeated rounds of this. We are condemning more and more mothers to crying over their dead children. And I think we owe them more than that. We have a responsibility to do much more than that.
Youssef Munir, thank you for your time this morning. We appreciate you joining us.
Well, as the war in Israel intensifies, law enforcement agencies across the country are shifting focus to security here at home in the U.S., with cities throughout the country now on high alert for potential anti-Semitic attacks. NBC News senior national correspondent Stephanie Goss joins us now from Temple Emmanuel with more. Stephanie, good morning.
Good morning, Savannah. You know, there's a member of the NYPD's counterterrorism unit who's walking the perimeter of this synagogue. And it's not just here in New York City. As you mentioned, police departments nationwide are on high alert for possible violence here in this country. The mayor also here in New York City calling on places of worship to consider hiring their own security.
With the war raging in the Middle East, this morning the mayor of New York has the city on notice.
We have to be high alert. We cannot let our guards down.
With the threat of violence and possible lone wolf attacks, the NYPD has increased patrols and added shifts to secure Jewish places of worship.
New York stands with Israel.
At a pro-Israel rally Tuesday with speakers including New York Governor Kathy Hochul, the NYPD was taking no chances.
This is one of the largest pro-Israel rallies since the Hamas attacks. There are thousands of people here, but before they even showed up, police were here doing security sweeps.
The increased security measures spread across the country.
The Department of Homeland Security and the Federal Bureau of Investigation are working closely with state and local law enforcement and Jewish community partners.
The president adding there is no place in the United States for hate against anybody, Jews or Muslims. Pittsburgh, where a mass shooter killed 11 people at a synagogue in 2018, has also added patrols and beefed up its intelligence gathering, while Jewish leaders are calling on people to be vigilant.
Historically, it is known that anti-Israel violence
equates to a huge increase in anti-Semitic actions in other areas.
Competing rallies can be flashpoints for confrontation, which is also playing out as a war of words on college campuses. Students at multiple universities across the country are being criticized for organizing protests against Israel in the wake of the attacks. At Harvard, a coalition of 34 student organizations released a letter Saturday that said they hold the Israeli regime entirely responsible for the unfolding violence. Under pressure for not responding, the university's president issued a statement Tuesday condemning Hamas and saying no student group speaks for Harvard.
New York City's mayor is calling on the public to help as well. In his words, this is not a time to be on your phone. Look up and pay attention to your surroundings. Savannah?
All right, Stephanie Gosk, thank you very much. Well, stay with us for continuing coverage on the Israel-Hamas war throughout the hour.
Yeah, we're also following other major news this morning, including new developments in the fraud trial of former crypto CEO Sam Bankman-Fried, as his ex-girlfriend turned key witness takes the stand. Her testimony in just a few minutes.
First, though, after the break, a House divided. We'll take you to Capitol Hill, where Republicans are set to vote on their new House Speaker. You are watching Morning News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
We're coming this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn.
Oh.
Okay.
Second.
Well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving. Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo. We're just getting started, folks. This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Still to come in the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, or breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Today on Capitol Hill, House Republicans will come together to vote privately on a new Speaker of the House. The vote's scheduled to begin this morning at 10 a.m. Eastern.
The two candidates so far for the job, that's House Majority Leader Steve Scalise and Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan, made their cases yesterday to fellow Republicans during a candidate forum. It's unclear if either, though, has enough support to get the 218 votes needed to be elected House Speaker.
NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now with more on what we can expect today. Julie, good morning. So give us the breakdown on how how today's vote could go. Are we going to be in for another long, dragged-out process to elect a new speaker like we saw at the beginning of the year?
Well, lawmakers are trying to avoid that. That's because when they get into the room at 10 a.m., they're going to try to pass first a resolution, a rules change, a House rules change to basically make sure that the person who wins behind closed doors has the overwhelming votes to win on the floor. Right now, there's only a simple majority needed out of House Republicans to get out of that closed door vote, a secret ballot vote behind the scenes, and get onto the floor for that 217 number. Well, now you have a group of lawmakers led by Chip Roy, the congressman from Texas, who are trying to make this rules change to avoid those 15 rounds of voting we saw back in January before Kevin McCarthy was able to get the gavel. Here's what Steve Scalise had to say yesterday, though, pitching himself as a candidate to all of his colleagues.
I've worked for a long time building coalitions and unifying our conference to get things done, advance our conservative principles, and we need that more than ever right now in a speaker. We need to do this. Day one, we need to get this done.
Of course, Scalise is running against Jordan. Those are the two frontrunners here. But to your point, it's really not clear if any of them have the vote. If this rules change passes, that, of course, changes the dynamic for the day. It'll probably move faster than we expected it to. But right now, colleagues are really divided among these two men. And it's not clear we're going to have a speaker anytime soon.
And we are hearing from Kevin McCarthy here, of course, the person who was voted out of this very role. What have we heard?
Well, he's been approaching this very interestingly. You know, over the weekend when the attacks happened against Israel, he was very out in front on it. He was loud. He was still acting as speaker. Then Monday night, he sort of floated that maybe he's interested in running again. We heard from some of his colleagues. They potentially wanted to renominate him. Yesterday, he said, don't do it. I don't want to run for speaker, and that he'll throw his support behind one of the two men that his conference chooses. But again, this just adds to how complicated the situation is. You really have a number of Republicans in the House who only want to elect McCarthy again. They still believe that his ouster, the 8 Republicans who ousted him, was wrong. They think McCarthy should be reinstated. McCarthy not coming out and supporting one of these candidates openly and publicly, either Scalise, who's a member of his leadership team, or Jordan, who is the chair of the Judiciary Committee that he's worked with over the last couple of years and secured a closer bond with, sort of this flame-throwing Republican who has stood in the face of speakers in the past. This is going to be really hard for his colleagues, many of them who support him, to coalesce around one of them if he's not being public with his support here and still maybe leaving the door open to be speaker himself.
All right, Julie, thank you so much.
All right, grab your umbrellas. We are expecting some rainy weather for parts of the country.
Meteorologist Angie Lastman's here with the latest forecast. Angie, good morning.
Good morning, guys. Good advice there. The umbrellas are going to be needed across parts of the south. You can already see quite a soggy morning from really southern Texas all the way into the panhandle of Florida. We've got more moisture that's going to work through in that same region through the day today. And here's why. We've got a system that's working out of the Gulf of Mexico, and we've just got a whole lot of tropical moisture to tap into. So that is going to work its way across parts of the southeast. We're going to be left with some heavy rain, potential flood concerns in some of those spots that maybe already have really saturated ground. So a heads up about that. As we look into tomorrow, the storm kind of accelerates off into the western Atlantic, but we'll be left over with some of these showers that kind of linger over the state of Florida. So you'll have more on the way for tomorrow for folks in that region. Here's the total amounts that you can expect through Thursday. 1 to 3 inches is a good bet of just about where we'll end up by the time we end Thursday. Now to the west coast, where we have our next system that's going to work across the country, and this is eventually going to get to the East Coast by the time the weekend rolls around and bring us some really unsettled weather. So here's where it starts. This system is going to bring some rain to parts of the northwest through the day today, and then some snow and some potentially strong to severe storms across parts of the plains. We'll see the snow across the Rockies, most likely those higher elevations, but even still the heavy rain and the potential for some strong storms tomorrow will be in the plains before it moves its way even further east. We're talking parts of the Great Lakes, the Midwest. We'll see that rain as we get into Friday, and by Saturday, guys, unfortunately, another soggy Saturday.
Just in time for the weekend.
Right. The Northeast.
All right, thanks, Angie.
Thank
Appreciate it. Some more international headlines now, starting in Afghanistan, struck by its second earthquake in less than a week.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome. Hey, Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. A new 6.3 magnitude earthquake struck Afghanistan literally days after a similar quake killed more than 1,000 people there. Now, the new earthquake struck in the early hours of this morning in the same area where the other tremors were felt in the past few days near the city of Herat. According to health officials, more than 100 people were injured and sent to hospital. In the past few days, aid agencies said there was a shortage of blankets, food, and supplies, and the new earthquake is likely to worsen this humanitarian crisis. Now let's go to Finland, where Prime Minister Petteri Orpo said the extensive damage to an undersea gas pipeline and communication cable connecting Finland to Estonia could not have occurred by accident. On Tuesday, the pipeline and cable had to be shut down following an unusual drop in pressure. The Finnish president said the damage is likely to result of external activity. Local media claim Russian sabotage is suspected, but authorities said it's important not to jump to conclusions. And let's end this short tour of the world in the Amazon forest, where 24 ancient earthworks have been detected. Experts say they are remnants of settlements of indigenous people who lived in the area around 500 to 1,500 years ago. They have been hidden in the deep and dense forest for centuries. To find them, scientists analyzed 3D digital scans of the terrain and say 10,000 such constructs may still be waiting to be discovered.
Wow.
Joe, Savannah.
Very interesting. Claudio, thank you so much.
Coming up, continuing coverage on the Israel-Hamas war after the break, a new threat, why some fear the fighting could soon spread to neighboring countries.
And the rush to help. We'll check in with a group of doctors on the front lines in Israel. This is Morning News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore.
More good people than bad people, I know, right?
5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news for hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private man with everything.
All right, it just me too.
Back now with the latest on the Israel-Hamas war. Later today, Secretary of State Antony Blinken will head to Israel. His visit comes after President Biden slammed the carnage that was unleashed in the Hamas terror attack. The White House announcing just moments ago that Mr. Biden will make remarks on the war this afternoon around 4 o'clock. This as the death toll has grown to a staggering number. Now more than 2,000 people have lost their lives in the war, including at least 14 Americans. During a speech Tuesday, President Biden reaffirmed America's support for Israel, noting that the U.S. is sending more military assistance to the embattled country. President Biden also confirmed Tuesday that Americans are being held hostage by Hamas. It's not clear exactly how many were taken captive, but the White House says at least 20 Americans are missing. The ongoing fight between Israel and Hamas could be spreading beyond their borders. Militant groups in Lebanon have launched missiles toward northern Israel, threatening a war on 2 fronts. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley explains how neighboring nations are responding.
This is a cry for vengeance. Here in southern Lebanon, the Lebanese militant group Hezbollah is burying 2 men among the 3 who died fighting Israel. There are fears here that Hezbollah will launch a full-scale war with Israel, opening a second front in the fighting and internationalizing an already horrific war. The cross-border violence here escalated dramatically over the weekend. A day after Hamas's brazen attack on Israel, Hezbollah fired missiles on disputed territory along Israel's northern border, calling it solidarity with Hamas. Israel fired back with airstrikes and artillery. 6 fighters were killed, including a senior Israeli general. The tit-for-tat combat sparked fires in the hills along the border and rage in southern Lebanon. The anger here is palpable, but is it enough to push Hezbollah into the war and the region into an even deeper crisis? Whether that happens may be up to yet a third nation, Iran. Like Hamas, Iran is Hezbollah's patron state. But leaders here in southern Lebanon tell us the decision to enter the war will be entirely up to Hezbollah's revered leader, Hassan Nasrallah. I asked this local imam if Nasrallah was waiting for the go-ahead from Tehran. He said, not at all. Nasrallah doesn't wait for a signal from anyone. But when I asked if the Lebanese people feared a war, he said no. Telling me Lebanon has hundreds, even thousands of martyrs prepared to sacrifice themselves against Israel. That's why on the other side of the border in Israel, there's anxiety. This isn't the best feeling in the world, said this Israeli. We've experienced rockets here. We've been through a lot, but this time we feel there will be chaos. Many still remember the last time Israel and Hezbollah waged a full-scale war in 2006. That month of fighting killed nearly 1,500 Lebanese people, most of them civilians. And it destroyed huge swaths of southern Lebanon. But for now, the fighting here is still mostly contained, even as Israel rushes more troops toward Lebanon's border. As I speak to you now, there are no incidents at the northern border, but we're ready, in high readiness, said this IDF spokesman. If Hezbollah does throw itself into war, it'll bring to bear weapons and training that could dwarf even Hamas's capabilities and heap even more bloodshed on a region that's already bleeding.
All right, thanks to Matt Bradley for that report. According to current and former U.S. officials, American warships and fighter jets deployed near Israel this week are meant to send a message to both Iran and Hezbollah to stand down.
Well, as we've discussed, thousands have been injured in both Israel and Gaza since the fighting began on Saturday, and the number of injuries is expected to continue to rise. It is a dire situation, and doctors from across the region have been rushing to the front lines to help. Let's bring in Dr. Shlomo Gensler for more on the ground. He is an emergency field doctor for United Hatzalah, working as a volunteer. He's also an ICU doctor and anesthesia department head. Dr. Gensler, good morning. It is good to speak with you again. I spoke with you just a couple days ago where you outlined for us what you saw on the ground at that music festival that we've talked so much about, and you rushed to help really while the fighting was still going on around. Walk us through what you have been seeing and just the magnitude of injuries and of injured people that you've seen.
Okay, thank you, Savannah and Joe. So basically, I've been, as we said in the last interview, I've seen a lot of the injured at the front lines, and I've also gotten to experience now in the ICU. Many of the injured have come to our hospital, which is a large university hospital with a lot of capabilities to help individuals. So I can tell you on the other side, after watching the carnage and brutality on the front lines, I've gotten to see the subsequent treatment here in the hospital. And I can give you like a few examples of things that I saw. There was one 75-year-old male who is from the village of Magen. He's a 75-year-old male who lost his leg. It was in CPR at that time, and they managed to, after complex surgery, able to resuscitate him and thank God save his life. Another, just as I'm part of the anesthesia department here at Hadassah University Hospital. So last night I was in a case where there was one of the soldiers, she donated her kidney, and at like post-mortem, she donated her kidney to any individual, giving it to any individual to help save lives. And as I was leaving, and something that was very, very, touching to see, as I was leaving the OR, I saw one of the soldiers who was not going to make it, donating all his organs as the wish of the family in order to save more lives. So to see the contrast between what I saw down there, the brutality and the lack of caring for life, to see that even in the face of all this brutality, people still want to help to continue to save lives, and even when it's even at the most difficult situations. And even as I left the OR, I encountered the friends of this soldier who were all sitting there crying, and I couldn't help but break down with them and hug them and share in their grief as they see their best friend passing on.
And doctor, I want to ask you more about that. You are a doctor, you are used to dealing with trauma, but what you've seen in the last few days is unlike anything we have ever seen before. How are you able to do your job to help people, but deal with these just incredible emotions?
So I will be honest, it's very, very difficult. It's not easy, but we have a very good team around me of both Arabs and Jews working together side by side, which gives me tremendous, tremendous hope to see that we're able to work together, Jews and Arabs, and be able to save lives together, irrespective of what race or nationality. It's just very heartwarming. So as much as I see the tremendous pain and the tremendous suffering, I'm able to see how we're able to unify, even as two different types of people, two different races, able to come together and really try to help save lives. And that part gives me hope for the future. I know we have some very difficult days ahead of things that we're going to encounter, and I'm definitely ready, and we're trying to get emotionally ready for it. But I'm hopeful that through the hope that we have here in medicine, where we're able to treat people and no matter what, and help save lives and be together in some unified sense of different types of people, I think that gives me tremendous hope, and I'm hoping for, the best outcome possible.
Do you have the resources you need right now? What do you need most when you're seeing these things in these hospitals?
It's extremely heartwarming. I've had lots of people reach out from all over the globe, particularly from the United States as well, of people wanting to send, and I know of many emergency charter flights filled with emergency medical equipment. And I can give you the numerous companies like Stat Packs from the United States, who's a generous donation, and which is emergency medical bags to help, and people trying to donate ventilators and donate things to help for airway management. And it's just such an outpouring. So there's definitely, I could tell in the emergency medical organization that I work in, that I was down at the front lines with, they were short. They literally used up an entire year's worth of equipment in those few short days. And there's been a huge outpouring of people sending things, and it's definitely very appreciated and very heartwarming.
Dr. Shlomo Gensler, thank you for continuing to join us here on NBC News Now, and we will continue to check in with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John, Savannah.
Coming up on the witness stand.
When we come back, emotional testimony from the star witness in the fraud trial of former crypto CEO Sam Bankman-Fried, what his former girlfriend had to say. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwan.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
Worth coming in this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn.
Oh.
Okay. Well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks. This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we are on the cusp of something big.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names. Only on Today.
Worth coming in this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn?
Oh.
Okay, well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks. This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Welcome back. The trial against FTX co-founder Sam Bankman-Fried is underway in New York, with the prosecution's star witness testifying against the former crypto king.
Yeah, that's Caroline Ellison, the former hedge fund executive who also dated Bankman-Fried. She took the stand yesterday to shed light on how he allegedly stole billions from FTX customers and investors. Ellison served as the head of Alameda, that's the hedge fund created by Bankman-Fried. According to her testimony, the crypto boss directed her to move funds from FTX accounts to repay the companies that lent money to Alameda Research.
NBC News legal analyst Angela Senadella joined us now with more. So what were the biggest takeaways from Ellison's testimony?
Well, first of all, that he directed her, and that's really the crux of the entire trial. So she, in a lot of regards, is somewhat of a pawn, even though she pled guilty. She was the CEO, but she was only paid $200,000 a year. So this entire trial is not about whether or not this fraud happened. It's really about whether or not he was the mastermind. And it's different from other criminal trials where you walk in innocent until proven guilty. Here, he walked in knowing that fraud happened, and being the top dog, it's a question of, did he really not know? The assumption is, frankly, that he did.
Right. So both Caroline Ellison, who we're talking about here, as well as FTX co-founder Gary Wang, they testified in this trial as part of a cooperation deal with prosecutors. How does that influence things here?
So it can go either way. And here, that's why the cross-examination that's going to happen today will be pivotal. So either these cooperating witnesses will show to be very honest because they were willing to plead guilty earlier and they were willing to just come forth and tell the truth. But it can also go the other way because, as you mentioned, they did date. So I expect in cross there's going to be a lot of questions of, are you the scorned ex? Do you have any vendetta? If there were any lies in Caroline Ellison's past regarding trying to get revenge or anything just that an ex-girlfriend might possibly do, that's gonna come up.
So the defense is facing some scrutiny from the judge here, who's warned about repeated questions, sustaining objections from the prosecution. Should we read anything into that? What does that tell us?
Well, we should read that the defense strategy is very weak. They don't have many options at this point, so they're trying everything they can. We have seen a bit of this advice from counsel strategy where they might claim it's just the lawyers who approved and okayed what Sam Bankman-Fried did, but he just doesn't have a lot of options. He's up against the wall.
All right, Angela Senadella, thank you so much for helping us break it down. We appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, coming up inside the Iron Dome.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at the key defense system that's being used to protect Israel against rocket attacks. Stay with us. You're watching Morning News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world,
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
and ways you can take care of your health
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
and your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with more on how Congress is planning to help Israel bolster its defense systems.
On Tuesday, Congress introduced new legislation that includes a $2 billion bill to help expand the Iron Dome. NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter has more on the Iron Dome and its role in defending Israel against rocket attacks.
Up in the sky today, that's a rocket arcing over the southern Israeli city of Ashkelon. And see that explosion? That's the Iron Dome missile defense system in action, intercepting and eliminating the projectile. It might seem like not much more than a blip in the sky, but take a look at the view at night. Each of those explosions right here, a thwarted rocket attack. The Israeli company that developed the Iron Dome system says the system has destroyed thousands of unguided rockets fired from Gaza and Lebanon into Israel since 2011. But the Iron Dome isn't really a dome, though it's meant to create a force field effect. They're movable batteries. It's attached to missile launchers that look like this. And here's how it works. So first, its radar senses a rocket when it's getting close, anywhere from 2.5 to 43 miles away, according to Raytheon, a U.S. defense contractor that helps produce them. Then the Iron Dome's control center kicks into gear, quickly analyzes whether a rocket will hit populated areas. If it determines the rocket will hit a town or city, the system will tell a launcher to shoot off a missile that will intercept and destroy it midair. The fragments of metal and debris then fall to the ground. But if a rocket is headed for an unpopulated area, the Iron Dome will let it land in the desert or sea. Officials say the system is extremely effective. The Israeli Defense Forces reported that it intercepted more than 95% of rockets during an operation last May. Over the last few days, the Israeli military says 4,500 rockets were fired from Gaza, and the Iron Dome has intercepted many.
Now we're hearing it again. Now you'll start to see the Iron Dome system taking them off again. Many rockets, many interceptions, not much damage.
But it doesn't catch every single one. The U.S. has given Israel nearly $2 billion for the Iron Dome since 2011. And that's in addition to the $3.3 billion annually that it sends to Israel for general security assistance. And today, President Biden pledging even more support.
We're surging additional military assistance, including ammunition and interceptors, to replenish Iron Dome. We're going to make sure that Israel does not run out of these critical assets.
Making sure Israel can continue to save lives up in the air. Molly Hunter, NBC News.
That'll do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Stay with us.
Top of the hour, and we are continuing our coverage of the Israel-Hamas war. NBC News is learning that we could soon see Israeli boots on the ground in Gaza as the IDF amasses troops at the border. For some context, within the past 24 hours alone, Israeli jets have struck 450 targets in that territory. It's all part of a sweeping counteroffensive that's been steadily ramping up since Saturday's surprise attack by the militant group Hamas. The death toll from the war also rising this morning. More than 2,000 people are now dead across the region. President Biden speaking yesterday, reiterating America's support for Israel after a private conversation with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
I just got off the phone with the third call with Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I told him the United States experience what Israel is experiencing, our response would be swift, decisive, and overwhelming.
We'll have much more on that phone call as President Biden confirms American lives have been lost and taken hostage by Hamas. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken is sent to the region largely reduced to rubble. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to begin our coverage this hour with NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel, who reports from southern Israel, and a warning: some of the images you are about to see are disturbing.
The death toll here continues to rise after the worst terrorist attacks in this country's history. According to Israeli officials, more than 1,200 Israelis were killed by Hamas gunmen, and this is only the first phase. Israeli officials are now vowing to invade the Gaza Strip. Israel is bombing the Gaza Strip relentlessly, targeting Hamas leaders, a university, and the port. Hitting the border crossing with Egypt, where Palestinians are trying desperately to get out. Power and water supplies have been cut. The people of Gaza have no choice who rules them and are already suffering. This man doing all he can to comfort his daughters. Don't be scared, he tells them. Don't be scared. Around 1,000 Palestinians have been killed so far. And this is just the opening phase. Israel is now preparing to send in tanks and troops. Israel's defense minister promising a war that will change Gaza forever. We started the offensive from the air. Later on, we will also come from the ground, he said, adding, it will only intensify. The United States, Israel's closest ally, is fully behind it on this one. The Pentagon has deployed warships to the eastern Mediterranean. U.S. officials tell NBC News they are actively trying to prevent this war from spreading across the Middle East by signaling to Hamas's allies, Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon, not to get involved and to sit this one out. Israel remains in a state of shock as the scale and brutality of Hamas's massacres last weekend are still being uncovered. Israeli troops entered the kibbutz of Kfar Aza to find families murdered in their homes.
It's something that I never saw in my life. It's something that we used to imagine as our grandfather and grandmother in the pogrom in Europe and other places.
Dozens of civilians were killed here as Hamas gunmen went house to house, killing men, women, and children, and kidnapping whoever could be carried back into Gaza.
Absolute pure hell that broke loose and destroyed everything that we know. One of the most beautiful places in the world, as far as I know, is completely destroyed.
Tensions are also increasing along Israel's northern border with Lebanon, and that is of particular concern to U.S. officials because if this does become a wider regional war, it will likely escalate there.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much.
Let's focus on the hostage situation now. Nightly news anchor Lester Holt has been speaking with the relatives of those who are believed to have been abducted by Hamas. And a warning, some viewers may find some of the scenes in this report distressing.
This morning, a looming threat by Hamas terrorists to kill a hostage and broadcast their executions every time an Israeli airstrike hits Gazans in their homes without warning. That's your mom? Nahar Netta's mother, 66-year-old nurse Adrian Netta, one of the missing, and presumed to have been abducted by Hamas.
My mom was born and raised in California.
Nahar's siblings were on the phone with her when they say terrorists barged into her home and they heard screaming. That was their last contact with her.
And notably, there were no shots heard. There were no shots heard, yeah.
So you take some hope in that?
Of course, yeah. I'm quite confident that if those animals didn't kill her on the first go, that she survived and she's kept hostage in Gaza.
And he has a message for his mother.
We're waiting for you. We love you.
The victims of the weekend attack were overwhelmingly civilians, many taken in the streets from their homes and at an outdoor music festival. Din Tesler and his friend Bar Cooperstein, friends since the 7th grade, were at that music festival, working unarmed security when the attack happened early Saturday morning. They meant to kill people.
Yeah, they're looking for people to kill.
The friends tried to get festival goers to safety. Bar, who is also a paramedic, stayed behind to help the injured. When did you learn that he had been kidnapped?
His brother called me and asked me if I know what happened to Bar. And he told me He told me that he kidnapped him.
And then you saw the video.
Yeah, and then I saw the video.
Propaganda video released by Hamas appears to show Bar hands tied on the floor with other captives.
It's not just a friend for me. His family is like my second family, and I love him like my brother.
Friends and families in agony, not knowing whether their relatives are alive or if there is a plan to rescue them and bring them home.
And our thanks to Lester Holt for that report.
Yeah, and the attempts to rescue those hostages held by Hamas are being complicated by rockets that are now being fired at the country from inside both Syria and Lebanon. For more on this, let's bring in Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus. He is the international spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us again. I want to start there with those hostages. As we just heard, Hamas still holding roughly 150 hostages or so. Of course, as I just mentioned, as Israel is defending itself against shelling coming out of places other than just Gaza, Syria, Lebanon. First, just tell us if that number is firm, if you know anything different about that 150, and how the ongoing rocket fire is impacting rescue efforts.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having me. The number has not changed, I can tell you that. It is the same number of Israelis that are being held, high number of dozens, unfortunately, sadly. And of course, it is the topic of concern in Israel for the higher chain of command and the government planning and trying to find ways to facilitate their release. As combat operations continue, as rockets continue to be fired at Israel, as we continue to retaliate against the Gaza Strip, and as we continue to defend along two additional borders, the Lebanese front and the Golan Heights with Syria.
Are you concerned this conflict will expand beyond Israel and the Gaza Strip?
Well, we understand that is definitely a possibility that for sure would mean significant conflict and casualties. We are prepared, and we have mobilized troops up to the north, significant numbers, and we have responded swiftly to all of the different attacks that we have sustained from the north, both rockets and missiles fired by Hezbollah along the Lebanese border and rockets fired by militants from the Syrian border. So the deployment is there, the intelligence is there, and I think that at this time it is very tense. We are vigilant, and we are looking at one active front and possibly two very active fronts. An unprecedented situation for us in Israel.
Lieutenant Colonel, it's highly expected that Israel will eventually begin a ground incursion into Gaza. What are the factors that will go into making that decision? Is that inevitable at this point?
I wouldn't say that it's inevitable. Let's speak in terms of what we want to achieve. From the very early hours of Saturday, October 7th, when the numbers started to become clear and when we started to understand that this is something totally different, like we have never, ever experienced before, it became apparent that our response to this atrocity would have to be different from anything else that we have done before. So we are very focused on our aims. The pictures that are now on the screen of the interim results in Gaza are the preliminary stage of our operations. And of course, our troops are getting ready. The aim will be to strip Hamas of any military capabilities to conduct operations against Israel in the future.
And let's talk about the people also, though, who are trapped in the Gaza Strip, who are not part of Hamas, just Palestinian civilians. Any plan there to open a humanitarian corridor so that people can get basic necessities or leave, as Israel had warned civilians to do at one point if they want to?
Yes, I'm aware of talks. I've heard reports about it. I don't have additional details on the military level about it. And I am sure that the political echelon in Israel, the government is dealing with that as well. We are aware of the complexity of the situation and how dense the Gaza Strip is, how many people live there, how much Hamas uses the civilian infrastructure for its military purposes and makes it virtually impossible to strike only military targets without affecting the civilian population. This is the sad reality that Hamas has brought upon the Gaza Strip. And when the war started, we immediately said, an Israeli general said, and I think this is important to remember, Hamas opened the floodgates of hell on Gaza, and they are responsible for what's happening. And as every day goes by, every hour goes by, we find additional bodies of butchered Israeli civilians inside communities. Yesterday, the carnage in Kibbutz Kfar Aza was exposed to the world, and today there will be additional exposures of other Israeli communities that were infiltrated, ransacked, and all of its citizens either killed, abducted, or wounded. So it's a very, very gruesome situation here in Israel.
Lieutenant Colonel, it is gruesome. I saw a video that you were in. I saw that earlier this morning where you talk about the effort by Israel will be legal. Talk about what you mean by that and what that's going to look like in your mind going forward.
That is unequivocal. The IDF is committed and it fights according to the laws of armed conflict. Full stop. We are at war. We are at war with the most ruthless and bloodthirsty enemy that we have faced in recent years, as has been shown by their attacks on Israeli civilians and society. And that's the war that we are fighting. I don't think that we can be expected to be gentle, to be caressing, and to be extra careful when it comes to attacking Hamas when this is the situation that we're facing. We are not targeting the civilian population. We are not trying to inflict damage on them. All of our strikes are intelligence-based, and they are focused on Hamas infrastructure. And that is what we will continue to do as this unfolds. This is only the first stage of operations in Gaza. There will be other stages, and I fear that the images coming out of the Gaza Strip will be even more difficult. But as that continues, I want everybody to remember how this horrible war started. It was forced upon us, and we are now defending ourselves, and we will continue to do so.
Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conriquez, thank you very much for joining us again, and we will continue to check in with you.
Thank you, and good morning.
In Washington, President Biden spoke at length about the situation in Israel, condemning the Hamas attack as terrorism and making it clear that the United States stands with Israel.
Let there be no doubt, the United States has Israel's back. We will make sure the Jewish and democratic state of Israel can defend itself today, tomorrow, as we always have. It's as simple as that. These atrocities have been sickening. We're with Israel. Let's make no mistake.
For more, let's bring in NBC's chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. So, Peter, the president obviously sending a strong message there. The White House also announcing Mr. Biden will make remarks on the war later this afternoon when he meets with leaders here in America. Secretary of State Antony Blinken flying to Israel. What can you tell us about his trip and what the White House hopes to accomplish?
Well, first, let's just talk about the president. We are expecting to see him again today when he's going to be visiting a gathering of Jewish community leaders here at the White House to reiterate his unwavering commitment to Israel, to its right to defend itself, and also to what he has done to combat anti-Semitism. As it relates to the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, we expect to hear from him again today before he heads overseas. And his effort is, according to State Department officials, a critical one where, among other things, his top priority is trying to secure the release of those American hostages. Again, at this time, we don't know exactly how many Americans are in captivity in Gaza right now, but as the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told us yesterday, at least 20 Americans right now are missing as a result of this awful war that's taken place, that massacre by Hamas terrorists inside Israel. Blinken is also going to be communicating directly with some of those other countries who have direct means to communicate with Hamas to try to secure their assistance in helping recover those Americans, those hostages being held in Gaza right now. But the priority really in this visit, Joe and Savannah, is to demonstrate solidarity going forward and really to engage directly with those partners, U.S. partners, and Israeli officials themselves who the U.S. has been speaking to by phone long distance for the last several days.
Peter, exactly. President Biden spoke with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That's the third phone call, I believe, and I understand that Netanyahu shared some more of the brutal details than he had before. Tell us about this conversation between the two leaders.
Yeah, that's right. As you heard from the president, he compared the unadulterated evil of Hamas's attacks to that of ISIS. And that is the language that Netanyahu used when he described these rampages, this massacre by Hamas. He talked about the awful brutality and the terror as it rampaged through southern Israel, some of those kibbutzes and elsewhere, that music festival that took place. But the president, in addition to vowing to send additional military aid to Israel, and we should note the first batch has already arrived there, also urged Netanyahu to try to limit the number of civilian casualties inside Gaza right now. In effect, saying that's what differentiates democracies from the actions of Hamas. And we have also learned today, Savannah and Joe, that the U.S. right now is in conversations, in discussions, trying to find cooperation in an effort to open up the southern border of Gaza, which leads into Egypt, to allow Palestinian civilians, including Palestinian Americans, to be able to find safe passage out so that they don't become harmed in this war.
Peter, quickly, I want to ask you about the fears of a widening war with rocket exchanges across the northern Israeli border. How concerned is the White House about that?
Well, you're right. The northern Israeli border obviously is a real concern, not just for the Israelis, but for the Americans as well. Obviously, Iran-backed Hezbollah controls so much of that area, and they are a far greater power in that region in terms of terror than is Hamas right now. It's one of the main reasons why the U.S., at the president's direction, has sent the USS Gerald Ford carrier strike group, including 4 guided missile destroyers, to the eastern Mediterranean near Cyprus there, not as a deterrent to Hamas, we were told by national security officials here, but really as a way to send a message to Hezbollah and to Iran and to other proxies of Iran throughout the region, not to try to take advantage of this situation to try to escalate the war. Joe and Savannah.
All right. Peter Alexander, thank you so much, Peter.
Well, we have been sharing stories of families desperately trying to locate their loved ones who went missing after Hamas militants launched their surprise attack.
18-year-old Leah Hasday is anxiously waiting on word from her father, Avi. He was fishing Saturday morning when Hamas struck. She lost contact with him soon after that.
Leah joins us now. Leah, thank you very much for talking to us during what I know must be such a difficult time for you and your family. First, we'd just love to hear what you want us to know about your dad, just the kind of person he is.
My dad was a wonderful person. He always take care of everyone, and he always take care of us. And it was very, very difficult when I found out he was I didn't find him, and no one knows when he is right now. I don't know what to say. I never imagined that it will happen to us.
Well, I do want to ask you a little bit about what happened on Saturday morning. Your father was fishing when everything unfolded. You lost contact with him soon after that. Now, I know, like so many, you've been able to piece together a little bit of what happened using the internet and witnesses and what you've heard from friends. What do you know right now about his disappearance? Do you have any idea where he could be?
All I know is that my father he was at the camp beach, and he told us all over the phone that he has a lot of missiles about on his head. And we lost contact with him 15 minutes later, and then all the contact with him was cut off, and I didn't hear from him. And what I know is that there was a horrible massacre, and my father was in the bedroom with one of his friends, and a lot of people was there with him. and the terrorists came and murdered people there in the bedroom. And then I know my father ran away to hide in the shelter, and the terrorists came there too and killed all the people. All the people was there, and I don't know what about my father. I don't know where he is, or what he's feeling right now. I don't know what about him. I know that he's still missing. That's all I know, and I hope he's okay and safe.
Leah, have you heard at all from the Israeli government, or has anyone been able to help your family understand what might have happened to him or what went on in the area?
We tried to talk with the police, but no one has an answer. No one knows where he is. Nothing.
We know right now we're seeing rocket strikes on Gaza. There's the possibility that there'll be a ground incursion into Gaza soon, with the possibility that hostages, anyone who's been held captive, could be there. What do you want to see moving forward? What do you hope happens as you deal with just all this uncertainty right now?
All I hope is my father will come back home, and all the hostages that in Gaza right now. And I hope this war will end, and everyone will be safe. And all we want is our family back. I can't imagine this home without my dad. I can't see it happen.
Leah Hasday, thank you so much for joining us. These are beautiful pictures of you and your family. We are thinking of you. We'd love to check in with you, and we really appreciate you talking to us about this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're thinking of you. The United States is investigating whether Iran gave advanced training to Hamas militants in the lead up to that attack on Israel.
That's according to current and former U.S. officials speaking to NBC News. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby has been following all of this for us and joins us now. Hi, Courtney. So what exactly is this investigation looking into, and what do we know at this point?
So this is one part of a larger look at whether the U.S. may have had some shred of intelligence that may have indicated that Hamas was planning anything like this massive deadly assault that they unleashed on Israel on Saturday morning. The U.S. and other governments, intelligence agencies around the world are literally looking back at past threads to see if there was something that they missed that may have shown that they were planning this massive, large-scale attack. Now, as part of that, one of the things that the U.S. is looking at is whether any of these fighters who crossed across the border in that really that unbelievable, unprecedented breach in multiple locations of the border fence, whether any of those terrorists may have received any advanced training from Iran, specifically from Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps or their elite Quds Force. Now, I have to say, it is for decades now. Iran has funded and trained Hamas. It would not be surprising. The link that still does not exist, according to multiple U.S. officials, is a link between any kind of training, any kind of funding by Iran, and any direct knowledge of the attack that unfolded on Saturday. That's something that people have been asking about, intelligence agencies are looking into, but at this point, we still don't have any direct evidence of that.
Yeah, and Courtney, I know National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan talked about Iran's potential involvement yesterday. What are we hearing from him?
Yeah, that's right. So again, this has been a question since Saturday, is how did this intelligence failure happen? What was missed here? And so as part of that, people are asking whether Iran may have played some role in, again, the training, the equipping, the funding, and maybe even in some sort of way keeping this assault and this operation as covert as it was. Jake Sullivan and other officials have been asked directly. Jake acknowledged that, yes, there has been training and equipping for years, but they still don't have that direct link. Here's what he had to say.
Look, we've said since the beginning that Iran is complicit in this attack in a broad sense because they have provided the lion's share of the funding for the military wing of Hamas. They have provided training. They have provided capabilities. They have provided support. As to the question of whether Iran knew about this attack in advance or helped plan or direct this attack, we do not, as of the moment I'm standing here at the podium, have confirmation of that.
So again, you can hear no direct link between this specific assault, but the question is, was there any kind of training that Iran, or specifically the Revolutionary Guard Corps, may have provided to some of these fighters, and that may have been used specifically in this assault? Again, this is something that I think for weeks and months, intelligence agencies are going to look into.
Yeah, and so Courtney, tell us at this point, though, any other details that they've learned about how it was that Hamas carried out this attack, both in the planning and the training, but then to take Israel by surprise, and us, frankly.
Yeah, so I mean, one of the big questions is just the physical breach, right? So the border fence between Gaza and between Israel, it's almost known for historically for being this impenetrable fence. So it's extremely high. There are cameras, there are sensors, there are supposed to be massive numbers of Israeli forces that are patrolling, that are watching. So the notion that these fighters were not only able to get across in one place, but at multiple places has been another big line of questioning. What we learned is one element may have been that back in September, there were a number of protests and rallies along the border fence by Palestinians. They occurred for several weeks, and according to U.S. officials, they're looking into whether Hamas may have used those rallies and those crowds as cover to plant explosives that were then used to breach the fence. We do know that at least in one or two locations, explosives were used for the terrorists to get through, Savannah.
All right. Courtney Kuby, thank you so much. Appreciate your reporting.
Thank you.
Coming up on Morning News Now, inside the Biden administration's proposed crackdown on those pesky junk fees that seem to be showing up in more and more places.
Plus, on Capitol Hill, the race for the next House Speaker comes to a head today as Republicans begin voting to fill Kevin McCarthy's empty seat amid a crisis in the Middle East. We will take you to Washington next.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? Yeah, 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just me too. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio. We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back now with the battle for Speaker of the House of Representatives.
House Republicans are set to begin voting behind closed doors today on who will replace Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. House Majority Leaders Steve Scalise and Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan are vying for the vacant leadership role. They'll need a simple majority to come out on top. Republicans hold that slim 4-vote majority in the chamber.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with the latest on this and a preview of what's ahead. Hey, Ryan, so the big question here is, would either of these candidates have enough support from Republicans to win the speakership, or is this going to be drawn out like it was last time? What's the latest?
So, Savannah, the feeling right now is that neither Steve Scalise of Louisiana or Jim Jordan of Ohio has emerged as the clear favorite in this race for Speaker. And there's a lot of questions as to how this is going to play out today. Under normal circumstances, there would be an internal vote amongst the members of the Republican Party. Whoever received the most votes in that situation would then be nominated as Speaker. They would take it to the floor, and then all of the Republicans would coalesce around that candidate. Obviously, we're not in normal times. And there's a real concern that those 8 members who voted to oust Kevin McCarthy, they're among that group that made it difficult for him to win this speakership originally, won't be a guaranteed vote once they take it to the floor. So part of what they're going to hash out today is whether or not they don't emerge from this room without a guarantee of 217 votes for the leading candidate for the speakership. And if they agree that that's the path that they have to take, it could be some time until they settle on who the actual nominee will be for the Speaker of the House.
So, Ryan, let's travel to fantasy land for a moment and imagine that in a short period of time they figure it out who's going to be the Speaker. Whoever this person is, talk to us about the pressure, the challenges they're going to face right off the bat.
First of all, Joe, we're not already there. Sometimes it feels like it. But yes, you're exactly right. I mean, winning the speakership will just be the first step in what will be many difficult steps for whoever emerges as the next leader of the Republican Party. You know, we are barreling down on the possibility of another government shutdown. There is the fight over additional funding for Ukraine, fixes to the border situation, and then, of course, the enormous amount of pressure that will be on the next leader in terms of what's going to happen in terms of U.S. support for the Israel-Hamas war. So this speaker is going to inherit a whole host of challenges, not the least of which will be trying to keep in line this Republican caucus, which has demonstrated from the get-go that there are enough rabble-rousers within the group to really derail any significant progress. So it is not going to be an easy task by any stretch of the imagination.
Ryan, quickly before we let you go, if we could switch gears, New York Congressman George Santos, he's facing new charges just 5 months after he pleaded not guilty to fraud and money laundering charges. What is he accused of?
Yeah, the charges keep mounting. 23 additional charges. These ones are serious. Are campaign finance violations. He's accused of credit card fraud and wire fraud. Essentially, the core of the allegations is that Santos was faking loans to his campaign to try and entice donors to be a part of his campaign to donate money, and also that he was using the credit card number of a campaign donor to buy lavish gifts for himself and designer goods. These are all serious charges. Santos last night said that he is not going to resign, but that he hadn't gotten the full read on the indictment because he was in that closed-door meeting and didn't have access to his phone when the indictment was handed down.
All right, Ryan Nobles, we know you will stay on that one for us. Thank you so much.
Parts of the country are in store for some chilly weather. Let's check in with meteorologist Angie Lastman.
Hello, Angie. Good morning.
Hello, guys. You asked for the fall weather, and we gave you a little taste of, I don't know, winter with some spots waking up with these frost advisories. We've got 16 million people included in that. It goes from Minnesota all the way down to West Virginia, including places like Columbus, Rockford, La Crosse. So those are the spots that we're watching for a chilly start. And you see these temperatures sitting into the low 40s in places like Columbus and Indianapolis. Chicago, you're out the door this morning into the low 40s as well. Detroit, 47 degrees. These temperatures, of course, are going to warm up a little bit, but not quite as much as what we're going to see across parts of the Central Plains. Look at these numbers just a little farther to the south and west this afternoon. We'll see Wichita hit 86 degrees. Amarillo will head to the low 90s. We'll end up with 86 tomorrow for Oklahoma City, Little Rock into the upper 70s, St. Louis into the low 80s. So you get the picture. It's mild for now in that section of the country. And then it kind of starts to moderate out, turns a little cooler for those afternoon temperatures in places like Nashville as we round out the week and head into the weekend. We'll get back to the 60s, low 60s by Sunday in Nashville. And then Cincinnati ends up into the low 50s by Sunday. So some roller coaster ride, if you will, of these temperatures. Meanwhile, we've got some rain, of course, that we're tracking along the Gulf Coast, guys, and that's going to be a soggy kind of couple of days for folks there with the potential for some flooding concerns.
All right. Thank you, Angie.
We did
Appreciate
ask
it.
for the fall weather. You are right.
did.
Thank you. International headlines now. Hurricane Lydia has made landfall along Mexico's western coast.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Last night, a Category 4 hurricane has landed on Mexico's Pacific coast and has been described by authorities as extremely dangerous. Hurricane Lydia brought winds of up to 140 miles per hour, but downgraded to Category 2 status after moving inland. Mexico's President Andrés Obrador deployed 6,000 members of the armed forces to help residents and warned them to stay away from low-lying areas, rivers and slopes. Authorities in the state of Nayarit said a man was killed when a tree fell on the van he was driving. And let's go to Niger now, where the recent military takeover has been officially declared a coup by the U.S. State Department. Last July, a military junta put the president of Niger under house arrests and took over the government. The decision by the State Department to consider it a coup also means that the U.S. aid to the country will be cut back, including a $300 million economic grant announced last year. And let's end this tour of the world in France, where 2 rugby fans made their own touchdown after flying across the channel from Wales in a light aircraft to watch their national team play in the World Cup there. If that doesn't sound impressive to you, just consider this. Their 2,000-pound aircraft is lighter than the Welsh rugby pack. This means that turbulence across the channel in that tin can must have felt like being hit by a bone-crunching tackle by a whole rugby team. But they made it without a scratch and promised that if Wales beats Argentina on Saturday, they will fly again, this time to Paris, to watch the semi-finals.
Oh.
Savannah, Joe.
All right.
We wish them the best.
Yes,
All right.
certainly.
Thanks, Claudia. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Coming up, a legendary American gymnast hospitalized inside Mary Lou Retton's shocking reported diagnosis that has her fighting for her life. That's next.
Plus, a White House crackdown on those so-called junk fees. We've got more on the proposed measures to potentially save Americans billions. Next.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Gymnastics legend Mary Lou Retton is in the hospital fighting for her life. Her daughter says the gold medal winner is battling a rare form of pneumonia. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is here with the details. Kristen, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Mary Lou Retton's daughter posted about her mother's condition on social media, but did not want to talk about it, asking for privacy. So we don't know the specific medical issues that her mother is facing. But this morning, fans who so vividly remember Mary Lou's broad smile and powerful athleticism are hoping for her full recovery.
Nearly 40 years ago, at the 1984 Olympics in L.A., Mary Lou Retton vaulted her way into America's heart. The then 16-year-old becoming the first U.S. woman to win gold in the all-around, catapulting her to superstardom with commercials and sponsorship deals, even playing Tiny Tim in the big screen film Scrooged, and more recently competing on Dancing with the Stars. But this morning, the legendary gymnast is reportedly hospitalized with a very rare form of pneumonia, according to a crowdfunding post by her daughter, McKenna Kelly, who writes in part, Mary Lou is fighting for her life. She is not able to breathe on her own. She's been in the ICU for over a week now. Kelly asking the public for donations, writing that her mother is not insured.
When we talk about rare forms of pneumonia, it could be these inflammatory type pneumonias in individuals with underlying medical conditions, or it could be a rare form of infection that we don't often talk about.
The gymnast appeared to be in good spirits earlier this year as she and McKenna hosted a gymnastics tour called For Mothers and Daughters, Forever Our Legacy. The two speaking out on the importance of mental health for girls and young women in the sport.
Mental health wasn't even a thing. It wasn't allowed. It was such.
We're back with an update on the unfolding war in the Middle East between Israel and Hamas.
This morning, the humanitarian situation in Gaza is set to worsen after the enclave's only power station was forced to shut down due to running out of fuel. That is after Israel imposed a full blockade on the Palestinian territory. In the meantime, Israel's prime minister has formed an emergency unity government with opposition leader Benny Gantz. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from Ashkelon, Israel. This is an area that is continuing to receive incoming rocket fire from Gaza. Many of those missiles intercepted by the Iron Dome, not all of them. We are seeing some images of some that have come through. Ellison, tell us what you're seeing on the ground.
Hey, Savannah. Yeah, in this area, just in the last hour, we have seen a series of rocket fire. We saw at least 9 rockets come from the direction of Hamas. All but 2 of those we saw intercepted. The other 2, we don't know if they were intercepted or not. But then shortly after that, we saw a wave of 4 or 5, maybe more rockets coming from the Israeli side headed towards Gaza. It's also been the case that we have seen a ton of military vehicles, tanks, trucks, buses carrying troops down this highway here, as well as seeing a series of helicopters overhead. We were on our way originally to a city that's a little further south from here, Mordechai. It's maybe 2 miles from the northern border with Gaza. When we got towards that direction, we were stopped at a checkpoint by the Israeli military. And IDF soldiers told us there that we could not cross any further and that we could not film any of the troops or military equipment that was past that checkpoint where they were. But before we got to that checkpoint, we saw through trees as we were driving along this highway what appeared to be just a massive buildup of Israeli tanks and military vehicles. We could only see bits of it because it was through the trees, but from the little section that we saw, it looked like there were at least 100 military tanks, Israeli military tanks and vehicles built up in a wooded area. All of that seems particularly significant with that news that you mentioned, that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has announced a unity government between him and Benny Gantz and the opposition. And they have also, they say, formed a war cabinet. We have been expecting to see more of an escalation here. We know that the Israeli military has been sending a number of brigades to the border with Gaza. As you mentioned, there is already a full blockade, according to Israel, and also from the information that we have inside. The reason we believe that there has been that push of more forces around is that there could soon be some sort of ground assault into Gaza. We've seen so much more activity here in the last hour and a half, and it does seem like it all really did start, guys, around the time that it was publicly announced that there was this unity government. I mean, it was within 30 minutes or an hour when we saw that information and that news was breaking, and we started to see this kind of flurry of activity in this area here. Savannah, Joe.
So, Ellison, you've been there for a few days now. Help people understand, for folks like you in the media, but just everyday people living in Israel right now, what it's like day to day when these rockets come in. Most are intercepted by the Iron Dome, but not all. What is the impact all this is having, and how is what you're experiencing right now compare with what you've been experiencing the last few days?
Yeah, I mean, you know, when we're showing this a lot of times, we're showing us moving and running, and that's just because we have to get to safety like everyone else. And in some of these areas, civilians have left or they're staying inside of their homes. But sometimes, oftentimes, we're showing you that not just to be gratuitous and to say, look at what we're going through, but because we're hoping by people watching what we are going through, because we're there, that you understand that this is what it's like for civilians. There goes a massive tank, guys, headed in. But when you're here, you hear a siren, it's seconds, and then you see a rocket coming and you hear a boom, and if it's intercepted, as you hope it is, there's the risk that shrapnel and debris can fall on you. If it's not, it would hit incredibly quickly. And I think just what we have experienced is the reminder of what civilians are experiencing it, how tense this situation is, how quickly things can change, how quickly things can happen, and how very little time people have to seek safety. And that is true for Israeli citizens. It is also true for Palestinians inside of Gaza. Israel has the Iron Dome that is incredibly effective at intercepting missiles. Hamas a couple days ago had posted on their social media saying that they had created some sort of makeshift interceptor with homemade equipment there because Hamas governs and runs and operates out of the Gaza Strip, though there are other militants that work in there like Islamic Jihad. But that's not something like an Iron Dome interceptors. That's not really something that is available to people who live inside of Gaza. And the Israeli military, they say that Hamas uses citizens, Palestinians, as human shields. But the truth is that it's such a densely populated area. I mean, multiple things can be true, right? It's such a densely populated area, 2 million people living in what is basically the size of New Jersey, all crammed in together. When rockets are fired, there's no sort of device really on a large scale to intercept them like there is in Israel. And civilians are absolutely being impacted massively by this inside Gaza. We've seen images of just blocks of homes, of communities destroyed. A mosque was hit the other day. Israel said that was a place that was being used as a command center, and weapons were being stored in that, as well as some homes. But there are still people there, and that's the thing always about war, right? You have military, you have militants, whatever, people fighting. And there are all sorts of dynamics at play, but the people who are often impacted the most, feel it the most, their lives upended the most, it's civilians. Guys.
And Ellison, that's of course the concern as this potentially enters what's sort of a next phase, maybe. I mean, for viewers at home here in the U.S., we've seen what happened, the surprise attack on Saturday, that much of what we're hearing from Israel is that while there are still some Hamas fighters within Israel, for the most part, that has calmed. The border has been resecured. And then we've seen this trading rocket fire, most of which in Israel, at least, is blocked by that Iron Dome. Walk us through, though, what it sounds like you are seeing right now is potentially the readying of a next phase. What is it that we're waiting for here that may happen next and that you're seeing that indicates that that is maybe what we're going to see soon?
We think that we could see the Israeli military make a forceful push, a ground assault into Gaza, which has not happened in recent history. There have been tensions, skirmish, bubbling up, if you will, of airstrikes, rocket attacks a couple years ago. There was a period, a few days, where there was a lot of rocket fire back and forth between Hamas and Israel, but a full ground assault in Gaza. Hamas has controlled that territory outright since 2007. Israeli forces, Israeli settlers used to be inside of Gaza, but the prime minister at the time, Sharon, pulled everyone out in 2005 and left physically inside of Gaza, though they did form a blockade all around it. But for Israeli soldiers to be inside of Gaza to launch an attack where they physically go and move all the way in, that's something that we haven't seen in recent history. Everything we've seen here, it appears to indicate that that's what they're moving towards. And being in this section, this main highway, where to get to the northern part of the border, this is where the military vehicles have to come down. We have just seen more tanks, more military vehicles than I can count. And through the, you know, when you're driving through the highway and you're trying to look, and it's always, like in the U.S., like a bunch of trees, it's a flat area further down this way. See, here's another military vehicle. Again, it's just constant. Flashing a peace sign as he goes by. But there was a large, just boom, 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 after each other, tanks lined up through the trees that we saw. We think it was at least 100 tanks and military vehicles from the section we could see, but we think that's an underestimate because we don't want to over-speculate, but I mean, it was a lot, and we think we only saw a little section of it. We weren't allowed to go further because the Israeli military stopped us and said we couldn't. Savannah?
All right, we want to bring in NBC's Matt Bradley to the north of where Ellison is in southern Lebanon. There are ominous signals pointing to a new front in the war. I know you just spoke with the United Nations Interim Force in Lebanon spokesperson. Just, Matt, what can you tell us about what you're seeing there?
Yeah, well, what we're seeing here is the fourth day of tit-for-tat violence that's been going on between what looks like militant groups here in southern Lebanon. And when I'm talking about militant groups, I mean chiefly Hezbollah, but also Palestinian Islamic Jihad, which is based in Gaza, closer to where Ellison is. And, you know, we've been seeing this. We have front row seats here. If you look over my shoulder, right at that ridge line, we've been seeing what looked like outgoing fire and then fires that must have been caused, we presume, by incoming fire from Israel. And we know that there was both tit for tat because we had reports from both sides. And there was even infiltrators, according to the Israelis, from Palestinian Islamic Jihad that went over the border into Israel from here in Lebanon. 2 of them were shot dead. And in fact, Hezbollah said 4 of their fighters have since been shot dead, or excuse me, have since been killed by the Israelis, though we haven't heard anything about them infiltrating or going into Israel. But this all points to some, as you mentioned, some ominous signals. Now, this is nothing like the violence that we're seeing down where Ellison is, far from where I'm standing, but in many ways, it's more fearful, because the fact of the matter is that if Hezbollah were to enter into the fighting in a full-throated capacity, it could bring more weapons, more training, and more international support to bear than Hamas could ever dream of doing, because, as Ellison has stated repeatedly, Hamas governs a blockaded Gaza Strip. A lot of their weapons are homemade. A lot of their training is ad hoc. Hezbollah is a militant group, but really it more resembles a sophisticated army, and it has international support. It is bloodied, as you hear military officials or military experts call it, because it has just come out of a nearly decade-long war fighting against militants in Syria. So now they're well-trained, well-armed, sophisticated, and able to penetrate well into Israel. And the Israelis, on their side, are able to fire back. And that's why we've seen in the past couple of days 7 people who have been killed, including 3 Hezbollah fighters, 2 Palestinian Islamic Jihad, and 1 Israeli senior soldier. Now, that doesn't sound like much, not compared to what we're talking about from Ellison. But again, this holds the potential to opening another front in the war, dragging another country into this, and really internationalizing a conflict that has already unsettled the Middle East to such an extent that has drawn the world's attention and just upset foreign policy for the United States. So that's why, despite the fact that all eyes are still on Israel and the Gaza Strip, there's a lot of attention that's being focused here to the potential for a much, much worse conflict than what we've already been seeing. Guys.
And Matt, what can you tell about the attention that Israel is giving this border? While we are hearing from Ellison the mass of troops, we know about 300,000 reservists called up. We're seeing a lot of that mass along the border with Gaza. What is it that's happening along the border with Lebanon on the Israel side?
Well, this is kind of what Hezbollah was hoping for, to kind of maybe distract the Israelis, to drag some of their troops, to defocus them from the Gaza Strip and bring them all the way up here to the northern Israeli border, and maybe to kind of split the ranks. And we started to see that. We started to see tanks that were arrayed along the border. The fact is that this has always been a highly militarized, highly contentious border, partially occupied by Israel, monitored by United Nations troops, as you mentioned. And so, there is a splitting of the fronts that's already been going on. Israel was never going to remove a lot of its troops that are always going to be focused here, because they were never going to give Hezbollah or other militant groups the opportunity to cross the border. They're not just going to abandon this border and allow for Hezbollah to infiltrate. So there's already been a lot of focus here. But the fact is that we're seeing more and more troops coming up here. With those 360,000 reservists that have been called up, most of those are most likely to go toward the Gaza Strip. But here in southern Lebanon, we can expect quite a few troops to be focused here, just because of the sophistication and the armaments that Hezbollah would bring to bear.
All right, Matt Bradley in Lebanon. Matt, thank you so much. We're joined now by Jerusalem Post senior columnist Yaakov Katz. He's also a senior fellow at the Jewish People Policy Institute. Yaakov, thank you for joining us. One of the big stories this morning, this unity government that is forming there in Israel. For a largely American audience, help us understand the significance of that, the impact it could have moving forward.
Well, we have a coalition in opposition inside the Israeli Knesset, which is our parliament, right? But they're coming together basically as an indication that they understand that this is a rough time, that they need to come together at a time of war. This has happened in the past. We saw it, for example, in 1967, in the run-up to the famous Six-Day War. There was also a coming together and a merge between coalition and opposition. So it's basically an indication to the people that they can count on their leadership, but also it has more significance, I think. The government until now has been very right-wing. Who's entering is much more Benny Gantz, a former defense minister, former chief of staff, much more coming from the center. So it will hopefully, for some people, they see it as a sign, maybe it'll moderate this government. But I think also what it will tell us, and I was listening to Ellison talk about the buildup down south, I think Netanyahu was waiting for this. He was waiting for this national unity government. Now that it's on the table and it's happening, he can go ahead with that ground invasion.
Absolutely. As you've been reporting through this, I know also you have been dealing with issues with even getting your reporting out there with cyber attacks and things like that. What are you seeing right now in terms of the war changing? We've been hearing from reports on the ground of our NBC News colleagues of this potentially moving towards that ground incursion, and then also, of course, what that means is happening within the borders of Gaza.
Look, Israel is beefing up those forces, right? What we will see in Gaza ultimately is going to be a large-scale ground offensive, probably the likes of which we have not seen in Gaza ever. The last time Israeli boots were on the ground in Gaza was back in 2014. Before that was in 2009. So Israel is going in there in a big way to degrade Hamas capabilities, to destroy as much Hamas infrastructure, and to kill or capture as many of these Hamas members, with the goal being never to allow Hamas ever to create or carry out a massacre, the likes of which it systematically executed families and slaughtered people on Saturday. At the same time, though, we have to keep an eye on the north. So Israel is kind of two minds at the moment. They want to try to contain Gaza and prevent Hezbollah from entering in a bigger way into this conflict. We've seen some clashes along that border, but we want to try to keep it together.
Yaakov Katz, thank you again for joining us this morning. We appreciate it. Please continue to stay safe. We do want to bring in Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, Senior Fellow and Military Expert at Defense Priorities. Thanks again for joining us. So we are seeing these military movements continuing today. What is standing out to you? What is it we should expect to see, perhaps in the coming hours, certainly in the coming days here?
Yeah, you know, I think that Israel needs to be real careful that they don't let the emotion of this highly contentious issue cloud their military judgment and rush into making one of these operations too quickly. We have to understand militarily, this is an extremely challenging operational mission set. To try and go into a built-up area as congested as this is, when you don't have a real good idea of the intelligence situation on the ground of where the enemy is, what their disposition is, what the roadblocks are, where the booby traps may be, all those kinds of things. Secondly, you know, these are reservists that, you know, a few days ago were just going about their normal lives. And in fact, because of this whole summer of chaos within the Israeli government and society over the judicial review issue, many of them weren't even drilling. So they weren't even preparing. Now, all of a sudden, you want to bring them all back together and then have a very a mission that requires a great deal of precision and coordination. And now then you've got to cobble them all back together and then try to get them prepared at the same time you're also trying to start an operation. And that is really difficult. And if you go too quickly, you could actually have much higher casualties and suffer, make it a lot more difficult to succeed than otherwise. And I know that there's a lot of emotional push. Believe me, I mean, I have a pretty good idea. I remember our 9/11 days. Everybody wanted action immediately. And I'm sure it's even worse in Israel right now because the casualties have been so high, you know, much higher in some cases than what we suffer percentage-wise anyway. And, you know, it's because it was so many civilians, it was really personal. But they have to be careful with that.
Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, thank you very much. We appreciate your analysis here as we watch potentially a new phase of this unfold. Our coverage of the war in Israel continues right after this.
Top of the hour, and we are continuing our coverage of the Israel-Hamas war. NBC News is learning that we could soon see Israeli boots on the ground in Gaza as the IDF amasses troops at the border. For some context, within the past 24 hours alone, Israeli jets have struck 450 targets in that territory. It's all part of a sweeping counteroffensive that's been steadily ramping up since Saturday's surprise attack by the militant group Hamas. The death toll from the war also rising this morning. More than 2,000 people are now dead across the region. President Biden speaking yesterday, reiterating America's support for Israel after a private conversation with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
I just got off the phone with the third call with Prime Minister Netanyahu. And I told him the United States experience what Israel is experiencing, our response would be swift, decisive, and overwhelming.
We'll have much more on that phone call as President Biden confirms American lives have been lost and taken hostage by Hamas. And Secretary of State Antony Blinken is sent to the region largely reduced to rubble. Good morning. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We're going to begin our coverage this hour with NBC News Chief Foreign Correspondent Richard Engel, who reports from southern Israel and a warning some of the images you are about to see are disturbing.
The death toll here continues to rise after the worst terrorist attacks in this country's history. According to Israeli officials, more than 1,200 Israelis were killed by Hamas gunmen, and this is only the first phase. Israeli officials are now vowing to invade the Gaza Strip. Israel is bombing the Gaza Strip relentlessly, targeting Hamas leaders, a university, and the port. Hitting the border crossing with Egypt, where Palestinians are trying desperately to get out. Power and water supplies have been cut. The people of Gaza have no choice who rules them and are already suffering. This man doing all he can to comfort his daughters. Don't be scared, he tells them. Don't be scared. Around 1,000 Palestinians have been killed so far, and this is just the opening phase. Israel is now preparing to send in tanks and troops. Israel's defense minister promising a war that will change Gaza forever. We started the offensive from the air. Later on, we will also come from the ground, he said, adding, it will only intensify. The United States, Israel's closest ally, is fully behind it on this one. The Pentagon has deployed warships to the eastern Mediterranean. U.S. officials tell NBC News they are actively trying to prevent this war from spreading across the Middle East by signaling to Hamas's allies, Iran and Hezbollah in Lebanon, not to get involved and to sit this one out. Israel remains in a state of shock as the scale and brutality of Hamas's massacres last weekend are still being uncovered. Israeli troops entered the kibbutz of Kfar Aza to find families murdered in their homes.
It's something that I never saw in my life. It's something that we used to imagine as our grandfather and grandmother in the pogrom in Europe and other places.
Dozens of civilians were killed here as Hamas gunmen went house to house, killing men, women, and children, and kidnapping whoever could be carried back into Gaza.
Absolute pure hell that broke loose and destroyed everything that we know. One of the most beautiful places in the world, as far as I know, is completely destroyed.
Tensions are also increasing along Israel's northern border with Lebanon, and that is of particular concern to U.S. officials because if this does become a wider regional war, it will likely escalate there.
All right, Richard Engel, thank you so much.
Let's focus on the hostage situation now. Nightly news anchor Lester Holt has been speaking with the relatives of those who are believed to have been abducted by Hamas. And a warning, some viewers may find some of the scenes in this report distressing.
This morning, a looming threat by Hamas terrorists to kill a hostage and broadcast their executions every time an Israeli airstrike hits Gazans in their homes without warning. That's your mom? Nahar Netta's mother, 66-year-old nurse Adrian Netta, one of the missing, and presumed to have been abducted by Hamas.
My mom was born and raised in California.
Nahar's siblings were on the phone with her when they say terrorists barged into her home and they heard screaming. That was their last contact with her. But notably, there were no shots heard.
There were no shots heard, yeah.
So you take some hope in that?
Of course, yeah. I'm quite confident that if those animals didn't kill her on the first go, that she survived and she's kept hostage in Gaza.
And he has a message for his mother.
We're waiting for you. We love you.
The victims of the weekend attack were overwhelmingly civilians, many taken in the streets from their homes and at an outdoor music festival. Din Tesler and his friend Bar Cooperstein, friends since the 7th grade, were at that music festival, working unarmed security when the attack happened early Saturday morning. They meant to kill people.
Yeah, they're looking for people to kill.
The friends tried to get festival goers to safety. Bar, who is also a paramedic, stayed behind to help the injured. When did you learn that he had been kidnapped?
His brother called me and asked me if I know what happened to Bar, and he told me that he kidnapped him.
And then you saw the video.
Yeah, and then I saw the video.
Propaganda video released by Hamas appears to show Bar hands tied on the floor with other captives.
It's not just a friend for me. His family is like my second family, and I love him like my brother.
Friends and families in agony, not knowing whether their relatives are alive or if there is a plan to rescue them and bring them home.
And our thanks to Lester Holt for that report.
Yeah, and the attempts to rescue those hostages held by Hamas are being complicated by rockets that are now being fired at the country from inside both Syria and Lebanon. For more on this, let's bring in Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus. He is the international spokesperson for the Israeli Defense Forces. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us again. I want to start there with those hostages. As we just heard, Hamas still holding roughly 150 hostages or so. Of course, as I just mentioned, as Israel is defending itself against shelling coming out of places other than just Gaza, Syria, Lebanon. First, just tell us if that number is firm, if you know anything different about that 150, and how the ongoing rocket fire is impacting rescue efforts.
Yes, good morning. Thank you for having me. The number has not changed, I can tell you that. It is the same number of Israelis that are being held, high number of dozens, unfortunately, sadly. And of course, it is the topic of concern in Israel for the higher chain of command and the government planning and trying to find ways to facilitate their release. As combat operations continue, as rockets continue to be fired at Israel, as we continue to retaliate against the Gaza Strip, and as we continue to defend along two additional borders, the Lebanese front and the Golan Heights with Syria.
Are you concerned this conflict will expand beyond Israel and the Gaza Strip?
Well, we understand that is definitely a possibility that for sure would mean significant conflict and casualties. We are prepared, and we have mobilized troops up to the north, significant numbers, and we have responded swiftly to all of the different attacks that we have sustained from the north, both rockets and missiles fired by Hezbollah along the Lebanese border and rockets fired by militants from the Syrian border. So the deployment is there, the intelligence is there, and I think that at this time it is very tense. We are vigilant, and we are looking at one active front and possibly two very active fronts. An unprecedented situation for us in Israel.
Lieutenant Colonel, it's highly expected that Israel will eventually begin a ground incursion into Gaza. What are the factors that will go into making that decision? Is that inevitable at this point?
I wouldn't say that it's inevitable. Let's speak in terms of what we want to achieve. From the very early hours of Saturday, October 7th, when the numbers started to become clear and when we started to understand that this is something totally different, like we have never, ever experienced before, it became apparent that our response to this atrocity would have to be different from anything else that we have done before. So we are very focused on our aims. The pictures that are now on the screen of the interim results in Gaza are the preliminary stage of our operations. And of course, our troops are getting ready. The aim will be to strip Hamas of any military capabilities to conduct operations against Israel in the future.
And let's talk about the people also, though, who are trapped in the Gaza Strip, who are not part of Hamas, just Palestinian civilians. Any plan there to open a humanitarian corridor so that people can get basic necessities or leave, as Israel had warned civilians to do at one point if they want to?
Yes, I'm aware of talks. I've heard reports about it. I don't have additional details on the military level about it. And I'm sure that the political echelon in Israel, the government is dealing with that as well. We are aware of the complexity of the situation and how dense the Gaza Strip is, how many people live there, how much Hamas uses the civilian infrastructure for its military purposes and makes it virtually impossible to strike only military targets without affecting the civilian population. This is the sad reality that Hamas has brought upon the Gaza Strip. And when the war started, we immediately said, an Israeli general said, and I think this is important to remember, Hamas opened the floodgates of hell on Gaza, and they are responsible for what's happening. And as every day goes by, every hour goes by, we find additional bodies of butchered Israeli civilians inside communities. Yesterday, The carnage in Kibbutz Kfar Aza was exposed to the world, and today there will be additional exposures of other Israeli communities that were infiltrated, ransacked, and all of its citizens either killed, abducted, or wounded. So it's a very, very gruesome situation here in Israel.
Lieutenant Colonel, it is gruesome. I saw a video that you were in. I saw that earlier this morning where you talk about the effort by Israel will be legal. Talk about what you mean by that and what that's going to look like in your mind going forward.
That is unequivocal. The IDF is committed and it fights according to the laws of armed conflict. Full stop. We are at war. We are at war with the most ruthless and bloodthirsty enemy that we have faced in recent years, as has been shown by their attacks on Israeli civilians and society. And that's the war that we are fighting. I don't think that we can be expected to be gentle, to be caressing, and to be extra careful when it comes to attacking Hamas when this is the situation that we're facing. We are not targeting the civilian population. We are not trying to inflict damage on them. All of our strikes are intelligence-based, and they are focused on Hamas infrastructure. And that is what we will continue to do as this unfolds. This is only the first stage of operations in Gaza. There will be other stages, and I fear that the images coming out of the Gaza Strip will be even more difficult. But as that continues, I want everybody to remember how this horrible war started. It was forced upon us, and we are now defending ourselves, and we will continue to do so.
Lieutenant Colonel Jonathan Conricus, thank you very much for joining us again, and we will continue to check in with you.
Thank you and good morning.
In Washington, President Biden spoke at length about the situation in Israel, condemning the Hamas attack as terrorism and making it clear that the United States stands with Israel.
Let there be no doubt, the United States has Israel's back. We will make sure the Jewish and democratic state of Israel can defend itself today, tomorrow, as we always have. It's as simple as that. These atrocities have been sickening. We're with Israel. Let's make no mistake.
For more, let's bring in NBC's chief White House correspondent, Peter Alexander. So, Peter, the president obviously sending a strong message there. The White House also announcing Mr. Biden will make remarks on the war later this afternoon when he meets with leaders here in America. Secretary of State Antony Blinken flying to Israel. What can you tell us about his trip and what the White House hopes to accomplish?
Well, first, let's just talk about the president. We are expecting to see him again today when he's going to be visiting a gathering of Jewish community leaders here at the White House to reiterate his unwavering commitment to Israel, to its right to defend itself, and also to what he has done to combat anti-Semitism. As it relates to the Secretary of State, Antony Blinken, we expect to hear from him again today before he heads overseas. And his effort is, according to State Department officials, a critical one where, among other things, his top priority is trying to secure the release of those American hostages. Again, at this time, we don't know exactly how many Americans are in captivity in Gaza right now, but as the National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan told us yesterday, at least 20 Americans right now are missing as a result of this awful war that's taken place, that massacre by Hamas terrorists inside Israel. Blinken is also going to be communicating directly with some of those other countries who have direct means to communicate with Hamas to try to secure their assistance in helping recover those Americans, those hostages being held in Gaza right now. But the priority really in this visit, Joe and Savannah, is to demonstrate solidarity going forward and really to engage directly with those partners, U.S. partners, and Israeli officials themselves who the U.S. has been speaking to by phone long distance for the last several days.
Peter, exactly. President Biden spoke with Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. That's the third phone call, I believe, and I understand that Netanyahu shared some more of the brutal details than he had before. Tell us about this conversation between the two leaders.
Yeah, that's right. As you heard from the president, he compared the unadulterated evil of Hamas's attacks to that of ISIS. And that is the language that Netanyahu used when he described these rampages, this massacre by Hamas. He talked about the awful brutality and the terror as it rampaged through southern Israel, some of those kibbutzes and elsewhere, that music festival that took place. But the president, in addition to vowing to send additional military aid to Israel, and we should note the first batch has already arrived there, also urged Netanyahu to try to limit the number of civilian casualties inside Gaza right now. In effect, saying that's what differentiates democracies from the actions of Hamas. And we have also learned today, Savannah and Joe, that the U.S. right now is in conversations, in discussions, trying to find cooperation in an effort to open up the southern border of Gaza, which leads into Egypt, to allow Palestinian civilians, including Palestinian Americans, to be able to find safe passage out so that they don't become harmed in this war.
Peter, quickly, I want to ask you about the fears of a widening war with rocket exchanges across the northern Israeli border. How concerned is the White House about that?
Well, you're right. The northern Israeli border obviously is a real concern, not just for the Israelis, but for the Americans as well. Obviously, Iran-backed Hezbollah controls so much of that area, and they are a far greater power in that region in terms of terror than is Hamas right now. It's one of the main reasons why the U.S., at the president's direction, has sent the USS Gerald Ford carrier strike group, including 4 guided missile destroyers, to the eastern Mediterranean near Cyprus there, not as a deterrent to Hamas, we are told by national security officials here, but really as a way to send a message to Hezbollah and to Iran and to other proxies of Iran throughout the region, not to try to take advantage of this situation to try to escalate the war. Joe and Savannah.
All right. Peter Alexander, thank you so much, Peter.
Well, we have been sharing stories of families desperately trying to locate their loved ones who went missing after Hamas militants launched their surprise attack.
18-year-old Leah Hasday is anxiously waiting on word from her father, Avi. He was fishing Saturday morning when Hamas struck. She lost contact with him soon after that.
Leah joins us now. Leah, thank you very much for talking to us during what I know must be such a difficult time for you and your family. First, we'd just love to hear what you want us to know about your dad, just the kind of person he is.
My dad was a wonderful person. He always take care of everyone, and he always take care of us. And it was very, very difficult when I found out he was I didn't find him, and no one knows when he is right now. I don't know what to say. I never imagined that it will happen to us.
Well, I do want to ask you a little bit about what happened on Saturday morning. Your father was fishing when everything unfolded. You lost contact with him soon after that. Now, I know, like so many, you've been able to piece together a little bit of what happened using the internet and witnesses and what you've heard from friends. What do you know right now about his disappearance? Do you have any idea where he could be?
All I know is that my father he was at the camp beach, and he told us over the phone that he has a lot of missiles about on his head, and we lost contact with him 15 minutes later, and then all the contact with him was cut off, and I didn't hear from him. And what I know is that there was a horrible massacre, and my father was in the bedroom with one of his friends, and a lot of people was there with him. And the terrorists came and murdered people there in the bedroom. And then I know my father ran away to hide in the shelter, and the terrorists came there too and killed all the people. All the people was there, and I don't know what about my father. I don't know where he is, or what he's feeling right now. I don't know what about him. I know that he's still missing. That's all I know. I hope he's okay and safe.
Leah, have you heard at all from the Israeli government, or has anyone been able to help your family understand what might have happened to him or what went on in the area?
We tried to talk with the police, but no one has an answer. No one knows where he is. Nothing.
We know right now we're seeing rocket strikes on Gaza. There's the possibility that there'll be a ground incursion into Gaza soon, with the possibility that hostages, anyone who's been held captive, could be there. What do you want to see moving forward? What do you hope happens as you deal with just all this uncertainty right now?
All I hope is my father will come back home, and all the hostages that are in Gaza right now. And I hope this war will end, and everyone will be safe. And all we want is our family back. I can't imagine this home without my dad. I can't see it happen.
Leah Hasday, thank you so much for joining us. These are beautiful pictures of you and your family. We are thinking of you, and we'd love to check in with you, and we really appreciate you talking to us about this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We're thinking of you. The United States is investigating whether Iran gave advanced training to Hamas militants in the lead up to that attack on Israel.
That's according to current and former U.S. officials speaking to NBC News. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Kuby has been following all of this for us and joins us now. Hi, Courtney. So what exactly is this investigation looking into, and what do we know at this point?
So this is one part of a larger look at whether the U.S. may have had some shred of intelligence that may have indicated that Hamas was planning anything like this massive deadly assault that they unleashed on Israel on Saturday morning. The U.S. and other governments, intelligence agencies around the world are literally looking back at past threads to see if there was something that they missed that may have shown that they were planning this massive, large-scale attack. Now, as part of that, one of the things that the U.S. is looking at is whether any of these fighters who crossed across the border in that really that unbelievable, unprecedented breach in multiple locations of the border fence, whether any of those terrorists may have received any advanced training from Iran, specifically from Iran's Revolutionary Guard Corps or their elite Quds force. Now, I have to say, it is for decades now. Iran has funded and trained Hamas. It would not be surprising. The link that still does not exist, according to multiple U.S. officials, is a link between any kind of training, any kind of funding by Iran, and any direct knowledge of the attack that unfolded on Saturday. That's something that people have been asking about, intelligence agencies are looking into, but at this point, we still don't have any direct evidence of that.
Yeah, and Courtney, I know National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan talked about Iran's potential involvement yesterday. What are we hearing from him?
Yeah, that's right. So again, this has been a question since Saturday, is how did this intelligence failure happen? What was missed here? And so as part of that, people are asking whether Iran may have played some role in, again, the training, the equipping, the funding, and maybe even in some sort of way keeping this assault and this operation as covert as it was. Jake Sullivan and other officials have been asked directly. Jake acknowledged that, yes, there has been training and equipping for years, but they still don't have that direct link. Here's what he had to say.
Look, we've said since the beginning that Iran is complicit in this attack in a broad sense because they have provided the lion's share of the funding for the military wing of Hamas. They have provided training. They have provided capabilities. They have provided support. As to the question of whether Iran knew about this attack in advance or helped plan or direct this attack, we do not, as of the moment I'm standing here at the podium, have confirmation of that.
So, again, you can hear no direct link between this specific assault. But the question is, was there any kind of training that Iran, or specifically the Revolutionary Guard Corps, may have provided to some of these fighters and that may have been used specifically in this assault? Again, this is something that I think for weeks and months, intelligence agencies are going to look into.
Yeah, and so, Courtney, tell us at this point, though, any other details that they've learned about how it was that Hamas carried out this attack, both in the planning and the training, but then to take Israel by surprise, and us, frankly.
Yeah, so I mean, one of the big questions is just the physical breach, right? So the border fence between Gaza and between Israel, it's almost known for historically for being this impenetrable fence. So it's extremely high. There are cameras, there are sensors, there are supposed to be massive numbers of Israeli forces that are patrolling, that are watching. So the notion that these fighters were not only able to get across in one place, but at multiple places has been another big line of questioning. What we learned is one element may have been that back in September, there were a number of protests and rallies along the border fence by Palestinians. They occurred for several weeks, and according to U.S. officials, they're looking into whether Hamas may have used those rallies and those crowds as cover to plant explosives that were then used to breach the fence. We do know that at least in one or two locations, explosives were used for the terrorists to get through, Savannah.
All right. Courtney Kube, thank you so much. Appreciate your reporting.
Thank you.
Coming up on Morning News Now, inside the Biden administration's proposed crackdown on those pesky junk fees that seem to be showing up in more and more places.
Plus, on Capitol Hill, the race for the next House Speaker comes to a head today as Republicans begin voting.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence. This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it. That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
We are back now with the battle for Speaker of the House of Representatives.
House Republicans are set to begin voting behind closed doors today on who will replace Kevin McCarthy as Speaker. House Majority Leaders Steve Scalise and Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan are vying for the vacant leadership role. They'll need a simple majority to come out on top. Republicans hold that slim 4-vote majority in the chamber.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Ryan Nobles joins us now with the latest on this and a preview of what's ahead. Hey, Ryan, so the big question here is, would either of these candidates have enough support from Republicans to win the speakership, or is this going to be drawn out like it was last time? What's the latest?
So, Savannah, the feeling right now is that neither Steve Scalise of Louisiana or Jim Jordan of Ohio has emerged as the clear favorite in this race for Speaker. And there's a lot of questions as to how this is going to play out today. Under normal circumstances, there would be an internal vote amongst the members of the Republican Party. Whoever received the most votes in that situation would then be nominated as Speaker. They would take it to the floor, and then all of the Republicans would coalesce around that candidate. Obviously, we're not in normal times, and there's a real concern that those 8 members who voted to oust Kevin McCarthy, they're among that group that made it difficult for him to win the speakership originally, won't be a guaranteed vote once they take it to the floor. So part of what they're going to hash out today is whether or not they don't emerge from this room without a guarantee of 217 votes for the leading candidate for the speakership. And if they agree that that's the path that they have to take, it could be some time until they settle on who the actual nominee will be for the Speaker of the House.
So, Ryan, let's travel to fantasy land for a moment and imagine that in a short period of time they figure it out who's going to be the Speaker. Whoever this person is, talk to us about the pressure, the challenges they're going to face right off the bat.
First of all, Joe, we're not already there. Sometimes it feels like it. But yes, you're exactly right. I mean, winning the speakership will just be the first step in what will be many difficult steps for whoever emerges as the next leader of the Republican Party. You know, we are barreling down on the possibility of another government shutdown. There is the fight over additional funding for Ukraine, fixes to the border situation, and then, of course, the enormous amount of pressure that will be on the next leader in terms of what's going to happen in terms of U.S. support for the Israel-Hamas war. So this speaker is going to inherit a whole host of challenges, not the least of which will be trying to keep in line this Republican caucus, which has demonstrated from the get-go that there are enough rabble-rousers within the group to really derail any significant progress. So it is not going to be an easy task by any stretch of the imagination.
Ryan, quickly before we let you go, if we could switch gears, New York Congressman George Santos, he's facing new charges just 5 months after he pleaded not guilty to fraud and money laundering charges. What is he accused of?
Yeah, the charges keep mounting. 23 additional charges. These ones are serious. Are campaign finance violations. He's accused of credit card fraud and wire fraud. Essentially, the core of the allegations is that Santos was faking loans to his campaign to try and entice donors to be a part of his campaign, to donate money, and also that he was using the credit card number of a campaign donor to buy lavish gifts for himself and designer goods. These are all serious charges. Santos last night said that he is not going to resign, but that he hadn't gotten the full read on the indictment because he was in that closed-door meeting and didn't have access to his phone when the indictment was handed down.
All right, Ryan Nobles, we know you will stay on that one for us. Thank you so much.
Parts of the country are in store for some chilly weather. Let's check in with meteorologist Angie Lastman.
Hello, Angie. Good morning.
Hello, guys. You asked for the fall weather, and we gave you a little taste of, I don't know, winter with some spots waking up with these frost advisories. We've got 16 million people included in that. It goes from Minnesota all the way down to West Virginia, including places like Columbus, Rockford, La Crosse. So those are the spots that we're watching for a chilly start. And you see these temperatures sitting into the low 40s in places like Columbus and Indianapolis. Chicago, you're out the door this morning into the low 40s as well. Detroit, 47 degrees. These temperatures, of course, are going to warm up a little bit, but not quite as much as what we're going to see across parts of the Central Plains. Look at these numbers just a little farther to the south and west this afternoon. We'll see Wichita hit 86 degrees. Amarillo will head to the low 90s. We'll end up with 86 tomorrow for Oklahoma City, Little Rock into the upper 70s, St. Louis into the low 80s. So you get the picture. It's mild for now in that section of the country. And then it kind of starts to moderate out, turns a little cooler for those afternoon temperatures in places like Nashville as we round out the week and head into the weekend. We'll get back to the 60s, low 60s by Sunday in Nashville. And then Cincinnati ends up into the low 50s by Sunday. So some roller coaster ride, if you will, of these temperatures. Meanwhile, we've got some rain, of course, that we're tracking along the Gulf Coast, guys, and that's going to be a soggy kind of couple of days for folks there with the potential for some flooding concerns.
All right. Thank you, Angie.
We did
Appreciate
ask
it.
for the fall weather. You are right.
did.
Thank you. International headlines now. Hurricane Lydia has made landfall along Mexico's western coast.
NBC's Claudio Lavanga joins us from Rome with that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Good morning, guys. That's right. Last night, a Category 4 hurricane has landed on Mexico's Pacific coast and has been described by authorities as extremely dangerous. Hurricane Lydia brought winds of up to 140 miles per hour, but downgraded to Category 2 status after moving inland. Mexico's President Andrés Obrador deployed 6,000 members of the armed forces to help residents and warned them to stay away from low-lying areas, rivers and slopes. Authorities in the state of Nayarit said a man was killed when a tree fell on the van he was driving. Now let's go to Niger now, where the recent military takeover has been officially declared a coup by the U.S. State Department. Last July, a military junta put the president of Niger under house arrests and took over the government. The decision by the State Department to consider it a coup also means that the U.S. aid to the country will be cut back, including a $300 million economic grant announced last year. And let's end this tour of the world in France, where 2 rugby fans made their own touchdown after flying across the channel from Wales in a light aircraft to watch their national team play in the World Cup there. If that doesn't sound impressive to you, just consider this. Their 2,000-pound aircraft is lighter than the Welsh rugby pack. This means that turbulence across the channel in that tin can must have felt like being hit by a bone-crunching tackle by a whole rugby team. But they made it without a scratch and promised that if Wales beats Argentina on Saturday, they will fly again, this time to Paris, to watch the semi-finals.
Oh.
Savannah, Joe.
All right.
We wish them the best.
Yes,
all right.
certainly.
Thanks, Claudia. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Coming up, a legendary American gymnast hospitalized inside Mary Lou Retton's shocking reported diagnosis that has her fighting for her life. That's next.
Plus, a White House crackdown on those so-called junk fees. We've got more on the proposed measures to potentially save Americans billions. Next.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC. Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active.
This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names only on Today.
We're coming in this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn.
Oh,
Okay. Well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
Welcome back. Gymnastics legend Mary Lou Retton is in the hospital fighting for her life. Her daughter says the gold medal winner is battling a rare form of pneumonia. NBC News correspondent Kristen Dahlgren is here with the details. Kristen, good morning.
Hey, good morning, Joe. Mary Lou Retton's daughter posted about her mother's condition on social media, but did not want to talk about it, asking for privacy. So we don't know the specific medical issues that her mother is facing. But this morning, fans who so vividly remember Mary Lou's broad smile and powerful athleticism are hoping for her full recovery.
Nearly 40 years ago, at the 1984 Olympics in L.A., Mary Lou Retton vaulted her way into America's heart. The then 16-year-old becoming the first U.S. woman to win gold in the all-around, catapulting her to superstardom with commercials and sponsorship deals, even playing Tiny Tim in the big-screen film Scrooged, and more recently competing on Dancing with the Stars. But this morning, the legendary gymnast is reportedly hospitalized with a very rare form of pneumonia, according to a crowdfunding post by her daughter, McKenna Kelly, who writes in part, Mary Lou is fighting for her life. She is not able to breathe on her own. She's been in the ICU for over a week now. Kelly asking the public for donations, writing that her mother is not insured.
When we talk about rare forms of pneumonia, it could be these inflammatory type pneumonias in individuals with underlying medical conditions, or it could be a rare form of infection that we don't often talk about.
The gymnast appeared to be in good spirits earlier this year as she and McKenna hosted a gymnastics tour called For Mothers and Daughters, Forever Our Legacy. The two speaking out on the importance of mental health for girls and young women in the sport.
Mental health wasn't even a thing. It wasn't allowed. It was suck it up, be tough.
Retton and her daughter also sat down with Craig and Savannah in 2019 after McKenna's LSU team won second place at the NCAA championships, with Mary Lou cheering her every move.
There she was, in the stands, screaming her heart out.
I promise her every year. It's like, McKenna, I'm going to sit like every other normal parent, and I just can't do it.
The U.S. Olympic and Paralympic Committee, which says Mary Lou attended its annual assembly just 2 weeks ago, is working to provide assistance to Retton's family through its relief fund, writing, please know that our hearts are with Mary Lou, as are ours, guys.
No kidding. All right, Kristen, thank you so much.
And now let's get to new information about a plan by the Biden administration to put an end to those so-called unexpected junk fees. For example, those are charges that are often added to hotel bills just as you're checking out. NBC News correspondent Tom Costello joins us now from Washington with the details on this. Hey, Tom, good morning.
Does it ever feel like we're being nickeled and dimed to death, you guys? Every time you turn around, these are fees that are often for services that we might assume are already included. Hotels, restaurants, concerts, you name it. And there's often no opting out, even if we don't want to pay them. The Federal Trade Commission says they're deceptive, they're prohibited. Now it's moving forward to ban junk fees and, listen to this, impose penalties on companies that charge those hidden fees.
How often has it happened to you? You book online or check out of your hotel only to find unexpected resort, convenience, service, or amenity fees added to your bill. And there's no opting out. When Candace and Babak Aladusti left their Las Vegas hotel, the surprise $50 per night resort fees took a bite.
So it's like we've paid $150 in just resort fees, which just adds on top of everything else. It's just become a lot more expensive than we were anticipating.
Convention organizer Bob Krause was charged a $20 per night mandatory daily destination fee for each of the 50 rooms he reserved over a weekend in D.C.
So I said, what am I getting that I'm not otherwise getting? And there were crickets, nothing. I'm getting nothing extra for paying $20 mandatory destination charge.
Americans are tired of being played for suckers. In February, President Biden announced the White House would soon come down hard on junk fees.
Those hidden surcharges too many companies use to make you pay more.
It's not just hotels and resorts. Junk fee charges show up for sporting events, concerts, apartment rentals, utilities. Some restaurants now add house, courtesy, or compliance fees so they can pay their staff minimum wage, even slipping a gratuity in the fine print before you add your own. 12,000 Americans have already complained to the Federal Trade Commission. Now, the FTC's new proposed ban on junk fees would require companies to be transparent, disclose all fees upfront and in writing, potentially saving Americans billions of dollars.
This is real money. It really adds up for people, and we believe that the proposed rule that the FTC is putting forward is going to make the market much fairer for Americans and ultimately mean they're paying less.
A California law banning junk fees takes effect next year. But in the meantime, frequent traveler Robert Krause says if you're hit with a junk fee, just say no.
Is there any way to fight back?
Absolutely. You better believe it. I refuse. I just said I refuse to pay a daily mandatory destination charge.
Okay, well, it helps that he has elite status, right? But All the more reason to read the fine print before you make the reservation online and before you sign the credit card. I don't. I usually just, I'm checking out. I don't even check the bill, right? Check the bill. By the way, if approved, the new FTC junk fees would take effect, banning them next year. And companies that violate the rule and continue to push out junk fees, they could be forced to refund that money back to you and me, you guys. That'd be nice, right?
Wow, that would be nice. I don't know if I would have the strength to be like, I refuse to pay, even if I did check it out. I don't see that happening for me.
But if you did and it worked, you'd use that all the time.
It would take so much out of me to get to the point to say that. All right, Tom, thank you so much.
Coming up, another major cybersecurity hack that has affected one popular genetic testing company.
What millions of 23andMe customers should know this morning about their data. That is next on Morning News Now.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right,
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now. Weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth, cooking.
Go ahead. Nice to see you tonight.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English. Is that good news for us?
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with some financial headlines for you. A major cybersecurity breach is impacting one biotech company.
CNBC's Savannah Henao joins us with that and other money news. Savannah, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Yeah, so 23andMe says some customer profiles were accessed in a cybersecurity breach. The genetics company says there's no indication of a security incident with its systems. It believes a third party was able to access accounts because some customers' usernames and passwords were the same as those on other websites that have been hacked. 23andMe says it's working to mitigate the impact of the incident. Walgreens taps a healthcare veteran to be its new CEO. Tim Wentworth is the former head of pharmacy benefit manager Express Scripts. He replaces Roz Brewer, who unexpectedly stepped down recently. Walgreens' core business is under pressure because pharmacy benefit managers are seeking to push down drug costs by negotiating with manufacturers and pharmacies. The company must also deal with staffing challenges. Just this week, some pharmacists and technicians walked out to protest their pay and scheduling. And Sony officially unveiling a new PlayStation 5 model with a detachable disc drive. The PS5 Slim is slightly thinner and shorter than the existing console, but will replace both the PS5 and PS5 Digital Edition. It will cost $499.99 with the drive included and $449 without. The new PS5 model will be available at select retailers starting next month.
That's one of those things you see the lines for on Black Friday where people are like ready
Exactly.
to get that.
All right, Savannah, thank you so much.
Thank
and by the way,
you.
you're going to want to stay tuned for this next story. She is one half of one of the most powerful couples in Hollywood. Now, Jada Pinkett Smith has written an uncompromising new memoir. She sat down with Today co-host Hoda Kotb for an exclusive interview where she discussed a bombshell about her relationship with Will Smith.
There are so many surprising things in the book, but the thing that surprised me the most, that I actually had to reread it because I said, is this true? Was that in 2016, you and Will decided that you were going to live completely separate lives. It was not a divorce on paper, but it was a divorce. So from the year 2016, which is 7 years ago now, y'all have been apart. But in public, the couple, who married in 1997, denied the gossip about their marriage. This interview on Bravo's Watch What Happens Live with Andy Cohen was taped a year after Will and Jada separated.
So how long have you guys been together?
23 years.
Wow. That's amazing. How do you keep it hot?
How do I keep it hot? You know, maybe I don't know. I mean, I'm baffled, really.
Yeah, right.
Over the next several years, Jada and Will kept up the appearance of a committed married couple. They even faced a scandal when Jada had what she called an entanglement with a family friend. Neither let the public know they had already split. So I guess my question is, I feel like you're a straight talker.
I am.
Except you're not sometimes. So why do that? Like, what was the reason?
I think just not being ready yet. Still trying to figure out between the two of us how to be in partnership, right? And in regards to how do we present that to people, you know? And we hadn't figured that out.
During our walk in Baltimore, Jada reflected on their breakup. Why did the relationship fracture?
Oh, well, why it fractured, that's a lot of things. And I think by the time we got to 2016, we were just exhausted with trying. I think we were both kind of still stuck in our fantasy of what we thought the other person should be.
Jada says she considered a legal divorce, but could never go through with it.
I made a promise that there will never be a reason for us to get a divorce. We will work through whatever. And I just haven't been able to break that promise.
But you still live separately.
We live separately.
And you can see much more of that interview in a 1-hour NBC News special, Jada's Story. It's Friday night on NBC, also streaming on Peacock.
Wow.
I will be watching.
Absolutely. What an incredible interview. All right, well, coming up, we're going to take a walk on the lighter side of the headlines this week.
Yeah, no Powerball winner from Monday's drawing means that $1.7 billion jackpot now up for grabs. What are your odds this time? Well, the odds are always the same, but we've got more on what you need to know.
They are not
coming
good.
up next.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses.
All right, it just did too. Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
We're coming in this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn?
Oh.
Okay, well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving. Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal? What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. If you haven't bought a ticket for tonight's Powerball drawing, you might want to reconsider when you hear this. The jackpot now $1.7 billion. It's the second largest lottery prize ever.
Yeah, the cash value for the massive jackpot payout is estimated to be $756 million if you choose to take that option. The last time someone took home $1 billion Powerball prize was last November when a lucky winner in California won the world record $2.04 billion.
Not too bad. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Sam Brock. He's in Miami, in a state with a pretty good track record when it comes to lottery winners.
Yeah.
Sam, good morning. So, you know, this is the first time we're seeing these back-to-back jackpot cycles reach $1 billion. There's a reason for that. Explain why we keep seeing these big jackpots.
Yeah, there's several reasons for it, Joe. And let me just say, how is $1.72 billion not the all-time record? That's only the second highest one. Just so you know, I'm not making this up. It definitely is $1.72 billion. To your question, Joe, about what's driving up these more frequent billion-dollar jackpots, there's a few factors that are going on right now. These organizers have added balls over the years, in recent years, which, of course, makes the odds a little bit harder. They've also pumped up the ticket prices from $1 to $2, so it's generating more money. That happened about a decade ago. And you also have the main purchase money, more of it going into the primary jackpot. All of those factors together, guys, has driven jackpots that are now eye-popping figures and apparently legitimate.
So, Sam, remind us, though, how we're just, like, not going to win. What are the chances here? What is the stat?
I thought I was the good news guy. I don't like how you're framing this at all, Savannah. But yeah,
Every time we're like, what are our chances?
So
it's like none.
Yeah. Allow me to depress you, please. It's 1 in 292 million, give or take. Now, there are certain states that are luckier than others. We talked to the Multi-State Lottery Association. The state of Indiana, the Hoosiers, have the most all-time Powerball winners, 39 since its inception in that state in 1992. So it's been around almost the longest of any state. After that, you have Missouri, Minnesota. Where I am in Florida, there's been 16 winners, but that's only since 2009. So the ratio is about the same as the all-time high Indiana. And then California, I know both of you have some experience there. California, for the last $3 billion jackpots for Powerball, has had at least one ticket in the Golden State. So keep that in mind. Where are you buying it? Also, apparently, can make a difference.
Yeah. So, Sam, what are ticket sales looking like right now? Are they even higher because people want to win this one?
Yes, they are. So more people, like myself, are meeting our friends. Buenos dias. We have Brenda right here. She is going to get us, in fact, I'm going to do one more quick pick. Just give me that one right back. Good morning. Good morning. More people are coming in, guys. They've said an increase of 90% week over week in sales. So you know something? People are definitely thinking, all right, strike, thank you so much, while the iron is hot. That said, a Canadian professor did crunch the numbers on this. If you bought a ticket every single day for an entire year, for 400,000 years, you would have a 50% chance of winning the lottery.
Yeah,
Savannah,
yeah, we did a segment like that.
Yeah, we did a math segment that
The math wasn't mathin'.
Yeah,
Let's put it that way.
Like, okay, so you can't win was basically the final thing. All
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I have to admit, every time I walked by a bodega the last week, I've gone in and bought a few tickets.
You have?
So, yeah, I
Oh,
have.
wow.
I really have.
It's making me want to do it.
I won
my
$4.
favorite thing we learned recently was from Jesse Kirsch, who said you have a better chance with just the quick pick, where it does it for you. Because I sit there and toil over, like, what are my lucky numbers? Whose birthdays should I include?
I'm already wasting my money. I don't need to waste my time. All right, Sam.
Best of luck with all the tickets
Thank
you'll
you,
rack
Sam.
up
Appreciate
today.
it.
Maybe he's the winner right here.
There you go.
There
There
you
he
go.
is. All right. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But the news continues right now. Good Wednesday to you, and thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
And I'm Kate Snow in for Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Wednesday, October 11th. Rising death toll. More than 2,000 people confirmed dead in the Israel-Hamas war. The latest on the terror and destruction and when Israel might launch a ground offensive into Gaza.
And holding out hope, families desperate for answers about their loved ones who've been missing in Israel for days now. We're going to talk to one mom who thinks her daughter could have been kidnapped by Hamas.
Fact Check, a group of 67 social media accounts believed to be spreading coordinated disinformation about the war online. How to tell if the content you're reading is fake.
Plus, lending a hand, an organization from South Florida sending shipments of humanitarian aid straight to the front lines. Welcome to NBC News Daily, and thank you for joining us this Wednesday. We start right now with the Israel-Hamas war, where the scale and the brutality of the initial attack, it's now coming into very sharp focus. In fact, we have pictures coming in from the last few hours at Gaza City as Israeli forces continue to retaliate, just pounding the region from the air. Strikes are raining down on densely populated neighborhoods where Israel says it's targeting Hamas. Hundreds of thousands of people there have been displaced, and the fighting is expected to intensify as Israel's ground assault now appears to be imminent. This is new drone video here on your screen there of the destruction and the ruin across Gaza. Entire communities leveled to the ground, completely destroyed. Gaza's Ministry of Energy now reports that its only power plant has shut down after Israel cut off shipments of fuel and supplies. The humanitarian crisis there on the ground, it's unfolding as the death toll continues to rise. As you can see, many morgues in Gaza appear to be overwhelmed with bodies.
Officials in Israel and Gaza confirm a total now of 2,200 people have died, including 14 Americans. The White House says at least 20 other U.S. citizens are unaccounted for. The U.S. is sending technical experts to help recover or try to recover more than 100 hostages. But for many families, the fears and frustration are growing.
And then the last message we got from them was, we don't want to die, we're afraid to die, come help us.
It's either they're dead or we're kidnapped.
We are in hell right now. That's where we are.
Arriving on the ground, Israeli forces releasing this video earlier today, they say shows an initial shipment of weapons from the U.S. touching down in Israel. Next hour, we are expecting to hear from Secretary of State Antony Blinken before he travels to Israel in a show of U.S. support. And later this afternoon, President Biden is scheduled to meet with Jewish community leaders during a roundtable at the White House.
A lot to discuss as it's happening there on the ground. Let's go ahead and bring in Colonel Jack Jacobs, NBC News military analyst and Medal of Honor recipient. Colonel, thank you, first off, for joining us. There's so much at stake, and so many of us are thinking immediately of those hostages. We're talking roughly 150. When you look at this tactically, militarily, strategically, does the presence of those hostages complicate a potential ground effort?
Well, it certainly complicates it, but you didn't hear much about the hostages from Netanyahu the other day, which indicates that Israel is focused on eliminating Hamas and less on the hostages. We have to be realistic about this. Of all the possible military operations, hostage rescues are among the most difficult, indeed, probably the most difficult. You have to know exactly where they are, who surrounds them, who's there. You have to be able to rehearse going into and extracting yourself from the area, and that's just for one of them. You remember the Entebbe raid? That was successful. The large majority of hostage rescue attempts do not succeed. And now you're talking about 150 people or more. some of which were probably already dead, spirited away, secreted away, underground in disparate locations in a densely populated area. I think we need to be realistic about the possibility of recovering them. Indeed, be realistic about whether or not Israel is going to attempt to any rescues within Gaza.
Richard Engel has been saying this morning that they're seeing more tanks, more Israeli military amassing near the border. What is your sense? And an Israeli official yesterday said it's imminent. What's your sense for what they might do? And to everything you've just been saying, how difficult a ground offensive could be? Well,
of all the non-special operations that are difficult, the most difficult is fighting in urban terrain, in built-up areas. You saw all the rubble. There's going to be more rubble inside Gaza. It's very difficult to fight house to house, street to street, in places like that. And tanks, quite frankly, are of no use whatsoever. Certainly not in that environment. They're more useful up in the north against Hezbollah, on the border with Lebanon, where the terrain is a little bit more open. But inside Gaza, unlikely.
You know, when you talk about even the potential threat from Hezbollah and the north, when you have the potential threat, when you have the goal to retake Gaza as a territory, when you talk about Israel's decision and hope to eradicate the military might of Hamas, and then you've got these hostages, how is Israel ranking its priorities at this point?
I think its priority, first and foremost, is to eliminate as much of Hamas command and control, headquarters, specific personnel if they can find them. They know exactly where they are, training areas, and ammunition stores. And they're not going to do anything until they're convinced they've done that.
NBC News military analyst Colonel Jack Jacobs, always great to have you with us.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you, Colonel.
Most of the fighting now is centered in southern Israel. Hamas has been launching rocket attacks, Israel's Iron Dome intercepting those rockets, nearly all of them. Israeli troops are still working to secure the country's borders. A group of militants entered Ashkelon on Tuesday night. That's a city just miles away from the Gaza border, sparking an exchange of gunfire.
Israel's response, it has been strong. The Israeli military says 450 targets in Gaza were hit over the past 24 hours. It also says it hit a number of critical targets, including command centers, an underground tunnel, banks that are funding Hamas training compounds, as well as weapons storage centers. Let's go in and bring in NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber, who is live there on the ground in Israel. Ellison, look, Israeli troops, they're gathering near Gaza. More than 300,000 Army reserves have been called up. Just break down what we know about this potential ground assault and what you're seeing on the ground from your vantage point.
So look, in the last couple of days, the Israeli military has talked about the fact that they have sent well over 24 battalions, brigades to secure the border between Gaza and the rest of Israel and to create this blockade. They also said that they were having those battalions build infrastructure along the border. So today we're in Ashkelon. The main city is just back there. But when we first came down here, we were headed more south towards Gaza. You see one of those military trucks just drove by. We were headed in that direction to go closer to Gaza, trying to get to a city, Mordechai. We were stopped by Israeli forces at a checkpoint, a large number, and they told us that we could not go any further, that we could not film them, any of the troops there, and that we could not film any of the equipment. But before we got to that checkpoint, and that's about 2 miles away from the northern border of Gaza. Right before we got to that checkpoint, though, we could see through the tree lines as we were driving along the highway what appeared to be a buildup of some sort of Israeli tanks and other military vehicles. We saw at least 100 of them through the bits of the tree that we could see. And again, we weren't allowed to get closer to see that whole area, and we could only see pockets through that tree. But it looked like a pretty substantial presence down in that area. And then as we've been here throughout the day, we have seen just massive amounts of tanks, military Humvee-like vehicles with troops coming through. I mean, really almost every hour. There was that one that just passed by me. That was just one. Maybe 30 minutes ago, there was sort of a caravan of quite a few of them coming out. For the most part, seemed to be things have been headed back in. On top of that, Morgan and Vicky, we have seen just back and forth quite a few spurts of rockets being fired, at least 9 by our counts earlier today at different points in waves, a couple here and there came from the direction of Gaza, presumably from Hamas, headed into the area of Ashkelon. The majority of those, we saw them be intercepted. Some of them we didn't see whether they were intercepted or not, but we did see a flow of ambulances come by. And then within all of that, we started to see rockets coming from the Israeli side and whizzing through the air back towards in the direction of Gaza. Morgan, Vicky.
Ellison, it's Kate in for Vicky today. Talk about the situation in Gaza. Kate. No problem. It's a busy time. Talk about the power. The power plant is offline, we understand. We know Palestinians rely on generators to power their homes, their offices, their hospitals. There's no way to get fuel into the region. Can you lay out what that means?
Right. I mean, it's going to be incredibly significant for the people there. Think about what they're already dealing with. You know, in Israel, they do have the Iron Dome. When missiles are fired in their direction, they do have really advanced technology to try to intercept it. That doesn't exist in Gaza, really. There was at one point since all of this started where Hamas had posted on their social media saying that they had made sort of their own makeshift interceptor device, kind of like a really tiny mini HIMAR, if you will, which is used a lot in Ukraine, or some sort of mini version of an Iron Dome, right? Something to fire, intercept, come back. That's the first time they've had something made like that. So people, Palestinians who live in Gaza, they're dealing with this barrage of missiles coming in a densely populated area. We have seen video reports from inside Gaza of it just decimating entire neighborhoods, entire communities. On top of that, this is a place that already was in the middle of a humanitarian crisis for years. The economy there aren't a lot of opportunities. They already are needing a lot of aid to come in food-wise, and it's not easy because a blockade has existed so long. Now, adding all that layers, power being out, water not being in, that just means you have a bunch of people trapped inside because, as far as we know, the borders, even the crossing in Egypt, is not really open to anyone to leave who wants to leave. So they have even less access to basic necessities while they're dealing with living in what is an active front line. Kate.
NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber. Ellison, you have been doing such important work on the ground. Thank you for being our eyes and our ears.
Let's take a turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. The Biden administration announcing new initiatives to rein in surcharges, which cost Americans tens of billions of dollars every year. The new policy proposals would ban so-called junk fees in certain industries.
That's right. CNBC technology correspondent Steve Kovac joins us right now. Steve, first off, just how would these new rules actually protect consumers? And then when we look at the business side of it, which businesses are actually getting impacted here?
Yeah, hey there, Morgan. Well, this would affect all those businesses that add those, those annoying fees in addition to the price they quote you, like those extra fees when you buy a concert ticket or the facilities fee when you book a hotel room or when your bank charges you just to check your balance. The FTC says their mandate could save consumers over $10 billion in the next decade. The mandate would also secure refunds for consumers if the rule is broken. Also, ExxonMobil striking a deal to buy shale oil driller Pioneer Natural Resources for nearly $60 billion in an all-stock deal. This would make Exxon the biggest producer in the largest U.S. oil field, that's the Permian Basin. It's also the largest deal for the company since it bought and merged with Mobil Oil back in 1998. Kate, Morgan, I'll send things back over to you.
All right, Steve Kovac, thanks so much.
And coming up, we'll speak with a mother whose daughter is still missing after Hamas attacked the Supernova Music Festival. Stay with us because you're watching NBC News Daily.
talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Top stories coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As the brutality in Israel escalates, a lot of families are still waiting anxiously to hear from their loved ones who are missing.
21-year-old Ahdi Maisel was at the music festival Saturday where Hamas killed at least 260 people and took several others hostage. Her family has not heard from her since. Ahdi's mom, Ahuva Maisel, joins us now. Ahuva, first, during such a busy time, I want to thank you for making time for us to share your story and to share Ahdi's story. And I cannot imagine what you and your family are going through as a human being and as a mother. First, can you just tell us, what have the last few days been like for you and how are you doing?
Well, the last 4 days seems to me like eternity. Every day is like a year. And every day, every second I can be full of hope and full of despair. And it's like a mountain train each minute, because each minute things are changing constantly. And there are so many information from the outside and the inside, fake and real. And it becomes a big salad of information. And it's very, very difficult to be in a state that you don't know where is your daughter, in what condition she is, if she's alive, if she's dead, if she's bleeding, where is she? But I don't know where she is at all. If she's in Gaza, and she's now the subject of abuse and brutality and savage actions. She's a girl, it's so painful when you see the things that babies and little children are being treated like I don't know what, so I'm so fear about my daughter.
The last time you spoke,
I'm really worried about her. I really don't know anything about her condition or where she is. And I cannot do anything. I can't do anything besides talk about it. I'm feeling so helpless. We are so waiting for a miracle, and at the first 2 days, I thought that someone would punch me and he'll tell me to wake up and this nightmare will be over. But it's not. It's reality. This is what's happening.
I know.
To my daughter in our own country, a beautiful daughter, talented daughter, that all she wanted was to go to dance at a festival music. That's it. That's her crime.
Ahuva, can you tell us about your last conversation?
Yes, it was Saturday morning, 7:42. It was the last connection with her. She was in the car with her best friend that I'm just arriving from her funeral now. And really, there are not, I think no one invented the words that can be suitable to this situation. I can't find the words to express what we feel. I think it's really, really a shame that so many people, young people, innocent people, defenseless people that came to party, to joy, to have some music and dancing and feeling free.
We feel for you so much. We're going to get cut off by our commercial break, so I don't want to interrupt you. Thank you for joining us. Our hearts feel for you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation
What is the #1 issue for you?
to the national stage,
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
when critical votes were counted,
Still too close to call.
and when power was held to account,
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is heading to Israel this afternoon to convey a message of unwavering American support. He's expected to meet with senior security officials there and discuss what resources the U.S. can contribute. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins me now from the White House. Gabe, at least 14 Americans we know have died in this war. An estimated 20 Americans are among the missing, according to U.S. officials. I know the president just spoke moments ago. What did he have to say?
Hi there, Kate. Well, President Biden also spoke with Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu this morning, the 4th time that the two leaders have spoken since the conflict began. And yes, as you mentioned a short time ago, the president speaking at an unrelated event at the Rose Garden, but he began his remarks with this message. Take a listen.
This attack has brought to the surface the painful memories and scars left by a millennia of anti-Semitism and genocide against the Jewish people. And this moment, we have to be crystal clear. There is no justification for terrorism, no excuse, and the type of terrorism that was exhibited here is just beyond the pale.
Beyond the pale, the president says, and he's expected to deliver more remarks on the Israel-Hamas conflict this afternoon at the White House when he attends a roundtable with Jewish community leaders. Kate?
And Gabe, back to Secretary Blinken's trip. Can you tell us more about what it is and what he hopes to accomplish in visiting Israel?
Well, Kate, the Secretary of State is expected to head to the region later today and also, as you said, meet with Israeli leaders. And top of mind at this point is those American hostages, which the president first confirmed yesterday. Still unclear exactly how many there are, but the National Security Advisor says around 20 or so Americans remain missing. And the U.S. is sending technical experts to assist Israeli intelligence to try and bring some of these hostages home. But the Biden administration is very straightforward in saying that they do not expect actual American troops on the ground to extract these hostages. Kate?
All right, our senior White House correspondent, Gabe Gutierrez, thank you.
And staying here at home for a minute, today Congress received its first widely held classified briefing on the latest in Israel and discussed what the official U.S. stance will, in fact, be moving forward. Meanwhile, House Republicans, they're meeting behind closed doors right now to elect their next speaker. It comes after last week's unprecedented ousting of California Congressman Kevin McCarthy. NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin is on Capitol Hill following the latest for us. Julie, simply put, a lot of news today, a lot of news this hour. What do we know about what lawmakers actually learned in this morning's briefing? And we also know that senators had a briefing call last night. So what came out of that? Have we heard from any of them since?
Yeah, well, you know, obviously the Senate's not here. The House is, so that's why members were able to receive a briefing in a classified setting this morning. You know, we heard from Republicans and Democrats walking out of this briefing talking about the attack by Hamas, talking about the need to be unified, and also rightly pointing to the fact that there is no speaker to lead the House right now, and therefore they are effectively paralyzed. They cannot pass even so much as resolutions condemning Hamas, standing with Israel, and they can't especially consider any kind of request coming down from the administration to further aid Israel in their fight against Hamas. I will tell you, though, behind me, Republicans are gathered trying to elect a new speaker. They just effectively killed a motion that would have tried to change the House rules to prevent a situation like we saw with McCarthy back in January with those 15 ballots, 15 rounds of voting on the floor. It sounds like we might be heading to that same situation here. Right now, they're voting, they're counting ballots. They're torn between Steve Scalise and Jim Jordan. Whoever is victorious out of conference will have to go on the House floor, and we could potentially be in for a very, very long ride here. Take a listen to what Scalise and Jordan had to say walking into this meeting today.
And the first order of business under Speaker Steve Scalise is going to bring a strong resolution expressing support for Israel. We've got to get back to work. Today we're going to do that.
Commissioner Jordan, will you endorse Steve Scalise if he wins the votes today? I'll support anyone that can get 217 votes.
So you heard them even ask the bare minimum here. Will they support the other? Will they throw their weight behind one another, whoever remains victorious out of this conference meeting? Because the bottom line here is, as I said off the top, the House can't act on anything if they don't have somebody to effectively lead them. That means all of these briefings, all of this information the administration is trying to relay to lawmakers will effectively go nowhere until the House is back in order, until they have leadership that can make a real difference and take action on these matters.
All right, NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Circuit.
You're watching NBC News Daily. More to come.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
We're coming in this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn.
Oh.
Okay.
Second.
Well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
Welcome back. I'm Kate Snow.
Thanks so much for joining us this Wednesday. I'm Morgan Radford, and here is what's making news right now. NBC News has just learned Republican lawmakers will, in fact, introduce a resolution to expel Republican Congressman George Santos. This all comes as he is facing 23 additional charges from federal prosecutors, including 2 counts of aggravated identity theft. Prosecutors say he made an unauthorized charge on a supporter's credit card and then transferred that money to his personal bank account. Santos is due back in court at the end of the month to face previous charges. He has pleaded not guilty to those charges.
Olympic gold medalist Mary Lou Retton is hospitalized in intensive care, battling severe pneumonia. One of her daughters says the Hall of Fame gymnast is not able to breathe on her own, adding she's been in the ICU for over a week. Retton does not have medical insurance, and her daughter made an appeal for help with hospital bills.
ACT scores among high school students in the U.S. at their lowest point in more than 3 decades. In fact, scores have been dropping in recent years and continued falling during the pandemic. The head of the ACT says we are not doing enough to ensure that graduates are truly ready for post-secondary success in college and career.
Let's continue our coverage of the Israel-Hamas war. Just moments ago, State Department officials confirmed that more Americans have been killed during the fighting. They now say at least 22 U.S. citizens have died. That is up from the previous estimate of 14.
That's right. In the meantime, between 100 and 150 people are believed to have been taken hostage. Hamas is threatening to kill them as Israel continues to target Gaza with airstrikes. NBC's Raf Sanchez reported from the home of an elderly Israeli couple who says they were held hostage by Hamas militants before Israeli special forces were able to rescue them. Take a look.
They were held hostage for 20 hours by Hamas gunmen, and I want to show you just the scene of devastation in here. You can see bullet holes all over the walls, against the stairs there, more gunfire. But this is the truly extraordinary part of this story. Rachael, this grandmother, she actually fed the men holding her hostage. You can see some of the cans of tuna here that she fed to them. She sang to them, and the entire time she was trying to buy time for Israeli forces to gather. Now, her son is a policeman, and at some point he came to the door to conduct negotiations, and Rachael sent him what she realized was a secret signal. She put her hand over her face like this to signal that there were 5 gunmen inside.
Just unthinkable. All right, MSNBC anchor Ali Velshi live in Tel Aviv for us. Ali, first, if you can, just set the scene for us. Bring us up to speed first on these hostage recovery efforts and where the U.S. stands in all of this at this hour, sort of strategically, politically. What is the official plan in terms of resources and support?
Right. So, and I'm now down in Ashdod, by the way, which is right. We're about 15 miles from the Gaza border. We left Tel Aviv this morning. There were, in fact, more rocket attacks into Tel Aviv, and we've seen some Iron Dome activity just in the last few minutes here. The problem is that there's been no movement on the hostages. There is growing frustration amongst the families of the hostages because there are 2 competing narratives. Everybody in Israel is angry at Hamas. Everybody's frustrated about the situation, but they are hearing in media reports and from the government that the priority is to crush Hamas's military capability. Now, that is a sentiment that's largely shared by Israelis, but for those people who have families who are among the 100 to 150, the number's not even clear yet, who may be being held hostage in Gaza, they want the hostage release to be the #1 priority. And they actually feel that the attacks that have begun in Gaza and the troops that are amassing behind me are going to be readying for an invasion of Gaza. That's going to make things worse for the hostages. They would like there to be even a negotiated settlement if that has to be the case. As distasteful as negotiating with Hamas is to many Israelis, they just want their people out. So that's where the tension is right now. We've been spending the morning talking to some people who lived on a kibbutz, which was right adjacent to the Gaza border. They've escaped. They're staying in a hotel in Tel Aviv. This entire community of people from a kibbutz is staying in this hotel. They were even saying to me this morning, they think there was a military failure here. They didn't understand why they weren't getting the support that they needed. They were fighting off the terrorists themselves. So frustration and unease, but they want their hostages back.
And Ali, tell us what else you're seeing where you are now, because I know you said you've moved from Tel Aviv, you've gone south. We've been hearing very much about Israeli military tanks and other vehicles moving toward the south. What are you seeing and hearing?
So basically from this point south to the border, as I said, about 15 miles, that is where the troops are amassing. They've called up 360,000 reserves. Many of them are not in the country, but they're gathering and they're moving in columns south to this area. So the Israeli military is sort of pushing people out. If you lived in the area, if you lived in a kibbutz, basically south of Ashkelon, you can't stay there anymore. We can't be there as media either. So they are taking up a posture that suggests that they are going in. Or they're ready to go in. That may, in the opinion of the Israeli government, may actually be the upper hand. They may be saying to Hamas, we're coming in, give us back our hostages, and maybe we'll talk about not invading Gaza. That's speculation, but there's a show of force building up on this border.
Yeah. All right, MSNBC anchor Ali Velshi joining us. Thank you so much. Well, the war between Israel and Hamas has resulted in 50 million posts and videos globally on the social media site X, formerly known as Twitter. And with all that content, there is disinformation, propaganda. It can easily spread, even influence the war.
That's right. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky explains how social media users are now having a tougher time distinguishing what's real and what's not.
Can you tell the difference between these 2 war videos? Because the one on the right, the one that says Hamas militants started a new air assault on parts of Israel, isn't from a real war. It isn't even a real video. But videos just like it are getting passed around as real across the world's biggest social media apps.
A lot of the content that we're seeing right now includes terrorist propaganda, includes extraordinarily graphic, violent content, mis and disinformation, and hate speech.
This clip, viewed more than 140,000 times on X, formerly known as Twitter, is actually a trailer for the video game Arma 3. And this video, falsely claiming to show the Israeli Air Force striking targets in Gaza, is a real video of an Israeli strike, but from May, not the current fighting.
The average social media user is having an increasingly difficult time ascertaining what's real or fake. There are verified badges that could be now purchased on multiple social media platforms that give a veneer of authenticity.
Like this memo tweeted out from a verified account saying the Biden administration authorized $8 billion in military aid to Israel. It's also a fake, edited from the original release from July of this year, detailing $400 million in aid to Ukraine. Experts say warfare today includes the battle over public opinion, and disinformation is a weapon on that front.
It doesn't just erode public trust. This issue can actually have a real-world impact on public safety.
Many social media companies, including the less tightly moderated X, have banned accounts affiliated with Hamas. But non-Hamas users may unwittingly share their content anyway.
Where we see a lot of terrorist propaganda on one platform that spreads across other platforms.
X releasing a statement saying they are, quote, laser focused and dedicated to protecting the conversation on X and enforcing our rules, stating they are working to remove newly created Hamas-affiliated accounts. NBC reached out to TikTok as well as Meta, who owns Facebook and Instagram, but have not heard back.
Think especially before you engage or share content, and ask yourself, are you being helpful? If you pause before you answer that question for yourself, then the answer is likely no. You don't have to share that content.
All right, Noah Pransky joins us now on set here. Noah, look, for people who are just scrolling, this is where a lot of us get a lot of information. So if you're doing that, like so many of us are, what should they be looking at just to verify whether the post is in fact real?
Yeah, so the first thing is take a pause, resist that urge to share that amazing piece of content. And here are 3 things to consider. 1, is it coming from an established news outlet? Because big outlets in America and Europe have resources, reporters, producers on the ground getting firsthand, takes. Also, we have entire departments dedicated to verifying images and videos to prevent bad stuff from getting out. The other thing to consider, you can go back often when someone shares a post or a meme or a piece of information and see who originally posted it. Was that account a new account, only a year or 2 old? Possible red flag. Also, are they following more accounts than they actually have followers? Another potential red flag. It could be coming from a fake source. The other thing here, you can do this yourself. It's a tool we use, Google reverse image search. So you go to Google Images, there's a little camera icon here. You click the icon, you upload the picture you want to verify, and put AI to work. Google will find similar or identical images. So this was put up this week, supposed to be from Gaza, but we see here there's an identical image posted on a blog about cinema.
Whoa.
The date, 2012. This was actually an image from U.S. atomic bomb testing decades and decades ago. So these are tools that you can use to help prevent the spread of bad information.
Wow, think about that, from 2012.
Yeah, that's a really good reminder and very important.
Good example, too.
Noah Pransky, thank you so much.
Now to Israel's northern border, where clashes are flaring up with Hezbollah, which is a militant group from Lebanon.
So far, the fighting has mostly been contained there, but there are new fears today that the unprecedented fighting in Gaza in the south could potentially expand and cause a broader regional war. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now from southern Lebanon. Matt, so Israel's defense minister warned that a ground attack is imminent. It could result in a huge loss of Palestinian life. Could that be a breaking point for other areas like Hezbollah, where they're another militant group supporting the Palestinian cause? Would they maybe decide to go all in?
Yeah, I mean, that's the big question because, you know, I've been speaking with analysts, I've been speaking with people who are somewhat close to Hezbollah. Hezbollah themselves have been largely unreachable, except for a couple of statements. But they released a statement today saying that they were condemning President Biden's speech in favor of Israel. They said that the parking of all of these American naval assets just off my left shoulder in the eastern Mediterranean, that they were not afraid of this, and that they reminded the public that they were willing to go into the war. Now, people that we've been speaking to have said that that decision probably hasn't been made, but there's a lot of fear, both here in Lebanon and in Israel, that that could happen, because if it does, the Hezbollah as a group is far more capable, far more effective, far more powerful than even Hamas. Their power would dwarf Hamas and would certainly divide the Israeli military and push the Israelis into a two-front war. That's why they're so threatening, and that's why this question is so critical.
NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley with us. Matt, thanks so much. Appreciate it.
And stay with us, because coming up next, we're going to talk about those long lines and delays. We're taking a look at the chaos of travel both in and out of Israel right now. Many Americans there just trying desperately to reach their loved ones. Stay with us. NBC News Daily continues just after this.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Right now, there are thousands of people trying to leave Israel as the war with Hamas rages on. The U.S. State Department now asking carriers to resume service after many canceled flights out of Tel Aviv. And for the few remaining flights that are left, people are waiting hours just to board their planes.
So we went to the airport, waited 9 hours on a line to get on a flight, had to take 4 layover stops just to get here to New York, but here I am safely.
NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now from just outside John F. Kennedy International Airport there in New York. Stephen, you know, we know there are a lot of Americans still there in Israel who want to get out. They want to leave, but they can't. You spoke to some who did actually make it out and landed this morning here in the States. Walk us through what they said happened.
Yeah, such a harrowing journey for people trying to get out. The ones who did make it here, of course, relieved to be home, but it was quite the experience to actually get here. So many flights canceled or delayed. We also spoke to one woman about the dangers in the airport itself. She said she had to shelter at airport bomb shelters twice due to threats there. A third time, she was actually in the food court under a glass dome and had to just shelter in place right there. Just a terrifying situation. There's so much chaos for people trying to find flights that are actually available. One person that we just heard from there in that soundbite having to take those 4 different layovers just to get on that flight, which typically already takes 12 hours just to get here. Here's more of what they said actually when they made it to JFK.
Very traumatic experience. I mean, we came over here and they turned on the carousel and it makes like a beeping sound and they're like, is that time to run to the bomb shelter? So the PTSD is definitely, it's real.
And Morgan, there are others that we talked to who are trying to get on flights to Israel. There's some visiting the U.S. who want to get back home to their families, others who are eager to go help, either to join in the Israeli armed forces or to find other ways that they can assist right now.
All right, NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo for us there on the ground outside JFK Airport. Stephen, thank you.
Today in South Florida, a group of volunteers getting together to support Israel. They're collecting and shipping aid to families there. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock is in Doral, Florida, following all these efforts. Sam, tell us about this operation underway. What are you seeing, and what are people telling you there?
It's amazing what we're seeing on the ground right now, Kate. And I would say that the Global Empowerment Mission, or GEM, founded in 2010, their mission was to reach people in war-torn areas, Kate, and disasters. They are on the ground right now in places like Ukraine, Poland, Hawaii, and now Israel. These are all volunteers behind me. In fact, I was talking with them earlier. They do this a couple of weeks every single year, and it just so happens that it coincides with this disastrous, catastrophic conflict that is affecting people all over, including some of the folks that are volunteering at this moment. One gentleman, Jonathan, told me that his first cousins are in Ashkelon. Another woman was supposed to go to a wedding next week in Jerusalem. Obviously, that was canceled. Let me show you what they're actually doing right now on the ground. You have baby wipes, soap, socks, hygiene kits, and all sorts of sundry items, even electrolytes for water, canned fruit. They're all being compiled into these family kits that go onto pallets. 2,000 of these kits going out today to Miami International Airport, Kate, and then hopefully into Israel by this evening. I did speak with the Chief Development Officer here for GEM, and he discussed the critical essence of what they're doing right now. Take a listen.
This is about humanitarian relief and humans in need. So whether we're helping refugees or folks who need family necessity kits with water and food, we just want to make sure that people have the support they need. These kits are designed to help a family of 4 up to 72 hours after an immediate disaster. It would be my hope that if even for 10 minutes, it provides some semblance of relief in this awful time.
So, Kate, they are here for a couple more hours today, and then tomorrow, and then the next day, and the next day, all through the week, and then the following week as well, and the weeks to come, however long there's need. And you would have to imagine that could be for an appreciable period of time. It's also worth noting, I asked just about the logistics of this. How do you get supplies here into Gaza, let alone to Israel? And they're not trying to do that right now. GEM did say that they are, without a doubt, condemning in the strongest possible words the behavior, the terrorism that Hamas has inflicted on Israel. But they want to help people, humans, humanitarian aid. That's why it's called that. And they're getting it out as quickly as possible. Kate?
Yeah. All right. Sam Brock down in Florida, thank you. A lot of Americans really want to do something to help.
And a lot more news this hour. You're watching NBC News Daily.
news lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Israel is relying on its Iron Dome defense system to shoot down incoming rockets from Hamas. The system is designed to stop projectiles before they hit populated areas. In fact, Israeli defense forces say they intercepted over 95% of rockets during an operation earlier this year. But how does it exactly work? NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter explains.
Up in the sky, that's a rocket arcing over the southern Israeli city of Ashkelon. And see that explosion? That's the Iron Dome missile defense system in action, intercepting and eliminating the projectile. It might seem like not much more than a blip in the sky, but take a look at the view at night. Each of those explosions right here, a thwarted rocket attack. The Israeli company that developed the Iron Dome system says the system has destroyed thousands of unguided rockets fired from Gaza and Lebanon into Israel since 2011. But the Iron Dome isn't really a dome, though it's meant to create a force field effect. They're movable batteries. It's attached to missile launchers that look like this. And here's how it works. So first, its radar senses a rocket when it's getting close, anywhere from 2.5 to 43 miles away, according to Raytheon, a U.S. defense contractor that helps produce them. Then the Iron Dome's control center kicks into gear, quickly analyzes whether a rocket will hit populated areas. If it determines the rocket will hit a town or city, the system will tell a launcher to shoot off a missile that will intercept and destroy it midair. The fragments of metal and debris then fall to the ground. But if a rocket is headed for an unpopulated area, the Iron Dome will let it land in the desert or sea. Officials say the system is extremely effective. The Israeli Defense Forces reported that it intercepted more than 95% of rockets during an operation last May. Over the last few days, the Israeli military says 4,500 rockets were fired from Gaza, and the Iron Dome has intercepted many.
Now we're hearing it again. Now you'll start to see the Iron Dome system taking them off again. Many rockets, many interceptions, not much damage.
But it doesn't catch every single one. The U.S. has given Israel nearly $2 billion for the Iron Dome since 2011. And that's in addition to the $3.3 billion annually that it sends to Israel for general security assistance. President Biden pledging even more support.
We're surging additional military assistance, including ammunition and interceptors, to replenish Iron Dome. We're going to make sure that Israel does not run out of these critical assets.
Making sure Israel can continue to save lives up in the air. Molly Hunter, NBC News.
Well, as we learn more about just the staggering number of victims in the Israel-Hamas war, we continue to share their stories with you. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella has more on the victims of terror and the families desperately searching for their loved ones.
For the Mansouri family, it's been the longest 4 days, holding on to each other and to every bit of hope.
We are in hell right now. That's where we are.
Their two daughters, Norel, 25, and Roya, 22, both born in L.A., living in Tel Aviv, were at the music festival in the south of Israel, where at least 260 people were killed.
It's either they're dead or we're kidnapped.
There's been no word from Norel or Roya since. Their parents giving DNA, praying they're not among the unidentified dead. Their friend Noah was with them.
They're just the most lovable people. They come in a room and they just make everybody happy.
Tamar and Johnny Seaman Tov lived on a kibbutz near Gaza with their 6-year-old twin daughters and 4-year-old son.
The kids were always happy, always jumping, always laughing.
When the attack began, they ran for shelter, texting friends in Australia that they were safe. But Hamas breached their bunker and murdered the whole family.
To get killed in your house, surrounded by your kids, it's horrible.
Across the border in Gaza, a family of 6 killed by an Israeli airstrike, according to Defense for Children International. 4 children and their parents now dead. The youngest was just a year old. So many families in unimaginable pain.
They are my babies. They are my babies. They are my babies.
Kelly Kobiella, NBC News, Tel Aviv.
I'm Morgan Radford. Sorry. No, Heartbreaking. I'm Kate Snow. You're watching NBC News Daily.
People really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. 4, 3. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private hand delivered.
All right, it just fit too.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow, in for Vicki Wynn.
And I'm Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now. Today is Wednesday, October 11th, and we continue our special coverage of the Israel-Hamas war. Fighting continues across Israel and across Gaza. Today, more than 1,200 Israelis are dead. Israel now preparing to form an emergency government.
In Gaza, relentless bombing has left hospitals overwhelmed. Just hours ago, we learned the area has now run out of fuel, leaving millions without electricity.
We are in hell right now. That's where we are.
It's something that I never saw in my life.
Stories of despair and destruction. We're going to talk to one woman who's been sheltering inside her home until last night, when she says she had no choice but to leave and find a safer location.
A show of support. Secretary of State Antony Blinken expected to leave for Israel this hour. The message he's bringing following President Biden's vow to stand with Israel.
Welcome to NBC News Daily. We start right now with the Israel-Hamas war, as there are growing concerns that the fighting could soon spread to other parts of the Middle East. In fact, later this hour, we're expecting to hear from Secretary of State Antony Blinken. He's set to travel to Israel today in a firm show of support for Israeli forces. This all as President Biden just spoke at the White House and reaffirmed the United States' commitment to Israel.
The death toll there still rising rapidly. The State Department just announcing at least 22 Americans are among the dead during the conflict so far. That is up from a previous estimate of 14. And the White House says at least 20 other U.S. citizens are still unaccounted for. All of this comes as Israeli officials say the fighting will intensify as the country stages more troops near Gaza ahead of a possible ground assault. If that happens, it could deepen the humanitarian crisis unfolding in Gaza. Earlier today, Gaza's Ministry of Energy announced its only power plant has shut down after Israel cut off shipments of fuel and supplies. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber. She's live with us in Ashkelon, Israel. That's in southern Israel near Gaza. Ellison, I think you heard rockets exploding overhead earlier today. Give us a sense of the fighting and what's happening on the ground right now, and also this potential ground assault.
Yeah, Kate, it feels like almost any time we look in the sky, we see or hear something at this point. We were talking about earlier today, kind of when we first got here, we started to hear and see rockets firing from the direction of Gaza up towards Ashkelon. And then we saw rockets firing back. The ones you see on your screen right there, that's the first series of booms that we heard. It actually came right as the news was breaking that the Prime Minister of Israel, Benjamin Netanyahu, announced that he had agreed to form a unity government with opposition leaders like Benny Gantz, and also saying that they had created a war command center. So we saw that start to happen. A lot of those that you're seeing on your screen, all of those there at the time, those were intercepted by Israel. And then shortly after that, that's when we saw rockets start to come from the Israeli side, headed back into the direction of Gaza. We were initially today making our way further south down this highway. We got just up close to another city that's 2 miles roughly from the border, the northern border with Gaza. We were stopped by Israeli forces at a checkpoint, and they told us that we couldn't cross past that point, that we couldn't film any of the troops, any of the equipment that was past that point, any of the tanks. But we did see before we got to that point what appeared to be just a section of at least 100 Israeli tanks, Israeli military vehicles, just all piled up together in the section we saw. It was just a massive, massive presence. We know the Israeli military today has said that there are hundreds of thousands of troops around the border with Gaza ready to carry out their mission. What we don't know is when something might happen, but everything indicates that Israel is getting closer and closer to launching some sort of ground offensive, a major offensive, likely into the Gaza Strip. We have heard Benjamin Netanyahu and other military leaders talk about what they want to happen next in general terms, saying they want to have a new Middle East, one that does not have Hamas. The question now is how hard will they go into Gaza and when?
A lot of those remaining questions. And Ellison, first off, excellent reporting. Thank you for the images that you're able to bring us. I mean, you're our eyes, you're our ears there on the ground. I know you said you were stopped at that checkpoint by Israeli forces, but I do want to go back to some of those images we were just playing on our screens here of what was happening in Gaza. Of course, we know as reporters, it's very difficult to get a lot of those images and reporting on the ground in real time for obvious reasons there in Gaza City. But the electricity company, just announced that basic services in that area, they're going to be stopped. Can you tell us a little bit about what we do know about the situation in Gaza now that that lone power plant is offline? I mean, people are essentially left in the dark.
Yeah, I mean, and we already know that the death toll there, civilians, that has been rising. It will likely rise even more given the situation of the density of the population and the fact that you do have Hamas militants firing and working throughout all of these city centers where civilians live, because the area itself is so small. There's nowhere for people to go. The borders crossing into Israel, those are entirely blocked off, closed. The border in the south that goes into Egypt, that's not open. At one point yesterday, it was semi-opened and that they were letting people who had pre-approval cross through, but that's not the majority of people. The fact that this power plant is now entirely out when Israel says they are cutting everything off, that means people in Gaza are going to have to rely on generators if they have them. The UN has asked for both sides to allow some sort of humanitarian corridor to be created. But so far, Morgan, Kate, That has not happened. You have a lot of people stuck in there, displaced inside, some of them hiding in UN schools because that's the only little bit of shelter they could have, because really they don't have them in that area. Back to you guys.
Just crushing images there. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barmer there on the ground for us. Ellison, thank you, and please stay safe.
Last hour, President Biden made some unplanned remarks about the war after speaking with the Israeli Prime Minister for a fourth time. Take a listen.
My commitment to Israel's security and the safety of the Jewish people is unshakable. The United States has Israel's back, and we're going to be working on this all through today and beyond.
And in just a few moments from now, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken will set off on his trip to Israel in a physical show of support. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now live from Washington, D.C. Kelly, look, we've just learned that the U.S. Deputy Special Envoy for Hostage Affairs is joining Blinken on this trip. Sort of what does that tell us about the goals and really the strategic priorities at this point?
Well, there are a number of top officials around Secretary Blinken who will be on the trip, but certainly Stephen Gillen's name jumps out because of the concern about hostages, both American and Israeli, and how can the United States be helpful in this. The State Department and the White House have been very careful in what they're saying about this for the obvious reasons of security and intelligence and wanting to not do anything that would bring more risk to these hostages. But the Secretary of State is certainly trying to work through partners in the region to try to encourage them to release. And those would be countries that have communications with Hamas. The United States does not have direct communications, to encourage them to release hostages. But we don't have any sense of any American forces or anything like that. What the State Department and the White House have described is expertise when it comes to hostages and intelligence knowledge when it comes to that. So that's part of what we know is a complex and really still unfolding itinerary for Secretary Blinken as he heads off to Israel.
All right, NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell for us there. Kelly, thank you so much. We appreciate it.
Let's bring in Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis. He's a senior fellow at Defense Priorities. Nice to be with you. Thanks for joining us. Israel released some video showing the first shipment of weapons sent by the U.S. arriving there. They blurred some of it out, but it's essentially a bunch of weapons coming off a plane. There are growing concerns that Israel may not have enough as it prepares for a ground invasion, and we've heard some military experts say that. How do you assess that? What kind of support does Israel need?
Yeah, you know, Israel is not set up, you know, ordinarily to conduct a large-scale invasion of a major city like this. I mean, they you know, they're set up for border security and small-scale operations and you know, protests and the like. So now then to contemplate a 360,000 member massive invasion like that takes enormous amounts of ammunition, other supplies, you know, bullets, you know, food, water. I mean, just things that you need to sustain combat. And I doubt that they had enough of that just on hand. So the United States is apparently providing a lot of that. And that means, you know, 155mm artillery shells, other interceptor missiles for the Iron Dome, which you mentioned earlier, and then just regular bullets for machine guns and other kinds of ammunition like that. So there's a lot of things that they're going to need. And apparently they're going to need quite a lot of that if they're going to make this incursion.
Yeah, speaking of the things that they need, there's a bipartisan group of senators now asking Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin to send Israel 2 Iron Dome batteries. Why are those so crucial to Israel's defense at this point? And frankly, if it happens, how soon could it happen?
You know, one of the big issues that was in the initial barrage on Saturday is that Hamas, because they have learned how the Israeli systems worked, overwhelmed the Iron Dome systems. And they're great for what they can do, and they're maybe the best in the world right now. But they have to fire an interceptor missile for a missile. And when you fired literally hundreds, and in some cases thousands in a short period of time, you just don't have enough missiles to knock them down, and then they're going to get through. So what they need is more batteries, but they also need more missiles to go along with that. And those are some of the same things we're trying to send to Ukraine. So our stocks of that aren't that high, and that could be an issue.
All right, Lieutenant Colonel Daniel Davis, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate your time and your expertise.
Let's turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. U.S. wholesale inflation rose in September at the fastest pace that we've seen since April. The Labor Department says prices for wholesale goods rose 2.2% last month from the year before.
That's right. CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu joins us now. Dom, look, these numbers show us the rate of inflation before it actually hits those consumers. So take us through sort of where those producer prices on the other side stand. I mean, how could they sort of impact the prices that we see as consumers at the cash register?
Sure, Morgan, Kate. Well, most of those price increases at business level inflation came from gasoline, which jumped nearly 5.5%. Food prices posted a nearly 1% gain. Now, those wholesale business prices have been rising more slowly than consumer prices, offering at least some hope that inflation might ease because these producer costs eventually do make their way to consumers. There is still cause for some concern. And General Motors reached a tentative deal with nearly 4,300 Canadian auto workers just hours after they went on strike on Tuesday. The union said strike actions will be put on hold as members vote on that contract, which the union says cuts the time frame for workers to earn top pay from 8 years down to 4. So lots going on that labor front, guys. I'll send things back over to you.
All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu, thank you so much.
Well, people across Israel and Gaza, they're trying to stay safe really however they can. In fact, coming up next, we're going to talk to one woman who spent the night in a locked shelter after reports that someone was killing people near her home. Her terrifying experience coming up next. You're watching NBC News Daily.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator. Sundays on NBC.
Breaking news right now from Capitol Hill. NBC News has just learned that Steve Scalise of Louisiana has won the Republican nomination for Speaker of the House. Let's get straight to NBC News congressional correspondent Julie Sirkin with more. Julie, tell us what the latest is.
Yeah, this vote, remember, was held behind closed doors in a secret ballot. We're told the vote total for Steve Scalise, who is currently a member of leadership, was 113 to 99. I spoke to some members who are streaming out of this room already. There's a lot of questions we still have. Namely, does this mean he will get the full support of his conference when he does go to the floor and they vote eventually on electing a new speaker? We don't know when that vote is going to take place. We don't know if they're going to immediately pivot to it today. What we do know is there are a lot of members who have supported Jordan, as I know noted, this vote total between Jordan and Scalise varied approximately 14 votes. So the conference is very split right now. I talked to one member, for example, Max Miller, who is supporting Jim Jordan. He told me he is still going to support him. It's not a red line. He said he could be persuaded. But we have members, him, Lauren Boebert, other Republicans who are steadfast behind Jordan for Speaker, who no matter who they chose behind closed doors, they will continue advocating for Jordan on the floor. This could prove to be a big problem, as we saw with McCarthy back in January. It took 15 rounds of voting for him to get the gavel. The conference this split and this far apart, it's not clear to me or any of my colleagues here how quickly they can wrap this up and whether they can actually elect a new speaker on the floor today.
All right, a lot hanging in the balance right now. That vote just finishing up. NBC News congressional correspondent Julia Sirkin bringing us the latest as it happens. Thank you, Julia.
Turning back to our coverage of the Israel-Hamas war now, families in Ashkelon, Israel, a coastal city just north of the Gaza Strip, are being forced to flee or take cover as the city endures ongoing rocket fire from Gaza.
That's right. One mother and daughter, they actually had to sleep in a safe room last night just to hide from a terrorist who was allegedly killing people in their neighborhood. That mother, Sigal Arieli, joins us now. Sigal, first, I just want to take a moment to say thank you for your time in the midst of everything that is happening right now, to share your story with us. How are you? How is your daughter doing today?
So, first of all, thank you for the opportunity to really tell the story. This is my daughter. This is not my personal story. This is the story of many, many people in Israel, in the south, and maybe in the north soon, and the residents of Ashkelon. Ashkelon is the closest, largest city to Gaza. It's about 7 miles from the south part of Ashkelon to the Gaza border. And it's been a very tough 5 days since this operation started, this war, on Saturday morning. Ashkelon, since we're very close to Gaza, had hundreds of rockets launched that morning. We literally couldn't leave the safe room, which is the room where we have to hide. It's like a shelter in your apartment or in your building where you need to hide when there are sirens and rockets. Yesterday, it was even worse than that because we got a warning that we saw it on the news that 4 terrorists penetrated the south of Ashkelon on drones from Gaza. We heard in our house, which is not that close, but you can clearly hear the gunshots going between the military and the army that were trying to kill them. And then we locked ourselves in the shelters. We decided we will spend the night there because the fear of somebody walking in your town with guns is terrifying. Yeah. And when we were told that this was stopped because they killed a terrorist, they killed another terrorist who was trying to come from the sea. Ashkelon is right on the water of the Mediterranean, and was killed just before he got on the shore. So the level of fear and terror, I can't even express in words. This afternoon, we had 4 rounds of rocket launched from Gaza, and we sit in the safe room. You hear the whistle of the rockets flying by you, not far from you, and then you hear them hit something. And as I heard before, somebody that explained it, Iron Dome system has a really good rate of success. But when Hamas launches 20, 30, 50 rockets at one time, they can't intercept all of them. And some of them, yes.
I'm so sorry. Thank you so much. I don't want to get cut off. We really appreciate you sharing that with us. And as you say, you speak for so many Israelis right now. Please stay safe.
Coming up, more NBC News Daily.
everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
The biggest names, only on Today.
We're coming this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn.
Oh.
Okay, well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks.
This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about, only on Today.
The war between Israel and Hamas has resulted in 50 million posts and videos globally on the social media site X, formerly known as Twitter. And with all that content, disinformation, propaganda can easily spread.
That's right. NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky explains how social media users are having a tougher time than ever distinguishing between what's real and what's not.
Can you tell the difference between these two war videos? Because the one on the right, the one that says Hamas militants started a new air assault on parts of Israel, isn't from a real war. It isn't even a real video. But videos just like it are getting passed around as real across the world's biggest social media apps.
A lot of the content that we're seeing right now includes terrorist propaganda, includes extraordinarily graphic, violent content. Mis and disinformation and hate speech.
This clip, viewed more than 140,000 times on X, formerly known as Twitter, is actually a trailer for the video game Arma 3. And this video, falsely claiming to show the Israeli Air Force striking targets in Gaza, is a real video of an Israeli strike, but from May, not the current fighting.
The average social media user is having an increasingly difficult time ascertaining what's real or fake. There are verified badges that could be now purchased on multiple social media platforms that give a veneer of authenticity.
Like this memo tweeted out from a verified account saying the Biden administration authorized $8 billion in military aid to Israel. It's also a fake, edited from the original release from July of this year, detailing $400 million in aid to Ukraine. Experts say warfare today includes the battle over public opinion, and disinformation is a weapon on that front.
It doesn't just erode public trust. This issue can actually have a real-world impact on public safety.
Many social media companies, including the less tightly moderated X, have banned accounts affiliated with Hamas. But non-Hamas users may unwittingly share their content anyway.
Where we see a lot of terrorist propaganda on one platform that spreads across other platforms.
X releasing a statement saying they are, quote, laser focused and dedicated to protecting the conversation on X and enforcing our rules, stating they are working to remove newly created Hamas affiliated accounts. NBC reached out to TikTok as well as Meta, who owns Facebook and Instagram, but have not heard back.
Think especially before you engage or share content and ask yourself, are you being helpful? If you pause before you answer that question for yourself, then the answer is likely no. You don't have to share that content.
Noah Pransky, NBC News.
Right now, there are thousands of people trying to leave Israel as the war with Hamas continues. In fact, the U.S. State Department is now asking carriers to resume service after many canceled flights straight out of Tel Aviv.
And for the few remaining flights left, people are waiting hours just to board planes. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo joins us now. He's at John F. Kennedy International Airport in New York. Stephen, I know there are a lot of Americans in Israel who want to leave and go somewhere else but can't get out. You just spoke to a father who arrived this morning, I think. Walk us through what he said.
Yeah, Kate, his name's Jamie. He was actually visiting Israel with his family and had to come back. His daughters had to go to school, so he was able to finally get a flight to get them back home. It's already a 12-hour flight, but people there at the airport are dealing with so much chaos, not just the cancellations and delays, but also there are some bomb threats that they have to go to bomb shelters and wait for those alerts to end in the middle of that entire process. Just an unthinkably difficult situation, especially when they have connections to the people who have already been brutally murdered there. Just a horrific and unthinkable situation. Jamie actually says that to him it feels very similar to the way it did back in 9/11. And even after everything that he's been through right now, he says he's back in the U.S., landing here at JFK around midnight. He says, though, it doesn't quite feel like he's back home yet. Here's more of what he had to say.
I would have stayed and I would have helped out and I would have volunteered there and I would have done everything I can over there, but I had to get my daughters back. They have to go to school. They're in school over here.
Now, we talked to other people as well who were trying to get to Israel. Either they were visiting here and want to go back home, or they want to go and help out. Kate, Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo for us there. Stephen, thank you.
Coming up, we'll get an update from a teenager we spoke with yesterday, sheltering in place in Ashkelon. Our coverage continues right after this. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Morgan Radford. Thank you so much for joining us this Wednesday. And here's what's making news right now. NBC News has learned that Republican lawmakers will, in fact, introduce a resolution to expel Republican Congressman George Santos. That would require a 2/3 vote of the entire House. This all comes as he is facing 23 additional charges from federal prosecutors, including 2 counts of aggravated identity theft. Prosecutors say he made an unauthorized charge on a supporter's credit card and then transferred that money to his personal bank account. Santos is due back in court at the end of the month to face previous charges to which he has pleaded not guilty.
Olympic gold medalist Mary Lou Retton is in intensive care, battling a rare form of pneumonia. Her daughters wrote on a crowdfunding page that the 55-year-old Hall of Fame gymnast is critically ill and does not have medical insurance. At the 1984 Olympic Games, Retton became the first American woman to win a gold medal in gymnastics, taking home more medals than any other athlete that summer.
And Carly Russell is set to appear in an Alabama court today for a pre-trial hearing. Her attorney and prosecutors are expected to discuss what will happen in the next steps of this case. Russell is facing 2 misdemeanor charges. If you remember, the 25-year-old nursing student accused of lying to police about being kidnapped and then seeing a child walking alone on the side of an interstate.
Now back to our special coverage of the Israel-Hamas war. Right now, Israel's military is lining up tanks, other vehicles along the Gaza border, apparently preparing for a potential ground invasion that could begin at any moment. The invasion comes as rockets have been launched from Gaza, and Israel has retaliated with airstrikes.
The Israeli military saying they've hit 450 targets in just the past 24 hours, looking to weaken Hamas before going in by foot. Hamas is not letting up, continuing their attacks on southern Israel. The impact felt on both sides of that border.
I see Erez. Erez, my younger brother, my whole family. Like, I'm the only one that's safe. They don't even have tears anymore.
We just heard the missiles landing on us and on our children. They killed our children and killed us. We do not know where to go. They say this area is safe. What safety? It is not safe. We have been slaughtered. No one sees what is happening to us. No one feels what we feel. No countries do.
We are also learning the number of victims is rising. The number of people killed in Israel and in Gaza now more than 2,300 people, 22 of them Americans, with more still unaccounted for. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now from Israel. Ellison, you have been on the ground since the beginning, since all of this started. Let's start with that ground invasion that could really happen at any moment. What will it look like if there is a ground invasion, and what is it like currently as people are preparing?
Yeah, I mean, the truth is what it will look like, we don't really know, because this is not something that has happened in modern times. There has been fighting between Hamas and Israel for different wars prior to this, and there's constant tension, and sometimes you can have little spurts of rockets being fired. But in terms of a ground offensive into Gaza, that's not something that we have seen in recent times at all. I mean, Israel, they used to have Israeli forces as well as Israeli settlers inside of Gaza, but they pulled out in 2005. 2006, there were elections. Hamas was elected. There was a bit of an internal Palestinian civil war of sorts between Fatah at the time and Hamas. Hamas won. They've controlled Gaza outright since 2007. Israeli forces haven't been inside. They've had that blockade outside around it, but we haven't seen them directly go in. It's been fire from the sky, right? So this is really going to be something unprecedented if it happens, as it appears it will. And it seems like Israel is gearing up for that. The Israeli military today, they have said they have hundreds of thousands of troops on the border with Gaza, and that they are prepared to do what is necessary here to presumably, it seems, go in. That's something that a lot of Israeli civilians we've spoken to want to see happen. And a big reason for that, they say, is because of the ongoing hostage situation. The fact that you had Hamas militants launch this massive terror attack, massacring so many civilians, and then abducting somewhere between 100 and 150 people, including civilians, some, according to Israel, also soldiers, and take them in to Gaza. The people that we have spoken to here, citizens of Israel, they say the response has to be forceful, and they want the Israeli military to go in to try and get those people out. But the dynamics of the way Gaza is means that there could be an incredibly high civilian casualty toll on the Palestinian side. Kate, Morgan.
All right, NBC correspondent Ellison Barber for us again. Ellison, thanks so much.
Meanwhile, officials in Israel and Gaza confirm a total of 2,300 people have died in the ongoing deadly conflict there in the Middle East. And that does, as we mentioned, include 22 Americans.
Yeah, that's a new number. As the humanitarian crisis continues to grow, as we've been talking about, we thought it was important to share stories of some of these victims of terror. NBC News foreign correspondent Kelly Kobiella has more.
For the Mansouri family, it's been the longest 4 days, holding on to each other and to every bit of hope.
We are in hell right now. That's where we are.
Their two daughters, Norel, 25, and Roya, 22, both born in L.A., living in Tel Aviv, were at the music festival in the south of Israel, where at least 260 people were killed.
It's either they're dead or were kidnapped.
There's been no word from Norel or Roya since. Their parents giving DNA, praying they're not among the unidentified dead. Their friend Noah was with them.
They're just the most lovable people. They come in a room and they just make everybody happy.
Tamar and Johnny Seaman Tov lived on a kibbutz near Gaza with their 6-year-old twin daughters and 4-year-old son.
The kids were always happy, always jumping, always laughing.
When the attack began, they ran for shelter, texting friends in Australia that they were safe. But Hamas breached their bunker and murdered the whole family.
to get killed in your house, surrounded by your kids. It's horrible.
Across the border in Gaza, a family of 6 killed by an Israeli airstrike, according to Defense for Children International. 4 children and their parents now dead. The youngest was just a year old. Haim Katzman was a dual American-Israeli citizen, killed at the kibbutz he called home.
It's very sad because he was a person who wanted and was sympathetic to both sides.
Haim's mom says he was a promising researcher, activist, and teacher, adding he is sorely missed by all who had the privilege of knowing him. Tonight, so many families in unimaginable pain.
They are my babies. They are my babies. They are my babies.
Kelly Kobiella, NBC News, Tel Aviv.
Now, inside Ashkelon, people are sheltering in place after new airstrikes from Hamas bombarded that city. In fact, you can see rocket debris just lining the streets there. The ongoing violence from Hamas has caused Israelis in the city to seek shelter, leaving a lot of people just terrified.
Yesterday, we spoke with 17-year-old Barak Shmuel, who is currently in Ashkelon, about the ongoing situation there. He's originally from Colorado. He's been living in Israel for the last couple of years, and I'm glad to say that you join us again, looking healthy. Barak, thanks again for spending some time with us. Glad to see you're okay. I know that we've spoken to other folks who live in that area who've said that yesterday was pretty scary. Last night was pretty scary. There was talk of Hamas terrorists being in your community. Tell us what's been going on with you. How are you?
Wow. Thank you, first of all. But yeah, these days have been ridiculous. Today definitely was a little bit more intense. We had terrorists in the city last night, and this afternoon there were gunshots that I heard, and my heart just completely dropped, to be honest. The sirens have been ridiculous. I was outside in the city. I was gathering supplies for soldiers, and I was caught multiple times. When I got home finally to shelter, I had a rocket hit my neighbor's house right here. So we have some shattered windows, some damage to the house, but
Were they okay?
We're okay. That's what's important.
Okay. You know, Barak, there's been so much video that's been circulating on social media. There's also been a lot of misinformation, disinformation. People are actively trying to combat. And we're seeing these graphic images from war. Many people aren't accustomed to seeing those types of images. Are you following the coverage of this online? Are you seeing these images coming out? How is that affecting you? And for those of us who are on this side of the world, what should we know as we're sort of digesting these images? What do you want us to know about the reality?
First, there is a lot that is on the internet, a lot of stuff that is true, a lot of stuff that is not. I personally decided to detach from the social media because of the stuff that I saw. Stuff that I know for a fact I will never be able to unsee. It's it's terrible. It really is.
Right.
So I've decided to stick with WhatsApp and being sent anything useful when it comes to...
Barak Shmuel, we have to interrupt you. Thank you so much for joining us. We're now hearing from Steve Scalise there after breaking news in that House vote. Let's listen
in the House for the people of this country, but we see how dangerous of a world it is and how things can change so quickly. We need to make sure we're sending a message to people all throughout the world that the House is open and doing the people's business, making sure that we're unequivocally standing in our first resolution that we pass under Speaker Steve Scalise will be to make it clear that we stand with Israel. The McCall-Meeks resolution will be our first order of business. But obviously, there's a lot more work to do. The conversations we've been having with my colleagues over the last few days leading up to this show that there's a resolve that we need to get back to work. There's a lot of business to take care of. Families are struggling across this country. You know, we passed a lot of legislation to help families get back on track, to address our border crisis, to get our economy moving again, to address the spending in Washington that's driving inflation, high energy costs. All of those bills that we've passed and that we're going to continue to pass that are sitting over in the Senate need to be taken up. We've passed over 70% of the bills to fund the government, dealing with appropriations and setting the priorities of this nation's spending, and the Senate has taken up zero. The Senate has to start doing their work. And by the way, in that legislation, including the State and Foreign Ops Bill, the Defense Appropriations Bill, includes funding for Israel, things like Iron Dome, precision-guided missiles, things that could be used today to help them in this war. So there is a lot to do. I'm also going to be calling on President Biden to sit down and talk about the crisis at the border. As we have an open southern border, and we've seen millions come in the last few years, including people on the terrorist watch list from all over the world. If he doesn't know now, after what happened, we cannot have an unsecure border. We've got to secure America's border. We've passed legislation to do that. It's time we sit down and have a conversation about how to secure America's border. And it's not a Republican or a Democrat issue. There are Democrat mayors all over the country who've been calling on the president to do this too. That's a conversation we need to have today. There's a lot of busy work to do, a lot of important work to do on behalf of people who are struggling, not only here in America, but who are concerned all around the world. And we're going to provide that vision. We have a lot of work to do. Obviously, I've got some more conversation.
All right, let's get right to NBC News. I was going to say go to our congressional correspondent, but she's not available right this second, so we'll get back to her in just a little bit. But what you were watching there is Representative Steve Scalise. This morning, the Republican conference, all the Republicans in the House voted for Steve Scalise to be the candidate for Speaker of the House. You recall that right now there is only a temporary speaker after Kevin McCarthy was removed last week. You heard him say that bills that are sitting in the Senate are going to need to be taken up. He's going to prioritize that. He said he would talk with President Biden about border policy as well. And we know that they are going to vote, Morgan, at 3 p.m. this afternoon.
That is the House floor vote there for Steve Scalise, who just won the GOP nomination for House Speaker and then listed a host of things that he has ready for day one on the job. And stay with us here. You are watching NBC News Daily.
lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
All right, so several Israeli and Jewish schools in the U.S., they're reportedly urging parents to delete apps like Instagram, TikTok, X from their kids' phones. This is all in an attempt to protect them from graphic or even misleading or potentially inaccurate information about the Israel-Hamas war.
All of it raising questions about how much of the death and destruction, the news, parents should allow their kids to be exposed to. So we wanted to bring in family and clinical psychologist Dr. Jennifer Hartstein. You're with us at other times, talking about lots of different subjects. Unfortunately, today the subject really is this war, and these images, these topics are graphic. We were speaking with a 17-year-old a few minutes ago who said he's in Israel, and he's not looking at it anymore.
No, he said he had to detach.
So is that
so
the
smart.
answer? How often should we talk to our kids about what's happening? They need to know some of it.
Yeah, and I think we need to talk to them as much as possible, right? Very often when we have these kinds of conversations, we say, let your kids come to you. And I think this is one of those moments where we may need to bring that conversation to them and start that conversation because they're getting bombarded by information everywhere. Yeah. So we want to start with, what do you know? Talk to me about what you're hearing. Really open-ended, not yes, no, which closes conversations. But most importantly, in those conversations, we have to check in with ourselves. How bombarded are you by all of this information? Are you being clear with your own limits and shutting away, turning off that social media, as I have been trying to do because it's just too much and our nervous systems are too activated? And I think most importantly in all of this, we need to be honest, right? We need to be clear. We need to use accurate language. We need to be educated ourselves so that we can be as supportive to our children as possible.
You know, I think about that a lot, right? And I feel like in many ways, my job as a parent is to make my child's world safe so that her world can be fun, right? So that she can experience the light and the beauty of this world. But how can you sort of calm your child's fears and really let them know that they're okay? How do you help them feel safe and assured?
It's a really, really important question, Morgan. And I think we have to think about how we deal with kids' feelings all the times, right? So one of the most important things we do when our children come to us is to validate them. Let them know that you recognize that their feelings are real and that it's okay. And that, you know, even if you're feeling some of those, you can let them know that that's true too. Provide that safe space. And then let's go to the facts, right? Let's look at what's happening. Social media can conflate. That young man said this beautifully, right? Some of the information's real, some of the information is inaccurate. Yeah. So find reputable news sources and go to the facts and look at it together.
And I love what you said about, you know, as parents, a lot of times we have to make sure we're okay too, right? That we're okay in the process of helping these young humans sort of find safety in their own journey. Dr. Jen Hartstein, thank you so much.
You're watching NBC News Daily. More to come.
going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
People are stressed when they're going out and flying. Why should they trust you?
You're now with this long-anticipated counteroffensive. How's it going? What's the goal?
What will you offer voters that former President Trump will not?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
While Saturday's attack shocked most of the world, the conflict between Israel and Hamas there in Gaza, it's been going on for decades, and it's deeply rooted in politics and in religion. Deanna Duarte from NBC Philadelphia spoke with some Middle Eastern history experts about the complicated and deadly history.
It was clearly a surprise.
Khalid El-Ghani is a senior fellow for the Middle East Institute, a historian and authority on Middle East and Israeli and Palestine relations. He says Israel has maintained control of the Gaza Strip for decades and has used its authority to manage the conflict between the two sides.
Israeli Jews see the land as, as part of their history. Palestinian Arabs see it as part of their land.
International Studies Chair and Middle Eastern history expert Asher Kaufman says the conflict has largely been rooted in religion and politics, and says the two mixing has created a volatile and deadly situation.
Palestinians currently do not have a viable, credible leadership that could represent the entire Palestinian people in a negotiated agreement with Israel. Israel, on the other hand, is currently controlled by the farthest right-wing government we have ever had.
El-Ghani and Kaufman say for years the two sides have had help in trying to broker peace deals, including the idea of a two-state settlement. That, despite years of talks, has never come to fruition.
Israel has been ruling over Palestinians since 1967. They know how much grain goes in. They know how much electricity is supplied because they're the ones who control the spigot.
Yet experts say Hamas was able to secretly acquire arms and construct a plan that shocked the world and set off a firestorm between the two sides.
All right, that was Deanna Durante reporting.
The Iron Dome is a defense system that Israel's relied on for more than a decade now. But how does it actually work? NBC News foreign correspondent Molly Hunter explains the technology designed to keep Israel safe.
Up in the sky, that's a rocket arcing over the southern Israeli city of Ashkelon. And see that explosion? That's the Iron Dome missile defense system in action, intercepting and eliminating the projectile. It might seem like not much more than a blip in the sky, but take a look at the view at night. Each of those explosions right here, a thwarted rocket attack. The Israeli company that developed the Iron Dome system says the system has destroyed thousands of unguided rockets fired from Gaza and Lebanon into Israel since 2011. But the Iron Dome isn't really a dome, though it's meant to create a force field effect. They're movable batteries. It's attached to missile launchers that look like this. And here's how it works. So first, its radar senses a rocket when it's getting close, anywhere from 2.5 to 43 miles away, according to Raytheon, a U.S. defense contractor that helps produce them. Then the Iron Dome's control center kicks into gear, quickly analyzes whether a rocket will hit populated areas. If it determines the rocket will hit a town or city, the system will tell a launcher to shoot off a missile that will intercept and destroy it midair. The fragments of metal and debris then fall to the ground. But if a rocket is headed for an unpopulated area, the Iron Dome will let it land in the desert or sea. Officials say the system is extremely effective. The Israeli Defense Forces reported that it intercepted more than 95% of rockets during an operation last May. Over the last few days, the Israeli military says 4,500 rockets were fired from Gaza, and the Iron Dome has intercepted many.
Now we're hearing it again. Now you'll start to see the Iron Dome system taking them off again. Many rockets, many interceptions, not much damage.
But it doesn't catch every single one. The U.S. has given Israel nearly $2 billion for the Iron Dome since 2011. And that's in addition to the $3.3 billion annually that it sends to Israel for general security assistance. President Biden pledging even more support.
We're surging additional military assistance, including ammunition and interceptors, to replenish Iron Dome. We're going to make sure that Israel does not run out of these critical assets.
Making sure Israel can continue to save lives up in the air. Molly Hunter, NBC News.
Thank you for that, Molly. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Morgan Radford. You are watching NBC News Daily. And remember, you can always watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. And that's wherever you stream, including YouTube, Hulu, Roku, Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinclair Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
Breaking news now on NBC News Daily. Utter devastation. We're getting a look firsthand at the horror caused by Hamas attacks in Israel. Communities destroyed, families broken. All of this as Israel and Hamas exchange more fire near the Gaza border. People in the streets taking cover.
This is a live look at Gaza, where today there's an increasing number of Israeli airstrikes. Now, the lingering question, are we closer to seeing a ground invasion in the coming days?
Growing fears this hour for the Israelis being held hostage in Gaza. We're speaking with a man who is frantically searching for his brother, believed to be kidnapped by Hamas.
Plus, a show of support from the United States. Israel now in possession of new weaponry from the U.S. As Secretary of State Antony Blinken makes his way to the region. Could the United States soon take on a bigger role in this conflict?
Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow. Just a quick correction. I think when we said this is live Gaza, that was a different feed coming in. Nice to be with you today.
Great to be with you again. I'm Zinclair Samwat. We'll bring you the very latest on the Israel-Hamas war. But first, we're going to start with some breaking news right here in the U.S. out of Washington.
Louisiana Congressman Steve Scalise has won the nomination of the House Republican Conference, all the House members who are Republican, to be the next Speaker of the House. Scalise earned 113 votes in a blind, closed-door election earlier today, edging out Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan, who wanted the job, who received 99 votes.
Obviously, we still have work to do. We're going to have to go upstairs on the House floor and resolve this and then get the House opened again. We have a lot of work to do, not just in the House for the people of this country, But we see how dangerous of a world it is and how things can change so quickly.
Right now, the magic number is 217. That's the number of House Republicans who need to support Scalise to officially become the next speaker. And that's a tall task. Every single Democrat in the House is expected to vote for Hakeem Jeffries, meaning Scalise will need to swing over 100 Republican votes that he failed to get behind closed doors.
A lot of math there. NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now. Julie, so Scalise's ascension to the speakership could come down, it sounds like, to just a couple of key House Republicans, whether they go with him or not. A reminder for our viewers, 8 Republicans ousted former Speaker Kevin McCarthy, right? It took 8 people, along with every Democrat, to remove him. So will this be a better vote for Steve Scalise? What do you know?
That's the question. And remember, not only did 8 Republicans oust McCarthy, but it took McCarthy 15 ballots, 15 rounds of vote, even if he was nominated behind closed doors, to get the gavel in the first place. I want to tell you guys, just a couple of minutes ago, Jim Jordan, who is the second man running for this position, just walked behind me. He's actually meeting with Steve Scalise right now, his spokesperson telling me that Jordan is not whipping votes, meaning he is not trying to get votes for his own count. It looks like he's trying to work with Scalise at this moment to unify the conference behind him. Behind closed doors, I'm told Jordan told members that they need to come out of this unified. They need to support whoever can get to that magic 217 number on the floor. And it looks, by all accounts, that's exactly what Jordan is doing. We also heard, you heard from Scalise a little bit there. They're going to be talking to members in this next hour or so before they hit the floor at around 3 to vote. The whole House plans to vote to elect a new speaker. They're going to try to coalesce some of that support and peel off some of those 99 that voted for Jordan.
So, Julie, you're digging into the votes, the numbers, but if Scalise is actually elected, how does the future look for him? Will he be more effective than his predecessor when it comes to things like the budget deal, international issues like the war in Ukraine, now Israel, or are we going to see more stalemates here?
Well, that's the big question, and we're told behind the scenes that certainly Scalise and Jordan talked about this. They pitched their plans and their ideas for a while now, for more than a week, to different factions of their conference, how they're going to fund the government, how they're going to cut spending, which is a big priority for conservative Republicans, and now what they're going to do in the face of Israel and Ukraine and others. So these are all open questions, and colleagues certainly have answers, certainly have questions.
All right, Julie Sirkin with the latest from Capitol Hill for us. Thanks so much.
Let's turn back now to the Israel-Hamas war and get everyone up to speed with where things are right now.
As it stands, Israel's military is keeping up its retaliatory airstrikes in Gaza as fears of a humanitarian crisis there grow on the ground. Those strikes landing near a hotel in Gaza City, forcing people to take shelter inside. For context, right now, there is no electricity in the Gaza Strip, made up of 139 square miles with a population of more than 2 million people. The area's only power plant ran out of fuel today, and Israel has already cut off the power supply.
We're also learning new details about how Hamas carried out the horrific attack on an Israeli community known as a kibbutz near the Gaza border. A source tells NBC News that Hamas terrorists actually wore Israeli army uniforms when they opened fire. After 5 days of fighting, more than 2,300 people on both sides have been killed. The State Department now says at least 22 Americans are among the dead, with 17 Americans more unaccounted for. More than 8,000 others overall have been injured. NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber joins us now live. She's in Ashkelon, which is in southern Israel. Ellison, I know you've seen rockets earlier today coming over you. I'm not sure if that's still happening, coming in from Gaza. What's the situation right now?
Yeah, so Kate, I keep looking back because just in the last 4 or 5 minutes, we saw a volley of rockets coming up. What appeared to be return fire or interception coming back, just lighting up the night sky. That is the first time we've seen that many in that flood back and forth since the sun has set here. We have watched just now in the last 30 seconds as more military vehicles, 2 or 3, made their way down this highway here. There seems to be, I'm going to just look a little as I'm talking to you guys, more stuff, if we can turn and show this, coming down this way. I'm not entirely clear as to what's on the back of this, but we can sort of look together and try to make sense of what's. So see, that's you're seeing some military equipment coming in through here right now. When we were driving down, this is about 2 miles away from the northern border in Gaza. Those are military-style bulldozers. We saw them use that to make entry into areas in southern Israel a few days ago when Hamas militants had overtaken a police station in Sderot. That sort of equipment is now headed down what we assume is in the direction of the Gaza border, because that is where this highway leads. So when we were out here earlier today making our way further down to this area, we were stopped at a checkpoint, Kate and Zinclay, and we were told we were not allowed to film anything, but we did see through the trees at least 100 military vehicles, military tanks, all Israeli. The Israeli military leadership, they have said today they have hundreds of thousands of troops along the border in Gaza and that they are prepared to do what is necessary. We believe that will be a ground assault, and everything we see here seems to suggest they are taking more steps heading in that direction as we see that equipment just constantly come through. Kate, Zinclay.
Yeah, clearly an active scene, and all as we know, the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu is actively forming what he's calling an emergency unity government. Ellison, thanks for your reporting out there. Stay safe.
American aid is starting to flow into Israel as President Biden and his administration underscore full U.S. support for the ally.
Israel's Ministry of Defense released this video showing what it says is the delivery of, quote, advanced weaponry. The U.S. is also stepping up its supply of resources across the region, including fighter aircraft. NBC News Pentagon correspondent Courtney Cuby is following all of this for us. So, Courtney, let's start with the United States boots on the ground. To be clear, some U.S. troops have already been in Israel before this war began, right, for separate missions. But the question on a lot of American minds is, could that soon change? What exactly is the playbook here, and what's the bar for U.S. involvement?
Yeah, that's right. So the U.S. and the Israeli military, the IDF, have a close relationship. So there are frequently troops who come in there for training. They rotate in and out. There's the embassy presence. So there's always going to be some U.S. military presence. But as far as how that may be enhanced for some sort of ground operation in Gaza, at this point, U.S. officials are still saying they are not looking at that. They do not expect U.S. troops going into Gaza for any sort of a ground operation. Now, we do know, we've only learned in the last day or so, that in fact there are some special operations forces, specifically out of JSOC, Joint Special Operations Command, who are there helping the Israeli military, the IDF, and specifically the Israeli Special Forces with the planning and helping with the any kind of training for the potential hostage rescue. Now, again, at this point, no U.S. boots going into Gaza for any kind of a hostage rescue, but they are helping support with intelligence and with planning on that. As far as how other U.S. military in the region are, we have that carrier in the Eastern Med, more U.S. air power flowing in. The question is, how will they be used in the coming days? And that's still an open question, Zinclay and Kate.
Courtney Cuby for us at the Pentagon. Courtney, thank you so much.
Well, in a show of solidarity, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is leading a special envoy to Israel set to leave any minute now.
Among those joining the secretary, a top U.S. official who specializes in hostage affairs. Joining us now, Chief Foreign Affairs Correspondent Andrea Mitchell. Andrea, so good to have you with us. You cover the State Department every day. Realistically, what can the Secretary of State Antony Blinken achieve on the ground in Israel that he can't do here at home? Why does he make the trip?
Well, a lot. He can talk to a wide range of people in Israel on the ground. He's going to likely go to Jordan as well. He's been at the president's side, so he's been in every meeting. He can communicate face-to-face with Prime Minister Netanyahu, and importantly now with the new member of the coalition government, which is really extraordinary because Netanyahu has now welcomed one of his chief rivals, former defense minister and Netanyahu challenger and rival in several past elections, Benny Gantz. He is a highly respected former general, former defense minister there, and that will certainly beef up the expertise, the deep knowledge of the Israeli defense force, which has been, in some respects, demoralized by the domestic concerns that have led to widespread protests for 40 weeks now of 100,000 people at a time, including many military, many opponents, political and military opponents and intelligence opponents, including reservists refusing to show up for duty. So you had an IDF and the Israeli Defense Force, which was not the peak force that used to be in previous generations going back decades.
And Andrea, of course, the White House and State Department are choosing what they say publicly, very carefully and deliberately. Privately, what do you know about the sort of conversations that Secretary Blinken is having with his global counterparts. What do you think they're talking about right now?
They're talking about trying to get American hostages out, because what we now know is that there are, at least 17 Americans who are not accounted for. The death toll has risen to 22 of Americans. Some of those may as well be hostages. The president indicated that in his speech yesterday. So they're talking to Qatar, to Egypt, to others in the region, and trying to see who might have some influence on Hamas. We do have indications, pretty strong indications, actually from sources in Iran, that they were surprised by this attack, that there is no evidence as far as the U.S. and Israel are concerned, from the best intelligence now, as we've been reporting for a couple of days, that they do not believe that Iran was responsible for this in terms of ordering it and planning the specific attack, but Iran is ultimately responsible, they believe, because for decades and decades it's been arming and training Hamas.
Andrea Mitchell with the latest on Secretary Blinken's show of solidarity to Israel. Thanks so much.
Our coverage of the war in Israel continues throughout the hour. You can also track the latest breaking developments right now at NBCnews.com. More NBC News Daily is coming up right after this.
Still ahead, the urgent race to locate and free hostages held in Gaza. We will speak with the brother of a person who's being held captive right after this. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Coming on the air with breaking news. We are live tonight from Juarez, Mexico, reporting over the skies of Lahaina here in Florida. The time to evacuate has come and gone. You were seeing people just running for their lives?
People running for their lives.
We've seen this almost unbelievable power struggle. What does this mean for Ukraine? It's the battle off the field that's inspired the world.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
As support from around the world starts to pour in, we're hearing more today from families in Israel whose loved ones are being held hostage in Gaza.
Yeah, these families are pleading for any sort of information and help to bring those family members home. We're joined now by one of those people, Amit Shem Tov. His younger brother, Omer, was kidnapped by Hamas militants at the Supernova Festival on Saturday. Amit, thank you so much for being with us, especially during this difficult time. And first off, we are so sorry for what has happened to you and your family. I cannot imagine what you're feeling and dealing with. I understand that you actually had dinner with your brother on Friday night before he left for this festival. Can you just walk through what happened there and what happened next?
It's just like any other Friday. We usually have a Friday dinner, the whole family get around.
But this time, Mama used to he had to leave earlier so he can make it to the party. It was around 1 a.m. he left for the party. And 6:30 a.m. we all wake up with sound of alarms. This is already Saturday morning, excuse me. Everybody tries to contact Omar because it's down in the south and nobody knows what happens. Usually the alarms and rockets is something, sadly, that we're used to. So we just hope that Omar comes back and that's it. But we saw that the fence has been breached and terrorists come into Israel, and that's when we started to worry.
Can I ask about the Israeli government? I understand they came to your house on Monday and confirmed that your brother was captured and is alive, which at least is some good news. Have they stayed in contact? Do you know any more?
Other than that, we don't know anything much. We just know that he's alive, and that's the most important thing.
Absolutely.
And I understand you were also tracking his location, right, up until the border. What was that like for you?
Absolutely terrible. You know, we tried to deny it. We was in a denial kind of situation. There's no way he's in Gaza. The last thing we saw in the live location is his location inside of Gaza. And towards the evening, Saturday evening at around like 8 p.m., we received a video of Omar being tied up in the back of a pickup truck. This is the most horrific thing we've ever seen. My mother could not handle it. My dad, meanwhile, the whole day was out in the south trying to look for my brother. He went to every hospital, every gathering area.
Right.
We couldn't find anything, and in the end, we got the video sent over to us, and ever since we just wait for him. Yes.
Amit, are you hopeful still?
Still hopeful. He's alive and he's coming back home.
I mean, with that, what do you want the world to know about who your brother is?
My brother is a very nice person. Everybody loves him. Every day, ever since Saturday, all his friends come over every day, every night. Like, we stay over, they bring food. Okay. They bring food. Everybody just stays with us all the day. Everybody loves him. He's a guy who loves to party. He's a guy who loves life. He's a kind soul.
Yeah,
and
just your love for him is really clear, and we thank you for sharing his story, and we only hope good things for him and your family. Amit Shem Tov, thank you so much for making time.
We'll keep you in our thoughts for sure. The war may be thousands of miles away, but tensions over the conflict are rising in the U.S. as well. What's being done to keep people safe as protests over the war grow? You're watching NBC News Daily.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, I know, right? 5 seconds. There is some late-breaking news 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses. Private Banner delivering.
All right, anticipated too.
Americans from coast to coast are making their voices heard about the Israel-Hamas war. Rallies are taking place in cities across the country, with the polarizing issue prompting increased security in the affected communities.
Federal and local law enforcement are on alert, they say, for potential anti-Semitic attacks on U.S. soil amid the threat of violence and possible lone wolf attacks. Joining us now, NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter, who digs into all of this for us, covers law enforcement very, very much for NBC. I want to ask about New York State first, because I think that's the largest Jewish community outside of Israel here in New York. What are some of the increased security measures that you're seeing here?
Sure. So on a regular basis, if everything was calm in the Middle East, there are NYPD patrols at synagogues. There's a police presence, private security, not just in New York City at various houses of Jewish worship, but all across the general tri-state area because of the size of that population, as you mentioned, Kate. So the NYPD says, look, we've beefed up those patrols. We've beefed up our visible presence, their intelligence gathering presence. They've done that as well. And they've also looked at, is there anything that we need to be concerned about as far as threats to Islamic institutions as well? People kind of attacking those based on what Hamas has done overseas.
I mean, and to that end, right, the potential for threats. The president has said Homeland Security and the FBI are coordinating with local and state authorities. What's being done at the national level?
Right. So they talk about this idea that there are no specific or credible threats. And then I think people hear that and they think about, well, what about the Tree of Life attack that happened at the synagogue? What about all the anti-Semitic rhetoric that we see day in and day out, combined with this violent terrorist attack by Hamas? How can you say that? They're being specific that they haven't seen any threats, any direction from overseas for people to conduct attacks here in the United States because of what Hamas did. So that's what they're speaking about there. But of course, open any social media platform. People are talking about this. The rhetoric is very heated and it's very concerning. And that's what the FBI and these large state law enforcement agencies are focused on.
In some cases, hateful, some of the speech that's
100%.
out there.
Yeah, emotions are high for sure. Tom Winter, thank you.
Right now, many Americans scrambling to find a way home from Israel after several major airlines suspended flights in and out of Tel Aviv.
Delta Airlines says it's canceling flights through the end of October, and the same is true for American Airlines through December 4th. Meanwhile, United and British Airways have suspended flights indefinitely until they determine if it's safe to continue service there. Israel's flag carrier, El Al, is still operating flights in and out of the country. NBC News correspondent Stephen Romo is at the JFK, John F. Kennedy International Airport in New York. So, Stephen, I understand you've actually spoken to some passengers who finally made it home to the U.S. after a 12-hour journey. Even with that long flight, though, I imagine they're still processing this sudden departure, this war. What are they telling you?
Yeah, disorienting for them, of course, taking that long flight and then getting here in the middle of the night, close to midnight. They're, of course, relieved to be home, but it was a harrowing journey to get here. Chaos at the airport, not just the flight cancellations and delays they experienced in Israel, but also threats to the airport itself. One woman telling us she had to take shelter twice at airport shelters due to fears about bombings happening there. She then had to take shelter just in the food court, which had a glass dome over it. So just a terrifying situation, as you can imagine, also dealing with all of those flight complications. And she's actually a doctor and says she's volunteered to go back despite all of that because she wants to help when she's able to do that. We've heard of people dealing with 9-hour delays and more, people taking 4 different layover stops just to finally get here. Here's more of what they had to say.
It was crazy. Like we only got to check in when our flight was boarding. Like we were online for 3 hours.
I mean, we came over here and they turned on the carousel and it makes like a beeping sound and they're like, is that time to run to the bomb shelter? So that PTSD is definitely, it's real.
Now, you mentioned those airlines that have stopped their flights right now. The State Department, though, has told us that they are asking carriers to resume flights because so many more people are trying to get home. Kate Sinclair.
All right, Stephen Romo for us. Stephen, thank you.
Amid a constant assault from the air, there is a humanitarian crisis unfolding on the ground in Gaza. We'll take you inside the latest efforts to save innocent civilians before an invasion starts right after this. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Hey, I'm Hallie. It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Bottom of the hour now, here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Republican lawmakers have introduced a resolution to expel Representative George Santos from Congress. This comes after a new indictment was filed against him. He is now being accused of stealing his campaign donors' identities and making unauthorized charges to their credit cards. Additionally, prosecutors say he lied to the Federal Election Commission. Santos is facing 23 new charges in this indictment. He pleaded not guilty to charges linked to his campaign back in May. Santos has yet to comment on these new accusations.
The Coast Guard has now completed its efforts to recover the remaining debris from that submersible that imploded on its way to explore the Titanic back in June. The debris was located about 12,000 feet below the ocean's surface. Some of what was recovered is presumed to be the remains of the 5 people who died on board. The Coast Guard says those remains will be analyzed by U.S. medical professionals.
The state of California now has a first-of-its-kind law to prioritize the search for missing Black youth and women. The newly enacted Ebony Alert is similar to the Amber Alert system, which activates electronic highway signs to post information about a missing person. I spoke with State Senator Stephen Bradford after he introduced the bill earlier this year.
It speaks to the disparities that still exist, not only in California, but across the nation when it comes to race.
According to the National Crime Information Center, about 141,000 Black children went missing in 2022, and Black women over the age of 21 accounted for over 16,000 missing persons cases in the same year. The Ebony Alert system will take effect on January 1st. We continue our coverage this half hour of the Israel-Hamas war. We're getting a new sense of just how dramatic the terrorist attack in Israel was.
NBC's Ref Sanchez takes us inside the home of one couple held hostage by Hamas terrorists over the weekend. A warning, the images you're about to see are incredibly graphic.
We're at the home of an elderly Israeli couple, David and Rachael. They were held hostage for 20 hours by Hamas gunmen, and I want to show you just the scene of devastation in here. You can see bullet holes all over the walls, against the stairs there, more gunfire. But this is the truly extraordinary part of this story. Rachael, this grandmother, she actually fed the men holding her hostage. You can see some of the cans of tuna here that she fed to them. She sang to them, and the entire time she was trying to buy time for Israeli forces to gather. Now, her son is a policeman, and at some point he came to the door to conduct negotiations, and Rachael sent him what she realized was a secret signal. She put her hand over her face like this to signal that there were 5 gunmen inside. I want to take you upstairs, and I'll just want to warn, it is a little graphic up here. As I said, the walls riddled with bullets. There is blood on the stairs. There's more blood as you go up. And Rachael and her husband David were held hostage mainly up here on this upper floor. The group of gunmen were gathered here. You can actually see some of the food that she served to them. They were held over in this corner, and all the while, Israeli special forces outside were preparing to storm the building, and they did eventually come bursting in through this window. They killed at least one of the terrorists here. I don't know if you can see this, but these are family photographs. This looks like a picture of a little girl just in a pool of blood. The Israeli forces came bursting through this door, back out into the main room. The gunmen were here. David threw his body over his wife to shield her from the bullets. The police came storming in, and they were able to save this couple. They were unharmed. And this is one of these rare, rare moments of good news that Israelis are trying to draw inspiration from right now.
Just one family's story. How horrific. Let's bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman. He's in Sdot Yam in Israel, in the northern part of the country. Josh, it's nighttime where you are. Describe what's happening in the northern part. We've been talking a lot about southern Israel, but what's happening up there?
Well, in the northern part of Israel, Kate, you can imagine the entire country, the entire security apparatus is really on alert right now. And so there have been a few incidents of what appear to be false alarms in the last several hours that have really rattled people in this country. There were reports that were going around that there were infiltrations from Lebanon, from above, from north of Israel, possibly involving paratroopers or some type of other aircraft into Israel. We then later heard the Israeli military say that they do not believe that there had been any infiltrations. They have not detected any crashes. And there was also a nationwide alert that was sent out earlier today via an app that the home command of the military here uses to alert citizens, in this case, that everybody needed to stay in their shelters. The military later coming out and saying that was actually a false alarm. They say that that was caused by a human error, and they were quick to point out that it was not due to any kind of a cyber attack that affected that app. But you can really get a sense of just how on edge this country is after what happened just a few days ago, and as they anticipate potentially a major and long-running war with Gaza.
Josh Letterman with the latest on the ground for us. Thank you so much.
Gaza's Ministry of Energy now reporting the territory's only power plant has shut down after Israel cut off shipments of fuel and supplies.
Yeah, as Israel copes with unimaginable loss, civilians in Gaza have been devastated by the war as well. Entire neighborhoods are in utter ruins. Hundreds of thousands are left without homes. Gaza's hospitals and morgues are overwhelmed. And as the war progresses, more attacks are all but certain. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now. So, Matt, I know you spent a lot of time reporting in Gaza and on Hamas's role in the community there. Talk to us about how difficult it is to get aid into Gaza, especially as this war goes on, without also maybe accidentally helping Hamas in the process.
Well, getting aid into Gaza was never that much of a problem before this actual war. It was getting other goods into Gaza. Aid, as the Israelis were constantly reminding everyone, was allowed. Food was allowed. There was no starvation problem, but that is about to become a major issue. There were problems with health, with medicine, with what the Israelis called dual-use technologies, which was a long list of everything that could be used for both, what the Israelis considered things that could be used for weapons. Now, that is something that the Israelis have made very clear they are no longer allowing anything in, including electricity and water, and they are creating a total siege on the enclave. So things have shifted dramatically, but the fact is, even when there was aid that was being allowed in, it was very tightly regulated, and life in the Gaza Strip was always a nightmare. And that's why we refer to it regularly, and we hear this from former Israeli officials as well, as the world's largest open-air prison. This has been going on for 16 years, ever since that was imposed back when Hamas took over, about a year or two after the Israelis withdrew back in 2005. So the situation, the humanitarian situation there has always been desperate, and it's gotten desperately worse in just the last several days.
And Matt, Gaza is home to 2 million people, tightly packed in there. Is there any way they can get out right now, or are they trapped?
No, they're mostly trapped. They can go to shelters, but even Israel is bombing those shelters. And, we even heard from the United Nations, they complained that at least 11 of their staffers had been killed along with their families in Israeli shelling. And I got to remind you, this is before we hear or see about this ground incursion that is likely to come within the next days, within the next several hours. So, people can't leave. And that's why when Benjamin Netanyahu and other Israeli officials have told Gazans to leave, that strikes a lot of people throughout the world as pretty rich, considering the fact that that's a blockade that's been imposed by Israel for 16 years, but also by Egypt along the Rafah border crossing. And you were asking me just a moment ago about aid. The Egyptians had tried to bring aid into the Gaza Strip. The Israelis threatened to bomb aid trucks that were coming over from the Egyptian side, Egypt being one of Israel's longest-standing Arab partners in the entire Arab region. So, again, the situation is desperate for Gazans, and is something that is about to get even more desperate in the coming days, in the coming hours, guys.
I mean, Matt, with that desperation you're describing, and of course we're talking about a looming humanitarian crisis, what are humanitarian groups saying about civilians in Gaza right now?
Well, they're saying that the situation is getting worse and worse. As I was just explaining, the United Nations is saying that there's about 6% of the population is now sheltering in United Nations shelters. The real issue here has long been healthcare, sanitation, and water. And again, all of this dates from long before this latest round of violence and the latest intensification of the blockade. And when I talk about intensification, I mean a complete blockade, where aid, it sounds like, is not being allowed in either. Electricity is being cut off. Water is being cut off. We just heard a couple of hours ago that actually the power plant, the only power plant that serves Gaza, has basically run out of fuel. So we're going to be seeing more desperate images coming out of Gaza. We've already been seeing these desperate images of people being the victims of aerial attacks, of airstrikes. Now, in the long term, it's unclear exactly what kind of means are going to be used to hurt Gaza as we go forward. If we don't see any relief for the humanitarian crisis, that's going to be almost a moot point if the Israelis continue in what could be a very damaging, outright, full-on siege of the country, of that enclave that looks like it's meant to totally dismantle Hamas. Well, Hamas is mixed in with the population, and the population can't move.
Matt Bradley for us. Matt, thank you for explaining all of that. Appreciate it. Coming up, America is stepping up its presence in the Middle East to respond to this war, what U.S. armed forces are doing now and could do in the coming days.
But first, let's take a look at how landmarks across America are supporting Israel. The Florida Sunshine Skyway Bridge is lit up in blue and white, the colors of the Israeli flag. The bridge links the lower Tampa Bay to St. Petersburg, and the lights continue to glow through the rest of the week.
everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
People across America coming together to remember the lives lost in the Israel-Hamas war. It was a packed house at a synagogue in Dallas, Texas. Hundreds of people from all different faiths gathered for this service to mourn and reflect.
Yeah, many Americans are doing just that, and the U.S. now is sending military supplies and resources to support Israel in the war against Hamas.
The White House says there are no plans right now to send in U.S. troops to join the fight. Joining us now is retired Admiral James Stavridis. He's the former Supreme Allied Commander of NATO. Great to be with you again and to talk with you again. Admiral, you've spent a lot of time in the Middle East, especially you've been in Afghanistan as well, and I know you've spent a lot of time there. If the U.S. were to get involved on the ground in Israel, how would that compare to what you saw in Afghanistan?
Oh, I think it would be entirely different, Kate. Well, let's start from the premise that Israel can handle Hamas, and they can. And so you're going to see, as you've been talking about all day quite effectively, a very difficult grinding campaign, ground campaign in Gaza designed to root out Hamas. Israel can handle that. They've mobilized 300,000 troops. To give you a sense of scale, in Afghanistan, at the absolute peak, I commanded 150,000 troops. So Israel has just mobilized 300,000, and the objective is a tiny area compared to Afghanistan, which is the size of Texas. So, yes, they can handle this. Why the U.S. is sending forces to the region, aircraft carrier, destroyers, cruisers, squadrons of high-end attack aircraft, is designed to send a signal of solidarity to Israel, certainly, but it's really designed to speak to Iran and to say to Iran, don't even think about activating that Hezbollah capability to the north of Israel, where Hezbollah has 130,000 missiles that could be launched to attack Israel, effectively to open a second front. The American forces are there to deter Iran, in all probability not to be involved in the actual conflict in Gaza.
Admiral, walk us through sort of the Rolodex of actions the U.S. could take here. I know Secretary of State Blinken is on his way to Israel right now. You talked about that U.S. aircraft carrier group also just arriving in the region. What message is that show of force sending, both from a diplomatic and military perspective? And what else could we see from the U.S. now?
Yeah, I think the military capability is the place to start. This aircraft carrier, brand new, USS Gerald Ford, named after our president, has 70 high-end combat aircraft. It's got 7 acres of flight and hangar deck that is sovereign U.S. territory. It'll operate wherever it wants in international waters in the Eastern Mediterranean. Every one of those cruisers and destroyers that surround it is an exquisite air defense platform that can be used to defend parts of Israel if Hezbollah starts launching rockets. Additionally, the carrier carries airborne early warning aircraft with radar sensors that can link into the Israeli air defense system, give them further defensive protection. Finally, the carrier also carries special forces. These could be employed, unlikely, but let's say there are U.S. hostages that are being held by Hamas. That would be the one instance where I could see the U.S. being actively involved. Otherwise, it's defensive and a signal to Iran.
That's what I was just about to ask you about, the American hostages, because we do know now there are Americans among those hostages. Any rescue mission seems incredibly difficult and dangerous in Gaza. Is it possible? How do you see that playing out?
Well, there is always hope, but all of us in the military have been involved many, many times over the decades in hostage rescues. When I was commander of U.S. Southern Command, all military activities south of the United States, deeply involved in a hostage rescue in Colombia. These are very difficult missions. The one in Colombia came out well, many of them failed. And to do it in an urban environment where your captors hold you close and are only a gunshot away from ending a life of a hostage when they hear the SEALs and the Green Berets arrive, it's a very tough problem. Having said all that, there is always hope. Nobody better than the Israelis. And if there are Americans in the mix, I would believe our national mission force would be involved. Let's hope it turns out well for the hostages.
Yeah,
No,
we
truly.
all hope.
Yeah, we're hoping for their families for sure. Admiral, briefly here, do we expect to see other allies of Israel step in here like the U.S. is?
I think at this point, you'll see the U.S. take the lead. And by the way, in addition to that combat power, it's also logistics, cybersecurity, intelligence, all of that. I think you'll see that as a group effort, but the U.S. will definitely be in the lead.
Admiral James Stavridis, always great to have your perspective. Thanks so much for being with us. Appreciate it.
And thanks for watching. There's a lot more news ahead.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Welcome back. Since Saturday, the war between Israel and Hamas has been playing out in millions of posts across social media.
With all that content, there's disinformation, propaganda that can easily spread and even influence the war. That makes it tougher for social media users to distinguish between what's real and what's not. Here's NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky.
Can you tell the difference between these two war videos? Because the one on the right, the one that says Hamas militants started a new air assault on parts of Israel, isn't from a real war. It isn't even a real video. but videos just like it are getting passed around as real across the world's biggest social media apps.
A lot of the content that we're seeing right now includes terrorist propaganda, includes extraordinarily graphic, violent content, mis and disinformation, and hate speech.
This clip, viewed more than 140,000 times on X, formerly known as Twitter, is actually a trailer for the video game Arma 3. And this video, falsely claiming to show the Israeli Air Force striking targets in Gaza, is a real video of an Israeli strike, but from May, not the current fighting.
The average social media user is having an increasingly difficult time ascertaining what's real or fake. There are verified badges that could be now purchased on multiple social media platforms that give a veneer of authenticity.
Like this memo tweeted out from a verified account saying the Biden administration authorized $8 billion in military aid to Israel. It's also a fake, edited from the original release from July of this year, detailing $400 million in aid to Ukraine. Experts say warfare today includes the battle over public opinion, and disinformation is a weapon on that front.
It doesn't just erode public trust. This issue can actually have a real-world impact on public safety.
Many social media companies, including the less tightly moderated X, have banned accounts affiliated with Hamas, but non-Hamas users may unwittingly share their content anyway.
Where we see a lot of terrorist propaganda on one platform that spreads across other platforms.
X releasing a statement saying they are, quote, laser focused and dedicated to protecting the conversation on X and enforcing our rules, stating they are working to remove newly created Hamas-affiliated accounts. NBC reached out to TikTok as well as Meta, who owns Facebook and Instagram, but have not heard back.
Think especially before you engage or share content, and ask yourself, are you being helpful? If you pause before you answer that question for yourself, then the answer is likely no. You don't have to share that content.
Noah Pransky, NBC News.
Well, Americans at home here in the U.S. are getting involved to help Israel following Hamas's terror attack.
That's right. In South Florida, volunteers spent the day packing kits to send out to volunteer groups in Israel. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Doral, Florida. Sam, what specifically are these folks doing to help right now?
Yeah, Zinkley, Kate, good to be with you. I'm standing right now in a 60,000 square foot warehouse here in Doral, Florida. The Global Empowerment Mission, or just GEM, started back in 2010 on a mission to help folks in Haiti after the earthquakes there, but expanded leaps and bounds to help folks that are in war-torn areas and disaster relief regions all over the world. That includes right now Ukraine guys, Poland, Hawaii, and now Israel. And this works in a couple of different ways, one of which is getting help from the community. All of these boxes came from local synagogues and shuls. They say Israel on them. Some of them talk about clothing. Others have Band-Aids, batteries, all different sorts of things that people would need in their daily lives. This is going to get sorted and then brought back over into the warehouse. At the same time, we had volunteers that we were watching all day today going through some other essentials and compiling these family boxes. You see it right here. So these are meals that are ready to eat, MREs. You have canned soup, waters, socks, all of the essentials, and basically putting these into giant pallets along with tarps and tents and shipping them off. It's actually going to go to Miami International Airport and then potentially to Israel this evening, as all these people are in need. And I spoke with one man, Jonathan Morton, who has first cousins in Ashkelon right now, just north of Gaza, as he's volunteering to get this stuff sorted. Here's what he told me.
It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. It's been so sad. Hard to sleep. You can't believe this happened. You can't believe people are as brutal as Hamas. You can't believe they just killed so many innocent people. Anything we can do. I mean, it's just so little, but anything we can do.
Those volunteers, Kate and Zinkley, will be back here tomorrow and the day after that, and for as many weeks as it takes, as there's need that continues. Guys.
Sam Brock down in Florida for us. Sam, thank you. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinkley Asamoah. Thanks for being with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Now is raw. Now is real.
The Fed's decision today, help us translate that into very plain English.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Breaking news on NBC News Daily. Invasion imminent. Israel's military is now warning it's on the verge of entering Gaza. Hamas says it's ready to fight. The danger the Israeli hostages and Palestinian civilians now face.
Also breaking, the new leader. House Republicans nominate Steve Scalise as Speaker of the House. Why he was nominated and what the GOP plans to do next.
And lessons of war. With so much happening in the news right now, a lot of children have questions. Our parenting expert shares her advice for every age group.
That's an important conversation coming up. Hi, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwa. So glad to be back with you here. We're going to begin with the very latest on the Israel-Hamas war. But first, we have breaking news out of Washington, D.C.
Louisiana Congressman Steve Scalise has won the nomination of the House Republicans to be the next Speaker of the House. Scalise earned 113 votes in a blind, closed-door election earlier, edging out Ohio Congressman Jim Jordan, who wanted the job as well and received 99 votes.
Obviously, we still have work to do. We're going to have to go upstairs on the House floor and resolve this and then get the House opened again. We have a lot of work to do, not just in the House for the people of this country, but we see how dangerous of a world it is and how things can change so quickly.
Things really can change fast. A full House vote was initially announced for this afternoon before being delayed. It's now unclear when the full House will vote on the next Speaker. But when it does happen, 217 is the number of House Republicans who need to support Scalise to officially become the next Speaker. And that's a tall task. Every Democrat in the House is expected to vote for Hakeem Jeffries, meaning Scalise will need to swing over 100 Republican votes that he failed to get behind closed doors.
NBC News Capitol Hill correspondent Julie Sirkin joins us now. So, Julie, this really could come down to a couple of key, maybe a handful of key Republicans, right? A reminder for our viewers that 8 Republicans were the ones that were able to oust former Speaker Kevin McCarthy, along with every Democrat. So what are we looking at today?
Well, and that number that you just showed on the screen, the 217, that could also fluctuate because Congressman Corey Mills of Florida, for example, is actually overseas in Israel to help with the Hamas attack. So this number is ever changing because there's such a slim majority for the Republicans here. But we are just seconds away from the House floor opening. You see on your screen Patrick McHenry, the Speaker pro tem, in the chair. They originally were going to have a full House vote for Speaker after choosing and getting behind Steve Scalise behind closed doors. But again, that vote was split too, just a 14-vote difference between the support for Scalise and the support for Jordan. In the hours since, we clearly have seen there has been no unity, although they are trying to unify. For example, Jim Jordan told me that he is no longer whipping votes for Speaker. He's no longer in the running himself. He left a meeting with Scalise for about 10 minutes where they were talking about how to unify the conference around somebody who can get to that number. Right now, that somebody is Scalise. But again, they don't have the votes to make it happen right now, and they're certainly wanting to avoid the embarrassment that they felt last January when McCarthy needed those 15 rounds to get elected.
Oh, yeah, Julie, let's talk about that, right? 15 rounds of votes for McCarthy, that is not a normal thing. Could we see a similar floor fight play out now?
Well, and they're trying to avoid to make that happen because, again, that was really embarrassing for them. That was a moment of chaos. And in the moments we've witnessed, not only today, but in the last couple of weeks with McCarthy's ouster and so on, the conference really wants to get together behind one person before they start these public votes on the floor. That's why we're now learning that they are not planning to vote for Speaker on the floor. They're planning to take a procedural vote and then recess and see where they're at. Because, again, 111 to 99, Jim Jordan still received those 99 votes. And so they're trying to figure out ways to get those Republicans to pick away and vote for Scalise instead. Then you also have moderate Republicans, including New York Congressman Mike Lawler, who wanted to nominate McCarthy for the job again, despite McCarthy saying he's not interested. And all of this, guys, comes, of course, against the backdrop of the crisis in Israel, of all of these measures, of all of this legislation potentially that the House is hamstrung and cannot even consider so much as a resolution condemning the attacks. Really, the House is paralyzed. and lawmakers know that they have to come together, coalesce around a speaker. The question is, will they do that now? Will they do that tonight? Or will they do that later in this week? That is just not clear.
And even if he gets the job, it's probably not going to be the easiest job in the world, given everything you just said. Julie Sturkin, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
We're going to turn now to the Israel-Hamas war. Israel's military pounding Gaza with airstrikes for a 5th day as it gears up for a potential ground invasion.
That's video of airstrikes landing near a hotel inside Gaza City, forcing people to take shelter inside. Humanitarian concerns are growing in Gaza. There's no electricity. You see just one building that probably has a generator in the Gaza Strip. It's home to more than 2 million people. The area's only power plant ran out of fuel today, and Israel has already cut off the power supply for the most part.
We're also learning new details about how Hamas carried out a horrific attack on an Israeli community known as a kibbutz near the Gaza border. A source tells NBC News that Hamas terrorists were wearing Israeli army uniforms when they opened fire. More than 2,300 people on both sides have been killed so far. The State Department says at least 22 Americans are among the dead. More than 8,000 others have been injured. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel reported earlier today from the Israeli-Gaza border as the Israeli military prepares for the next steps in this fight.
The situation down here in southern Israel has just changed. For the last several days, what we've been seeing is Israeli airstrikes into the Gaza Strip, Israeli planes attacking Hamas targets, the homes of Hamas leaders, Hamas infrastructure. But now a military buildup is underway, and it seems that a ground invasion could be imminent. The Israeli defense minister has already said that a ground invasion will take place, that it will be a new phase of this war, and that the goal is to destroy Hamas. I spoke to a senior Israeli military official, and he said that there will be casualties, but that Israel had no choice to go in, even though Hamas is holding hostages. The fact that Hamas is holding 100, maybe 150 hostages makes this operation all the more difficult, because as soon as these tanks and armored vehicles enter into the Gaza Strip, those hostages and all the people of Gaza, and of course the Israeli soldiers, will be at great risk. Hamas says that it welcomes this invasion, that it has been preparing for this invasion for a long time, the same way it was prepared for the raids inside Israel, the massacre that killed, now according to the latest figures, more than 1,200 Israelis. A new phase of this conflict is about to begin, and there will be many casualties.
Richard Engel, thanks so much. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Ellison Barber. She's in Ashkelon right now. Ellison, you just heard Richard's reporting there. What's it like on the ground where you are right now?
We've seen in the last hour, give or take, a series of volley, if you will, of missiles coming from the direction of Gaza towards the more populated areas in the city here, where we are, the city of Ashkelon in southern Israel, and seeing Israeli air defenses intercept a lot of those. We're seeing some empty flatbeds now moving through here. Earlier when we were talking to you, we saw flatbeds, trucks like that going through, but carrying military supplies. We have seen further down the road an area where it was clear that Israeli military was amassing near the border, the northern border with Gaza. We were not able to film the majority of it. We were not allowed to go past a certain checkpoint. That's in part because as this war has progressed earlier today in the morning, there was a notice that was issued by Israel limiting what they said journalists can show inside of the country here. And perhaps that seemed to be why they were telling us we could not film past a certain point. We couldn't go in another direction. But we did see a number of tanks, a number of military vehicles staged right near the northern part of the Gaza border. Kate Sinclair.
Ellison, I want to ask about the Israeli government as well, because the prime minister and one of his top political rivals, I mean, they were enemies, are now forming an emergency unity government, right? Help our viewers understand how significant that is.
Yeah. An emergency unity government as well as a war cabinet. It's a really big deal because this is a country that was incredibly politically divided. We were seeing protests that at the time were being described as unprecedented against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and some moves and changes he was trying to make to the judiciary. Gantz is the opposition leader. He also is a former defense secretary. So the fact that they have come together to form this unity government is something that is a welcome move for Israelis, at least most of the people that we have spoken to. A couple of days ago, I believe it was yesterday, if time is still at all aligned for me, and we were speaking to a young adult in Tel Aviv, and she was talking at the time about her frustration that so many days, in her view, had passed since this began, and they hadn't yet formed this unity government because she felt like it was something that had to happen because of the terrorist attack that took place on Sunday. So now that they have done this, it will only last while there is this war. But essentially, in theory, what it would do is it would make it easier for the Israeli government to make security and military decisions because they have this kind of unified command from the top down. And you also have in Benny Gantz someone who is experienced, has a lot of experience, having previously been their head of defense in this country. You have a lot of experienced people with military, and even though they disagree politically, coming together to be hyper-focused on this one issue and what they decide to do next. Kate and Clay.
And Ellison, earlier you were talking to us about missiles you were seeing overhead. I kind of want to just leave this question open-ended. What's the sentiment? What's the energy that you're feeling down there right now, especially with all the military vehicles we're seeing behind you? Does it really seem like a ground offensive is coming, and how soon?
I mean, it certainly seems far more likely than it did yesterday when we were on another side of the Gaza-Israeli border, but about the same distance, about 2 miles from that. There certainly seems to be more of a presence, something that we have not seen since our time on here, of military just moving in that direction. There was someone who drove by here, some civilians who were still in the area earlier this afternoon, and asked a member of our team, "Are you not scared?" And they said that they are used to hearing rockets and booms, but right now they said they are still afraid. So there certainly feels to be a shift in the energy. Things had shifted dramatically since Saturday, but certainly it does feel like some sort of larger offensive is really maybe minutes, maybe hours away, but very much coming soon. Guys.
Ellison Barber, thank you so much for being there for us and for continuing to report. Really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our coverage of the war in Israel, by the way, continues throughout this hour. You can also track the latest breaking developments right now at NBCnews.com. Follow our live blog there. You can see the latest video from our crews on the ground. You can also watch the live stream for NBC News Now 24 hours a day, as some of you are doing right now.
And coming up on NBC News Daily, thousands of innocent people race to escape Gaza before that expected Israeli ground assault. What we're learning about a possible humanitarian corridor. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
The Israel-Hamas war has forced places far beyond the Middle East to tighten security, too. Here at a Jewish community center in New Delhi, India, the people coming and going are now being forced to walk through metal detectors.
Gaza's Ministry of Energy now reports the territory's only power plant has shut down after Israel cut off shipments of fuel and supplies.
As Israel copes with unimaginable loss, civilians in Gaza have been devastated by the war as well. Entire neighborhoods are left in utter ruins. Hundreds of thousands are left without homes. And Gaza's hospitals and morgues are also overwhelmed. And as the war progresses, more attacks are all but certain. Take a listen to what people there in Gaza are experiencing.
Total destruction. I came here in the morning and we found that everything was destroyed. It is terrifying. It is terrifying. It is cruel.
We do not blame the Jews. We place the blame on the corrupt Arab regimes from the Gulf to the ocean. They are all corrupt. The Arab regimes are all corrupt. The Palestinian people are steadfast on their land.
We just heard the missiles landing on us and on our children. They killed our children and killed us. We do not know where to go. They say this area is safe. What safety? It is not safe. We have been slaughtered. No one sees what is happening to us. No one feels what we feel. No countries do.
The bombing began suddenly, without prior warning, and this is internationally prohibited. Where are you, Arabs? Where are you, world? We are an oppressed and destroyed people. Isn't the siege, hunger, poverty, and now war and destruction enough for us?
Just a taste of what people are saying inside Gaza. NBC News foreign correspondent Matt Bradley joins us now. Matt, I know you've spent a lot of time reporting in Gaza. You're not there right now, but you have in the past. Talk about Hamas's role in the community there and how difficult it makes it that Hamas is sort of layered into the community. So when we talk about civilians, there might be civilians right next to members of Hamas.
Yeah, I mean, the Hamas is basically the dictator group that controls all of the Gaza Strip. And this is, as you mentioned, a place that has 2.2 million people tucked between Israel and the Mediterranean Sea. It's about twice the size of Washington, D.C. It's one of the most densely populated places in the world. And Hamas has almost total control, except for some of the political control that it's yielded to its allies, like Palestinian Islamic Jihad and some other factions that really don't have all that much power. Hamas is really the one in control. But when you zoom out, it's Israel that controls the entire region by maintaining a very strict blockade. And it's a partial blockade, or at least it was until recently. Now, over the past couple of days, we've seen that tighten. And we've seen calls from Israel that it sounds like are being answered to cut off electricity, water, food, access to aid. So the situation there was desperate before, and it's getting more and more desperate now. Life under Hamas for most people in the Gaza Strip is miserable, but it's the Israeli blockade that makes it totally unbearable.
So, Matt, let's talk about these attempts to get out by many in Gaza. You said it. Gaza is home to more than 2 million people. Is there any way those people can escape the region right now, or are they trapped?
Well, I'm not sure about attempts for people to get out. I mean, they can't get out. The last attempt to get out was successful, and that was on Saturday morning. You know, that was that attack on Israel. The fact is that people aren't able to leave, and no food aid is able to come in. Israel even threatened the Egyptians, who are longstanding political and security partners of the Israelis, one of the earliest Arab nations to actually recognize the state of Israel, that they would attack any convoys delivering aid that came through the Rafah border crossing on the south end of Gaza. So this is a very, very strict and serious blockade, and one that will not only make life miserable for Gazans, that's almost a moot point at this point, because we're about to see, and I'm not speculating here, Israeli troops and military planes and and naval forces on the Mediterranean coast moving in and making life even miserable by bombarding it. And we're about to see what looks like an incursion of Israeli forces, probably of the likes that we've never actually seen before. And we have seen that before intermittently every couple of years since the strictest part of that blockade began by Egypt and Israel back in 2007.
Matt Bradley, really appreciate all of that. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Coming up, could this conflict expand even deeper into the region? A retired four-star general shares his perspective with us. Don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Chief White House correspondent Kristen Welker joins me now.
From across the nation.
What is the #1 issue for you?
To the national stage.
The work your son has done. Was anything about those relationships inappropriate or unethical?
When critical votes were counted.
Still too close to call.
And when power was held to account.
Is abuse of power an impeachable offense?
Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
At this hour, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is on his way to Israel. He heads to the region in an effort to show solidarity with America's closest ally in the Middle East and to prevent a wider war from erupting. NBC News senior White House correspondent Kelly O'Donnell joins us now from Washington, D.C. with the latest. Kelly, thanks so much for joining us. So what exactly is Secretary Blinken looking to accomplish here in this visit to Israel that he couldn't do here at home? What's his message?
Well, there is nothing that can replace the show of actually going there and being there in person. So that is significant, not only for the optics, but for the ability to have face-to-face conversations with key leaders in Israel and to bring the team that is traveling along with Secretary Blinken, which includes a hostage envoy, an expert on how to try to locate and retrieve hostages. And we know that's a big part of this. And it is also about reaching out to the other partners in the region who have direct communications with Hamas, who can communicate with them where the U.S. does not, and to try to do things like look at safe passageway out of Gaza for those Palestinians and Americans who are innocents in this and need a way out. Also trying to prevent a wider war, and Secretary Blinken talked about that before he departed.
We will be reaffirming the very strong message that President Biden has delivered to any country or any party that might try to take advantage of this situation. And that message is don't. The President has deployed, as you know, the world's largest aircraft carrier group to the region to make very clear our intent to deter anyone contemplating any further aggression against Israel.
So Secretary Blinken's trip is another in the many steps the U.S. is taking to show that partnership with Israel, and doing it personally certainly carries a lot of weight. Zincle?
Certainly does. Kelly O'Donnell with the latest on U.S.'s diplomatic efforts. Thank you so much.
Americans from coast to coast are making their voices heard about the Israel-Hamas war. Competing rallies have taken place in cities across the country, with the polarizing issue deepening the divide in some communities and prompting increased security.
Federal and local law enforcement are on alert for potential anti-Semitic attacks on U.S. soil amid the threat of violence and possible lone wolf attacks. Joining us now is NBC News investigative correspondent Tom Winter, who, of course, covers a lot of these topics of national security. So, Tom, I actually understand that New York has the largest population of Jewish people outside of Israel. What steps are they taking to make sure people are safe here?
Right. So on any given day, there's already a police presence at many sensitive Jewish sites throughout the city, including synagogues and houses of worship. But I think since what you saw occur over the weekend in the terrorist attack committed by Hamas, you've seen the NYPD beefing up those patrols. By the way, they say they're also keeping an eye on making sure there are no incidents involving any of the mosques in the city, that anybody tries any sort of a retaliatory attack here. But their focus on the Jewish community is well known. They understand the threats that they face day in and day out, just a general level of anti-Semitism. And of course, we've seen deadly incidents in this country involving the Jewish community, for instance, the Tree of Life shooting. So they know that this is a problem, that this is a threat to the Jewish community, and they say they're on top of it.
Yeah, even outside of this, hate crimes have been on the rise in the country.
That's right.
Yeah, we heard President Biden say that Homeland Security, FBI, are working on this as well. So the federal level working with local and state authorities. Talk to us about what that looks like.
Right. So what they're going to look at is just what's the general threat stream online. There is an enormous amount of rhetoric, of course, over this incident. There are a lot of heated posts on pick a social media platform. It's everywhere, and folks are obviously outraged by what they saw in Israel, and people also have some strong opinions when it comes to Palestine and Hamas. So when you look at that, you say, okay, there are general threats and people are talking about things, but when does it make the turn from somebody saying, if you're upset about this, you need to do something about it? And I think that's going to be the focus for law enforcement. So when they say, well, there are no specific or credible threats, obviously, as we just outlaid, there's a number of threats that are being made daily against the Jewish community. The question is, when does that become specific to what occurred in Israel over the weekend, or any possible effort by the Israeli government to go on the offensive after what happened to them? Does that change the parameter? And that's, I think, what they're going to be focused on, and paying attention to anybody who's going to be calling people to action, or anybody who says, hey, I am going to act. You can expect law enforcement at that point to really intervene.
Yeah, words matter online and off.
That's right.
Tom Winter, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Coming up, how Americans are coming together to help the victims of the escalating Israel-Hamas war. You're watching NBC News Daily.
people really don't know what's going to happen. Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. More good people than bad people, you know, right?
5 seconds. 4, 3.
There is some late-breaking news. 4 hours into the Iowa caucuses by the mail delivery system.
All right, it just fit too.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Breaking news, Louisiana Congressman Steve Scalise has won the nomination of the House Republican Conference to be the next Speaker of the House. This does not mean he has the job yet, and he may face an uphill battle as the vote moves to the entire House. House Republicans have only a slim majority in the chamber, so Scalise will need near unanimous support to get elected. It's unclear when a full House vote will be scheduled.
The Coast Guard has now completed its efforts to recover the remaining debris from the submersible that imploded on its way to explore the Titanic back in June. The debris was located about 12,000 feet below the ocean's surface. Some of what was recovered is presumed to be the remains of the 5 people who died on board. The Coast Guard says those remains will be analyzed by U.S. medical professionals.
The state of California now has a first-of-its-kind law to prioritize the search for missing Black youth and women. The newly enacted Ebony Alert is similar to the Amber Alert system, which activates electronic highway signs to post information about a missing person. I spoke with State Senator Stephen Bradford after he introduced the bill earlier this year.
It speaks to the disparities that still exist, not only in California, but across the nation when it comes to race.
According to the National Crime Information Center, about 141,000 Black children went missing in 2022, and Black women over the age of 21 accounted for over 16,000 missing person cases the same year. That's a disproportionate amount. The Ebony Alert system will take effect on January 1st.
Remember, you're reporting on that extensively.
Yeah.
We continue our coverage this half hour of the Israel-Hamas war. We are just getting a sense now of how dramatic the terrorist attack in Israel on Saturday was.
NBC's Raf Sanchez has been on the ground and takes us inside the home of a couple held hostage by Hamas terrorists over the weekend. And a warning for you, the images are incredibly graphic.
We're at the home of an elderly Israeli couple, David and Rachael. They were held hostage for 20 hours by Hamas gunmen, and I want to show you just the scene of devastation in here. You can see bullet holes all over the walls, against the stairs there, more gunfire. But this is the truly extraordinary part of this story. Rachael, this grandmother, she actually fed the men holding her hostage. You can see some of the cans of tuna here that she fed to them. She sang to them, and the entire time she was trying to buy time for Israeli forces to gather. Now, her son is a policeman, and at some point he came to the door to conduct negotiations, and Rachael sent him what she realized was a secret signal. She put her hand over her face like this to signal that there were 5 gunmen inside. I want to take you upstairs, and I'll just want to warn, it is a little graphic up here. As I said, the walls riddled with bullets. There is blood on the stairs. There's more blood as you go up. And Rachael and her husband David were held hostage mainly up here on this upper floor. The group of gunmen were gathered here. You can actually see some of the food that she served to them. They were held over in this corner, and all the while, Israeli special forces outside were preparing to storm the building, and they did eventually come bursting in through this window. They killed at least one of the terrorists here. I don't know if you can see this, but these are family photographs. This looks like a picture of a little girl just in a pool of blood. The Israeli forces came bursting through this door, back out into the main room. The gunmen were here. David threw his body over his wife to shield her from the bullets. The police came storming in, and they were able to save this couple. They were unharmed. And this is one of these rare, rare moments of good news that Israelis are trying to draw inspiration from right now.
Raf Sanchez, just an incredible story.
So sobering.
Yeah. Let's go bring in NBC News foreign correspondent Josh Letterman. He's overseas as well. He's in Tel Aviv. Josh, we've been talking a lot about what is happening in southern Israel. Can you fill us in on what's been happening on the northern border with Lebanon, where there's another group called Hezbollah, which supports Palestinian militants?
That's right. And the big fear, as we have been talking about for a few days now, Kate, is that Hezbollah would become involved in this conflict. We've seen in the past when there have been other rounds of fighting, either between Israel and Hamas in the Gaza Strip or militant groups in the West Bank, that sometimes this begins to spiral and other groups start to get involved, groups that represent the Palestinians. And so the fear has been that the sort of smaller skirmishes that we've seen between Hezbollah in southern Lebanon and Israel would really start to escalate. And today we saw reports begin to emerge that there had potentially been some type of infiltration from southern Lebanon. In fact, there was an alert that went out from an app that is used by the home command here to notify people when they need to take shelter that, in fact, they needed to go and remain in their shelters, that there was possibly drones coming over the border. And then we later learned from the military that, in fact, that was a false alarm. There was a human error involved in that. But it really goes to show just how high the level of alert and concern right now is, not just in southern Israel near the Gaza Strip, but also in the north as well.
And of course, those concerns coming as we prepare for a potential ground offensive. So we'll see what happens there. Josh Letterman, thank you so much.
Israel has faced fire from Gaza, Lebanon, and Syria over the last few years. It's not new.
No, but it's raising concerns that the Israel-Hamas war could spread into a bigger conflict. Joining us now is NBC News military analyst, retired four-star Army General Barry McCaffrey. General, thank you so much for joining us. I know National Security Council spokesman John Kirby actually talked about the possibility of a wider war, right? Wider than Israel and Hamas. I do want to play some of what he told our Andrea Mitchell on MSNBC today, and we'll talk on the other side.
We don't want to see this conflict widen or expand. We certainly don't believe it's in the IDF's interest for there to be a second front now that they're going to have to fight and defend against as they're trying to prosecute a conflict against or prosecute operations against Hamas. So we're watching this real closely, but it is worrisome.
Worrisome. So how do we prevent this conflict from spreading throughout the Middle East, if that's even possible?
Well, I think it's a major U.S. policy objective, and obviously that of Israel also. A lot of discussion about what role Iran played. Obviously, they were a major factor. They paid for it. I assume they orchestrated the entire thing, the operational security. They may well have trained those actors back in Iran, but now is not the time to have a military confrontation with the Iranians. So the show of force, large U.S. naval carrier strike group and a lot of U.S. Air Force fighter squadrons are moving into the region to deter attack and mischief by the Iranians, Syrians, and Hezbollah from the north. But, Kate, this is a moment of great peril for Israel. Hamas cannot threaten the existence of the Israeli state. If Hezbollah joins the battle with 110,000 some odd rockets, it's going to be a bitter pill for the Israelis to deal with. They have called up 360,000 reserves. A lot of that is to signal to Hezbollah, don't cross the frontier.
General McCaffrey, it's Kate. I want to ask about Iran's role here. Current and former U.S. officials have told NBC News that the U.S. is investigating whether Iran gave advanced training to Hamas militants before the attack on Saturday. Iran has denied any involvement. We also have a report now that Iran says they were surprised by the attack. So what happens, though, if a link is found, if we find out that Iran did, in fact, help train Hamas?
It's almost an inane conversation, in my view. I mean, it seems obvious at face value that the Iranians, a major supporter of both Hezbollah and Hamas, with funding, training, leadership, of course they were involved. But again, I think even accepting that as a fact, which can't be proven at this point, doesn't mean we want to take direct action or that the Israelis should take direct action against Iran. They got to focus on going into Gaza with a massive air-ground force, was going to be a bloody fight for the IDF and also perilous for the civilians in Gaza, and then try and dominate the streets of Gaza, 2.3 million people, and then use intelligence and special ops and tunnel rats with a forlorn hope of getting back some of these 150 plus hostages.
General, I mean, you use the word perilous, and I think that's appropriate here. Obviously, now we're seeing shows of solidarity for Israel. A U.S. aircraft carrier group just arrived in the region. Is it inevitable that the U.S. military gets involved in this war? What's your take there?
No, there'll be every effort made to keep us out of direct conflict, certainly with Hamas. It is more than, though, a signal to the Iranians. I think if Hezbollah enters the battle, if we see a threat to the existence of the Israeli state, I think then the U.S. would take military action. I don't think U.S. Special Operations Forces will be needed to go after the 20-some-odd Americans that may be hostages. The Israelis can do the on-the-ground work. By the way, we're also moving a second carrier strike group now within range of the Middle East to reinforce the Eisenhower groups en route. So the adversaries of Israel, primarily the Iranians and Hezbollah, should understand that if they start to overwhelm the Israelis, I think, in my judgment, we should and will take military action. But we're trying to not widen the war.
I'm not sure if I just heard you correctly. Did you say that you know of another unit that's en route?
Well, I heard it reported earlier today that the Eisenhower, I think it was Admiral Stavridis, is en route now. So I'd be unsurprised if you don't see 2 or more carrier strike groups in the coming week or more.
Okay, a lot to check on that. Thank you so much. Sure. Appreciate it. Well, no doubt it is a challenging news cycle right now. That's to say the least. A lot of kids have tough questions. Coming up, we're going to talk to a parenting expert about the best approach to have those conversations.
From across the nation to the national stage, and when power was held to account, Kristen Welker met the moment. Now she joins Meet the Press as its new moderator.
If it's Sunday, it's Meet the Press.
Sundays on NBC.
Nearly a dozen hours after the eye roared ashore. There is some late-breaking news.
All right, it just did.
People around the world are remembering the lives lost in Israel during the attack on Saturday. This synagogue in Edmonton, Canada, held a community gathering to honor the victims. In keeping with Jewish tradition, some lit candles to pay tribute to those lives lost.
Really important act. And, you know, we've all seen these difficult images of the war playing out right here on our TV and computer screens and on social media.
Yeah, and it's hard to watch. It's hard for us, and it's equally hard to explain, especially to young kids. But even if you're not directly impacted by the war, it's important to talk to your children about what is happening in the world. Joining us now is family and clinical psychologist Dr. Jennifer Hartstein. Good to see you again. You know, some of these images have been really awful and graphic.
Yeah.
Should parents even be watching the news with their kids? Should they be shielding their kids?
Yes and yes. I think it really depends on the age of your child, right? I mean, we can't protect them everywhere because in so many places, especially in New York City, you walk into a restaurant, there might be a TV on. So there's not always ways we can shield them. I think with our younger children, we want to try and shield them as much as we can, but they're still going to get information filtered to them. And we know teens on social media are getting that information, right? So things we need to think about, have the conversation, be open, be honest, ask them what they've seen, ask them what they've heard. Let them tell you that. Often we wait for them to come. I wouldn't wait because information is coming so quickly. We want to be able to be there and be as present as we can to help filter what we can for them and with them.
And Dr. Jen, you mentioned age. What is, or is there a right age to talk to kids about what they're seeing? And how should you approach that conversation with, say, a school-aged child versus a teenager?
It's a really great question, Jinkley. And I think that there's an important piece to think about, right? They're getting this information. So I don't think we can be afraid of talking to any kid at any age, but we have to be mindful that your 5-year-old wants different information than your 15-year-old. So your younger kind of preschool, elementary school kids are going to want to know that they're safe. They're going to want to know that you're looking out for them. They're going to want to know that they can be okay and they can express their feelings and you can hold that space. And with them, you want to keep some routine. Kids thrive on that. It helps them with their emotions. So keep that going, right? For school-aged kids, there might be a little different. Maybe it's coming up in school. Maybe they have friends that have family in Israel. We've all seemed to be touched by somebody over in the Middle East right now. So be open to that discussion, right? Maybe they want to do something. They want to be little advocates and activists. Can we raise money? Can we send supplies? Is there a way to do that? And then give them time. They may walk away thinking it's nothing and come back to you with more questions. Be available to that. And really, I think it's super important for us as adults in the lives of children to not over talk because we're anxious. So really address what they're coming to you with instead of more. Right? And so then where do we have to go? Right? We're all guilty of that. We're all guilty of that.
I wanted to ask about social media. There's been some reporting that in Israel, parents have been cautioned to maybe delete apps off their kids' phones so they just don't see some of the horror out there. There's also disinformation online. What's your advice around social media and whether we should limit our kids or how they interact with that?
Well, I think, and I'm laughing because I think we need to limit ourselves in some ways, right? I think, you know, I get a free minute in between some of my client sessions and I find myself scrolling, so then I'm dysregulated. So I think as adults, we need to notice what our own usage is and how are we feeling, because it's coming at us constantly and we have to figure out how to navigate it for ourselves. You kind of got to start there. But I think with social media, and this ties in with how to support your teens, look at it with them. What are they looking at? Where are they getting their sources? Are they reputable sources? We know how much we can edit things. And I think that we have to sometimes give them limits and create that space for them. And it may be saying, hey, for this weekend, let's all of us take social media off our phones for a couple days so we can regulate our bodies and reset in a way that's healthy, because we're all dysregulated and all emotional right now.
I mean, to that end, Dr. Jen, a lot of parents are just struggling with this right now. So what should they do to take care of themselves as they're trying to take care of their little ones too?
I think that's so important. You know, it's the old oxygen mask adage, right? We have to put the mask on ourselves before we can help anybody else. You have to regulate yourself. So shut off some of the media. We are in a 24-hour news cycle, as you two know better than anybody, but do we need to walk away? Can we find some glimmers of positivity? Your kid made a really funny joke. Laugh. Find the fun. Find those moments that help bond you with everybody in your life. And for many of us, we feel so helpless. So like helping your kids be activists, what can you do? Can you donate money if you have the available funds? Any of that stuff. So take care of yourself, and then you can take care of everybody else.
Dr. Jen Hartstein, it's always great to have you, especially right now. Appreciate it so much.
Thank you. Well, we've got a lot more news ahead. Take care of yourself. And when you come back, NBC News Daily will always be right here.
Yeah. You are watching NBC News Daily. You can find us in so many places, including streaming live at all times on NBCnews.com or anywhere you stream.
It's good to be with you tonight. The debt ceiling. Here's why this matters. Please, please don't have your eyeballs glaze over. Here's why this matters. Talk to us about what we're supposed to call this. Is it a bailout? Is it a backstop? There's a difference because it matters whose money is being used to prop up these banks. We think we're getting close to this news conference. I will be honest with people. This is like an awkward moment where we think we're like right there. You're going to have to like tap dance with us maybe a little bit.
I do have my tap dancing shoes on, not to worry.
Welcome back. Since Saturday, the war between Israel and Hamas has been playing out in millions of posts across social media.
With all that content, there's disinformation, propaganda that can easily spread and even influence the war. That makes it tougher for social media users to distinguish between what's real and what's not. Here's NBC News correspondent Noah Pransky.
Can you tell the difference between these two war videos? Because the one on the right, the one that says Hamas militants started a new air assault on parts of Israel, isn't from a real war. It isn't even a real video, but videos just like it are getting passed around as real across the world's biggest social media apps.
A lot of the content that we're seeing right now includes terrorist propaganda, includes extraordinarily graphic, violent content, mis and disinformation, and hate speech.
This clip, viewed more than 140,000 times on X, formerly known as Twitter, is actually a trailer for the video game Arma 3. And this video, falsely claiming to show the Israeli Air Force striking targets in Gaza, is a real video of an Israeli strike, but from May, not the current fighting.
The average social media user is having an increasingly difficult time ascertaining what's real or fake. There are verified badges that could be now purchased on multiple social media platforms that give a veneer of authenticity.
Like this memo tweeted out from a verified account saying the Biden administration authorized $8 billion in military aid to Israel. It's also a fake, edited from the original release from July of this year, detailing $400 million in aid to Ukraine. Experts say warfare today includes the battle over public opinion, and disinformation is a weapon on that front.
It doesn't just erode public trust. This issue can actually have a real-world impact on public safety.
Many social media companies, including the less tightly moderated X, have banned accounts affiliated with Hamas. But non-Hamas users may unwittingly share their content anyway.
Where we see a lot of terrorist propaganda on one platform that spreads across other platforms.
X releasing a statement saying they are, quote, laser focused and dedicated to protecting the conversation on X and enforcing our rules, stating they are working to remove newly created Hamas affiliated accounts. NBC reached out to TikTok as well as Meta, who owns Facebook and Instagram, but have not heard back.
Think especially before you engage or share content. And ask yourself, are you being helpful? If you pause before you answer that question for yourself, then the answer is likely no. You don't have to share that content.
Noah Pransky, NBC News.
Well, Americans at home here in the U.S. are getting involved to help Israel following Hamas's terror attack.
That's right. In South Florida, volunteers spent the day packing kits to send out to volunteer groups in Israel. NBC News correspondent Sam Brock joins us now from Doral, Florida. Sam, what specifically are these folks doing to help right now?
Yeah, Zinkley, Kate, good to be with you. I'm standing right now in a 60,000 square foot warehouse here in Doral, Florida. The Global Empowerment Mission, or just GEM, started back in 2010 on a mission to help folks in Haiti after the earthquakes there, but expanded leaps and bounds to help folks that are in war-torn areas and disaster relief regions all over the world. That includes right now Ukraine guys, Poland, Hawaii, and now Israel. And this works in a couple of different ways, one of which is getting help from the community. All of these boxes came from local synagogues and shuls. They say Israel on them. Some of them talk about clothing. Others have Band-Aids, batteries, all different sorts of things that people would need in their daily lives. This is going to get sorted and then brought back over into the warehouse. At the same time, we had volunteers that we were watching all day today going through some other essentials and compiling these family boxes. You see it right here. So these are meals that are ready to eat, MREs. You have canned soup, waters, socks, all of the essentials, and basically putting these into giant pallets along with tarps and tents and shipping them off. It's actually going to go to Miami International Airport and then potentially to Israel this evening, as all these people are in need. And I spoke with one man, Jonathan Morton, who has first cousins in Ashkelon right now, just north of Gaza, as he's volunteering to get this stuff sorted. Here's what he told me.
It's horrible. It's absolutely horrible. It's been so sad. Hard to sleep. You can't believe this happened. You can't believe people are as brutal as Hamas. You can't believe they just killed so many innocent people. Anything we can do. I mean, it's just so little, but anything we can do.
Those volunteers, Kate and Zinkley, will be back here tomorrow and the day after that, and for as many weeks as it takes, as there's need that continues. Guys.
Sam Brock down in Florida for us. Sam, thank you. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinkley Asamoah. Thanks for being with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Thanks for tuning in. I'm Gotti Schwartz. Here are the stories we're following tonight. Storms keep coming here in California. The U.S. government just declassified this video. A lot more stories trending like crazy on social media. A controversy pitting lawmakers against young voters. What's the state of crypto today? Is it safe for investors? We've got another mind-bending story on artificial intelligence.
This is what my voice sounds like when I clone it.
That wasn't me. You gotta see this. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Gabe Gutierrez in Washington, where we're following breaking developments out of the Middle East as the Israel-Hamas war is rapidly escalating. The number of Americans killed has now risen to 22, with 17 Americans still unaccounted for and potentially held hostage. Israeli forces are laying the groundwork for a potential ground invasion of Gaza, while warning that violence will likely intensify in the coming days. As you can see, parts of Gaza have been reduced to rubble. Israeli fighter jets have struck at least 450 targets in northern Gaza in just the last 24 hours. Take a listen to one of those strikes. This is footage inside Gaza, a strike near a hotel. Conditions growing more dire. The energy ministry says Gaza's only power plant has run out of fuel due to Israeli blockades and has been shut down. Meanwhile, hospitals in Gaza say they're overwhelmed with an influx of patients. Just look at the desperation outside a medical facility earlier today. The aid organization Doctors Without Borders calls the situation catastrophic. At the same time, the rocket fire targeting Israel continues. NBC's Alison Barber and her crew recorded this video of rockets being intercepted over the Israeli city of Ashkelon in the south. And in the north, Israel's military is reporting that an anti-tank missile was fired from Lebanon, fanning fears that this conflict could expand to a second front. All of this comes as the death toll in the wake of Saturday's brutal attack by Hamas tops 2,300, more than 1,200 in Israel and more than 1,100 in Gaza. Later this hour, we expect President Biden to deliver remarks at a roundtable event with Jewish community leaders. The White House says the president and vice president spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu again this morning. The president also reiterated his support for Israel earlier today while speaking from the Rose Garden.
As I said yesterday, my commitment to Israel's security and the safety of the Jewish people is unshakable. The United States has Israel's back, and we're going to be working on this all through the day and beyond.
According to a readout of yesterday's call between Biden and Netanyahu, the prime minister compared the brutality of Saturday's attack to the Holocaust, with entire families murdered in their beds, dozens of children executed, and soldiers beheaded. NBC News has not verified those accounts. All of this comes as Secretary of State Antony Blinken is on his way to the region right now. He spoke to reporters from the tarmac before leaving.
We stand resolutely against terrorism. We've seen the almost undescribable acts committed by Hamas against Israeli men, women, and children. Every day, we're learning more, and it is simply heartbreaking. Not since ISIS have we seen this kind of depravity, and we will continue to stand very resolutely against it.
NBC News has also learned that U.S. officials are investigating whether Iran provided advanced training to Hamas ahead of Saturday's attack. But two sources tell NBC News that intelligence suggests Iranian leaders were surprised by the attack. We've got our team covering this story from multiple angles. Joining me now on the ground in Ashkelon in southern Israel is Alison Barber. Clint Watts has the latest on the scope of the attacks, and Matt Bradley is live for us in Lebanon. We'll begin in Israel with Alison. What have you been seeing in the last few hours?
Hey, Gabe, a little before 9 o'clock local time, we started to see volleys of rockets coming from the direction of Hamas. We're just about 2 miles away from the border with Gaza, the northern border. We started to see those rockets fired by Hamas from Gaza heading this way. We can show you some of the video that our teams captured here as they just lit up the night sky. There were a series of these that happened kind of just in a bit of a wave with lulls in between. This is the first round that went, and then there was another, and then there was another, and then there was another. It's been relatively calm here for about an hour and 45 minutes or so now, but this is a situation that quickly seems to change, and you see how many came back. Most of these appeared to be intercepted by Israel's air defense earlier today. The ones that we saw, the majority we saw, appeared to have been intercepted by Israel's air defense. We also saw Israel firing some of the rockets of their own into the direction of Gaza, but we do understand, based on statements that have come from health officials with Ashkelon, that there was a hospital in this city that was struck by some sort of rocket fire that happened this afternoon. Another thing we've been seeing a lot of, Gabe, is traffic on this main road. If you go further down from where we are standing, not that far, you would reach, in a few minutes drive, a little more than probably 15 minutes drive, you would reach the border with Gaza. Earlier today, when we were trying to head in that direction, we were stopped at an Israeli military-run checkpoint. There was a heavy military presence there. There was also what appeared to be a fairly large buildup of Israeli tanks and Israeli vehicles. We could see from the road through trees on the way before we got to that checkpoint, at least 100 of those sort of stacked and built up in that area. We were told we couldn't pass that checkpoint, and we couldn't film any of the equipment past that checkpoint or any of the Israeli forces that were in that area. But all of it seems to suggest that we are inching closer to seeing some sort of large ground defense into Gaza. Israel's military leadership today, they have reiterated that they are prepared to do what they believe needs to be done next. They say they have hundreds of thousands of troops along the border with Gaza. Gabe.
And Allison, just incredible to see that Iron Dome in action there. And you mentioned the possibility of a ground invasion. Do we have any better idea of when that might happen?
Not right now. Right now, it really is it's a situation where you're looking for clues. You're listening to what is being said. Israeli politicians, they have been clear in saying that they are ready for what comes next. One thing that happened today that was very notable and could suggest that things could move quicker as we look ahead in the coming hours and days is the fact that you do now have this unity government. That's something that Israeli civilians that we talked to over the past couple of days had said they wanted to see take place. They wanted to see Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu joining with the opposition and creating a unity government so that they could address this threat. That was announced that has happened as of this morning, and there also is a war cabinet. And so all of that seems to suggest that Israel is moving, and including all the things that we have seen here today, is moving in a direction of soon being prepared to launch an even more aggressive assault on Gaza and Hamas. Gabe.
Allison, thank you. I want to turn now to Clint, who can give us a bit more of a visual picture of the geography here. Clint, we know Israel is amassing military assets near the Gaza border, as Allison just mentioned. So what is Israel's strategic objective here, and what would a ground invasion look like? How many troops are we looking at?
Yeah, so if you zoom in to where Allison's at, what you see is very much a battle between certain locations. This here is Ashkelon. That's where Ellison is at. That's the rockets that you saw going into Gaza. Also, you're seeing coming out of Gaza and Gaza City in that area, rockets coming out. Those are the ones being hit by the Iron Dome. Separately, this is the corridor right here that the IDF, the Israeli Defense Forces, went through and cleared yesterday. They secured that area. And what you're seeing now is they built up a military zone. They're essentially going through, blocking this off from all Israelis. And that is the first thing you would do. It's called a cordon. You would cordon off the area up into the gates, the border there, to make sure that all Israelis are out of it. I'm sure part of this is what is rocket fire? What could a breakthrough look like if Gaza militants made through? They're staging themselves in a way where it looks like they're preparing for some sort of offensive operation. This would be the first step, clearing the area around Gaza. The next step would be actually figuring out a breach point in which they would go in.
And Clint, this isn't just an unfolding situation at the southern border of Israel. There's increasing talk about where refugees might head and whether Egypt will accept them. Walk us through those dynamics.
Yeah, so one of the more serious things that's going on already is here at this point. The Rafah Gate is essentially a bridge to Egypt. That's a gate there that the Egyptians have held firm. But in this area, in this corner right there of Gaza, there are already hundreds of thousands of displaced persons from Gaza that have moved towards that border. At some point, if the pressure is intense enough, you've already got electricity that has gone off here. There's essentially one power plant that runs on fuel. The blockade has turned it off. You're likely to see refugees moving down towards Egypt in an even more forceful way, or trying to move to other parts. Imagine if you're the Israeli military and you go on the offensive, you breach some of the gates, probably here between two of the major built-up areas. What would you see? Well, likely you'd have to try and secure that portal because refugees would push through it. That would put more people in that military zone. So there's a pretty dire situation here. And that's not to mention the other things that could pop up either in the West Bank here, where there's been lots of protests and skirmishes over the summer and into the fall, or to the north, where we've already seen shots fired back and forth between Hezbollah and the Israeli Defense Forces.
And Clint, we've often heard about how densely populated Gaza is. Talk to me a little bit about how difficult it could be for the Israeli military there, given the fact that it has so many tunnels and really so many people living so closely packed together. How difficult would this operation be for the Israelis?
The toughest kind of combat is urban combat. We would say whenever an attacker is going against defenders, they need 10 to 1. In other situations out in open areas, it's 3 or 4 to 1, 10 to 1. In Gaza, it could be 10, 20, or 30. And the reason is Gaza is so populated, so heavily dense in terms of its construction. You're doing a fight that's up, meaning many stories high in the air. Then you're fighting on the ground and in the streets. And most importantly and most dangerous, which is really unique to Gaza, is the subterranean complexes that run throughout that area. Hamas has been there for a long time. You're looking at booby traps. You're looking at explosives. You're looking at forces being deployed underground that can maybe come up to your rear area. Add to that 150 or more hostages spread throughout this entire area. 2 million people. Right. You're looking for 150 hostages. This is just a very complex scenario that they're going to be facing.
And Clint, very briefly, before I get to Matt Bradley, who's in Lebanon, we're hearing reports of Israel sending tens of thousands of troops to its northern border. Yes. Why is that so significant?
Yeah, so the key point of all of this is what everyone is wondering about is will it expand to a regional conflict. Here is Hamas in the Gaza Strip, but up here, in this southern part of Lebanon, the northern Israeli border, in 2006, there was a war between Israel and Hezbollah. Hezbollah, a Shia militia, Shia terrorist group that is backed by Iran. Separately, there have been shots fired from Syria and rockets fired into Israel, northern Israel. Could be another front here with Syria and militant groups that are there. So this could easily become a 1, 2, 3, maybe even a 4th front that Israel would have to be engaging on and trying to secure their territory. If you went and looked today, you would already start to see the buildup of forces along what is the Golan Heights.
Clint, thank you so much for breaking all that down for us. And I want to bring in now Matt Bradley, who is in Lebanon, where we've been seeing that simmering tension along the border with Israel. Matt, what's the sense there of when or if this conflict might expand?
Well, we don't know, and we've been speaking with people not who are part of Hezbollah, but people who are somewhat adjacent to Hezbollah, and they say, "Oh, we're ready to fight," and that's hard to imagine because the fact is that the last time they fought was back in 2006. It almost broke Lebanon's back, and that really hurt Hezbollah's popularity in this country. But there's a lot of bellicose language, a lot of bravado that we're hearing. It's unclear whether Hezbollah has much to gain by joining in on this fight and whether Iran has much to gain by putting pressure on Hezbollah to join in. The fact is that if Israel does in fact intend to totally destroy Hamas in the Gaza Strip, it's possible that Hezbollah might want to preserve itself as the last remaining militant group that's backed by Iran that has some kind of power in order to resist Israel. That's something that Iran, as the main patron of both Hezbollah and Hamas, might want to preserve. There's not a lot of calculations where you could see Hezbollah seeing a benefit from moving in, but at the same time, they could lose a lot of credibility within the wider sort of resistance axis, as they might call it, those Iran-backed groups that are resisting Israel, if they decide not to engage the Israelis and not to try to come to the defense of Hamas. They could be accused of being weak, or worse, of being collaborators. So this is something that Hezbollah is going to be thinking about. There's going to be a lot of talk about this in Tehran, and there's going to be a very, very difficult decision in the coming days and weeks ahead for Hezbollah leaders in terms of what they're going to do right across this border that's just behind me.
So, Matt, it sounds like you're saying it's basically up to Iran, right, whether Hezbollah engages?
It is and it isn't. You know, that's a very simplistic way of putting it. There is autonomy for both Hamas and Hezbollah. Nobody knows, except those who are actually in those organizations and in the government in Tehran, just how much autonomy both of those groups enjoy. They are beneficiaries of lots of money, lots of weapons, particularly in the case of Hezbollah, and a lot of political cover. But the fact remains is that they are both distinct from Iran. They do seem to make decisions on their own. There's no reason to necessarily believe that Iran has total control over both of those organizations. And there's plenty of reason to believe that Iran does have some control over those organizations. It's got to be somewhere in between, Gabe, but it's unclear exactly in both cases, you know, how you would parse that out.
Matt Bradley, live for us in Lebanon. Matt, thank you. And coming up, we're expecting to hear any minute now from the president and second gentleman as they meet at the White House with Jewish community leaders. We'll bring you those remarks live after the break. Plus, chaos and conflict on Capitol Hill as House Republicans remain divided after narrowly voting to select a candidate for Speaker of the House. Trouble is, he doesn't appear to have enough support to become Speaker of the House. At least not yet. You're watching Meet the Press Now. Stay with us.
Stay on top of breaking news and the biggest stories of the day with NBC News Daily.
Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklaya Samwat.
Get in-depth reporting from across the country.
We have breaking news out of the White House
and around the world.
Questions about the rebellion inside Russia.
And ways you can take care of your health.
What are symptoms that people should be on the lookout for?
And your wallet.
Some really great last-minute deals if you have flexibility.
NBC News Daily. Weekdays from 12 to 4 p.m. Eastern on NBC News Now.
And welcome back. As we mentioned, we're waiting for President Biden, who's set to speak at a roundtable with Jewish community leaders. As we noted earlier today, the president and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu held their fourth call since Hamas's brutal attack on Israel. The president reiterated America's continued support for Israel as it defends itself in this war. And it comes as the White House prepares to submit a supplemental funding request to Congress that includes money for Israel, Ukraine, Taiwan, and the border. Let's bring in now Eliav Benjamin, Deputy Chief of Mission at the Embassy of Israel. Eliav, thank you so much for joining us. And Prime Minister Netanyahu has vowed to wipe out Hamas. So what does that look like? What is the end goal?
Thank you, Gabe. Thank you for hosting me. Hamas, as everybody now realizes, something that Israel has been saying for quite a number of years, is a terrorist organization behind all of this. And what we're out to do now is to destroy the Hamas military machine and to take them out, and in a way that they will not pick their heads up ever again, and they will not harm any Israeli ever again.
And Eliav, I know there's concerns about the hostages in Gaza right now. I know you have said, and the Prime Minister has said, that the goal is to crush Hamas. But what happens to those hostages in the meantime?
We are very concerned about the hostages, and we are calling the entire international community to do everything they possibly can to bring Hamas to release these hostages who were taken as hostages from Israel, walked across the border and took them into Gaza. We are going to do everything we have to do to take Hamas out, to take this machine of theirs out of all this terrorism that they're conducting towards Israel, and at the same time also calling for the release of the hostages. There's no contradiction between the two of them.
But Eliav, as one of our previous guests described, Gaza is a very difficult battlefield. It's very densely packed together. There are tunnels underground. How can you go in there and crush Hamas, as you say, and still save these hostages?
It's true. I'm not saying it's an easy task. I'm not saying that it's not a complex one at all. It is, but this is war. And first and foremost, the idea is to crush Hamas and to push them back into their holes in the best way that we know how to do it, and the Israeli Defense Forces know how to deal with this situation. We will do the best that we possibly can in order for civilians not to be hurt and not to be harmed in any way. But at the end of the day, the main goal is really defeating Hamas and winning this war. And at the same time, as I said earlier, to see, and we've got efforts going out internationally as well, to see how we can bring Hamas on their knees also in terms of releasing these hostages, these innocent people who were just taken captive for just being Israelis.
And Eliav, I know it is still very early in this war, but should we expect the Israeli military to stay in Gaza and occupy the area?
No, I don't think we have any intention of Israel ruling another entity again. We've done that. We were out of there, but we left with the belief, hope, that we would have a neighboring country or neighboring area that we could actually live with peacefully. But the opposite has happened once Hamas took over and ousted the Palestinian Authority de facto from there. And what we've seen over the past, 20 years nearly, is terrorism coming out of Gaza. What we want to do, and our goal now, is first and foremost to restore calm and security to the citizens of Israel, especially those living around Gaza, and to make sure once and for all, and not just putting a patch or a Band-Aid on the situation, but once and for all, to make sure that Hamas and other terrorist organizations, by the way, never threaten and harm anybody in Israel.
Would you like to see U.S. boots on the ground?
We are very appreciative of Hamas, of the United States assistance. President Biden came out with the strongest statement that I have ever heard a U.S. president come out with since 1973, in terms of having Israel's back in such a way, in such an unequivocal manner. And this is something which is not taken for granted. We hugely appreciate this in such an amazing way that it was stressed, and the support that we are getting here from the United States, from the US, across the board, across the spectrum, in Congress, in the administration, from the streets, everywhere, is amazing. And the support that we are seeing with words, with threats, and with messages going across is exactly the message that the enemies, and I'm saying enemies, should be hearing, and they are hearing in a very clear manner. Israel does know how to fight on its own. Israel has done it before. Israel is doing it now, and we will continue doing it, of course, having the support in the back of the international community, and first and foremost from the US, as we're having now. Again, as other countries understand what we're facing, and other countries understand that it's not just an Israeli issue. This is something for the free world to deal with in total, to fight against terrorism and not to allow it to pick up its head anymore.
And Eliev, what do you say to people who are questioning the Israeli government's ability to protect its own people? How can the new unity government restore trust in the government?
So one of the things that Hamas maybe did not take into consideration when launching this assault and this war on Israel, and let's just remember that it is Hamas that decided to declare war in such a way. What it didn't take into consideration, perhaps, is that in cases like this, Israelis come together and Israel comes together. We close ranks, and there is no daylight between left and right and religious and secular and so on and so forth. We are all in this together, and we are all resolute to go about this together. And when we have our backs against the wall, that is exactly where you as an enemy do not want us to be, because we have nothing to lose, we have everything to gain, and we will win and we will crush you, Hamas.
Elliot Benjamin, thank you so much for joining us here on Meet the Press Now. And we'll bring you President Biden's remarks live when they happen. Up next, can Congressman Steve Scalise win enough support to become Speaker Steve Scalise? Excuse me. The House Majority Leader just won a key vote in the fight for the gavel, but the real hurdle is yet to come. We're live on the Hill with the latest. Next, you're watching Meet the Press Now.
Kristen Welker joins Meet the Press as its new moderator, Sundays on NBC.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hi, everybody. Good morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day.
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
Can't wait to see my Today family.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
And welcome back. We're expecting to hear from President Biden in just under 2 minutes right now. And I want to go to NBC White House correspondent Monica Alba, who is standing by. Monica, what are we expecting to hear from the president this afternoon?
Well, he's going to be speaking at this meeting that is held with key Jewish community leaders that we also expect Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff to be speaking at. And this is a little bit more of a domestic focus of just how intense this has been for the Jewish community here in the United States, many of whom, of course, have many loved ones, family, friends, relatives over in Israel right now who are connected to this after the violence committed by Hamas in these terrorist attacks over the weekend. So the president will be offering a little bit of an update on the situation. Of course, we've learned that that death toll has gone up to 22 people, and it's possible, officials say they're bracing that that could go up even more. And I think we're also going to hear a sense of just what many in the Jewish community have to deal with when it comes to anti-Semitism, when it comes to hate crimes, what we've seen. And that you see right there on your screen is Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff likely speaking to his own experience as a Jewish American. And then the president will also just be directly speaking to the Jewish community about how the White House is staunchly standing and supporting Israel in this moment and will continue to stand by them, according to officials here. Gabe.
And Monica, let's listen into the Second Gentleman as he introduces President Biden. Let's listen.
The images that we saw will be seared in our brains forever. Rockets falling on cities, people dragged from their homes and shot dead, children sheltering from bullets, bodies lining the streets. And all the while, we see videos of these terrorists cheering on these atrocities. The toll on Israel and the Jewish community is hard to imagine, but we can imagine it because it's happening. And I know many of you have sent texts and calls this weekend checking on loved ones. And I know too many of you received heartbreaking replies. And we know today that at least 22 Americans won't be coming home. I know you're all hurting. The entire Jewish community is hurting. I'm hurting. And we grieve with you. We stand with you. But thank God we have the steady leadership of Joe Biden and Kamala Harris during this unthinkable time in our history. Their moral compass, their calm, their empathy are what we need in this time of crisis. And we saw that yesterday when President Biden, with Vice President Harris and Secretary Blinken by his side, powerfully addressed the nation and made clear to the world that Israel has the United States' unwavering support. Our president and vice president are making sure Israel has what it needs to defend itself. We are grateful for their leadership and support for Israel at this exceptionally difficult time. We also acknowledge and address how these events will impact us as Jews, and why we're here to have this discussion. And I know many of us feel a deep fear that these attacks will, unfortunately, and already have, led to a rise in hate and anti-Semitism. We're already seeing it. And that's why this discussion and the work you and your organizations do is so vitally important. Almost a year ago, I sat right in this spot, in this very room, and many of you were here with me that day. And then we called attention to the epidemic of hate that we're facing. And following that meeting, we took action. And in May, the Biden-Harris administration released the first ever national strategy to counter anti-Semitism. The plan includes over 100 meaningful actions we are taking right now to fight back against anti-Semitism and hate. And each of you played a role in crafting this strategy. We couldn't have done this without you. So thank you for the work that you've done, that you're continuing to do. And as we're going to discuss later, myself and the Biden-Harris administration officials are working with federal, state, and local leaders to implement this plan across the country. We're going to continue to bring people together, and importantly, we're going to build coalitions to fight back against hate. We cannot do this alone. The story of the Jewish people has always been one of perseverance and resilience. In dark times, we come together and we fight back, and we also seek to build a better world. Last year, before my trip to Poland and Germany, President Biden took me into the Oval Office. He told me how his father had taught him about the horrors of the Holocaust and how he later traveled to Dachau with his children and grandchildren to teach them those same lessons. So I know firsthand how important it is to President Biden to preserve our Jewish history and to make sure that hate has no safe harbor in America and the world. As an American Jew, I am so grateful that in this moment of tumult and pain, we have Joe Biden as president and Kamala Harris as vice president. It is now my honor to introduce a true advocate for the Jewish community. Please join me in welcoming President Joe Biden.
Folks, I came first of all to say thank you. Thank you to all of you in this room. You've not only cared, but you've been breaking your neck the last couple of years to deal with this overall issue of anti-Semitism. And I know many of you are personally impacted by what's happened in Israel. There are thousands of dual citizens, maybe some of your relatives that are there. And Doug, I want to thank you for all the work you've done on behalf of our administration to combat anti-Semitism. And I apologize, I've been on the phone around the clock with our friends around the world, quite frankly, discussing what's going on in Israel. And I want you to know that I want to thank you as well for, all of you as well, for working the work you're doing to bring comfort and in this moment of grief for those of you who are grieving as well. And you'll read this weekend in synagogue, the Torah teaches us that God made stars to, quote, give light on the earth and separate light from darkness. Give light on the earth and separate light from darkness. You know, it's been hard to find that light during the darkness of these past few days. When terrorist groups like Hamas brought not only terror, but sheer evil to the world, evil that echoes the worst and matches, in some cases exceeds the worst atrocities of ISIS. More than 1,000 civilians slaughtered in Israel. And by the way, I've been speaking with a number of Israeli leaders, a number of leaders around the world, leaders in the region as well. And, you know, among those who have been victimized, this evil, who've been killed, are at least 22 American citizens. This attack was a campaign of pure cruelty, not just hate, but pure cruelty against the Jewish people. And I would argue it's the deadliest day for Jews since the Holocaust. The deadliest day since the Holocaust. One of the worst chapters in human history that remind us all that expression I learned from my dad early on, silence is complicity. Silence is complicity. It really is. And I want you to know, I think you've already figured it out, I refuse to be silent. I know you refuse to be silent as well. I know you're here with my senior staff. You all represent a voice that America has to hear. America can't be silent. You know, we not only reject terrorism, but it goes beyond that. It goes beyond rejecting terrorism. You know, I spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu for I don't know how many times, but again this morning. And already we're surging additional military assistance to the Israeli Defense Force, including ammunition, interceptors to replenish the Iron Dome, and we've moved the U.S. carrier fleet to the Eastern Mediterranean, and we're sending more fighter jets there in that region, and made it clear to the Iranians, be careful. We want to make it real clear. We're working on every aspect of the hostage crisis in Israel, including deploying experts to advise and assist with recovery efforts. Now, the press is going to shout to me, and many of you are, that, you know, what are you doing to get these folks home? If I told you, I wouldn't be able to get them home. Folks, there's a lot we're doing. A lot we're doing. I have not given up hope on bringing these folks home. But the idea that I'm going to stand here before you and tell you what I'm doing is bizarre. So I hope you understand how bizarre I think it would be to try to answer that question. In the days ahead, we're going to continue to work closely with our partners in Israel and around the world to ensure Israel has what it needs to defend its citizens, its cities, and to respond to these attacks. As I said yesterday, my commitment to Israel's security and the safety of the Jewish people is unshakable. The United States has Israel's back, and I have yours as well, both at home and abroad. You know, you can see the pain in some of your faces. I walked into this room. You okay, kiddo? Well, your fear for family, friends back in Israel. You worry about kids being targeted in school, about going about their daily lives. You're hurt by the downplaying of Hamas's atrocities and blaming Israel. This is unconscionable. And I've asked members of my team, including Homeland Security Secretary Mayorkas and Attorney General Garland, to work intensively with our Jewish community partners, so many of you here, to set up security around Jewish life in America, identify, prevent, and disrupt emerging threats that occur. You know, we're also going to continue to condemn and combat anti-Semitism at every single turn, at every turn. You know, the past few days have been a solemn reminder that hate never goes away. Hold on a second, I used to think you could defeat hate, that you could make it, all it does is go underground. It just goes underground, it doesn't go away. It only hides until it's given a little oxygen, a little bit of oxygen. And that's why I've secured the largest ever increase in funding for physical security for nonprofits, including synagogues, Jewish community centers, Jewish day schools. And in May, we released the first ever national strategy to counter anti-Semitism with the input from many of you in this room. Many of you in this room helped write that. It's the most ambitious, comprehensive effort to combat anti-Semitism in American history, in all of American history. And we're aggressively implementing it. But we must all do our part and forcefully speak out against anti-Semitism and push back against the attempts to deny or distort the facts. To make clear, there is no place for hate in America. Not against Jews, not against Muslims, not against anybody. And we mourn the act you and so many leaders have across the country, showing us what thousands of years of Jewish history has shown us. The enduring strength, and I mean this sincerely, the enduring strength and spirit of the Jewish community. If you excuse a point of personal privilege, you should say in the Senate. That's why I took my kids, everyone when they turned 14 years old, one at a time, put them on a plane and took them to Dachau. I wanted them to see that you could not know what was going on walking through those gates. You could not fail to understand as a country what was going on. And that's a fact. It had a profound impact on my children and my grandchildren. Some thought taking a 14-year-old grandchild was not a mistake, but I took them one at a time. I got 3 more to go. And folks, it's important. You know, the miracle of Israel is Israel. It's Israel itself. The hope it inspires. The light it represents to the world. And folks, I was asked in one of my very frank conversations with Bibi and with Herzog, so why do I feel so deeply about this? It's not about the region. I truly believe, were there no Israel, no Jew in the world would be ultimately safe. It's the only ultimate guarantee. The only ultimate guarantee. The only ultimate guarantee. And folks, because of you, and I mean this sincerely, because you're speaking up, because of the intensity and the intellect and the brilliance you bring to this cause, I think we have a chance to end this in a way that it makes it very difficult for it to be repeated. I want to thank you for your leadership. And as I said, there's a lot to talk about. But I'm really, quite frankly, concerned as to, it's hard to talk about this without detail. And it's contrary to our interests to let out the detail of what we're going on. I mean, this is just round the clock, as you understand. You fully understand. But, you know, I've known Bibi for over 40 years. A very frank relationship. I know him well. And the one thing that I did say, that it is really important that Israel, with all the anger, frustration, and just, I don't know how to explain it, that exists, is that they operate by the rules of war. The rules of war. And there are rules of war. And I believe Israel is doing everything in its power to pull the country together, stay on the same page, and we're going to do everything in our power to make sure Israel succeed, and God willing, to bring home those Americans who are in harm's way. I'm going to let you all have the private conversation you've been having, which you should continue to have, but it just came to basically, I really mean it from the bottom of my heart. I give you my word as a Biden. Thank you. Thank you for the intensity of your support. It matters. It matters that Americans see what's happening. I mean, I've been doing this a long time. I never really thought that I would see and have confirmed pictures of terrorists beheading children. I never thought I'd ever, anyway, but there are countries in the region that are trying to be of some help, including Arab nations that are trying to be of some help. So, anyway.
Mr. President, where do you draw strength and inspiration in these troubling times?
From my faith. From my faith. My faith that at the core of every human being is a spark of humanity and decency. And it's got to be touched. It's got to be spoken to. That's what you do. That's why you're here. It's not about, you know, revenge. It's about decency. Just basically decent. Just basic decency. Treating people with a sense of, I don't know quite how to say it, but I know we can overcome this. I know we can overcome this. Look, I don't know anything about the kind of loss it's talking about, but I know a little bit like to feel loss, lose people you adore, get a phone call saying they're gone. I get that part. Not the same, but I get the part. And what I've learned is that as we persevere, we can grow. And the day will come when the memory of that person or those persons bring a smile to your lips before it brings a tear to your eye. It will happen. It will happen, but God, it takes a long time sometimes. And when it's born out of something that has been anything from a mistake to a vicious, vicious intent, you know, it varies in degrees. I'm not saying I know the same. But I just, look, I mean, I'll never forget, well, I won't go into that. Anyway, I just think that if we stay true to our values, pursue with every inch and every bit of our energy to get this right, we can bury this again and bring people back, and bring people home and bring it together. I think we can change the Middle East. But then again, I have been referred to as a congenital optimist. And I'm not going to answer any questions from you guys right now, but my team here knows when the press is gone, they'll talk more directly to you. But even then, they're not going to be able to tell you all that we're doing and all that's going on. So.
Question, sir. May we please say thank you. 80 years ago this week, a group of 400 rabbis came to Washington hoping to meet with Franklin Delano Roosevelt and appeal to him to act to rescue the Jews who were being persecuted in Europe. And they were refused a meeting with President Roosevelt. They were refused entry to the White House. And the fact that we are here today, and you have spoken as the President of the United States so clearly in support of Israel, so clearly in support of the Jewish people, and welcome leaders and representatives of the Jewish community into the White House for this discussion, shows what a dramatic distance we've traveled in these United States, how we as the Jewish community are blessed to live today in these United States, and we thank you for your leadership and your moral clarity.
President Biden wrapping up remarks there in front of a roundtable of a Jewish community leaders, a powerful speech right there, talking about how he was working around the clock, talking with his Israeli counterparts, and also mentioning that it's been hard to find light in the darkness of the last few days, saying he's known Benjamin Netanyahu for 40 years. The president, of course, saying this as he confirmed, yes, as we learned today, that 22 Americans have died in the conflict in Israel. I want to get right to Monica Alba, who was watching this speech. Monica, he talked about, again, the sheer evil. That's something he's reiterated over the last day or so. What stuck out to you from these remarks?
An emotional speech there, Gabe, and I think one of the main takeaways is the president saying there that silence here is complicity in the face of some of this sheer evil and brutality that was seen. The president even mentioning photographs of beheaded children, which is something that we're hearing from him discussing for the first time. And the president saying that silence is not an option when you see this kind of brutality and these kinds of atrocities committed by Hamas as terrorism, plain and simple. The president also saying that he has directed his Department of Homeland Security and Department of Justice to work with the Jewish community here in the United States to partner with these kinds of leaders in the face of potential hate crimes or further rise in anti-Semitism, something that this White House has been working to combat and has specifically put groups and resources together on in a significant way in the last year or so. And then finally, you did have a very strong message from the president there that he is trying to do everything he can in his power to get those American hostages home, but that he's not going to be talking about those plans in any tangible way because that would be counterproductive to what they're doing in this utmost sensitive manner to try to get people out, so that he still has faith, he says, that he can be able to do that, but that he's just not going to be able to discuss what might be happening. And I think that's really significant because it's clearly taking a little bit of a toll on everybody in this White House and folks who you talk to, many of whom there's only 1 or 2 degrees of separation between them and family members or relatives or close friends who do live in Israel, like much of what we just heard in that room from the second gentleman himself and from the president acknowledging that reality too. Gabe.
Monica Alba at the White House. Monica, thank you. And I'm joined now by Democratic Congressman from Illinois and member of the House Intelligence Committee, Raja Krishnamurthy. And Congressman, your colleagues on the House and Senate Intel had strong reactions yesterday after receiving an Intel briefing on the war. Can you characterize what you heard, and also if you have any immediate reaction to what we just heard from the president right now?
Well, I think what the president conveyed echoes the sentiments of a lot of us, and I'm glad that he made the remarks that he did. As for what happened yesterday, I think all of us are still shaken by just the sheer brutality and savagery with which Hamas attacked so many innocent civilians and others. The president alluded to the beheadings, the rapes, the shootings, the murder of innocent people in their homes as they were filming these murders. Also goes to the fact that they are trying to inculcate a sense of fear among everyone in Israel and elsewhere. And so I think that we have to kind of band together as a civilized world and deal with this situation and help the Israelis as they respond and to prevent further attacks.
And Congressman, this has been framed as a failure of both Israeli and U.S. intelligence. As a member of the Intelligence Committee, are you confident that the intelligence community has a handle on current threats?
I think they're working on it, but I am very concerned because there were oversights, to say the least. And I think that at this point we have to go back and figure out what those holes are with regard to our collection of intelligence, and then using lessons learned from that, apply it going forward so that we can at least start to anticipate what's about to happen next. It's very crucial at this point that we also work with our partners, friends, and allies around the world, because many of them also have collection efforts with regard to Hamas, Hezbollah, Iran, and others.
And Congressman, did you receive any information about how exactly this was allowed to happen?
No, and I think those are some questions that we still need more detailed answers to, and we're expecting further detailed briefings. Right now, we are also trying to think about what is it that Israel requires in the days and weeks ahead. Of course, what's happening right now in Congress doesn't help matters. I think there's a little bit of chaos in the other caucus, and that is slowing things down with regard to further deliberations.
And Congressman, what's the latest information you have about those Americans that are still unaccounted for?
Well, 2 of them actually come from the Chicago area, and so we are very concerned about their whereabouts, of course, the whereabouts of all these others, and of course the hostages themselves, regardless of where they come from, because they're being used as pawns, as you know. And many of them are just little kids, they're toddlers. Many of them are very elderly. Many of them the vast majority of them are innocent civilians and not soldiers, not wearing a uniform of any kind. Not that anybody should be taken hostage, but this is a situation where our hearts go out to their families, and we in the U.S. government have to do everything we can to help the Israelis in identifying where these hostages are, who they are, and providing any and all assistance to try to retrieve them and rescue them ASAP.
And Congressman, we understand the White House is preparing an aid request that covers Israel, Ukraine, and Taiwan. So should aid to Israel be packaged with other military aid?
Well, they're separate issues, but on the other hand, all 3 of those regions are priorities right now, as you know. And so I suspect during the legislative process, there are going to be different permutations of how this comes about, but I think all 3 of those need to be funded. As the ranking member of the Special Select Committee with regard to the Chinese Communist Party, I can say that we should not forget about Taiwan's needs, even at the same time we're dealing with the other 2, although Israel is very pressing this moment, as well as Ukraine.
Congressman, you said that they should all be funded, but the question was, should they be packaged together?
I'm going to let the leadership handle that, because I don't know exactly how they're going to be tied together. It could be that a portion of the funding for each of those priorities needs to be tied together from a timing perspective. At the end of the day, I think a lot of it is going to be negotiated at the same time, along with government funding, quite frankly. And so we've got to do all of those things simultaneously.
And Congressman, would you support U.S. forces going in if it meant the return of American hostages?
I don't know. I have to look at the specific scenario. Obviously, the Israelis are on the ground right now. We should provide any and all assistance to them as they try to retrieve hostages. And that might mean intelligence. That might mean other technical means of helping them. But I need to see the exact scenario before I could comment further.
And Congressman, new NBC News reporting today reveals that the U.S. is investigating whether Iran gave training to some Hamas militants. Does U.S. posture towards Iran need to change in the wake of this attack?
Well, I think that Iran is broadly complicit in what's happened right now. I have not seen specific evidence that they directed what has been carried out. I don't know. I haven't seen intelligence with regard to the issue that you just raised about training for this particular attack. But our posture has to be one of vigilance with regard to Iran. They are a bad actor in the region. They fund Hezbollah, they fund Hamas, they fund other proxies that go after our interests as well as innocents, and we have to view them as such.
Congressman Raja Krishnamurthy, thanks so much for joining us, and thank you for being here at this hour. Kristen Welker is back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. And the news continues with Hallie Jackson right now.
We are coming on the air potentially only a matter of hours away from a full-on ground attack by Israel, with the Israeli Prime Minister calling every Hamas member a dead man just minutes ago. Troops building up at the border. The new warning, things will only get worse. What this next phase of the war may mean for the hostages kidnapped by Hamas terrorists, and what it could mean for civilians inside Gaza, with one woman there telling us the only reason she's alive is sheer luck. We're on the ground in the region and at the White House with the president's message in just the last hour. Plus, will Israel have to fight on another front? The breakdown on what's happening on the northern border with Hezbollah in Lebanon. We're going to take you there live. We're also live in Washington, where there is finally a nominee for House Speaker, but it is not a done deal yet. When Republicans could make it official as we go one-on-one with a member in the room. And why some Israeli and Jewish schools are all but begging parents to get their kids off social media ASAP. That's coming up a little later on in the show. Hey there, I'm Hallie, and tonight we are coming on the air with an aggressive warning from the Israeli Prime Minister, who says his country will crush and destroy Hamas, speaking late tonight, just minutes ago, saying he wants every member of Hamas dead after the terror attack Saturday. Israeli forces gathering near the border with Gaza, with airstrikes intensifying. You are looking live here at that region tonight with what appears to be a question not of if, but when Israel will invade on the ground. That country's defense forces, in response to what's been described as the Israeli 9/11, warning of scenes coming out of Gaza that are going to be difficult to understand and cope with. Their words, with survivors in Gaza burying children killed in the crossfire of these attacks. Mothers like the one you just heard, looking for their missing kids, distraught after identifying their bodies. The White House saying today they are having conversations to try to get a safe passage for civilians out of Gaza, even as the fighting right now is far from over. That's Hamas firing rockets across Israel today, including where you just saw in the southern town of Ashkelon. People you saw running, looking for shelter, getting down low. Tonight, it's believed more than 1,200 people have been killed in Israel, and in Gaza and the West Bank, more than 1,100. And yet, even in the middle of hell, brief moments of solidarity. That's video of Israelis coming together to sing the national anthem from their balconies. Allison Barber is live for us in Ashkelon. Josh Letterman is reporting on the humanitarian crisis in Gaza from Tel Aviv. And Kelly O'Donnell's live for us at the White House with that angle. Allison, let me start with you and where things are late tonight. You've been on the ground now. You've been seeing it firsthand. Talk us through where this is going.
Yeah, so Hallie, we've had a little bit of a lull in rocket fire for the last 2 hours. Things have been kind of quiet here, but I can show you some of what we witnessed a couple minutes, about 6 minutes before 9 p.m. local time. Just a volley of missiles coming from the direction of Gaza towards this area where we are, the Ashkelon area. It started one wave, and we saw the Iron Dome Israel's air defense go into effect, intercepting those. Then there was another wave, then there was another wave, then another wave. 4 waves in all in the span of about an hour and a half this evening. That image you showed at the start of that woman crouched down screaming, that happened today in Ashkelon. And we were here in the afternoon as we saw those rockets, again, waves in the afternoon, coming in, headed towards the city center of Ashkelon. We counted at different points at least 9 rockets coming from Gaza, headed towards the main city center. We'd seen that at least 7 of those were intercepted. We could see it from where we were looking. The other 2, we weren't sure if they'd been intercepted or if we just hadn't been able, or if they'd struck somewhere, or if we just hadn't been able to see it because we couldn't quite tell. Then we later heard that one had struck a children's wing of a hospital that had been evacuated in Ashkelon. That woman, that area, when you're hearing her screaming, those were those rockets that then landed in that nearby area. So right now there's a bit of a lull here, but another thing that we have been watching and part of why we're on this roadway, as you see some sort of police car drive by, is just the traffic in towards Gaza. We have seen nonstop, Hallie, just flatbeds carrying military equipment, Israeli military equipment, heading in the direction of Gaza, and then we will see those same flatbeds come back, and they are empty. When we were driving in that direction earlier today, we couldn't cross past a checkpoint because the Israeli military wouldn't let us, but we saw a section of what appeared to be Israeli tanks massing near the border there. Hallie.
And incredibly strong words late tonight from the Israeli Prime Minister, Benjamin Netanyahu, warning that every member of Hamas will be a dead man, his words, as he is now coming together with his political rival there in Israel for the creation of this emergency government, essentially, this war cabinet that is now coming together. How does that make a difference? Talk us through that piece of it.
Right. Yeah, right. With Benny Gantz, it essentially is creating a centralized, unified stance, right? They have said they're not going to deal with any sort of policy or any other issues, but they're going to work together on this because they say this is the issue that is important for Israeli citizens, and they have established a war cabinet as a part of this process. It's interesting that they're doing this now because this is something that we have heard from people who live in Israel in the last couple of days, talking with people here, that they really wanted to see this happen. At the same time, we'd spoken to someone 2 days ago who had told us she was so frustrated that it hadn't happened 2 days ago. She thought it was taking too long and felt like she was losing confidence in their ability to do it. Now they have announced that they have created this united government that will only last while the country is at war. And that is something that from Israeli civilians we've talked to, they really wanted to see it happen. And the fact that it finally has is welcome news. But from some people we've spoken to, there's also frustration that it took this long. Hallie.
Ellison Barber live for us there in the region. Ellison, thank you so much for being there. I know we're going to be checking back in with you tonight. Gaza's only power plant right now is out of fuel as we speak, completely shut down, meaning there's no electricity coming out of there, according to what a company spokesperson is telling NBC News. And right now, the more than 2 million civilians in Gaza are either running on generators in short supply or they're in the dark altogether, with Israel cutting off food, fuel from coming in to the Gaza Strip to retaliate against Hamas for Saturday's terror attack. Our team talking today with a 23-year-old woman in Gaza, now sending what could be her last messages to her loved ones before a total blackout. Listen.
I think we survived till now because of sheer luck. My texts with my friends have been just like messages of, hey, are you still alive? Where are you now at the moment? Just like checking up if they're still alive or not.
I want to bring in Josh Letterman, who is live for us now in Tel Aviv. Josh, explain this piece of what's happening here. People who are now cut off from food, from water, and now electricity as well.
That's right. And according to our NBC producer who is in the Gaza Strip, it is correct that the power is basically out. It is essentially blackness in the Gaza Strip. Unless you have your own private generator and somehow have managed to have enough fuel to have your own lights operating, people are existing now in conditions that are really hard for us to imagine. And in fact, the hospital, the main Shifa hospital in Gaza Strip, says it only has about 3 days left of fuel to run its generators. And so you can see this humanitarian situation really getting worse and worse by the hour, Hallie. But I also want to bring to you some breaking news. This is just coming into us really within the last 2 minutes. And so we're going to be clear about what we don't know, but Al Jazeera, the Qatar-based television network, has just released video that it says that it obtained from the Al-Qassam brigades. This is the militant wing of Hamas, showing an Israeli woman and her 2 children who had been taken hostage released. Now, they say that this was in the kibbutz Holit, which is in Israel near the Gaza Strip. We don't know when this took place. We don't know if these were people who were taken hostage within Israel and then released shortly later. We don't know if they were released today or they were released a few days ago. We can't necessarily give you a lot of details about it, but this is the first information that we're getting from Hamas claiming that they have released any Israelis.
We want to be, as you note, incredibly careful with that information, Josh. And I know that you and our teams are working on reporting that out further. Talk to me, as we know, and in conversations with White House officials, they've said there are ongoing discussions about the possibility of trying to figure out safe passage out of Gaza into likely Egypt, of course, for some of these civilians here. Do we know where we are on that? What would safe passage out even look like, as these White House officials are emphasizing that Israel has a right to defend itself here?
It's a really good question. Essentially, it would look like some plan or program to create certain times or areas where civilians would be able to leave, potentially through one of the border crossings into Israel. But that seems very unlikely, given that the main pedestrian crossing, the Erez crossing, has been essentially destroyed. It no longer exists. The more likely possibility would be through the Rafah crossing between the Gaza Strip and Egypt. But Egyptian officials have not seemed particularly keen on that plan either. And so right now, although the U.S. says it is working both with Egypt and Israel about potential corridors to get civilians out, there is no indication that that is going to be successful anytime in the near future, Hallie.
Josh Letterman, thank you very much for that. In just the last hour, we've seen President Biden speaking with American Jewish leaders working to support that community at home and overseas, saying he is doing everything, including some things he's not going to say publicly, to try to get that unknown number of American hostages, we're not sure quite how many, we think roughly 17 at this point, out and home safely. The president also speaking with the Israeli prime minister today for the 4th time since Saturday's attack, with the White House saying they plan to stay in regular contact throughout this war. All of it as the president is sending his top cabinet official, Secretary of State Tony Blinken, top foreign policy official, to Israel. That's him. You see him waving, getting on his plane. He's set to arrive there on Thursday, talking about what some of his priorities are. Listen.
We are talking about that, and we're talking to Israel about that. We're talking to Egypt about that. It's an ongoing conversation. We want to make sure to the best of our ability, and I know Israel wants to make sure to the best of its ability that civilians are not harmed. But Israel has to take steps to defend itself.
I want to bring in NBC's Kelly O'Donnell, who is live for us near the White House. So we know that the Secretary of State is en route to Israel as we speak. What is it that he can do there that the president is less able to do from here in Washington?
There's just the power of direct personal diplomacy and the proximity of being in the region. That makes a statement for certain. And it allows for in-person meetings and conversations that can try to move this range of issues, everything from dealing with the hostages to the military components to dealing with partners in the region, the humanitarian piece, so many different issues that are now all on the plate of the president, certainly all the Israeli officials, and for certain the Secretary of State. What was really striking in the last about a half hour or so is the president attending a meeting of Jewish American community leaders, people who are actively engaged around the country in policies and ideas about Jewish American life. These are people who are very involved and try to move policy and so forth. This was a scheduled meeting with the second gentleman, Doug Emhoff, who is the first person who is Jewish to be in what we call that top 4, the president and first lady, the vice president, and in this case, the second gentleman. And the president wanted to go to this meeting as well and spoke in very descriptive terms about some of the things that are on his plate and the emotion that he knows American Jews are feeling and the much broader community. The difference in this setting was just what you could perceive as the feeling in the room, where this is deeply emotional to the people involved. Yeah. And Doug Emhoff spoke first. The president also spoke, and he made clear that he knows he's being asked, and certainly this this group would want to know, what can you do about American hostages? And he said there's just things he can't talk about publicly, or he would not be able to bring them home. More broadly, he talked about the importance of American hostages as a priority, and here is what he had to say.
We have a chance to end this in a way that makes it very difficult for it to be repeated. We're going to do everything in our power to make sure Israel succeed, and God willing, to bring home those Americans who are in harm's way.
So on its face, it makes sense that if there are covert operations or other types of things that could be under the president's consideration, that he doesn't want to discuss that. And anytime you have Americans detained somewhere, public attention, as much as people want to know the answers, can work against trying to resolve the circumstance. So we have to thread that needle. Hallie?
Kelly, just quickly here, the White House is putting together, you talked about it, right, this aid package, and it covers a lot of bases here. We obviously also don't have a Speaker of the House here in this country, which makes getting things through Congress tricky until that happens. Now, that may happen in the next 24 hours, Kel. We just don't know. We're going to talk about that in a second. But what's the White House's thinking on this, on trying to get something done that handles some of the priorities they have at this moment of crisis?
Well, they want to move urgently, and they're certainly hoping that the House will resolve its leadership issue and be ready to do that. They believe there is broad bipartisan support to support Israel. We are seeing that with individual statements and coming together of groups of lawmakers and senators talking about wanting to support supplies and things for, like, the Iron Dome that the U.S. is a big proponent in providing funding and support for. So there is a push for that. Also, they, of course, are still very much talking about Ukraine, and so tactically they may try to put some of these things together. That's to be determined as they get a sense of what is doable and how quickly. But is that a priority? It most certainly is. Hallie?
Kelly O'Donnell live for us there outside the White House. Kelly, thank you. It will be Israel at the top of the agenda for Congress once they get a speaker. If they get a speaker, according to Steve Scalise, who seems pretty poised to take on that job perhaps sometime in the next 12, 24, 48 hours. This is after the majority leader won a private ballot in a closed-door meeting today, coming out to make clear what his priorities are right now.
We need to make sure we're sending a message to people all throughout the world that the House is open and doing the people's business. And our first resolution that we pass under Speaker Steve Scalise will be to make it clear that we stand with Israel.
Now, that is if Scalise does get the speakership. And as you see here, even though he beat Judiciary Chair Jim Jordan 113 to 99 in that Republican-only internal vote, he needs a lot more than that to actually get the speaker's gavel. He needs, we think, 217. Can he get there? We're learning that he does have the support of now former Speaker Kevin McCarthy in the last couple of minutes. NBC's Ali Vitale is in her position on the steps of the Capitol. Give us the state of play at this exact second, Ali. 5:16 Eastern time here in Washington. Are we ruling out a vote tonight? Are lawmakers ruling it out? Do we think it's tomorrow? Do we even know?
We don't know. I rule nothing out, though. That being said, I've spoken to multiple members, including Congressman Chip Roy, just in the last few minutes, who seem to laugh off the idea that Scalise and other allies of his could move forward with any kind of vote tonight. He almost seemed to say, I dare you. It's going to tank on the floor. That's the kind of embarrassment that Republicans are actively trying to avoid. They watched it in January. It never left McCarthy as the thing that always dogged him. It was embarrassing for him. It was embarrassing for the party. They've already got the brand of chaos on them right now because of the last few weeks. That's why we're watching them slow walk this, try to get their ducks in a row, because right now Scalise and, frankly, no one else has the votes to actually become speaker right now.
So nobody else, you make the point, nobody else has the votes at this point. We know that there is an interplay happening right now between Steve Scalise, between Jim Jordan. Jim Jordan's going to give that nominating speech. Is there anything that could derail this process, Ali, right? Besides, let's say, somebody throwing a wrench into it on, you know, I'm looking at Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, who said publicly earlier today she has concerns about Steve Scalise, specifically pointing to his battle with blood cancer right now. Yet you have Matt Gaetz calling Scalise the legend from Louisiana. Matt Gaetz is the guy who pushed this whole ouster of McCarthy in the first place.
You are looking to the right people. Of course, Marjorie Taylor Greene is one of those who, at this point anyway, has said that she's not going to be able to vote for Scalise at this point. Chip Roy is another one of those. I don't know if he's hard and fast, but I can count more than 6 or 7 names of people who say that they're not going to vote for Steve Scalise. And when you talk about what can derail this process, that's it. 4+ of those people who we can count that won't vote for Scalise are enough to derail the process. And I think that there are more than just the 6 or 7 that we can publicly count at this point. It's why our colleagues are standing outside the Speaker's office, watching people shuttle in and shuttle out as they try to come to some consensus with Scalise. He is the presumed Speaker in many ways here, but he does not have the votes to become the actual Speaker here. And that's really the problem. It's, again, where you were with McCarthy, where McCarthy had to do all of that wheeling and dealing to try to get to a place where he could bring members on board individually, one by one. I remember being outside those rooms where negotiations were literally being done singular member by singular member, trying to take care of concerns. That's how every big negotiation then for the entirety of McCarthy's speakership went. And it's the reality of margins as slim as they are here for the House Republican majority. So, losing only 4 members, McCarthy had the benefit of being able to lose 5. I mean, it's just such a high wire act.
So given that, Allie, what would a speaker, if he gets it, Steve Scalise, look like from a policy perspective? We know that he wants to put Israel front and center, top of the agenda, if in fact he does get the speakership here. What would make him different than Kevin McCarthy? What does this look like from an actual governing perspective?
Well, in terms of differences from Kevin McCarthy, that's some of the things that members are upset about. The idea that he served in McCarthy's leadership apparatus. He was in charge in many ways of what actually made it to the floor. There's concerns that he's too much of the status quo. I've heard that from some of the people who don't want to vote for him. But also, the larger looming factor around this is the situation still ongoing in Israel right now. There are members who want to put forward resolutions condemning Hamas. There is waiting legislation for humanitarian and military aid. None of this stuff can get to the floor without a speaker. That's why they have so much urgency around this. But I think what's so shocking is that the urgency around this and the full support that Republicans are giving to Israel is not hastening their ability to actually elect someone right now. And I think that's what's so stunning. Despite the ways that the world has changed just in the last few days since lawmakers left last week and came back this week, the reality of what it takes to become the next Speaker of the House has not been made any easier.
Allie Vitale, live for us there at the Capitol. Allie, thank you. We've got a lot more to come here on the show, including a closer look at who exactly could be the next Speaker of the House in tonight's breakdown. Plus, a Republican congressman joins us one-on-one. We've also got more on the FTC's new plan to ban so-called junk fees on stuff like hotel rooms, live shows, stuff you're buying tickets to. Plus, why it looks like Google might be getting rid of passwords.
still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Let's get you over to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, the Coast Guard says it's found more debris, including presumed human remains from that Titan submersible. Remember, that sub imploded on its way to view the Titanic wreckage back in June, killing all 5 people on board. The Coast Guard says everything they found is going to be analyzed by medical professionals. Number 2, the White House is backing a plan by the FTC to ban so-called hidden junk fees. You see the president talking about that today. Those are the charges, you know them, that companies tack on to stuff like concert tickets and hotel rooms. The FTC says they can cost people an extra $80 billion every year. If the rule does go into effect, companies that still do these kinds of hidden fees could be fined and forced to pay money back to people. Number 3, the NHL is banning players from wearing any theme night uniforms or gear. This is going to be valid for things like Pride Night, for example, for Hockey Fights Cancer and military appreciation celebrations. Back in June, the league said players couldn't wear any theme jerseys for warm-ups after some players did not wear them during Pride Night last season. Number 4, NASA is revealing the first pictures of that asteroid sample it brought back to Earth a few weeks ago. Look at this. Found that pieces of space rock have carbon and water in it. How about that? NASA says these findings could help scientists understand just how the solar system formed and how life even started on Earth. Number 5, Google is changing up its login format. The company is making passkeys the default option for getting into your personal Google accounts. This means you could use facial recognition or fingerprint scans or PIN numbers instead of actually typing in a password. If you like your password, you can still use it, Google says. Back now to the drama here in Washington over who will be the next Speaker of the House. It seems like we could be close to a vote, maybe, but somebody who would know, perhaps, Tennessee Congressman Tim Burchett, one of the 8 Republicans who voted to oust now former Speaker Kevin McCarthy last week. Congressman, it's good to see you. Thanks for being on the show.
Thank you so much for having me on, ma'am.
Of course. Let's start with timing here. When do you expect a floor vote to actually happen?
Well, I'd hope one would happen tonight, but there's really a logistic problem right now, which I didn't realize in my earlier prediction. We actually have some members that are in Israel. Some are planning to go over there, and we've got both Republicans and Democrats that are out of town right now. So I would hope that we could do it first thing in the morning.
I know that some Republicans and Democrats are on a CODEL, for example, to the Middle East region. There's been reports that, for example, one Florida congressman is in Israel helping to evacuate Americans. Do you know of anybody else who's over there currently that's affecting what's happening here in Washington?
No, ma'am, I don't, but I know some are getting ready to leave. Some are probably going to go over there and fight, actually. So more to come on that, I'm sure. But, yeah, and people are scattered out all over the country right now, so we're trying to get everybody in.
You are supporting Steve Scalise in this speakership fight?
Yes, ma'am. I said whoever comes out of that, whoever got the majority, I would support, and I stick to my word.
What do you think would be different about a Speaker Scalise versus Speaker McCarthy, who, of course, you voted to remove the gavel from?
Yes, ma'am. I just talk about the positives of Steve Scalise. Everybody knows he's a fighter, but he's fiscally concerned about what's going on. I worry about these continued resolutions. He has a strong religious background, which I tend to like. He's an honorable guy. He keeps his word, and he's somebody that we can rally around. I feel very good about that.
I was struck when the vote first happened, Congressman. I watched you. We actually, I think, took you live here on the show as you were on the steps of the Capitol explaining your decision to be one of the 8 people to vote to essentially oust Kevin McCarthy. And you talked about in that moment that your conscience called you to do that, even if it meant you would lose a friend. You were worried that you would lose McCarthy as a friend. Have you?
Probably. I don't know. Right now, I haven't really thought too much about it. I honestly thought at the time it cost me the election. But people back in Tennessee have been overwhelmingly supportive, so I feel pretty good about my decision. But I pray about things. I pray for my enemies. I pray for this president. Heck, I prayed for President Obama that he'd be the most successful president we've ever had, just because I think that, we've got to put our differences aside in this country, and we've got to start working together. When we're you know, you look at overseas and just how bad it is. America is still the best country on God's green earth, and I think people need to start realizing that.
You talk about the hopes to have a vote potentially tomorrow morning, you said. Do you think that by that point, Steve Scalise will have the votes that he needs, 217? He's not close to that number yet. Is it your sense that those of your colleagues supporting Jim Jordan will give their support, enough of them, to Scalise?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Jim is a very honorable guy, and he's a great fighter. But I think he realizes at this time what's best for this country, and I understand that he's been calling around some folks. And from what I saw earlier, I think Jake Sherman said something about that he had endorsed Steve, in fact, and then he was going to nominate him from the floor.
Yeah, it's our reporting, in fact, that Congressman Jordan will, in fact, deliver that nominating speech for Scalise, which presumably perhaps could get some Jordan supporters over to Scalise's side?
Yes, ma'am, and I suspect Jim is talking to some of his supporters, and you know, I wish that they had been on board with us when we voted to oust the then speaker, but now they're going in a different direction. So we'll see, but I think we're going to be okay. I think Jim understands the importance of this time in history, and he's an honorable guy. And he would have been a great speaker, frankly.
Yeah. To cross-reference here what you're talking about, obviously this is happening at a moment of an international crisis here. Steve Scalise has said the first thing he would do is bring to the floor a resolution supporting Israel. Is that something you'd back?
Oh, 100%, ma'am. But honestly, I mean, as a Republican, I'm going to have to compliment the president. I mean, he sent the Gerald R. Ford out there. That's probably the largest aircraft carrier in the world. And we also, Congress has also put on pretty much on automatic draft about $3.4 billion that Israel gets. Their stockpiles are enormous. Our work with them, our technology people in this Iron Dome situation is spectacular. I've been over there. I've seen it. I've actually talked to Benjamin Netanyahu about it. And I'm very confident that Israel is going to be able to handle this. And I'm also confident that they don't want us getting in the way. So I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to handle this in a very short matter of time. And as I've stated, it's going to be some Old Testament justice that's going to rain down, I'm afraid.
And do you believe that the administration is doing enough to help support getting civilians in Gaza out through the border with Egypt?
Well, I'm a little worried about that. We've had some people, we've had to use backdoor methods to get them out, and I'll just leave those comments alone right now until I talk to directly some people at the State Department. But there's clearly some work that needs to be done. Okay. We got to have folks that aren't going to legislate from behind some desk, and they need to get their head in the game and start getting Americans out and maybe work more than 4 hours a day.
You mentioned a second ago that you believe that some of your colleagues will end up traveling to Israel to try to volunteer to fight. Can you share any more about that? Do you know who?
Yeah, I do, but you'll just have to find that out. But I'm pretty sure that's getting ready to happen.
I'm going to let you go here in a second, but quickly, several of your Republican colleagues are planning to, once you do get a speaker, introduce a resolution to expel controversial Congressman George Santos after those new charges, the new indictment came out against him on Tuesday. Is that a resolution you would support, expelling Congressman Santos?
I'd like to read it. I haven't even read the charges. And honestly, that's really going to be up to the people in New York. I've been pretty consistent on that with Democrats and Republicans. You know, they'll cast the first stone. When people in Congress start pointing the fingers at people about being sinners, ma'am, we got a real problem. I know you probably know the makeup of Congress as well as I do, but I think that's best left for the good people of New York to handle.
Congressman Tim Burchett, a lot going on tonight here in Washington and around the world. We appreciate your time. I'm sure we'll talk again soon. Thanks.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm honored y'all to have me on. Thank you.
Of course. When we come back to our top story tonight with U.S. intelligence showing that Hamas terror attack against Israel may have actually surprised leaders in Iran. We're untangling the geopolitics here in just a sec.
morning. Welcome to Today.
Every day,
We are adding to the star power in our studio.
the biggest names, only on Today.
Worth coming in this early, right?
I'm happy to be on the Today Show.
We hear one of your favorite snacks is popcorn.
Oh.
Okay. Well, Roka wanted to bring you some.
Oh, look at that.
Never leaving. Can't wait to see my Today family.
We got Olivia Rodrigo.
We're just getting started, folks. This has been fantastic.
Everything and everyone you're talking about. Only on Today.
We are hearing now a new warning from President Biden late tonight to Iran, telling them to, in the president's words, be careful. All as we're finding out that the United States has intelligence showing that Iranian leaders were surprised by Hamas's attack on Israel, according to two sources with direct knowledge of the matter, which raises some new doubts about whether or not Iran had some kind of a direct role here in this specific attack. Still no conclusions on that from the U.S., according to these sources. I want to bring in now our Dan DeLuz, who's following all of this for us. Dan, you've really been the tip of the spear on the intel angle piece of this. The question, right, is like, what role did Iran play in this specific attack, even though we know that Iran has been a supporter of Hamas, a sponsor of Hamas for years? Talk us through it.
That's right. So on the one hand, Iran is deeply complicit, having armed and financed and trained Hamas for literally decades. And in fact, they help them with training and know-how and technology to allow Hamas to build these rockets that are now, they now can fire them and really quickly and with huge volleys, thousands coming down on Israel, beginning with that attack on Saturday. Also, the attacks were very reminiscent of how other Iranian proxies operate. But the whole point of proxies for Iran is to have a bit of deniability, or at least to blur exactly, precisely what their role is. They use these proxies to push back against their enemies and make their enemies think twice about attacking Iran. And so this is so sensitive because if there is proof that emerges that Iran had a direct role, perhaps in even ordering or directing this attack, then obviously there will be pressure on the Israeli government and the U.S. government to perhaps take direct military action against Iran, a very major step, and then we're entering into very dangerous territory, a full-blown sort of regional conflict.
There has been, I think, a fair amount of focus here on what happened to allow Hamas to perpetrate an attack this significant against Israel, which has, as you well know, and as we've talked about here on the show, an incredibly muscular military and intelligence apparatus in place already. Was this an intelligence failure? You're hearing that from people on the ground, distraught Israelis who have lost their loved ones, who are questioning, how could this have happened here? You have reporting now that the chair of the House Foreign Affairs Committee is telling reporters that Egypt actually warned Israel of a possible attack by Hamas just days before this happened. There have been a lot of question marks about whether that's the case, where we are on that. Walk us through it.
So again, you're right. This was, by all accounts, it's just really indisputable, a massive intelligence failure, no question. Really sort of equivalent to what happened in the United States before the invasion of Iraq or before the September 11th attacks. And if you speak to Israeli officials or former intelligence officials, they'll tell you this was a humiliation for them and a total shock. I think that part of what happened here is that there was some failure of imagination that has become a bit of a cliche when we refer to September 11th, but I think that is part of what happened here. Israel had maybe a false sense of security. And then the other question is what Egypt knew and what Egypt told Israel. NBC has not been able to confirm this, what Chairman McCall has been saying, but other media have. And Egypt is well known to have very good sources in Gaza among Hamas militants. And there was an Egyptian official who's told media that they warned Israel that something big was coming.
Dan DeLuz, there is a lot to unpack here, a lot of threads to pull on. Thank you for being there for us and for doing the reporting on that. There is concern now, broader concern, as we look ahead to what could happen in the next 24 hours on the ground on the border between Israel and Gaza. Will there be, as the Israeli military has warned, this full-on attack in the southern part of Israel against Gaza? There's also now this concern, could there be another front opening in the north with the Israeli border with Lebanon? That's where Hezbollah, which the U.S. designates as a terrorist group, is based. Today, Israel hit towns in southern Lebanon after a rocket attack from Hezbollah. You can see some of the smoke there. U.S. officials say they're monitoring what's happening.
We have seen rocket fire coming from southern Lebanon by Hezbollah into northern Israel. We obviously are watching this with great concern.
Israel says it is getting ready potentially for a fight with Hezbollah. They've sent tanks to the northern border. The question is, does this war with Hamas now also turn into a war with Hamas and Hezbollah? What is the distinction between these two groups, if any? Matt Bradley explains in our breakdown.
Hamas and Hezbollah, two groups with a mission to destroy Israel. Hamas now attacking from Gaza and inside Israel, while tensions bubble on Israel's border with Lebanon, where Hezbollah is based. Many countries around the world, including the U.S., designate both organizations as terrorist groups. So what's the difference? Hamas stands for Harakat al-Muqawama al-Islamiyya, meaning Islamic Resistance Movement. It formed in 1987 during the first Palestinian Intifada, an uprising against Israel. In its charter, Hamas calls for the obliteration of the Jewish state. Its goal?
Undermining Israel's willpower, Israeli morale, and ultimately trying to defeat Israel in order to realize its vision of a Palestinian state encompassing the entire territory.
Israel withdrew from Gaza in 2005, and the following year, the Palestinians held elections that Hamas won, beating Fatah, an established political party that had cooperated with Israel and recognized Israel's right to exist. After the two groups were unable to come to an agreement on sharing power, they fought violently. Hamas went on to take control of Gaza in 2007, where more than 2 million Palestinians now live, and has taken a more hardline approach. In response, Egypt and Israel both imposed a blockade of Gaza, limiting people and goods going in and out of it. Hamas has long resisted Israel's chokehold on the enclave, leading to repeated back-and-forth attacks. That's fighting from May 2021. Hundreds died from that 11-day war. But over the weekend, Hamas delivered its strongest ever blow against Israel. Iran denied direct involvement in Hamas's latest attacks, but it says it supports the fight against Israel. The U.S. Department of State says Iran gives $100 million a year to what it calls Palestinian terrorist groups, like Hamas. With Hamas to Israel's southwest, Hezbollah operates to its north, in Lebanon. Hamas considers it an ally. I spoke with the head of Hamas National Liberations Abroad after this weekend's attack on Israel. Just as America sides on the side of her allies, he said, Iran and Hezbollah stand on our side. Hezbollah, which means Party of God or Allah, was established in 1982 after Israel invaded Lebanon. The U.S. government says it's been behind many terror attacks over the decades, including the suicide bombing of the U.S. Embassy in Beirut. Israel pulled back from southern Lebanon in 2000, but Hezbollah has continued to fight.
More fighting today between Israel and Hezbollah.
Israeli warplanes began heavy bombardment today, and that was followed by heavy rocket attacks by Hezbollah guerrillas.
A war between Israel and Hezbollah in 2006 killed more than 1,000 people. Last year, Hezbollah lost its parliamentary majority in Lebanon, though it's still politically active there and is still much stronger than Lebanon's own military. Now possibly on the brink of its own war with Israel again, after it's fired rockets at the country since this weekend. Here's what a local Shiite cleric in southern Lebanon told me. If Israel or the world forces this war upon us, then we're ready for the sacred defense, as we did in Lebanon, Syria, and everywhere. What Hezbollah and Hamas have in common, beyond Israel as an enemy, is backing from Iran. A former Israeli prime minister putting it this way.
Iran seems to be the head of this octopus of terror, and it's got its arms. It's got one arm in Hezbollah in Lebanon, another arm Hamas.
I want to bring in Matt Bradley now, who is live for us in Lebanon. Matt, it is so helpful to have, I think, the context surrounding what's happening here. Talk us through what the latest is on the ground where you are.
Yeah, I think so, too. And thanks so much, guys, for running that important story. You know, we saw a statement today from Hezbollah. This was just today. And it was going about the business that we hear from Hezbollah and from Hamas so often, internationalizing this and essentially lumping Israel and America together. This statement read, "We call on the masses of our Arab and Islamic nation, which knows the ugly truth of America and its aggression against the peoples of our nation in Iraq, Syria, and Afghanistan, to condemn the American intervention." And what they're speaking about specifically is the parking of naval assets, American naval assets, right here off my left shoulder in the Eastern Mediterranean. And that emotional speech that President Joe Biden gave yesterday, where he basically said that he was going to be backing, and the U.S. would be backing Israel no matter what. So again, we're hearing Hezbollah declaring war, not necessarily intervening, but condemning Israel and America in the same breath. Hallie?
Matt Bradley live for us there in southern Lebanon. Thank you very much.
To a heartbreaking update now and a story that we brought you yesterday. When we spoke with the mom of Ahuva Maisel, we have found out from her that her daughter has died. You're seeing her photo here, 21-year-old Adi. Her mom called her the light of their family. Adi was at that music festival on Saturday where her mom, you heard her probably describe it to us just 24 hours ago, said she just wanted to have fun. She wanted to dance, to feel love. And the Hamas terrorists attack, killing Adi and more than 200 others. Her funeral is tomorrow. So many people in this country and around the world thinking of Ahuva, her family, and the families of everybody who's lost a loved one since that attack on Israel. We'll be right back.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. A lot of the stuff that we're seeing was left behind by Ukrainian soldiers.
Now is real.
This is like quicksand, and officials say that an entire town is cut off.
Now is raw.
This close to the devastation, you actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
You've seen all this craziness in front of you. What was that like?
I was just trying to survive.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News covers hundreds of stories every day, and because it can be tough to read or watch or listen to them all, our bureau teams have done it for you. This is what they tell us is going down in their regions in a segment we call The Local. Out of our Western Bureau, police in San Diego say they've arrested former NFL player Sergio Brown in connection with the murder of his mother. He'd been missing for about a month, and officials caught him coming back into the U.S. from Mexico, they say. Remember, his mom was found dead behind her home in Chicago with what police described as multiple injuries from assault. He will be extradited to Illinois to face a murder charge now. Out of our Washington Bureau, Morgan State University says it'll build a wall around most of its campus after 5 people were hurt in that shooting last week. The wall will expand existing barriers by about 8,000 feet to cover something like 90% of the campus in Baltimore. Security officers will also be put at some of the entrances and exits. The university president says they're doing it to try to keep out what he calls bad actors. Out of our Southern and Western bureaus, both Disney World and Disneyland are raising prices for some of their passes and tickets. At Disney World, you're seeing annual pass prices jump something like 10%. At Disneyland, the price of its highest day pass is up 9%, just about. The cost of parking at both parks is also going to go up. Let's take you to Chicago now, where right now people are gathering for a pro-Palestinian rally. You're about to see them draped in Palestinian flags, chanting, singing, calling for a stop to what organizers call, in their words, the Israeli-U.S. war on the Palestinian people. More than 1,100 people have been killed that we know of so far in Gaza and the West Bank, with thousands of civilians trapped there because of border closings. One Chicago police officer saying he lost 10 family members, including kids, in Gaza in the last few days. Their homes bombed as Israel responds to the horrific terror attack from Hamas on Saturday. Listen.
I received a phone call from my cousin back home. Her and her family, her husband, her father-in-law, and 2 of her brother-in-laws and her kids, their home was bombed, and they all passed away.
Maggie Vespa is live for us there in Chicago. Maggie, talk to us about what you're seeing and hearing.
Yeah, Hallie, let me show you behind me really quick. I mean, you can see it for yourself. We've got families here with the Palestinian flag. They just spread this out. And by our count, a couple hundred people, including a lot of little kids, a lot of families out here chanting things like free, free Palestine. And they basically, the overriding emotion that we've been able to get is people are furious. We're going to walk this way and show you the size of the crowd. They basically see the atrocities committed by the Israeli people and then against the Israeli people by Hamas, and then the counteroffensive from Israel in Gaza and the West Bank, and they see a continuation. Let's walk this way, guys. A continuation of the violence against Palestinian people that they've been enduring for decades. So that's what they're focusing on here. That being said, when we talked to a spokesperson, I'm going to keep coming this way and just show you the size of the crowd. When we talked to a spokesperson, an organizer of this rally, and asked, but what about the actions of Hamas? What can you tell us about the message here against the actions of Hamas, and also any condemnation potentially? We have a family just behind you there. He basically told us that a lot of people here, himself included, don't believe the worst of what they're seeing reported in the news about what's been happening to the Israeli people, even things that our teams on the ground have corroborated. So here's part of that exchange here again with the spokesperson for this rally. Take a listen.
We want an end to the U.S. support of Israel. We want an end to the Israeli war crimes, and we want freedom and liberation for our people. The reality here is that our government is funding and supporting one side, and that is the Israeli side, and that is what we are here to condemn.
And again, Hallie, that answer came over and over, as I repeatedly said, but what about the atrocities against Israeli civilians that we've seen committed by Hamas, that our teams have confirmed, and we just kept coming back to answers like that. So that's the mood, that's the emotion out here right now.
Maggie Vespa live for us there in Chicago, right in the center of it. Thank you, Maggie. All around the country, you're seeing Americans stepping up to try to send help to Israel after that Hamas terror attack, like a volunteer group in Florida. Using this warehouse, you see them to pack up food and clothes and soap and toiletries, stuff like toothpaste. They're going to send this out to an aid group that's trying to get help to the region fast. Here's Sam Brock.
Good to be with you. I'm standing right now in this warehouse for the Global Empowerment Mission in Doral, Florida, where they are already on the ground in places like Ukraine, Poland, Hawaii, and now Israel, compiling care packages, essentially family kits, where you have pallets and forklifts everywhere. This gentleman right here is about to pick up one of these pallets. Inside the pallets, essentials that people need right now who are in conflict in critical hours. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. So you have everything from pasta to water to hairbands, which could be used for all kinds of different purposes. First aid kits, wipes, and the list goes on and on. Things that we may take for granted, but are essential to so many folks right now. And it's important to point out, GEM, this organization which has grown so much in the last really 2 years, has stated explicitly they do not condone what happened in the strongest possible words, condemning Hamas and the terrorist behaviors. However, they want to help people. This is humanitarian aid, irrespective of boundary or religion. And so what all these folks are doing right now are assembling these care packages to be sent to the Middle East to help refugees and help those who are suffering. Come with me for a second and I'll show you exactly what they're doing. So you have a couple dozen volunteers here, and they each have a specific role, whether it's packing up these boxes, you have soap over here that's being organized, wipes, hygiene kits, socks, your canned fruit, power bars. That's actually electrolytes over there in this bin right here. So in case you have water, but you need some more vitamins and minerals, that's there too. And then, of course, the pasta, the water that we mentioned. Anything really that you can imagine. Now, we did speak with Patrick Lynch. He is the Chief Development Officer for GEM, and he talked about the essential nature of what's happening here. Take a listen. How much of a difference do you think these family kits will make for those who are suffering and not sure about their next meal, their next supply, opportunity, etc.?
These kits are designed to help a family of 4 up to 72 hours after an immediate disaster. It would be my hope that if even for 10 minutes, it provides some semblance of relief in this awful time.
As folks here are working feverishly, this is going to be going on for a couple of hours today, and then tomorrow, and the next day, and every other day this week. And I am told from GEM that this is going to be every single week as long as there is need. And one would have to imagine there will be a lot of need in the weeks and the months to come, as they are relying solely right now on private donations and expanding their scope by leaps and bounds. It's the latest here in Miami. Let me send it back to you.
Our thanks to Sam Brock for that reporting. Lots more to come here on the show, including some parents who say they're being asked to delete apps off their kids' phones so they don't see violence from this war. What we know about these warnings coming up.
talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Top Story is coming to you live from Juarez, Mexico.
Reporting over the skies of Lahaina.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We are learning in just the last few hours that TikTok is beefing up its push to moderate the flood of content that's been coming in since Hamas's attack on Israel, with a spokesperson telling us that it's using tech and what they say is about 40,000 safety professionals to try to protect people from really violent or really upsetting content. It's coming as we're seeing Israeli and Jewish schools across the world apparently warning parents to either limit kids' time on TikTok and Instagram or delete those apps altogether. One Tel Aviv Schools Parents Association warning of the possibility that Hamas fighters may release graphic videos of hostages begging for their lives and that they cannot contain all this content on social media. I want to bring in our NBC News technology reporter, Jake Ward. Talk to us about these warnings, Jake. Where did they originate? Where are they coming from? How widespread are they?
Well, the difficult thing at this hour, Hallie, is that it's very difficult to find out exactly where they came from. Initially, some of the Jewish community centers and schools, both here in the U.S. and in Israel, cited the Israeli government directly, saying that the government had told them that they should shield children from exposure to potentially violent videos that could come out of these hostage situations. But our producers in Israel have found no evidence that that actually came directly from the Israeli government. It may have come from an Israeli teachers association, but we simply don't know right now. And that's the general problem we are in at the moment. Although you have these schools and community centers warning parents to potentially delete these apps off of their phones, it's also, at a time where it's really not clear how to separate fact from fiction. The degree to which what you see on Instagram or TikTok could be real or not. Those companies are struggling, as you mentioned, to keep up with the incredible flood of information. Twitter, as an example, and now known as X, blew up its content moderation capabilities almost entirely. Its trust and safety team more or less does not exist. And so although it says that it has been trying to spike Hamas-related posts, it really has had a very difficult time. That is a mess. So we're really in this cross-current of misinformation, disinformation, and violent content that we just don't know how to grapple with, I think, as a society right now, Hallie.
And what is so complicated, Jake, is it is, as you say, a stew of misinformation, disinformation, and violent content, but also, in some instances, actual information. You look at the hours after this attack, after this terror attack on Israel, and people were finding stuff out through some of these online platforms.
Well, and Hallie, I think in the coming days, we are going to need social media, in a sense, to know what's going on in Gaza, right? As troops mass on the border, as Israeli Defense Force troops amass there, it's going to be harder and harder to get information out of there, except from social media. And so while parents, of course, their priority would be to shield their children from exposure to this stuff, at the same time, there is something strange about the idea of deleting social media at the very moment when we really are going to both need it to understand what's going on, and we're going to find that it's going to be terribly dangerous to our perception of understanding what's really happening in an accurate sense, Hallie.
Jake Ward, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. I know you're staying on top of all of it for us. That does it for us for this hour. We've got more coverage picking up right now.